Chapter 1: Forced Marriage Matching System. Everything happened in a parallel universe. Brain storage site. The sky in early September was still incredibly hot, and the rolling heat waves would quickly leave people drenched in sweat. Dasha University, the premier institution of higher learning, is located on the campus of Tsinghua University, not far from the teacher's apartment building at the corner. Valnad, are you even listening to me? The woman said coquettishly, realizing that she had been talking for a long time, but her best friend was completely out of it and hadn't responded at all. The speaker was a woman wearing a sun hat and with long, wavy hair. Her alluring expression exudes endless charm, captivating all who see her. Her captivating, almond-shaped eyes, paired with her fiery red lips, create an irresistible allure. Although she was wearing a white t-shirt with the words, "Welcome, new students," printed on it, it still couldn't hide her amazing figure. She paired it with jeans, which perfectly showcased her waist-to-hip ratio. This is absolutely stunning. She's the kind of gorgeous woman every man dreams of. Huh? Oh, Xiaoro, you called me. What's wrong? The woman called Warner turned around somewhat blankly, looking at her best friend. Generally speaking, people tend to gravitate towards those of similar backgrounds, and there's a high probability that beautiful women are surrounded by other beautiful women. The woman named Warner also wore a sun hat, and her long, shiny black hair was simply tied into a ponytail and placed behind her head. Her delicate and clean oval face resembled that of a fairy untouched by worldly affairs, pure and elegant, especially her clear and bright eyes, which revealed a purity that came from within. Wearing the same white t-shirt for the new students, she looked so proper, dignified, and generous. Fairies are to be admired from afar, not to be profaned. An absolute beauty, yet another beauty among the most stunning. The pure and elegant beauty's full name is Shun Wan, and the sexy and hot beauty's name is Su Ro. Both of them are new teachers who just stayed on to work at the school this year, and they're also best friends of many years. The 2-day registration process for new students has finally been completed. Both of them have just finished their work and are now preparing to go back to their staff dormitory to rest. Yeah, tell me what's wrong with you? You've looked preoccupied and lost since this morning. What's wrong? Suro looked at Shun Wan with some concern. Xiaoro, it's nothing. I'm just feeling a little unwell. Shin Wan's eyes darted around a couple of times. She absolutely couldn't let anyone know about this. Comrade Shin Wan, please don't look away when you're trying to lie to me, okay? Suro saw through her lie immediately. The two were just too familiar with each other. Do you still consider me a sister? What can't you tell me? Suro looked at her best friend with some concern. Xiaoro, you're overthinking it. I'm really fine. I'm all sweaty. Let's go back and take a shower. Shinwan's pretty face was a little hot as she tried to change the subject. Warner, I'm giving you one last chance. If you don't confess honestly, believe me, I'll subject you to severe torture. Suro threatened. Shun Wan was extremely ticklish, so whenever Su Ro tickled her, Shun Wan would beg for mercy. Hearing Su Ro's threat, Shun Wan's face paled. She was most afraid of being tickled and couldn't help but beg for mercy. Okay, Ro, please spare me. I'm really fine. Let's go back quickly. After saying that, Shun Wan ran towards the teacher's apartment not far away, hoping that she could escape Su Ro's clutches if she was quick enough. Well, Shun Wan, you've gotten bolder now, huh? You actually dare to run away? Just wait till I catch you today and see how I deal with you. Su Ro took off after her. Shin Wan's plan was that as long as she ran fast enough to get back to the apartment first, lock herself in her room, and refuse to let Su Ro open the door, she could get through today. As for tomorrow, she'd deal with that tomorrow. At this moment, she felt even more regretful. How could she have been so blinded by greed and agreed to apply for a classroom apartment with Su Ro? Initially, both she and Su Ro were single female teachers, and theoretically, each could apply for a single teacher's apartment of about 60 square meters. However, since they were best friends, they discussed it and decided that since each person could have 60 square meters, wouldn't it be better for them to apply for a larger teacher's apartment together? This way, they would have more living space and wouldn't be lonely, and living together would give them company. The two beautiful women's applications were approved without any problems, and they got a 106 square meter apartment with 2 bedrooms, which perfectly met all their requirements. But now Shunwan deeply regrets her decision back then. Who could have imagined that things would change so quickly? What changes? The change is that she actually got married today, without any warning. she was suddenly told that she had obtained her marriage certificate and was already married. This is not a scam text message, nor is it a new type of fraud. It is a real event that actually happened. The full name should be National Big Data-Driven Forced Marriage Matching Policy. That's right, Shenwan was forced into a match. Here we need to discuss the current situation of the Great Xia dynasty. The total population of the Great Xia dynasty is over 1.4 billion, of which over 1 billion are women and only 400 million are men. A society with far more women than men. A severe gender imbalance in the population. In addition, with people's mind becoming more open and living conditions getting better and better, many people do not date or get married, which has even become a trend. The consequence of not dating or getting married is a sharp decline in population, and more importantly, the birth rate of newborns has repeatedly hit record lows. If this continues, the population will soon plummet below the national population safety threshold. How can this be allowed? Population is a matter of fundamental importance to a nation. Therefore, the government decisively introduced relevant policies to intervene forcefully. Following this, the National Big Data-Driven Forced Marriage Matching System was officially launched. The policy stipulates that anyone who turns 20, regardless of gender, will automatically be entered into the National Big Data Mandatory Marriage Matching System for matching. Once a match is found, the couple will be automatically linked and married on the spot, whether you agree or not, and without needing to submit any documents for registration. Your electronic marriage certificate will be produced simultaneously upon successful matching, and the paper marriage certificate will be mailed free of charge, arriving the next day. Such marital relationships are strictly protected by the state. Policy stipulates that couples who are forced into marriage are not allowed to divorce within 5 years of marriage. Of course, in order to reflect human nature, everyone has a certain degree of choice in the national mandatory marriage matching mechanism. The most straightforward way is for you to find someone who is compatible with you and willing to get married and register your marriage. This will directly trigger the big data marriage matching mechanism to terminate your marriage. Additionally, if you don't have a compatible partner willing to marry you, or if you want the government to force you into a relationship, you still have some choice. Once the forced matching process is activated, it runs for 5 consecutive days, once a day. Each time, you'll be matched with 10 potential partners. You can choose your favorite from these 10 each day. The forced matching ends once both parties have simultaneously chosen each other as their preferred partner. Of course, if you don't find a suitable partner for 5 consecutive days, then congratulations. After 5 days, it's all up to fate. The government will then use big data to match you with a partner. Chapter 2: Forced Marriage. Actually, Shenwan had been wondering about one thing all day. Wasn't it supposed to send a text message to the person in question when big data started to force matching with potential partners? Why didn't I receive a text message notification to start matching? Or did I accidentally delete the message? Shenwan was also puzzled by this. Anyway, the first thing she received when she opened her eyes this morning was a text message from the National Marriage Registration Center saying that she had successfully matched with a man through the big data marriage matching system, and the two had now completed their registration and gotten married. Shenwan's mind was about to explode after seeing this text message. Unbelievable! How could I have gotten married without knowing anything about it? What happened to the 5-day selection period after matchmaking started? Why don't you let me choose for myself? When Shenwan saw the information about the man on her electronic marriage certificate, she completely broke down. Male, Xia Tian. Female, Shenwan. Age, 20. Age, 25. From this day forward, the two parties are legally married, and this certificate is hereby issued. When Shenwan saw the name Xia Tian, her mind went blank. Could it be such a coincidence? Fortunately, the electronic marriage certificate thoughtfully included detailed information and recent photos of both parties. Shenwan prayed as she looked down. Xia Tian, male, 20 years old, a freshman in the finance class, one of the School of Economics and Management at Tsinghua University, plus a recent handsome photo of him. Shenwan was stunned for a long time, completely finished. The last bit of hope in her heart was also completely shattered. I wanted to cry, but couldn't. Let's look at the woman's specific information. Shenwan, female, 25 years old, is a counselor for the first year of finance class 1 at the School of Economics and Management, Tsinghua University. The same recent work photo is shown. The other person is her student, and she is the other person's teacher. Is she being forced into a forced marriage like this? Even now, Shenwan still can't accept it. How could big data match her with her own student for marriage? Although they only briefly met on their first day of registration yesterday, Shunwan was quite impressed with a boy named Xiatian. Of course, his handsome appearance wasn't the main point. Shunwan wasn't the type of girl who cared excessively about her partner's looks. Rather, it was his mature and steady personality and his composure and confidence when facing her that left a lasting impression on Shunwan. Because, except in the summer, all the male students and their parents in my class seem to feel inexplicably nervous when they are around me. They avoid eye contact, their eyes dart around, and they even stammer and speak incoherently. It's not surprising that the boys and their parents reacted this way. After all, Shunwan is an exceptionally beautiful woman, pure and elegant, like a fairy descended from heaven. It's perfectly normal for ordinary people to have this reaction when they see her. Therefore, Xiatian's exceptionally confident and composed demeanor gave Shunwan a refreshing feeling. But now, Shunwan is very conflicted and helpless. Why is she forced to marry this person? As Shunwan ran ahead and Su Ro chased after her, with the teacher's apartment just around the corner, Shunwan realized that once she turned the corner and entered the elevator, she wouldn't have to worry about Su Ro catching her anymore. The corners of Shunwan's mouth couldn't help but start to turn up. Suddenly, a Ferrari sports car sped towards them, followed by several other luxury cars. Upon seeing them, the Ferrari quickly stopped a short distance away, and a handsome young man stepped out, holding a bouquet of flowers. Seeing this man appear, Shunwan Wei frowned almost imperceptibly, and her running figure stopped abruptly. Su Ro, who had been chasing behind, saw Shunwan slow down. She ran a few steps and quickly caught up with Shunwan, unable to contain her joy as she shouted, "Haha, little Wanner, let me tell you, you're finished. Let's see where you can run to today. You better behave yourself." Before Su Ro could finish speaking, she suddenly sensed something was wrong with Shunwan's reaction. Looking up, she saw a young man standing not far away, holding flowers and looking at her with deep affection. Lin Kitchen. Su Ro recognized him. "Is he here to pursue you again?" Although it was a question, her tone was certain. "You've been so distracted all day. It's not because of this guy, is it?" Su Ro asked Shunwan softly. Shunwan shook her head without answering, her gaze turning somewhat complicated as she looked at the young man, holding a bouquet of flowers, now wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and appearing rather refined. Lin Kitchen, the second son of the Lin Group, was once a good-for-nothing playboy. After Lin Kitchen saw Shunwan once at a University Enterprise Cooperation Conference organized by Tsinghua University, he was immediately amazed by her beauty. He had never seen such a pure and elegant woman, like a fairy, and he fell in love with Shunwan at first sight. After that, he launched his most intense pursuit of Shunwan, determined not to give up until he won her over. Faced with the pursuit of this good-for-nothing playboy, Shunwan refused him without hesitation. Her requirements for her other half were that he absolutely could not be a good-for-nothing, and secondly, he could not be a scumbag. These were the most basic requirements, and it was clear that Lin Kitchen could not meet either of these criteria. Faced with Shunwan's stern rejection, Lin Kitchen seemed to have fallen in love this time. In order to pursue Shunwan, he not only changed his previous idleness and picked up books, but he also stopped going to the entertainment venues he used to frequent almost every day. Everyone thought it was just Lin Kitchen faking it, a performance to pursue Shunwan, and that she would soon reveal her true colors. After all, everyone believed that a leopard can't change its spots. What's truly astonishing is that Lin Kitchen kept up this act for over 3 years, from Shunwan's senior year of college to her graduation with a master's degree and subsequent teaching position at the university. During those 3 years, Lin Kitchen actually managed to stay on, studying every day and never once going to an entertainment venue. He came here full of confidence today because he felt that he should now meet Shunwan's requirements for a partner. Through 3 years of studying day and night, his temperament had become noticeably more refined. He believed that his knowledge was now strong enough and that he should be worthy of Shunwan now. Thinking that the notes he had taken while reading over the past 3 years had filled 3 huge bookshelves, Lin Kitchen felt even more confident. Besides, he had long since given up his habit of going to entertainment venues and indulging in debauchery. Now he is very devoted. Apart from a wife arranged for him by his family when he was 20, his love life is very clean. Chapter 3. My wife is a stunning counselor. In Daxia, there are far more women than men. Even if all adult men were to marry, many women would still remain single each year. Therefore, The government has reintroduced a policy allowing polygamy and even encourages successful men to marry multiple wives and have more children. Of course, to enjoy all of this, you have to be an excellent man. How do you judge whether you are an excellent man? It's simple: money. Marrying your first wife is free. The government will match you with one for free. However, if you want to marry a second wife, you'll need to pay a happiness fund of 1 million yuan. To marry a third wife, you'll need to pay 2 million yuan, a fourth 3 million yuan, and so on. If you can't afford to pay, then just stay home and live a good life with your original wife. This is why Lin Kitchen, who already has a wife, still dares to pursue Shen Wan. Even Shen Wan herself wouldn't bring this up, because it's permitted by the state. So even if the Lin family doesn't arrange it, the national big data-driven forced marriage matching system will force Lin Kitchen to marry. There's no one who can avoid it. Of course, if Shen Wan still minds, Lin Kitchen doesn't mind divorcing his current wife. In short, Lin Kitchen felt that he could accept any price to pay for Shen Wan. Behind Lin Kitchen, 6 or 7 more people got out of the luxury cars behind him. These were Lin Kitchen's relatives and friends who came to witness him winning the heart of his beauty. Lin Kitchen took a deep breath, silently encouraging himself. Looking at the person he had longed for day and night, he gazed at her with deep affection. He took a diamond ring from the pocket of his custom-made suit, stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and spoke in what he believed to be the most affectionate, gentle, and sincere tone. Vanya, in the past 3 years, I have picked up books and read no less than 1,000 books of various kinds. My notes have filled 3 huge bookshelves. In addition, I have thrown away all my membership cards for entertainment venues. In the past 3 years, I have not been to any entertainment venue even once. Thank God I met you, which freed me from my previous decadent life of pursuing low-level pleasures. Since meeting you, I feel like I've been reborn. I have a regular and healthy lifestyle, and now I love reading, learning, and exercising. After saying all this, what I want to express is that I am willing to change myself for you, and I'm willing to give up everything I have now for you. But I cannot live without you. Warner, I love you. Marry me. Will you be my wife? I swear, I will cherish and protect you with my whole life. Say yes. Say yes. The cheers of 6 or 7 relatives and friends rang out from behind. They were so excited. This scene was truly touching, a testament to the saying a prodigal son's return is more precious than gold. Lin Kitchen had transformed from a good-for-nothing playboy into the ambitious and promising young man he was today. These relatives and friends witnessed the whole process firsthand. While marveling at the immense power of love, they were also sincerely grateful to Shen Wan for bringing about such a change in Lin Kitchen. As relatives and friends, they are very happy to see Lin Kitchen finally take this step today, and they unconditionally support him. Lin Kitchen looked at Shen Wan with deep affection and expectation. Everyone quieted down and waited for Shen Wan to make a decision. Even Su Ro, her best friend, did not speak, not wanting to influence Shen Wan's decision. Because Lin Kitchen is indeed a very high-quality man now. He is handsome, a rich second generation, and has also changed his bad habits of being an idle playboy. At present, he does seem to be a very good marriage partner. Shen Wan remained calm, revealing nothing of her inner thoughts. No way! A loud shout rang out, and a very young and handsome figure suddenly appeared. He was looking at Lin Kitchen with great displeasure, wishing he could beat him up. This sound startled everyone present. Then, as if realizing something, Shen Wan's expression changed drastically, and she nervously turned around to look in the direction from which the sound came. When Shen Wan suddenly heard this voice refusing on her behalf, she froze, feeling a sense of dread. She slowly turned around, praying in her heart that it wouldn't be as she imagined, otherwise she would die on the spot. What's meant to be will be. If it's meant to be, you can't escape it. Comforting herself with this thought, Shen Wan finally turned around, only to see the same young and handsome face as on the ID card. However, the handsome face was now very dark, indicating that the owner must be very angry. Seeing the other person like this, Shen Wan's heart skipped a beat. Lin Kitchen's confession hadn't affected her emotions at all, but the sudden appearance of this young man in a fit of anger made Shen Wan somewhat worried and afraid. What I feared most has come to pass. The person in front of her was none other than Xia Tian, whom Shen Wan had been secretly praying would never appear, and who is also her current legal husband. Imagine being confessed to by another man, and your husband just happens to see it. It's absolutely infuriating. Suro turned around and looked at the young and handsome face. It seemed familiar, and she remembered, oh, she had seen him yesterday when she registered. He was a freshman this year. He was probably in Wanner's class, right? After all, handsome guys and beautiful girls always leave a deeper impression. I admit you're handsome and sunny, but what's the use of you disagreeing? Is this yet another male student who falls for Xiao Wan at first sight? Su Ro shook her head, not optimistic about Xia Tian's appearance. Huh, kid, are you looking for death? Go back to where you came from. Don't delay my brother's proposal to his wife, or don't blame me for beating you up. Get lost. At this moment, one of the men in Lin Kitchen's group of friends, who looked a bit like a thug, shouted at Xia Tian. Lin Kitchen merely glared fiercely at Xia Tian. He didn't speak or move, remaining in his proposing pose. Left hand holding flowers, right hand holding the diamond ring, kneeling on one knee. Shen Wan was essentially his possession. Over 3 years of meticulous preparation were all for this day. He wouldn't allow anyone to ruin his carefully planned proposal. He had already confessed his feelings to Shen Wan, and she was about to accept his proposal. His long-cherished wish was about to come true, and he was about to win the heart of his beloved. But this guy ruined his proposal. Did he really think he was easy to bully after reforming himself? Shen Wan frowned slightly, not because of Xia Tian, but because of that hooligan-like young man in Lin Kitchen's group of friends and family who dared to insult Xia Tian, her husband. You've gone too far. A cold voice rang out for the first time in the room, and Shen Wan finally spoke. Did you hear that, kid? My sister-in-law said you went too far. Get lost. We're not as easy to talk to as my sister-in-law, said Lin Kitchen's group of relatives and friends. I'm not talking about him. It's that you guys have gone a bit too far. Lin Kitchen, keep an eye on your hooligan brothers. Shen Wan's voice was still clear and melodious, but at this moment it was devoid of any emotion and was icy cold. Huh? Volnad? I just love you too much. Maybe it was a little rushed today, but my love for you is as clear as day. My brother here meant no harm. This kid was just trying to scare the other person. Lin Kitchen panicked. He didn't want to leave a bad impression on Shen Wan, so he immediately tried to explain. But before he could finish, Shen Wan interrupted him. He's not here to cause trouble, and he certainly has the right to stop your farce. Besides, how dare you call her Wanner? You don't even understand the most basic respect. It seems you haven't improved much over the years. Shen Wan's cold and emotionless words left Lin Kitchen dumbfounded, while Xia Tian, on the other hand, regained her bright and sunny smile. Su Ro was stunned when she heard Shen Wan's words. There was so much information in those words that Su Ro's mind couldn't process it for a moment. Xiao, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, my legal husband, Xia Tian. This is my good friend, Su Ro. Although Shen Wan looked shy, she still introduced Xia Tian and Su Ro to each other. Chapter 4 Registration at Tsinghua University. Let's rewind to yesterday, which was the first day of registration at Tsinghua University. Looking at the solemn school gate before him, a gate imbued with a profound historical heritage, Xia Tian felt a mixture of excitement and anticipation. I did not hesitate to repeat the year for 2 years, and finally I stepped into this sacred place, the highest institution of learning that countless students and their parents regard as their dream. Before I could even reflect, I was so eager to get started that I immediately wanted to register, so I could activate my system as quickly as possible. 20 years. I've waited for this day, this moment, for a full 20 years. Who can understand the torment I've been going through? That's right, Xia Tian has a cheat system, and it's his favorite super-rich system. In fact, Xia Tian harbors an even bigger secret. He was originally a transmigrator, but he was a reincarnation. Compared to others, he only had the memories of his previous life on Earth. When he was 3 years old and started kindergarten, a super-rich system suddenly awakened in his mind. When he first found out, he was overjoyed. Am I finally going to rise up and become a super-rich male protagonist? However, reality soon shattered his joy. To use his godly rich system, he had to meet an activation condition. The activation condition is that the host must be admitted to Tsinghua University in the summer. According to the system, the new generation of super-rich individuals should be high-quality super-rich individuals with taste, knowledge, insight, and aspirations. If he, who has lived 2 lives, can't even get into Tsinghua University, then Xia Tian doesn't deserve to have the enviable life of a super-rich person. Seeing this activation condition, Xiaotian almost had a mental breakdown. Damn it, other people's systems start by letting the host show off and go wild. But this system requires me to get into Tsinghua University to activate it. Isn't this bullying? That means that under ideal circumstances, I would have to wait at least another 10 years before I could use this system. If things don't go as planned, I might never be able to activate or use this system in my lifetime. Because of Tsinghua University, damn, that's so hard to get into. This is the most crucial point. I have absolutely no confidence that I can pass the exam. System if I don't get into Tsinghua University, what will you do? Will you change the activation conditions? Xiaotian immediately asked the system cautiously. In that case, this system will automatically sever its binding relationship with the host. Hearing the system's answer, Xiaotian completely abandoned some unrealistic ideas in his mind. I wanted to cry, but couldn't. My heart is ashen. This feeling is so unbearable. I have a super rich system that can easily achieve financial freedom and let me show off and fly around. But now I'm being told that if I want to get all of this, I have to study hard and get into Tsinghua University first. Isn't this the same as marrying a stunningly beautiful woman and being eager to get intimate with her immediately, only to be told that you have to wait until you have a child before you can be intimate? Xiaotian also tried to reason with the system. System, look, I completely agree with what you said about becoming a high-quality tycoon with taste, knowledge, insight, and ambition. But you don't necessarily have to get into Tsinghua University to achieve all of this. If you give me the money now, I guarantee I can immediately meet all the requirements you mentioned. However, the system's response is always a cold and ruthless rejection. Damn it, what use is your system to me? I got into Tsinghua University, so does it really matter whether you're here or not? At least after graduating from Tsinghua, I won't do too badly, right? Summer was filled with impotent rage, wanting to escape the humiliation and pretend he didn't have this damn system. Having been reborn, he refused to believe that with his own abilities, he really couldn't make something of himself. These were just angry words uttered in a moment of resentment and emotional imbalance. Having lived a second life, he naturally understood the cruelty and importance of reality. But fortunately, the system didn't take it personally. Seeing that he couldn't change the system's activation conditions, he could only resign himself to his fate and start studying seriously. His goal, of course, was to get into Tsinghua University so that he could activate the godly rich system and achieve financial freedom. Getting into Tsinghua University is no easy feat. Although Xiaotian has lived 2 lives, she still feels a deep sense of despair and helplessness. The learning process can only be described as incredibly difficult. Fortunately, after repeating his senior year of high school for 2 consecutive years, he finally got into Tsinghua University. The moment the scores came out, Xiaotian almost cried. Not because she was excited to have been admitted to Tsinghua University, but because she was excited to have been admitted to Tsinghua University. Full of hope, he planned to activate his super-rich system as soon as he received his admission letter. However, the cold and ruthless system told him again that he could only activate the system after he had completed his registration at Tsinghua University. Although speechless, having waited 20 years for this summer, I don't care. It's just another 2 months or so, right? It doesn't matter at all. Although she was extremely anxious, Xiaotian pretended to be completely indifferent on the surface. Yesterday, everything was finally about to be unveiled. Xiaotian had already mentally prepared herself for the system to disappoint her again, such as waiting until the official start of classes. Fortunately, this time the system didn't cause any trouble and finally worked reliably. The moment Xiaotian completed his registration, the system activation notification sounded in his mind. Ding! The system has detected that the host has successfully registered at Tsinghua University and officially become a freshman. The activation conditions of this system have been met. The godly rich system is automatically activating. Please wait. Ding! Congratulations, host. This godly tycoon system has been successfully activated. Ding! It has been detected that the host has finally met the activation conditions of this system through unremitting efforts. The host is hereby rewarded with an activation gift pack, which includes an apartment building in the capital, a Bentley Mulsanne top-of-the-line sedan, a Lamborghini Veneno Roadster supercar, a Patek Philippe 6104 1 Starry Night Series watch, and 500 million yuan in cash. The relevant documents and property ownership certificate for the apartment building have been placed in room 2801 on the 28th floor of the apartment building. Please go there, check them. The top-of-the-line Bentley sedan and Lamborghini supercar are parked in the private parking lot downstairs in the apartment building. Please go there to pick them up. 500 million in cash has been legally transferred to the host's UnionPay card ending in 8888. Please check your account. Special note: all rewards and prizes granted by this system are obtained through legal and compliant means and pose no legal risk. Please use them with confidence. At this moment, all the excitement, exhilaration, and other emotions I felt could be summed up in one word: awesome. System, I love you, just like a loser loves a beautiful woman. At this moment, every pore of Xia Tian's body is bursting with excitement and joy, feeling relaxed and comfortable. After waiting for 20 years, the system has finally been activated today. Who can understand that kind of torment that you can see but can't touch? And it lasted for 20 years, which is simply the greatest torture a person can endure. Chapter 5 wants to go on a trip. After the initial euphoria, Xia Tian had completely calmed down. She had to thank her system again for this. It was its relentless torment over the past 20 years that had enabled her to develop such a strong mental fortitude, allowing her to remain composed and control her emotions effectively. Looking at the vibrant campus of Tsinghua University in the summer, he had to admit that he should be grateful to his super-rich system, because if it weren't for the conditions it set for him, he definitely wouldn't have been able to get into this top university in the Great Xia. On campus today, although it's registration day, for new students, you can still see students hurrying by carrying magnum opus like quantum mechanics, the Republic, and Feynman lectures on physics. On the green fields and basketball courts, figures are freely sweating, full of youthful energy. On the stone benches on the north bank of the Lotus Pond, someone is playing the guitar. Sometimes you have to admit that the environment has a significant impact on a person, and this is precisely where a group of outstanding people gather. Ding! It has been detected that the host will be turning 20 years old tomorrow. Your personal information will be included in the National Big Data System for forced marriage matching. In order for the host to have a happy and fulfilling marriage in the future, this godly rich system will forcibly match the host with a virtuous and talented woman with a comprehensive score of over 90 points as a wife. Note: after the host gets married, this godly rich system will provide the host with a living allowance every week, with a standard of 10 million yuan per wife per week, with no upper limit. Note: the system will cover all the happiness fund contributions required for the host to marry multiple wives. The system notification sound in his mind again completely disrupted Xia Tian's thoughts. After carefully listening to the system's notification, Xia Tian couldn't help but show a strange expression. He was, of course, aware of the government's national big data-driven forced marriage matching system. In his understanding, it was like the government providing wives for free. In this parallel world, the men of Great Xia were far too fortunate because of their small numbers. Not only did the government provide wives for free, but you could even marry multiple wives once you had the means, as polygamy was protected by law. The system's notification revealed several important pieces of information. First, their system seems quite powerful. It can even influence the results of mandatory marriage matching based on national big data. Secondly, the system can forcibly match you with a woman whose overall score is above 90 for marriage. Third, after I get married, the system will give me a living allowance every week, 10 million yuan a week for each wife. Fourth, you can marry multiple wives, and the happiness fund required for marrying multiple wives will be paid by the system. Why does this system of mine sound so much like a mother hen's man? First, it motivates me to get into the best university, then it picks out what it considers the most satisfactory wife for me. It even encourages and induces me to marry multiple wives, each with a weekly allowance of 10 million yuan. If I succumb to the temptation and marry 10 or 8 wives, wouldn't I be able to earn a small fortune every week? Doing absolutely nothing, I could earn 5.2 billion yuan a year. Even a listed company wouldn't make that much, right? Summer thought about it more and more and realized that this made sense. Her expression became increasingly strange. How could her life be controlled and dictated by a tiny system? Yes, you gave a bit too much. System, shameless. Is that a bit too much? You call a building, 2 luxury cars, a luxury watch, plus 500 million in cash a bit too much. Okay, I admit it's a lot, a huge amount. System, it really is a lot. But I'm not happy. System, what? You're not happy? You're unhappy because I matched you with a beauty who's over 90 points as a wife. You're unhappy because I let you marry several beauties like that. So tell me, What are you planning to do after you get rich? Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Aren't you still planning to show off and pick up girls? Or are you planning to be a jerk, using girls, and then not taking responsibility? No, I'm not that kind of person. Since system, then it's settled, isn't it? Anyway, you'll take responsibility for that girl. I'm just bringing things forward, reversing the roles. After you're married, you can do whatever you want. What are you resisting for? After a fierce internal struggle between himself and the system, Xia Tian was completely defeated. Damn, I've been completely controlled by a system. But if possible, I'd like to get to know him better before considering marriage. Marriage isn't as simple as dating, and besides, he's only 20. Getting married at 20 is way too early, isn't it? System, isn't there even the slightest room for negotiation? Xia Tian still wanted to try one more time. Ding, warning to the host. Abiding by the law is the duty of every citizen. Please be a law-abiding citizen. Marriage for men over 20 is a fundamental national policy and cannot be changed. The system's reply made Xia Tian sigh. It was indeed the same familiar feeling, principled and firm in its stance. Fine, I'll just pretend I never asked. Since that's the case, Xia Tian decided to seize the time to experience the joy of being a super rich person. Everyone else is saying that if they don't go crazy now, they'll be too old, but for her, if she doesn't go crazy now, she'll be married. System, if I find a girl I like today and we get together, can I cancel the forced matching? Xia Tian suddenly realized that the national forced marriage matching system has an automatic termination mechanism. As long as he gets married before the forced matching, it should be fine. Ding, okay, as long as the woman's overall score is over 90 and she has no bad habits, the system replied. Summer was very satisfied with the system's answer. She felt a sense of triumph. Xia Tian was full of anticipation, so he went straight to a 5-star hotel not far from the school and booked a presidential suite. Unfortunately, he didn't encounter any hotel goddesses. The most beautiful girl he met in the hotel only scored 70 points according to the system scan. Summer got really into it. He refused to believe that with all the money he had now, he couldn't find a beautiful woman who scored over 90 points. Next, the places where the protagonist in a fantasy novel often encounters beautiful women. Luxury real estate sales offices, luxury car dealerships, banks, luxury department stores, upscale office buildings. Summer visited all the places, but unfortunately, he didn't get anything. He met many women, but they either weren't good-looking enough or didn't meet his moral standards. It wasn't that he didn't meet the system's requirements, but Summer couldn't get them. It turns out that Summer is simply not my style for picking up girls. Still not giving up, Xia Tian went to a place frequented by beautiful women in those rich novels. A bar. Don't those rich male protagonists often have a one-night stand with stunning beauties in bars, only to wake up the next day to find out that the other woman was a virgin? Chapter 6. I actually married my goddess counselor. Unfortunately, Summer ended in nothing. There were indeed quite a few beautiful women in the bar, especially at night when the dim lighting made them all look very pretty. There were even quite a few women who took the initiative to flirt with Xia Tian. Unfortunately, many of the beautiful women I liked in the summer were already in relationships, and many of the girls who approached me without partners were found to have gynecological diseases after systematic testing. After cursing a couple of times, Xia Tian left the bar alone, still feeling resentful. Forget it, I might as well give up. I'm such a waste. With so much money, I'm better than at least 90% of young people, right? But after a whole day of just drifting around, I haven't even managed to get a single woman who meets the system's requirements. Sigh. Luckily, I still have my lovely system. At this moment, Xia Tian was actually somewhat grateful that he possessed a powerful system. Otherwise, on his own, he probably wouldn't have been able to pick up girls. That night, Xia Tian ended up sleeping alone in the 5-star presidential suite, feeling depressed. Ding! The National Big Data Marriage System has detected that it is forcibly matching the host with a spouse. System intervention is underway. Ding! System intervention successful. Ding! The system has successfully matched the host with a virtuous and talented woman whose overall score is above 90 as a spouse. Matching in progress. Ding! Match successful. Ding! Electronic marriage certificate being processed. Ding! Your electronic marriage certificate has been completed. Ding! Female information. Shun Wan, female, 25 years old, graduated with a master's degree from Tsinghua University, currently a counselor for the first-year finance class 1 at the School of Economics and Management, Tsinghua University. Includes a recent work photo of her, JPG. Summer stood there dumbfounded, watching the system notifications in her mind, and watched in disbelief as she completed her marriage registration, thus changing from single to married. He got married. A text message notification sounded on Xia Tian's phone. He picked it up and looked at it. The National Big Data Forced Marriage Matching System reminds you. Congratulations on successfully finding your life partner. Your match spouse is Shun Wan, 25 years old, with a master's degree, currently an intern counselor at Tsinghua University. Your electronic marriage certificate has been automatically generated. The paper version of the marriage certificate will be delivered to Tsinghua University by Postal Express before 5 p.m. tomorrow. Please check your mail. A final friendly reminder. Marriage is not easy. Cherish each other. Wishing you a long and happy marriage and many children. National Marriage Registration Center. Satisfactory service, highly trusted. I was woken up by a series of system notifications, and then I saw the official notification on my phone that I was married. Since I already knew I would be forced to match today, I was initially quite calm. To his surprise, he was already matched after only starting the matchmaking process. Wasn't there supposed to be a 5-day matchmaking period? How come he was matched so quickly? Was his matchmaking speed really that fast? And what's even more shocking is the gurgling sound. Xia Tian swallowed hard, looking at the information on his phone and in his mental system. The woman, his legal wife, was Shun Wan, the counselor of Class 1, Finance, a freshman at Tsinghua University School of Economics and Management. If I remember correctly, I am a freshman in the finance class 1 of the School of Economics and Management at Tsinghua University, right? Holy crap. System, are you up to something? How could someone possibly marry their own academic advisor? Although Xia Tian was focused on the system yesterday, he still had a deep impression of the beautiful and elegant counselor who looked like a fairy descending to earth when he reported for duty. But now he's being told that the goddess who amazed him has actually become his wife right before his eyes. Thanks to the system's manipulations, Xia Tian subconsciously opened their electronic marriage certificate and checked it again, still somewhat incredulous. Male, Xia Tian. Female, Shun Wan. Age, 20. Age, 25. From this day forward, the two parties are legally married, and this certificate is hereby issued. The couple's wedding photo was created using AI. The man is handsome, and the woman looks like a fairy. How can they be so beautiful? They're a perfect match. They're absolutely a perfect match. Looking at their wedding photo in the summer, I felt so happy my heart was practically bubbling with joy. Feeling dizzy, he took a shower and then realized that he wasn't dreaming and that it was all real. Instantly, I felt like I'd been injected with adrenaline, getting more and more excited the more I thought about it. Teacher-student relationship. What an alluring phrase, and now it was actually happening to me. And with such a stunningly beautiful goddess-like teacher at that. Ding! It has been detected that the host has obtained a marriage certificate and is married. This week's living expenses will now be distributed. Number of wives. 1. The living expenses to be distributed are 10 million yuan. The money has been successfully transferred to the host's Union Pay account ending in 8888. Please check your account. Immediately afterwards, a text message notification appeared on my phone showing that the money had been credited to my account. With immense excitement, Xia Tian immediately checked out of the hotel and headed straight for the school. But upon arriving at the school and seeing so many people surrounding Shun Wan, Xia Tian felt too embarrassed to approach her. He decided to wait until she finished get off work before discussing personal matters. Disturbing his wife's work now seemed inappropriate. Besides, this was a school, and their relationship was that of teacher and student, which was somewhat awkward. Although being forced into marriage was understandable, it was still important to be mindful of the impact. By the way, you can add them as a friend first. Without hesitation, Xia Tian took out her phone and added Shun Wan's contact information, which had already been sent to her by the marriage matching system. However, seeing that the other party was still busy, they probably wouldn't have time to add me for a while. Summer stopped waiting idly here. He still had many things to take care of today. First, go to the dormitory, register, and check in. Suddenly, Xia Tian realized that her current situation was a bit special. The school stipulates that freshmen are not allowed to live off campus and are generally only allowed to live in the school's dormitories. However, the neighborhood committee also has requirements. Those who are forced to match and get married must live together. The government will even provide low-rent housing for those who do not have a house temporarily, costing only 500 yuan a month. I don't know what to do in my current situation. Normally, freshmen are usually 18 years old, but Xia Tian repeated his senior year of high school for 2 years before finally getting into college. So Xia Tian's situation is a bit special now. Should we follow the school's rules or obey the neighborhood committee's demands? That is the question. Chapter 7, 3 Roommates. When Xia Tian arrived at his dormitory, he was somewhat surprised to see that his 3 roommates were all handsome men, only slightly less so than him. Judging from the fact that the luggage they were carrying hadn't been completely put down yet, the 4 of them had just arrived at the dormitory, probably one after the other. So none of them came to check in early yesterday. They all came today. We exchanged brief greetings, but since we weren't very familiar with each other, we seemed a little awkward with each other. The 3 people in the dormitory are Yi Chun, a handsome guy from Sichuan, Lin Fan, a handsome guy from Beijing, and Su Hao, a handsome guy from Jiangdong. Each bed had a name tag on it. Xia Tian went to her bed to make it. She had just gotten the bedding from the dorm manager. Seeing that Xia Tian hadn't brought any luggage, a flicker of doubt crossed Lin Fan's eyes, but he didn't ask. Seeing the arrival of Xia Tian, the last member of their dormitory, Yi Chun, Lin Fan, and Su Hao were far more shocked than Xia Tian herself, because this guy is even more handsome than them. Is there any justice in this world? After the 3 of them met, they were surprised that there were actually people as handsome as themselves. Fortunately, the other 2 had only caught up with their good looks. Although they did not surpass the other 2 in terms of appearance, they were about the same. Their good looks are what they've always been most proud of, giving them an advantage and boosting their confidence compared to others. The fact that there was someone who could rival them in looks left the 3 of them feeling incredibly disappointed. But don't worry, there's still one person in the dorm who hasn't arrived yet. Statistically speaking, with 3 handsome guys already in our dorm, the 4th person can't possibly be just as handsome as them. Otherwise, it's not logical at all. Unfortunately, the appearance of Xia Tian made the 3 of them emo. The other party was not a handsome guy as handsome as them, but a handsome guy who was even more handsome than them. No, I admit that Xia Tian is a tiny bit more handsome than me in terms of looks, but in other aspects, I have to outdo all 3 of them. The competitive spirit of Yi Chun and the other 2 boys inexplicably emerged at this moment. Yi Chun took out his Alienware laptop and invited the group. Hey guys, want to play some games? Want to have a match? His invitation to play games was a pretense. His real intention was to show off his latest Alienware laptop equipped with a 4090 graphics card. The entire setup wasn't expensive, costing just over 100,000 yuan. He also intentionally or unintentionally displayed the Cartier watch on his wrist. I don't have a computer yet. You guys play, Xia Tian replied without looking up as he made his bed. He hadn't brought anything with him, including a computer. I'll let it go. Now is my time to read and study. Lin Fan said, raising his wrist to check the time on a Vacheron Constantin watch. It's already 11 o'clock. I've wasted enough time today. This Vacheron Constantin was a reward from his older sister after he was admitted to Tsinghua University, and it was worth more than 200,000 yuan. Lin Fan had clearly seen through Yi Chen's motive of showing off his wealth, but he had completely outmaneuvered him. He subtly displayed his own formidable financial resources. When Yi Chen saw the Vacheron Constantin watch on Lin Fan's arm, his expression turned somewhat unpleasant. He had originally intended to disguise himself, but unexpectedly, he had inadvertently given Lin Fan the opportunity. Lin Fan, you're really hardworking. You're even studying today during registration. Su Hao chimed in from the other side. But Yi Chen, I can't play games with you. I have to go see my girlfriend later. As he spoke, Su Hao also raised his wrist. I made plans to have dinner with my girlfriend, and I have to pick her up from the girls' dormitory soon. On his wrist was a Richard Mille watch, also worth over 200,000 yuan. But this one was 290,000 yuan, 80,000 yuan more expensive than Lin Fan's 210,000 yuan Vacheron Constantin. As he spoke, he deliberately glanced at Lin Fan. Su Hao is clearly a master of showing off. This time, he not only showed off that his watch was the most expensive and valuable, but also revealed that he already has a girlfriend, and that his girlfriend is also from Shuimu. Showing off, Su Hao blatantly began to boast about having a girlfriend, all while wearing a smug expression. Now, it was Lin Fan's turn to look unhappy. Yi Chen, standing beside him, hid his wrist behind the computer, his expression even worse. On his wrist was a Cartier watch worth over 100,000 yuan. Although he hit it quickly, Su Hao and Lin Fan had already noticed the Cartier watch he was wearing. All three came from wealthy families and were discerning individuals who could immediately tell the price range of each other's watches, a fact they all tacitly acknowledged. Summer was completely oblivious to the boasting of the other three in the dorm. He was still bent over laying out his sheets and blankets. After their unspoken comparison, the three had basically concluded that Xia Tian was just an ordinary person. He possessed nothing of value. Not to mention a luxury watch, his wrist was completely bare. Actually, Xia Tian had put his 12 million yuan Patek Philippe Starry Night watch in his pocket because he was worried about getting it wet while washing his hands in the restroom. It wasn't that he was intentionally hiding it or trying to be low-key. He simply hadn't worn a watch before and had forgotten to put it back on. Shaw, what good is being handsome? This society always values strength, especially economic strength. Unconsciously, Yi Chun and his two companions looked at Xia Tian with renewed confidence. The confidence they had lost earlier due to their less-than-ideal appearance had returned. Wow, Su Hao, you already have a girlfriend after only one semester? Did you date her in high school? You even got into Tsinghua University together. I'm so envious. Xia Tian saw his three roommates chatting with each other and assumed they were just casually getting to know each other. Of course, he was happy to join in and get along with his roommates. No, that's not it. My girlfriend is a sophomore at our school. It was arranged by our families. Our families are old friends. My girlfriend is about to turn 20 after the new year, so our families arranged the engagement. After all, we know each other very well. Oh, by the way, let me tell you something. My girlfriend is the school beauty queen. I'll introduce you to her later. Just be a little sweet-talking and call her sister-in-law a couple of times, and I'll be able to get her to introduce you to a prettier girlfriend. Su Hao was clearly very proud of having a school beauty queen girlfriend, and it was certain that his girlfriend was really beautiful. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so confident. Chapter 8. My roommates are no ordinary people. With Xia Tian's help, Su Hao showed off his girlfriend again. This made Lin Fan and Yi Chun even more annoyed. They secretly thought to themselves, what's so great about him? So what if he has a pretty girlfriend introduced by his family? And she's even older than him. What's there to be proud of? It's his skill to pursue a pretty girlfriend himself. Just wait until school starts. I'll pursue a pretty girlfriend in the same grade. Humph. Let's see what he's so smug about then. Really? You're so lucky to have a school beauty as a girlfriend. I'm so envious. Xia Tian said, flattering the other person, but he wasn't envious at all. After all, his wife was Shen Wan, the school's goddess teacher. He didn't even need to see what the other person's girlfriend looked like to be certain that she couldn't compare to his wife in terms of appearance. After all, he had never seen a more beautiful woman than Shen Wan in his entire life. However, he didn't plan to tell his roommates that his wife was a goddess-like teacher. He wasn't one to show off. Besides, his teacher-student relationship with Shen Wan made him a little embarrassed to introduce her to others. But you've got the form of a dress wrong. I repeated my senior year of high school for 2 years, so I'm already 20 years old this year. I bet none of you are older than me, right? So you should call me sister-in-law, Xia Tian said after jumping off the bed. Xia Tian's statement makes sense. In general, the order of seniority in a dormitory is based on everyone's age. Since he repeated a year of high school, he is naturally the oldest person in the dormitory. By that logic, wouldn't he be the leader of the dorm? Besides, with all the support the system has given him, he's more than qualified to be the eldest brother. You repeated a year of high school for 2 years? Yi Chun asked in surprise, and Lin Fan and Su Hao also looked astonished. Yeah, I worked so hard for 3 years to get into Tsinghua University. Xia Tian sighed as she recalled her hellish senior year of high school, which lasted for 3 whole years. Xia Tian had no intention of hiding the fact that she had repeated a year of high school twice, so she took the initiative to tell him. Xia Tian didn't think much of it. It was just repeating her senior year of high school for 2 years, nothing serious. Besides, the reason she was so determined to get into Tsinghua University was entirely to activate the godly rich system. Thinking about everything she had gained now, it was all incredibly worthwhile. Meanwhile, Yi Chun, Lin Fan, and Su Hao exchanged glances, their eyes showing even more disdain for Xia Tian. While Tsinghua University was difficult for ordinary people to get into, it was nothing special for true elites. The fact that someone had to repeat a year of high school twice to get into Tsinghua University instantly made them feel incredibly superior. Hey, you guys should all state your ages, so we can make a ranking of the oldest and second oldest in our dorm, Xia Tian continued. picking up where they left off. He felt that his three roommates were all pretty good, not as difficult to get along with as they seemed at first. When they first came in, they all seemed quite aloof, but after chatting for a while, he felt that they were all right and he could be friends with them in the future. Although Xia Tian has lived two lives, he has always been a child from an ordinary family. Although he now has a very wealthy family background due to the system's rewards, it has only been less than a day since he acquired all of this and transformed into a rich man. Therefore, Xia Tian's knowledge and way of thinking still need improvement. The other three in the dormitory, Yi Chun, Lin Fan, and Su Hao, were born into wealthy families and received elite education from an early age. With their family background and influence, they are far more mature and meticulous than their peers in terms of knowledge, observation, and interpersonal skills. So although Xia Tian is older than the other three, he is actually more innocent in his mind. Su Hao glanced at Xia Tian and said with a smile, "Hee, it's fine to be ranked first or second, but let's not follow the conventional age order. After all, ambition knows no age. I think the eldest should be responsible and contribute more. So I'll provide a refrigerator for our dorm, and I'll also cover all the snacks and drinks in the dorm, as well as the utilities. Is being the eldest all right?" Su Hao immediately rejected Xia Tian's suggestion to rank people by age. He had always been the eldest brother in their small circle since childhood and was not used to calling others boss. That's right, but I think a leader needs to be responsible, courageous, and resourceful. Otherwise, wouldn't it just be reckless courage? Although the college entrance exam results are just past results, they can still reflect one's intelligence to a certain extent. It would be more reasonable for us to rank them according to that. Lin Fan first agreed with Su Hao's idea of not ranking them by age, but then rejected his suggestion that he could become the leader by paying a little money, as if anyone was short of money. Similarly, Lin Fan grew up surrounded by the flattery and praise of his underlings. Although he was only a platoon leader in the dormitory, he never had the habit of being someone's underling. Lin Fan ranked the students based on their college entrance examination scores because he was confident that his scores were the highest in the dormitory. He had already checked and found that among the freshmen of this year, apart from those admitted through special programs, his scores were among the best. Hey, you can't rank people like that. Judging by age is unreasonable, and judging by college entrance exam scores is meaningless. Nobody's stupid enough to get into Tsinghua University. I can handle the fridge, drinks, and snacks too. Yi Chun immediately rejected the suggestions of the previous three people. To succeed in university, you need to have comprehensive abilities. Doesn't the school advocate for well-rounded qualities? If we're going to compare, let's compare other aspects: basketball, football, badminton, martial arts, guitar, piano, even games. Anything is fine. Yi Chun also immediately rejected the suggestions of the previous three people and proposed a new method. He was quite confident in this aspect. Similarly, Yi Chun wasn't used to calling others boss. He was only used to having underlings. To woo girls, he dabbled in all sorts of things and was quite good at them all. He also realized that Lin Fan and Su Hao were his biggest competitors in his dorm. Neither of them were ordinary people like himself. On the contrary, ordinary people like Xia Tian were the easiest to deal with and not a threat. The four people proposed 4 different sorting methods, leaving Xia Tian completely bewildered. He was simple-minded, not stupid, but he finally understood that these 3 guys weren't ordinary people. They were probably rich kids or something. They were even showing off by arranging the dorm room by age. Then let's forget about it and not queue up. Let's not let such a small thing ruin our harmony, Xia Tian said calmly. Shake the dick of his invitation. Ultimately, the boys in dormitory 1818 unanimously agreed to stop ranking students by seniority. Summer didn't stay in the dormitory for too long. She made an excuse to go buy some daily necessities and prepare to leave alone. But Su Hao happened to speak up at that moment, saying he wanted to go out together, so Xia Tian had no choice but to go with him. Summer, don't rush to buy anything. Didn't I say I'd introduce you to my girlfriend? There's no time like the present. Let's do it today. I'll treat you to lunch. After leaving the dormitory building, Su Hao hadn't forgotten about introducing his girlfriend to Summer and said to her, you going on a date with your girlfriend and you want me to come along? Xia Tian was completely confused by Su Hao. What kind of logic was that? It's okay, we're all classmates, I don't mind. Su Hao thought Xia Tian was just embarrassed to go. I mind if you two go on a date and I stand by and watch you two show off your love? I don't have that kind of hobby. You can introduce your girlfriend to me another day. I have things to do today, so I'll be leaving now. Xiaotian didn't know what his purpose was, but he had a lot of things to do today and didn't have time to waste with him. After saying that, Xiaotian wanted to leave and headed towards the school gate alone. Hey, Xiaotian, wait a minute, I haven't finished speaking yet. My girlfriend will be bringing her roommates too. Su Hao quickly grabbed Xiaotian, who was about to leave, and continued. Why do you two bring your own roommates on your dates? Xiaotian was genuinely confused by Su Hao's words. Ahem, well, my girlfriend's roommate hasn't met me yet, so she insisted on coming along. My girlfriend couldn't refuse, so that's how it is. Su Hao gave Xiaotian an explanation. That's fine too. It's understandable for you to meet your girlfriend's best friend, but what would it look like if I went along? Xiaotian was speechless. Ahem, well, my girlfriend and I haven't seen each other for half a month. I don't want anyone to disturb our date. Besides, I prepared a lot of shows and surprises for her today. I didn't expect her roommate to be so inconsiderate and insist on coming along. But since it's a surprise, I can't say it outright, you know what I mean? Su Hao had been trying to get Xiaotian to help him smooth things over with his girlfriend's best friend. At least when he was showing off his romance on the show and preparing surprises, Xiaotian could take the friend away for a while so that she wouldn't disturb his and his girlfriend's chance to deepen their relationship. Looking at Xiaotian's stunning looks, which even made him a little jealous, Su Hao was secretly pleased with the plan he had suddenly come up with. Men love beautiful women, and women love handsome men too. With Xiaotian helping him block his girlfriend's best friend, as long as it doesn't affect his and his girlfriend relationship, his date today is still a success. Humph, you didn't expect that, did you? I've used my charm to my advantage. I don't believe I can't handle your best friend. Actually, Su Hao didn't tell Xiaotian the truth. While it was true that his family had arranged their marriage, their relationship wasn't very close. Simply put, Su Hao was very eager to win her over, but she was rather cold towards him. Although she agreed to marry Su Hao, they would only register their marriage when one of them was forced into a marriage registration system. Furthermore, it was stipulated that they wouldn't live together until she developed feelings for Su Hao. In other words, they wouldn't consummate their marriage after registering their marriage. Arranged marriages are practically a standard practice for wealthy and powerful families. These marriages are certainly better than marriages forced by big data matching, right? So, the children of wealthy families can't escape the fate of being married off by their families. Faced with his girlfriend's request, Su Hao gritted his teeth and agreed. The first reason is that his girlfriend is indeed very beautiful, which made Su Hao fall in love at first sight and even become somewhat obsessed. To put it bluntly, he was lustful at first sight. Another reason is that his girlfriend's family has huge assets. To put it bluntly, the fact that she chose him as her marriage partner, even if they're only husband and wife in name, means that he and his family are lucky to have married above their station. Therefore, in his relationship with his girlfriend, Su Hao was always the weaker party, commonly known as a simp. His girlfriend, on the other hand, was the stronger party, and she always ignored Su Hao. Su Hao had begged for lunch today for many days, and his girlfriend only reluctantly agreed to have lunch with him today because Su Hao had even gotten into Tsinghua University to pursue her. Su Hao was excited about this for a long time, but something that made him extremely depressed happened last night. His girlfriend sent him a notification message saying that one of her roommates and best friends would be having lunch with him tomorrow at noon, which is today. Su Hao was so angry he almost lost his temper, but he didn't dare to have any objections and could only agree immediately. Where did this gossipy old woman come from? Don't you know it's immoral to interrupt someone's date? Eating? Have you never eaten before? Because it's difficult for Su Hao to get his girlfriend to go out with him, Su Hao has made careful preparations for this date. Not only did he book the entire restaurant for lunch and not accept guests from outside, but he also prepared many programs and surprises. All of this is done in order to win my girlfriend's heart, gain her approval, and strengthen our relationship. Oh, I see. You just want me to cover for you. Xiaotian finally realized, but he still felt something was off. Su Hao practically raved about his girlfriend. Why make things so complicated just for a meal together? It's just that her best friend is having lunch with her, preventing you two from being affectionate. After lunch, her best friend will leave, right? Then you could be affectionate again, right? Why make things so complicated, making me sacrifice my looks to help him deal with his girlfriend's best friend? Who knows if her best friend is even pretty? Besides, I'm already a married man. If my wife finds out about me messing around outside, won't that ruin our marriage? Besides, I really have things to do today, and I don't have time to play these games with him. Xiaotian was about to refuse when Su Hao spoke first. Yeah, Yeah, it's just helping out by providing cover and cooperating. We're roommates, so I won't stand on ceremony with you. Your girlfriend, oh wait, I mean, she's still testing me. You can't just stand by and watch my happiness crumble. We've been brothers for 4 years, sharing a room. You helped me today, so if you ever need anything, just say the word. I'll help you without hesitation, whether it's manpower or effort. Chapter 10. I waited for an hour. Although Xia Tian is very wealthy now, she does not yet possess the mindset and behavior of a rich person. The most prominent characteristic is that they are easily swayed by emotions, are easily hurt, have thin skin, don't know how to refuse, and tend to act on impulse. After Su Hao said a few nice things to him, thanking him and promising to be his brother who would share a room with him for 4 years, the shy Su Hao didn't know how to refuse. In addition, Su Hao's sincerity softened his heart and he agreed without thinking. So, although Xia Tian is very wealthy now, he still has a long way to go before he can fully adopt the mindset and habits of a rich person. Upon seeing Xia Tian agree, Su Hao was overjoyed and immediately contacted his girlfriend, Zhou Yinyo. Zhou Yinyo, the eldest daughter of the Zhou family, is 19 years old this year. She is a sophomore majoring in economics at the School of Economics and Management of Tsinghua University, and is also a well-known campus belle at Tsinghua University. Of course, she is just one of many campus belles. Tsinghua University, a place that gathers the nation's top students, is truly a land of outstanding people and beautiful scenery. As the saying goes, a person with a wealth of knowledge naturally exudes elegance, so the girls at Tsinghua University each radiate their own unique temperament and charm. In addition, with the university having many departments, there are also many beauties who can be called campus beauties. Of course, there are many school beauties, but each one is a top-tier beauty who possesses both beauty and intelligence and outstanding temperament. Let's go pick them up from the girls' dormitory first. My car is parked outside the school, and then we'll head to the cafeteria. Su Hao, who had just finished making a phone call, couldn't hide his excitement. Xia Tian shook her head, thinking to herself, is this guy really that excited? Is she really his girlfriend? There's a strange feeling of familiarity about her. In his past life, Xia Tian was just a loser, so he felt a strange sense of familiarity when he looked at Su Hao's current appearance. Because in his past life, when he received the occasional pity from the girls he fawned over, agreeing to have dinner or watch a movie with them, his expression was exactly the same. He was just as excited. He shook his head, dismissing this somewhat ridiculous thought. Wasn't Su Hao supposed to be a rich kid? Didn't he mention his car was parked right outside the school gate? So, Su Hao's current excitement must mean he genuinely liked him. And it was because of the surprise he was about to prepare for her, right? Since she had already agreed, Xia Tian didn't say anything. It was 11 o'clock now, and an hour would be enough to pick up the two girls and get to the restaurant. If they ate, it would take 2 hours. She could then go take care of her own business around 2 o'clock. Today, he planned to go and receive the apartment building that the system rewarded him with, and he hadn't even had a chance to see the 2 luxury cars yet. Yesterday, he was in a rush to have fun, childishly wanting to use the money to show off and pick up girls, but nothing more to say. Fortunately, he had the system, which allowed him to be matched with the stunningly beautiful goddess teacher, Shunwan. Thinking of her gorgeous face and graceful figure, Xia Tian couldn't help but chuckle to himself. The girls' dormitory wasn't far away. Su Hao and Xia Tian waited downstairs. Su Hao was excited, so he talked a lot and kept chatting with Xia Tian about random things. From what he said about himself, Xia Tian was sure that he really was a genuine rich second generation. Su Hao's family is considered a wealthy family in his hometown of Jiangdong, and they own a large corporation. Xia Tian listened to Su Hao brag to him about his past glories and triumphs. Xia Tian was happy to listen to these stories. Although he was very rich now, he had never had much contact with rich people in his past and present lives, so he really didn't know what rich people did or what they usually did. So the two chatted quite pleasantly, and Su Hao even promised Xia Tian, let's wait a while. When I have the chance, I'll take you out for a good time and let you see what female college escorts, young models, art schools, you know about these? Xia Tian shook his head. He genuinely didn't know anything about it and had never been exposed to it. Embarrassingly, he had intended to learn about these things yesterday, but he couldn't even find a way in. Su Hao smiled smugly, his sense of superiority overflowing as he faced the ignorant Xia Tian. What good is it if you're more handsome than me? This world still comes down to strength, especially economic strength. The main problem is that this is the capital city, which I'm not familiar with. I need to find out more about the situation. If this were Jiangdong, I'd tell you to go all out. I'd have everything arranged for you. Su Hao wasn't exaggerating. He really did have that kind of influence in Jiangdong. But the capital city was different. Before he came, his family had told him to keep a low profile and not to be ostentatious in the capital. Su Hao understood that the capital city was full of hidden talents, and he couldn't be as high profile as he was back in his hometown of Jiangdong. Otherwise, he would be causing trouble for his family. This confirms that Xia Tian is just an ordinary girl. In addition, they have to wait for Zhong Yinyo, and the two grown men are bored. They also want to prevent Xia Tian from getting impatient, so they reveal a little bit of this kind of romantic stuff. No man can resist this. To be honest, having a rich second-generation heir introduce these things to her was like a dream come true for Xia Tian. She suddenly realized why she hadn't gotten anything yesterday. She had been looking for the wrong connections from start. These other guys were driving luxury cars and frequenting various exclusive clubs. Listening to Su Hao brag was quite enlightening, but hadn't a lot of time passed? Xia Tian felt that at least 20 minutes had gone by, but Su Hao's girlfriend was nowhere to be seen. Xia Tian frowned slightly and reminded Su Hao, "Why don't you call your girlfriend and ask if they're almost ready?" "No rush, no rush. There's still plenty of time. Let me tell you, the prettier the girl, the slower she takes to get out of the house, and you absolutely cannot rush her. If you rush her, it means you have no patience and are unwilling to wait even a little bit of time. So you absolutely cannot call to urge her at this time." Su Hao looked like a Casanova. Summer. Another 40 minutes passed, and even Su Hao himself felt a little embarrassed, his face showing some awkwardness. "I kept glancing at the time, and I lost all interest in bragging to Xia Tian. Although the two were under the shade of a tree, they still couldn't escape the heat wave." Summer had already lost count of how many times she had sweated. Xia Tian regretted it. Damn it. She shouldn't have agreed to Su Hao's proposal today. She waited here for a whole hour, from 11 o'clock to 12 o'clock. Who waits for their girlfriend for an hour? Xia Tian looked at Su Hao and wanted to say several times that she should leave first, but she couldn't bring herself to say it because of her pride. At exactly 12 o'clock, the campus radio started playing on time, and the Shuimu News program began broadcasting. I couldn't stand the sweltering summer any longer. Damn it, what a load of rubbish. I've been making myself wait here for an hour for nothing. I'm leaving. Chapter 11, My Terrible Roommate. The female dormitory supervisor was hiding in an air-conditioned room, watching Xia Tian and Su Hao with great interest. She couldn't help but admire the two boys. There are of course many boys waiting for girls downstairs at the girls' dormitory, but they only wait for a few minutes at most. Either the girls come down, or the boys leave on their own. On such a hot day, with such high temperatures, especially at midday, it's very easy for people to suffer from heat stroke. The dorm supervisor is very curious. Which girl has such charm that she could make these two boys wait for so long in nearly 40-degree heat? Is it true love, or just unrequited love? The dorm supervisor's gossip fire is burning fiercely. She feels that if she doesn't see the final result today, she definitely won't be able to eat or sleep. The boys passing by would glance at Xia Tian and Su Hao. The two of them had been waiting here before they arrived, and even after the people they were supposed to wait for had left, they were still waiting. People's sense of happiness is often revealed through comparison. A boy might look at Xia Tian and Su Hao with pity, and then suddenly feel that the girl next to him is so sensible and that he is so lucky. He will cherish the people around him even more in the future. Hearing the campus broadcast, Xia Tian was about to turn around and leave when she secretly cursed. Anyone who waits any longer is out of their mind. She was also very dissatisfied with Su Hao. It was her own business how she waited, but for him to drag her along and wait here like an idiot like him was going too far. But things just happened to be so coincidental. Just as Xia Tian was about to leave, two very pretty girls appeared at the entrance of the girls' dormitory building and looked around. "They're out. They're out," Su Hao exclaimed excitedly. "Come on, let's go, Lao Xia. Let's hurry over there. Don't keep the girl waiting." Before Xia Tian could even speak, he had already taken the initiative to go and greet the girl. Xia Tian was utterly speechless. What kind of bullshit was Su Hao spouting? We waited for them for an hour, and as soon as they came out, you trotted over there like a puppy? Can't you even let the girls wait a little longer? Why don't you make them wait too? Even if it's just for a minute, I'll respect you as a man. He now understands that Su Hao is a simp. and an absolute simp. Old Xia, come over here. Su Hao called out to Xia Tian when he saw that Xia Tian hadn't followed. He assumed Xia Tian was a little shy because it was his first time meeting such a beautiful and fashionable girl. In his mind, although Xia Tian was very handsome, he came from a very ordinary background, and this society was ultimately a money-driven one. So, when facing a beautiful woman, especially a goddess-level girl like Zhou Yinyo, it was inevitable that he would feel timid. Xia Tian originally intended to just leave, ignoring all that bullshit about being school beauty. What did it have to do with him? Was his own wife not pretty enough? Or just not appealing enough? But that damn tendency to be considerate of others has resurfaced. I'm too thin-skinned and can't bring myself to say goodbye. Is it really appropriate to turn away now? Oh well, I'll just go over and say hello. Xia Tian had no choice but to follow, her gaze fixed on the two girls opposite her. Although she was very annoyed that she had to wait for an hour, she had to admit that both girls were indeed very beautiful. A pretty and charming face, a curvaceous figure, a perfect waist-to-hip ratio, and a pair of long legs, truly befitting a school beauty. Both girls are beautiful. They're practically neck and neck. Which one is Su Hao's girlfriend? Xia Tian wondered to herself. Although both girls were indeed very pretty, Xia Tian couldn't feel any affection for them. The fact that they could make someone wait in the scorching sun for an hour showed that their intentions were far from good. No matter how beautiful a girl is, I can't feel any affection for her in the summer. As Su Hao approached with the boy, the girl on the left couldn't help but frown slightly. She had agreed to have dinner with Su Hao, but she hadn't allowed him to bring a friend. She was bringing her best friend, but she had told her in advance and hadn't brought anyone on her own initiative. Su Hao, however, brought a friend without telling her, which was somewhat disrespectful. However, it must be said that Su Hao's friend is quite handsome, even more handsome than Su Hao himself, and the girl couldn't help but take a second look at Xia Tian. The girl on the right glanced at the girl on the left with a puzzled look, but seeing that Su Hao had already walked over, she didn't voice her question. The girl on the left is Zhou Yinyo, Su Hao's nominal girlfriend, before she could even question Su Hao. At this moment, the dormitory supervisor saw Zhou Yinyo and her friend Su Hao finally move and go to greet them. The supervisor suddenly realized what was going on. No wonder. It's those two. That makes sense. As some of the prettiest girls in the dormitory supervisor naturally recognized Zhou Yinyo and her companion. Xiaoyu, Xiaoqin, are you going out to eat with your friends? The dormitory supervisor opened the window. She saw that the two boys were quite handsome and had been waiting in the hot sun for so long. Out of kindness, she wanted to help them, so she greeted the two girls. Hello, Aunt Zhang. We're going out to eat. Zhou Yinyo was a little reserved. For some reason, she was actually somewhat reluctant to let acquaintances see her with Su Hao. Hee. Yes, Aunt Zhang, have you eaten yet? Do you want me to bring you something to eat? The other girl was quite poised and generous. No need, Xiaoqin, you two go eat. I've already eaten. These two young men are nice. They waited for you two in this scorching sun for over an hour. They're good people. Go on, buy them a couple of bottles of water to cool them down. Be careful they don't get heat stroke in this heat. The dormitory supervisor kindly said a few good words for Xia Tian and Su Hao before closing the window and going to enjoy the air conditioning, satisfied. It was so hot that she felt sweat on her forehead in just a short while. Upon hearing what the dormitory supervisor said, Zhou Yinyo and the girl named Xiaoqin both frowned. Zhou Yinyo frowned and asked Su Hao, "Have you been waiting here for more than an hour?" Su Hao's smile carried a hint of ingratiation and flattery. I'm fine, so I came early to wait for you. It's okay." He was secretly quite pleased with himself. Before Su Hao could finish speaking, Zhou Yinyo interrupted him, saying, "Didn't we agree to meet at the school gate at 12:10? Upon hearing this, Xia Tian was instantly enraged. "Damn it, Su Hao, you son of a bitch. So it was all just wishful thinking on your part, you simp." Chapter 12. Utterly dumbfounded. Upon hearing Zhou Yinyo's question to Su Hao, Xia Tian's face turned green. He was completely horrified. Grass. Su Hao, you're a real grandson. He dragged me here for an hour, rambling on and on, only to find out it wasn't the girl who was dawdling, but that this guy was just crazy. Hee, I'll wait a bit, it's fine. I was just worried you'd come out early, and besides, I wanted to see you as soon as possible. Su Hao was still trying to show how affectionate he was, saying nice things. Are you sick? It's almost 40 degrees Celsius at noon, And you're making people wait downstairs for more than an hour? Zhou Nino was truly speechless at Su Hao's behavior. Although Zhou Nino is a genuine rich and beautiful second-generation heiress, she has a very upright set of values and would not use her status or wealth to bully others. For example, she would never do something like making other boys wait for her for an hour in the sweltering heat just because she's pretty. All right, let's go eat. Zhou Nino was initially annoyed that Su Hao had brought other boys to eat with her without her consent, but now that she learned that he had been waiting for her for more than an hour, she felt too embarrassed to say anything more. Although this matter is not her fault and has nothing to do with her, it was all Su Hao's own fault that he harmed her, but who could she do when the other person was waiting for her? Hello. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long today. Zhou Nino greeted Xia Tian with a slightly apologetic tone. It's all right, Xiaoyu. This is my roommate, like family. No need to be so polite, Su Hao answered for Xia Tian. Summer could only helplessly indicate that she was fine. The group walked towards the school gate. Along the way, two girls walked in front, arm in arm, holding a parasol, while Su Hao and Xia Tian followed behind them. The two girls walked quickly. By this time, Xia Tian's resentment towards them had dissipated. She knew that today's incident was not the girl's fault at all. It was entirely caused by her sycophantic roommate, Su Hao. Summer could only blame her bad luck. Who told her to have such a simp roommate? I'll let it go today. Anyway, this is the first and last time. I'll never go out with Su Hao again, no matter what. That guy is a jerk. I glanced at Su Hao out of the corner of my eye. This kid wasn't paying any attention to Xia Tian at all. His eyes were completely fixed on Zhou Nino's back in front of him, and his gaze was burning with passion. Summer couldn't help but secretly comment on the two girls' figures, which were so enviable that they made people swallow their saliva. Their perfect waist-to-hip ratio and long, straight legs were absolutely deadly. What guy could resist such a perfect body? Xia Tian was engrossed in watching, his mind wandering to all sorts of random thoughts, when suddenly Su Hao whispered a warning in his ear. You can watch, but don't think about anything inappropriate. That's my girlfriend. Xia Tian was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses, his face slightly embarrassed. Being caught red-handed while fantasizing about someone else's girlfriend's figure was quite embarrassing. No need to explain. We're all men, I understand. But you can look, but don't get any ideas. Consider it compensation for making you wait with me for so long, Su Hao said in a low voice. Xia Tian glanced at Su Hao. At this moment, this guy was quite understanding. He knew what kind of man he was and generously expressed his understanding towards her. Summer wondered if she should thank the other person. After this incident, Xia Tian was too embarrassed to stare at other girls' backs anymore. Soon the four of them arrived at the school gate, and not far away was Su Hao's car, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. As expected of a rich kid, he bought a new luxury car as soon as he started university at Tsinghua University. Su Hao fawned over Zhou Nino and opened the passenger door, but she ignored him completely and got into the back seat with another girl. Xia Tian found it amusing and had no choice but to reluctantly accept Su Hao's service. Xia Tian is quite curious now. Su Hao said that the other person is his girlfriend, but no matter how Xia Tian looks at it, the two don't seem like a couple. They drove in silence and soon arrived at the entrance of the restaurant that Su Hao had booked, a French restaurant. Zhou Nino looked up at the restaurant, then turned to Su Hao and asked, "Did you book this place?" Her tone sounded a little strange. "Yes, I booked the entire restaurant because I don't want to be disturbed while we're eating," Su Hao said, looking at Zhou Nino with deep affection. Summer was speechless. Damn, had this guy forgotten there were two other people here? He looked up at the girl named Xiao Qin and, sure enough, saw the displeased look on her face. Wait a minute. Don't you even check restaurant reviews online before booking? Zhou Nino looked at Su Hao speechlessly. Huh, I didn't see it. What, is this restaurant bad? Su Hao panicked a little after hearing Zhou Nino's words. This is a complete rip-off restaurant, mainly fooling those who pretend to know everything. It's been exposed online that their ingredients are all of inferior quality, even using dry red wine to impersonate Lafite, and the prices are extremely high. Eating here is just paying an IQ tax. Besides, hardly anyone comes here to eat, so there's no need to book the whole place, Zhou Nino explained. Huh, I didn't know. Su Hao was filled with regret. He had ruined their first date with him. All right, it's understandable that you don't know since you've just arrived here. How much did you pay? Zhou Nino asked curiously. Not much, just 20,000 yuan, Su Hao stammered. They really are rich and stupid. Just tell them you can't come now and see if they can refund your money, Zhou Nino said to Su Hao. Huh? We have to cancel. Su Hao was dumbfounded. If you don't want a refund, then you can go eat by yourself. We're not going. We can't afford a lose face like that. Zhou Nino's attitude was firm. It wasn't that she was so delicate that she had to be picky about food, but rather that she was the first person to expose this restaurant. If she wanted to eat at this restaurant now, wouldn't that be a blatant slap in the face? Su Hao was dumbfounded. What should he do? All the programs and surprises he had prepared were in this restaurant, but Zhou Nino wasn't going. What should he do now? Seeing Su Hao standing there dumbfounded, Zhou Nino, who was originally going to leave immediately, glanced at Xia Tian and thought, fine, for the sake of your friends being here today, I'll explain. I was the first person to expose this store. Do you think I can go in? Su Hao was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 13 is actually for the nouveau riche. Su Hao was dumbfounded. Summer was also speechless. Today's meal was incredibly difficult. She also felt a moment of silence for poor Su Hao. He was truly unlucky to run into something like this at just any restaurant. If the restaurant only had bad reviews, there would still be room for maneuver. But now that Zhou Nino is the one who exposed this restaurant, there is absolutely no possibility that she will ever eat there again. Thinking about all those so-called performances and surprises that Su Hao had prepared, Xia Tian felt a little like laughing and a little sorry for Su Hao, though not much sympathy. Don't laugh. Absolutely don't laugh, even though it really is hilarious. Hiss. Summer pinched her thigh to stop herself from laughing out loud, but she pinched too hard and gasped for breath. The atmosphere was already rather awkward, and Xia Tian's inhalation immediately drew everyone's attention, making Xia Tian even more embarrassed. Zhou Nino glanced at Xia Tian, then turned back to Su Hao and said, forget it. This isn't your fault. I'll reimburse you for the total cost of booking this restaurant. After a pause, she continued, you've all just arrived in the capital. Let's eat at a different restaurant. This meal is on me. Consider it a welcome dinner for you and Xia Tian. The group had already introduced themselves to each other in the car. Zhou Nino was very generous and thoughtful in her actions. She knew that Su Hao couldn't be entirely blamed for what happened today. It was just a coincidence. Besides, the two of them had been waiting for her for over an hour, so out of politeness, she had to treat them to a meal. Hearing Zhou Nino say that, Su Hao's expression worsened. But things had already come to this, and he knew that it was too late to say anything now. All his careful preparations had been in vain. Xiaoyu, what you're saying is true. It was my fault for not being considerate. Let's go to another restaurant. You choose the place, and I'll pay. Su Hao certainly couldn't let Zhou Nino pay for the meal. Otherwise, he would have completely ruined the day. Although the things he had carefully prepared were definitely not going to be used now, as long as he could get closer to Zhou Nino and strengthen their relationship. Money and such things were just external things, and Su Hao certainly wouldn't put the cart before the horse. Zhou Nino frowned, about to retort, but Jian Qin, who had been standing silently to the side, whispered a few words in Zhou Nino's ear. Zhou Nino raised an eyebrow and changed the subject, saying, all right, let's go then. Zhou Nino agreed, because Jian Qin whispered in her ear, why don't you just pay the bill in advance later? Zhou Nino thought it made sense. Why waste time here in the middle of the day? All she wanted to do was finish this meal with Su Hao as soon as possible, so that she could give an explanation to both sets of family elders and then get rid of him quickly. Hey Xiaoyu, you guys choose a restaurant first. Wait a moment, I'm going to get something from the restaurant. Something I left here yesterday. Su Hao said, and immediately ran into the restaurant. He had to get back the surprise he had prepared, the gift for Zhou Nino. It was quite valuable, and he couldn't just leave it there. The three of them stood under the shade of a tree by the roadside. After chatting with her best friend Jian Qin for a bit, Zhou Nino noticed that Xia Tian was standing alone and looking bored, so she took the initiative to add Xia Tian to the conversation. Of course, this is just a matter of their own upbringing, a kind of etiquette to avoid making their companions feel awkward or bored. Otherwise, it would be very impolite for the two sisters to be whispering to each other and leaving Xia Tian alone. The two girls were indeed generous and poised, but Xia Tian could tell that they were just being polite and didn't mean anything by it, so Xia Tian just casually replied with a couple of sentences. Suddenly, Xia Tian's phone rang. He took out his pocket and saw that it was a local Beijing number. A sense of anticipation rose in his heart. He didn't know anyone in Beijing. Could it be Xinwan calling him? Feeling a surge of excitement, Xia Tian quickly answered the phone. In his haste, he accidentally dropped his car keys from his pocket onto the ground. Xia Tian didn't notice. His entire focus was on the phone call, and he felt a little nervous. Hello. Hello. Is this Mr. Xia Tian? A slightly respectful middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone, his tone revealing a sense of caution. Yes, it is. What can I do for you? Xia Tian asked, frowning. Hello, Mr. Xia. I'm Wang Jiaming, the property manager of the Daijing Yinfeng apartment building. You can call me Xiao Wang. I apologize for bothering you, but I wanted to ask when you'd be available to come over and take over your property. Wang Jiaming asked cautiously. Ever since the property changed owners yesterday, he'd been on tenterhooks, wondering if the new owner would change the property management. He'd been waiting for the new owner to arrive all day yesterday, but the new owner hadn't shown up. He hadn't seen him this morning either. By noon, he couldn't stand it anymore and took the initiative to call and try to contact the new owner. Oh, hello. I'll be there this afternoon. Xia Tian said politely to the other party and agreed to contact them by phone after she arrived, then hung up the phone. Xia Tian was a little unaccustomed to the man's respectful tone and the cautiousness he showed when speaking to her over the phone. You dropped your keys, Jian Xin said to Xia Tian, pointing to the gold and black Lamborghini car key on the ground after Xia Tian finished his phone call. Since the car keys were right next to Xia Tian's feet, Jian Xin only reminded her and didn't offer to help her pick them up. Xia Tian looked down upon hearing this and saw that it really was her car key, which she guessed had accidentally fallen out when she took out her phone. This is the car key that the system rewarded him with. He also has a Bentley car key in his pocket. He hasn't had a chance to check out either of the luxury cars yet. I bent down to pick up my car keys from the ground and thought about putting them back in my pocket, but then I thought that they would easily fall out if I put them in the same pocket as my phone, so I decided to put them in another pocket. In the other pocket was his Patek Philippe watch. Xia Tian only then remembered that he had put the watch in his pocket after using the restroom. After all, it was quite valuable, and he cherished it. He then took it out and put it on his wrist. His 2 car keys were in one pocket and his phone in the other. Xia Tian only had 2 pockets on his body. Xia Tian casually put on her watch, but Zhou Ningyo and Jian Xin, who were watching Xia Tian, were completely shocked. Both women were discerning. They were already shocked by Xia Tian's Lamborghini car key, but after Xia Tian put on the Patek Philippe Starry Night watch, even Zhou Ningyo, who was only slightly surprised at first, was shocked. Chapter 14 is rather insulting. What exactly is Xia Tian's identity? This is the most puzzling question in Zhou Ningyo and Jian Xin's minds right now. Jian Xin's perspective was actually a little less discerning than Zhou Ningyo's, and she didn't immediately recognize that the watch Xia Tian casually pulled out of his pocket and put on his wrist was actually a watch worth more than 12 million. However, the fact that the Lamborghini and Bentley car keys are both enough to demonstrate the extraordinary status of the other party. You might not realize that Su Hao is considered a top-tier young master from a wealthy family in Jiangdong, but all he owns is a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. While that's a luxury car, it's nothing compared to top-tier luxury cars like Bentleys or Lamborghinis. Jian Xin whispered in Zhou Ningyo's ear, Xiaoyu, could his car key just be a prop, like in a short video? Aren't there often jokes about guys using luxury car keys to pick up girls? Besides, although Xia Tian is very handsome, he doesn't look like a rich young master at all. He was dressed casually, and since he had come to eat with Su Hao this summer, he seemed like a younger brother, and he didn't say much throughout the meal. And a young master who owns a Lamborghini and a Bentley probably wouldn't want to be someone else's lackey, right? Jian Xin boldly guessed. Zhou Ningyo didn't answer Jian Xin's question. She had a broader perspective and happened to own a Lamborghini, so she could tell at a glance that Xia Tian's car key wasn't fake. It was definitely a real car key. Furthermore, she could clearly see the various fluorescent lights emitted by the diamonds around the watch on Xia Tian's wrist under the sunlight, and she had even admired and studied that Patek Philippe Starry Night watch before. How could someone who wears a watch worth over 10 million possibly use a fake car key to deceive people? The poor play with cars, the rich play with watches. Driving a luxury car doesn't necessarily mean you're rich, but wearing an expensive watch definitely does. Just then, Su Hao came out of the restaurant, holding a black box in his hand, which was probably a surprise gift he had prepared for Zhou Ningyo. Let's go, where should we eat? Su Hao asked as they walked. It was almost 1 o'clock, and if they didn't eat soon, it would be time for dinner. Summer felt the heavy watch on her wrist and the keys to 2 luxury cars in her pocket. After thinking about it, she decided not to go against her own will and to do things according to her own heart. If you have money but still live so cautiously, worrying about this and that, what's the point? Once you have money, You can do whatever you want, right? Do what you love. As the saying goes, with money, you could be willful. Su Hao, I have something to attend to, so I'll have to excuse myself for now. I'll treat you to dinner another day. Xia Tian understood. He now had the authority to not compromise with others. Even if it displeased or offended them, it wouldn't cause him any loss. So why should he do things he didn't like to accommodate others? Dining with a beautiful woman should be a pleasant and enjoyable experience. But Zhou Ningyo is Su Hao's girlfriend. Although things are still progressing, she's already taken. As for Jian Xin, while she's very polite and courteous to Xia Tian, that's just her upbringing. She treats everyone she doesn't know well the same way. This kind of woman clearly doesn't care about Xia Tian at all because that arrogance is ingrained in her bones. Why should I stay and make a fool of myself? Attending this kind of dinner party makes one feel uncomfortable all over. He feels out of place and awkward and bored. He knew all too well about this kind of experience from his past life, and he had experienced it far too many times. A friend called out, "There are two really pretty girls here tonight. Want to have dinner together?" The exciting summer always seems to rush by, only to end up feeling empty. Aside from a brief toast with the girl at the beginning, when everyone was clinking glasses, he basically had no further opportunities to interact with her. In the end, he had to be considerate and pay the bill for her. Otherwise, why would she have invited him? So today's dinner party gave him a sense of déjà vu, reminding him of those unpleasant memories from his past life, which made him displeased. Besides, today had been incredibly frustrating for Xia Tian. He had to wait for an hour under the scorching sun before dinner, and when he finally managed to get out to eat, the restaurant was no good, so he had to change restaurant again. He had neither the time nor the inclination to entertain him. Su Hao was taken aback when he heard this. He frowned and looked at Xia Tian with some displeasure. He didn't expect Xia Tian to abandon him at this time. Today, in the dormitory, he saw that Xia Tian was just an ordinary person with a handsome appearance. As a rich second generation, he could easily control him, so he decided on a whim to bring him out to eat. He thought he could entrust the roommates brought by Zhou Ningyo to him. In Su Hao's view, the fact that he was able to take Xia Tian out to have a big meal with top goddesses like Zhou Ningyo and Jianxin was like a gift to Xia Tian. But I never expected that this guy would be so ungrateful and do this to me. Isn't this making me look bad and lose face in front of my girlfriend, Zhou Ningyo? Yes, I admit you're a bit more handsome than me, but a poor bastard like you. I could play you to death if I wanted to. He was like a brainless lapdog in front of Zhou Ningyo, being bossed around by her at will. But that was only because she was Zhou Ningyo. Did he really think he was a rich young master with no temper? Su Hao's face darkened as he looked at Xia Tian and said, "Didn't we agree to eat together? What trouble could you possibly have? It's just that you haven't bought your household supplies yet. I'll buy them for you after we eat." Okay, that's a bit harsh. Of course, if Su Hao and Xia Tian are very good friends or brothers, then there's nothing wrong with that. But the key is that the two aren't that close. They only met today. So what he said is quite unpleasant, and the meaning is simple and straightforward. You're my dog today, and I'll buy you something as a reward later. Since Xia Tian dared to treat him so disrespectfully, Su Hao was not going to give him any face either. He even started by offering money, which was somewhat insulting. Xia Tian raised an eyebrow. Sure enough, without sufficient strength of one's own, all the kindness others show you is merely a facade. If you do something slightly displeasing to them, they will use it to attack you, or even insult you like Su Hao is doing now. This kind of thing is actually very common in society. As the saying goes, he who eats another's food is bound to him. He who takes another's money is bound to him. That's the principle. I'm actually quite glad that I didn't eat or take anything from the other person, because I don't care about that little bit of money at all right now. I haven't really taken it seriously. But after Su Hao's actions, Xia Tian suddenly realized a great truth about life. No wonder rich people like to spend money on others. This is a bargaining chip, a chip to save face. I treated you to food, drinks, and entertainment, and you spent my money. You can't refuse to give me face in person, can you? Chapter 15. Only one person left. Xia Tian smiled, realizing she had been too naive to think Su Hao was a decent, enthusiastic, and believable person. It's also because he lacks understanding of wealthy young masters like Su Hao, or rather, he has too little knowledge of the second generation of rich kids. Summer doesn't plan to refute anything right now. There's no need for that, and it's not necessary to go through all that trouble. All she has to do is drive her genuine luxury car in front of him in the next couple of days, and she'll be able to slap him in the face. So Xia Tian didn't say anything, but just smiled at Su Hao and nodded to Zhou Nino and Jianqin. The two girls were indeed very proper and polite today, and did not look down on or neglect Xia Tian in any way. Then Xia Tian turned and left, not intending to waste any more words with the other person. You! Su Hao didn't expect Xia Tian's reaction, and his face immediately turned even uglier. He was about to say something even more offensive. But before he could even open his mouth, Zhou Nino interrupted him and told him to continue. Su Hao, shut up. Then she immediately turned to Xia Tian with a gentle smile and said, I'm sorry, Xia Tian. I'm very sorry about today. Because of me, everyone is not very happy. Su Hao is a brainless person. Don't take him seriously. How about I treat you to this meal? Let's just go to that hotel, not far away, and have a simple meal. Zhou Nino sighed inwardly. This was why she looked down on Su Hao. He always had a kind of self-righteous arrogance. Judging from the watch and luxury car keys in the summer, the other party is definitely a very wealthy young master, and a super young master at that. This kind of young master can easily crush me, let alone the Su family, which is not even as wealthy as my own. Su Hao is so ignorant to insult people. Isn't he just asking for death? However, considering the relationship between the two families and the fact that he is still her nominal boyfriend, she has to step in to mediate. She can't let Su Hao, that idiot, really offend someone she can't afford to mess with. Yes, Xia, you can't go out on an empty stomach, right? Jianqin also chimed in to comfort Xia. I'm so sorry, seniors. You probably heard the phone call I just received. They're urging me to come over right away, and it really is something. Another time I'll treat you. Xia Tian really had no appetite to continue eating and politely declined their offer. However, before he could finish speaking, Su Hao, unable to bear it any longer, rudely interrupted him. This is my girlfriend. Are you going to treat me? Unfortunately, Su Hao's words were interrupted by Zhou Nino again. Zhou Nino gritted her teeth and gave Su Hao a final warning. Su Hao, if you dare to say another word from now on, I will never speak to you again. Zhou Nino put her hand to her forehead. She really wanted to give up and leave it at that. If Su Hao wanted to die, so be it. She was trying to help him resolve the conflict with the other party. But this guy was so ungrateful and wanted to die. The conflict was originally minor and could have been resolved with a few words, but he seemed determined to offend people to the core. However, the two families are not only old friends, but also business partners. Even putting aside her relationship with Su Hao, Zhou Nino could not stand by and watch Su Hao die. Jianqin glanced at Zhou Nino, then at Xia Tian, and finally at Su Hao. She shook her head speechlessly, too lazy to care anymore. Xia Tian didn't argue with the other party. He remembered a saying from his past life. Taking action to slap the other party in the face is much more effective than saying 1,000 or 10,000 harsh words. He laughed and turned to leave. Watching Xia Tian's departing figure, Jianqin suddenly said to Zhou Nino, Xiaoyu, I have something to do, so I won't disturb your date. I'm leaving now. Without paying any attention to Su Hao, she turned and chased after Xia Tian. Jianqin's tactful departure slightly improved Su Hao's displeasure. If he had known this would happen, he should have gotten rid of that ungrateful bastard Xia Tian sooner. What a piece of trash. Zhou Nino noticed that her best friend Jianqin had left in the same direction as Xia Tian, and she immediately understood. Xiaoyu, what do you want to eat? Su Hao had just started to speak when Zhou Nino interrupted him again. Do you know anything about Xia Tian's situation? Zhou Nino was very perceptive. She didn't know what Xia Tian's background was. Now that Su Hao and Xia Tian were at odds, it would be better to find out in advance when to resolve this conflict. That guy is just an ordinary person from an ordinary family. Don't worry about him. Su Hao said nonchalantly. He thought Xia Tian was just an ordinary person. Otherwise, he would have known about the boasts he made downstairs in the girls' dormitory. Where is he from? What does his family do? Zhou Nino frowned and continued to ask. How could someone like Xia Tian be an ordinary person? A Lamborghini car key and a watch worth millions. Tell me, what ordinary person looks like that? I don't know. I only met him in the dorm today. Otherwise, how could I possibly know someone like him? He thinks he's so great just because he's handsome. He's so arrogant. Su Hao was still indignant that Xia Tian dared to humiliate him. He had no sense of being a follower at all. Originally, Su Hao had thought that Xia Tian was handsome and knew his place, and he was even planning to take him as his underling. But now he had long since given up on that idea. Upon hearing Su Hao's answer, Even someone as emotionally stable as Zhou Nino suddenly felt an urge to hit him. Didn't your family tell you anything before you came to the capital? Out of consideration for the relationship between the two families, Zhou Nino decided to give the other party some pointers. After all, Su Hao and the other party lived in the same dormitory and would see each other all the time. Having offended someone he himself couldn't afford to offend, Su Hao's future in the dormitory is definitely not going to be easy. Su Hao was quite clever and immediately understood what Zhou Nino meant. However, he said nonchalantly, "Xiao Yu, you're overthinking it. I understand what you mean, but don't worry, Xia Tian is definitely just an ordinary person. Let me tell you before." Su Hao explained his reasoning for judging Xia Tian to be an ordinary person. A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Zhou Nino's eyes, and she looked down on Su Hao even more. "I suddenly feel a bit unwell and don't have much of an appetite, so I'll head back to school first. You can find somewhere to eat by yourself." Without waiting for Su Hao's reply, Zhou Nino flagged down a taxi and drove off. Su Hao was dumbfounded. What was going on? He was suddenly eating alone? Chapter 16. Accompanying a girl and being accompanied by a girl are two different concepts. Summer was walking down the street, looking for a place to grab a bite to eat. He hadn't eaten anything since he woke up this morning because he was too excited. Why am I so excited? It's because I was matched with my college class teacher as my wife. Besides her special status, the key is that she's also a goddess. The memory of being amazed when I first saw the other person flashed through my mind again, and I unconsciously chuckled to myself. As for the little incident with his roommate, Su Hao earlier, Xia Tian was actually quite annoyed. However, it was a good opportunity to make him lose face. He'd drive his sports car to school, slap him in the face, and show him the difference between them. Junior Xia Tian. Suddenly, a pleasant female voice came from behind, slightly out of breath. Xia Tian turned around in confusion. Was she being called? But she didn't know any senior students at school. Turning around, she suddenly saw the youthful and beautiful Jianqin with a sweet smile running towards her. Why is she chasing after me? Xia Tian was even more confused, but the other person really was her senior. Phew, Xia, you walk so fast. Do you mind if I keep you company? Jianqin fanned her rosy cheeks with her small hand, not knowing whether it was from shyness or heat. It was probably from heat in this hot weather. Senior, what's wrong? Why aren't you with Senior Zhou and the others? Xia Tian asked. It's not that I don't want to be a third wheel anymore, so I can't ask you for company. Jianqin had already thought of a reason, and now she just blurted it out. If you're that kind of conscious and don't want to be a third wheel, you shouldn't go out with other people in the first place. Xia Tian didn't really believe the other person's reasons. Besides, if you don't want to be a third wheel, why don't you go back? Why come looking for me? Although Xia Tian thought he was very handsome, Jianqin was equally beautiful. The other person must have seen your Lamborghini car keys. Although Xia Tian had already guessed why the other party had become interested in her, she did not intend to refuse him. After all, accompanying a beautiful woman and being accompanied by a beautiful woman are two completely different concepts. When you're with a beautiful woman, you have to go out of your way to please her, but when a beautiful woman is with you, doesn't the relationship between the two of you instantly turn around? It's my honor to have such a beautiful senior as a companion. Shall we go get something to eat first? Xia Tian asked for her opinion. Junior, you have a sweet tongue. I'm all for you. Jianqin replied with a smile. Am I sweet-talking or not? Well, let's go to that restaurant up ahead. Xia Tian almost blurted out the joke that only those who have tasted it know if someone is sweet-talking, but luckily she realized in time that she wasn't familiar with the beautiful senior in front of her yet, and that kind of joke wasn't appropriate to make now, so she changed her mind and pointed to a restaurant not far away. Either is fine. Jianqin glanced at the hotel Xia Tian was pointing to. It was a high-end restaurant. Jianqin's eyes flashed, and she felt more confident. Hey, Junior, I'm actually quite curious. Why did you come with Su Hao today? Jianqin was genuinely curious about this. Su Hao, that idiot, was clearly not on the same level as Xia Tian. Xia Tian should be much more valuable. Talking about this guy is such bad luck. I went to the dorm today and ran into him, didn't I? I had something to do, but this guy kept pestering me like a leech, insisting on dragging me along, saying his girlfriend was bringing her best friend. Since she had already fallen out with Su Hao, Xia Tian didn't hold back and told him everything about Su Hao's plans, including how that bastard made her wait downstairs for an hour. Jianqin almost doubled over with laughter after hearing this. She hadn't expected Xia Tian to be so cute. She had guessed several reasons, such as that Xia Tian was trying to pick her up, but she never expected that the real reason was simply that Xia Tian was too embarrassed to refuse someone. Believe it or not, once a girl takes the initiative to chat with you, the atmosphere immediately becomes lively, a complete contrast to the boredom and awkwardness that came with the four of you being together earlier. Amidst laughter and conversation, the two entered the upscale restaurant. Although it was almost 1 o'clock, there were still quite a few people dining in the hall. As the two entered, many people in the hall couldn't help but look at them, as their appearances were indeed outstanding. The private rooms were full, so the two of them had to find a table in the lobby to eat. Jianxin told Xiatian a lot about what was happening at school, and Xiatian also asked Jianxin to verify many of the rumors circulating online about the school. The atmosphere was very harmonious and friendly. As time went by, the two became more relaxed with each other, just like old friends. The meal ended in a friendly atmosphere. It wasn't expensive, and since no alcohol was consumed, it only cost a little over 1,000 yuan. Xiatian paid the bill, and the two left the restaurant. Upon arriving at the restaurant entrance, Xiatian looked at Jianxin and asked, "Senior, what are your plans later? Should I take you back to school first? Why are you already annoyed by me and want to kick me out?" Jianxin looked at Xiatian with slight dissatisfaction. How could that be? I'd love to have such a beautiful senior like you with me. I'm just worried you might have something come up." To be honest, Xiatian was also a little carried away. He was having a great time chatting with the beautiful senior. "I can't just eat your meal for free. You haven't bought any groceries yet, have you? I'll go with you to buy them later. Consider it payment for the meal you treated me to. You're the first guy I've ever personally accompanied to buy groceries. Aren't you honored?" Xiatian felt an urge to tease him, but she quickly shook her head and silently prayed to Buddha to suppress the urge. It's an honor. What did it mean when the other person specifically explained that it was the first time accompanying a boy to buy household supplies? Xiatian's mind raced with random thoughts. "But I'd like to trouble you to come with me to take care of something first, and then we can go buy some daily necessities. Is that all right?" Xiatian still needs to go to take over the apartment building and get a car first. It's too inconvenient to travel without a car. "Sure, I'm free this afternoon anyway," Jianxin replied readily. The two hailed a taxi and headed to the Bauhinia apartment building, the reward the system had given them. As they approached, Xiatian called the property manager who had contacted her earlier. When Xiatian and Jianxin got out of the car, the property manager and security guards were already lined up to welcome Xiatian. "Boss, you've arrived. Let's go to the office and have a seat. I'll give you a brief report on the property situation," Wang Jiaming said, hunching over and being extremely obsequious. Chapter 17 Senior student accompanies her on a tour of the mansion. Bauhinia apartment, which is the apartment building that the system rewarded Xiatian with. The entire building is a serviced apartment building. Apart from the duplex structure on the top floor, each of the remaining units is an apartment of about 100 square meters, which is only available for rent and not for sale. The building has 29 floors and 3 units. Each unit has 2 elevators and 4 households per floor, with 12 households per floor. The top 2 floors are duplexes, so the tallest floor in the entire building is the 28th floor. Summer's own apartment, 2801, is the largest in the entire building. It's a duplex with 2 floors totaling 800 square meters, and he's the only one in the entire unit. The apartment building is centrally located in an excellent environment, so there is never any trouble finding tenants. It is almost always fully rented. As the property manager reported and explained, Jianxin's eyes widened. Xiatian didn't deliberately avoid Jianxin. Sometimes, it's not a bad thing to appropriately demonstrate one's abilities. This place is not far from Tsinghua University, only about a 20-minute walk away. Jianxin knew this, but she never expected that Xiatian would have such strong resources. Owning a house in Beijing is already quite enviable, but Xiatian is even more amazing, owning an entire building in Beijing. In fact, Jianxin's family isn't short of money. They own a company and are considered wealthy, though not in the traditional sense. But whether they're considered wealthy depends on who they're compared to. Compared to Xiatian, just this building alone is worth far more than all of her family's assets combined. After all, the housing prices in the capital are what they are. This building is worth at least 1 billion yuan, right? Maybe even more. Therefore, Jianxin's gaze towards Xiatian has begun to gleam with a strange light. If someone can buy such a huge property so casually, how terrifying must their net worth be? The monthly rent for the apartment building is about 2 million yuan. The boss also needs you to provide an account. I'll have the finance department transfer the rent to you on time every month. The property manager continued to report. This was the key point and also the purpose of Xia Tian's visit today. From now on, he would be a landlord who did nothing all day. Xia Tian gave the other party his bank card number and left the property manager's office, intending to go check on his own room. The property manager personally led Xia Tian and Jianxin to the 28th floor via a private elevator. The elevator required a card to use and was reserved exclusively for him, the boss. As the door to room 2801 opened, a magnificent and luxuriously decorated mansion came into view. The living room features huge floor-to-ceiling windows that offer a very open view. A huge crystal chandelier hangs above the spacious living room, its countless exquisitely cut crystals refracting colorful light, like a dreamlike galaxy scattered on Earth. Light filters through the gaps in the crystals, gently illuminating the polished marble floor and creating a mesmerizing play of light and shadow, as if laying a layer of magnificent brocade on the floor. A gym, game room, study, entertainment theater, tea room. It has everything plus a second-floor terrace, flower room, swimming pool. Even though Jianxin was used to seeing mansions, she couldn't help but sigh that this mansion was truly luxurious. Because of Jianxin's presence, although Xia Tian was already so excited that he was about to take off when he saw the mansion in front of him, he still had to pretend to be calm and indifferent, which almost made him suffer internal injuries. After much difficulty, he managed to vent his emotions by silently shouting several times in the bathroom under the pretext of going there. "Junior, you've been hiding your true abilities. If Su Hao knew this, I wonder what kind of expression he would have." Jianxin said meaningfully to Xia Tian after he came out. "Hee, this is just a small business of mine. Maybe it's not even worth their attention." Xia Tian said casually, then said to Jianxin, "Also, remember to call me brother from now on. Didn't you forget I'm a year older than you?" While the two were eating, Xia Tian had already told Jianxin about how she had repeated a year of high school for 2 years. That won't do. You're only a freshman, and I'm a sophomore. I'm definitely the senior," Jianxin said smugly, not expecting that the other person was actually a year older than her. "Right, Xia Tian is already 20 years old. Doesn't that mean she'll be forced into a match this year?" Jianxin's heart skipped a beat. Looking at his handsome face and unfathomable wealth, Jianxin's heart couldn't help but beat faster. Such a tall, rich, and handsome man was hard to resist. "Fine, you dare to take advantage of me so blatantly. Let's see how I deal with you." Xia Tian moved closer to Jianxin with ill intent. What are you doing?" Jianxin saw Xia Tian's mischievous smile and turned to run away without hesitation. Xia Tian chased after her, and the two played around for a while. In the end, Jianxin was cornered by Xia Tian in the bedroom, trapped in front of him with no way to escape. The two were very close to each other. The atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous, filled with a pinkish hue. "Oh dear, you let me go." Jianxin's heart raced. Her face flushed, and she said shyly, Call me brother, and I'll spare you." Xia Tian didn't get too close, maintaining a physical distance. "You naughty junior, you're bullying your senior. You're not being honest." Jianxin pointed at Xia Tian's chest, stopping him from getting any closer. Gulp. Xia Tian swallowed hard. Jianxin didn't want to go too far. Seeing Xia Tian swallowing, she was startled and knew that she had gone a bit too far. Young people are full of energy and can't take teasing. She quickly pushed Xia Tian away. "Let's go, Junior. I promise to go shopping for necessities with you today, and I'll also buy you the things you're missing from this house." Although Jianxin was getting more and more attracted to Xia Tian, she wouldn't let anything happen between them so soon. It was best to keep things in check. Knowing that if the two of them stayed alone in a room like this, there was a chance that something she couldn't accept might happen, she decisively changed the subject back to the previous topic. Although Xia Tian felt a little disappointed, he knew that sometimes you can't rush things and you have to take it one step at a time. Forcibly suppressing the impulse within him, Xia Tian said, "Okay, then I'll trouble you today, senior." He stopped worrying about the senior and junior titles. Sooner or later, he would make her call him good brother, and if possible, even dad. Chapter 18. Big Shopping Spree. The two arrived at Xia Tian's exclusive parking space in the underground parking lot one after the other. When they saw the two luxury cars in front of them, Jianxin's eyes lit up again. They were the two luxury cars whose keys she had seen earlier, a Lamborghini supercar and a Bentley Mulsanne. Wow, a supercar. Junior, you've really been hiding your talent. Can I have a look at this amazing supercar? Jianqin exclaimed in admiration. Girls should learn to provide boys with appropriate emotional value. Be amazed when they should be amazed, and admire them when they should admire them, especially at times like these. Of course you can. He casually took out his car keys from his pocket and handed them to Jianqin, indicating that she could do as she pleased. The Lamborghini Veneno Roadster is an ultra-luxury supercar with only 9 units produced worldwide. It is absolutely unique in terms of both appearance and performance, and all its configurations are top of the line globally. When the car first came out, the official price was $30 million, but it was auctioned off for more than $500 million a few years ago. It's very valuable. Of course, Jianqin didn't really know much about these things. Although she was more knowledgeable than the average girl, she could only recognize all the luxury car brands and knew that luxury cars usually cost millions or even tens of millions of yuan, but she didn't really know the specifics. Summer also accompanied Jianqin to visit her supercar. They got in the car, started it, and tried it out. The unique sound of a supercar was so pleasant to hear. Let's drive this one, Xiaotian said, seeing that Jianqin liked the sports car. Let's forget it. We're going shopping. How much stuff can your supercar hold? Let's drive the other Bentley instead. Jianqin reluctantly looked away. Although her family was wealthy and she had never lacked anything growing up, her family didn't own a supercar like this. Who says only guys like supercars? Girls actually love supercars too, especially the passenger seat. Hearing Jianqin's answer, Xiaotian glanced at her with some surprise. She didn't expect Jianqin to be so considerate of her. Even though she really liked riding in supercars, she still thought of Xiaotian. This made Xiaotian even more satisfied with her. Thinking of this, Xiaotian's heart stirred. System, please check Jianqin's attributes for me. Ding, name, Jianqin. Age, 19. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Appearance, 90. Length, 85. Purity, 100%. Favorability, 66. A second-year student in the Department of Psychology and Cognition at Tsinghua University. Unlike other systems that allow users to freely view the attributes of various women, my system requires users to first get to know the woman before it can view her attributes. Looking at Jianqin's attributes, Xiaotian was very satisfied, especially her 100% purity. The two changed into the Bentley and headed towards the mall. Xiaotian was unfamiliar with the capital, having only been there for a day, and he still couldn't tell the way around. However, with Jianqin's directions, the two quickly arrived at a high-end shopping mall in the capital. The mall had many luxury brand stores. In Jianqin's opinion, since Xiaotian was so rich, she would definitely buy high-end brand name goods. Summer was quite satisfied with Jianqin's taste. The things she helped her choose and buy were all very pleasing to her. After buying all the items she needed, Jianqin counted on her fingers and said sheets, blankets, toothbrush, towel, shampoo, shower gel. That should be enough. Junior, is there anything else you need to buy? Pick one last item for me, and we'll be all set, Xiaotian said to Jianqin after looking at the things she had bought. What is it? Jianqin asked curiously. She shouldn't have missed anything, right? Come on, help me pick out another bag, Xiaotian said to Jianqin, pointing to the LV store next door. Jianqin was completely confused. Why would a grown man like you need a bag like this? It wasn't bought for me, Xiaotian said casually. Upon hearing this, Jianqin's heart skipped a beat. Bags are generally only used by women. Could it be that Xiaotian is going to buy bags for other women? I don't care. Jianqin refused bluntly, her face visibly turning cold. Hey, senior, don't bother two people at once. Besides, you already promised to help me with buying things, so please help me out a bit more. Xiaotian continued to tease Jianqin. I only promised to buy things for you. That doesn't include helping others. Jianqin finally couldn't hold back anymore and turned to leave after saying that. All right, I'm not teasing you anymore. I was planning to buy it for you. Xiaotian grabbed Jianqin, who was about to turn and leave. Why was this person so easily teased? For me, upon hearing Xiaotian's words, Jianqin's anger turned to joy, but her face remained icy. Isn't this because I saw how much you've been working for me all day? So I wanted to thank you by buying you a bag? Xiaotian had no choice but to reveal the surprise he had prepared ahead of time. Oh, no need. I was just helping you choose some things. You paid for everything yourself, so I feel bad accepting it. Jianqin's sweet smile returned, but she still refused. What woman doesn't love an LV bag? Jianqin is no exception. But given their current relationship, it would be inappropriate for her to accept such an expensive gift. It's just a bag. Senior, please don't be so formal. Otherwise, I won't dare to trouble you again. These kind of luxury items are nothing to me now. I'd rather not. Hey, what are you doing? Jianqin still refused, but Xia Tian forcibly dragged her into the LV store. Stop being so fussy, it's just a bag. Hurry up and choose one, then hurry back. I have things to do. Xia Tian was a little domineering. Otherwise, how long would it take to keep refusing? Oh dear, I said I don't want it anymore. Do you have too much money to burn? Jianqin said somewhat embarrassedly, her face flushed with a smile, but she still complained. Handsome guy, beautiful lady, welcome to the LV store. The LV saleswoman greeted Xia Tian and Jianqin with a smile as they entered. Judging from the bags of the items they were carrying, they were clearly potential customers. Please recommend one of your newest bags to her, Xia Tian said, pointing at Jianqin to the saleswoman. Okay, handsome. This beautiful lady has a great temperament and is so pretty. She's perfect for our latest bag. Without saying a word, the saleswoman immediately took out a newly arrived bag and began introducing it to the two of them. Chapter 19, He's extremely rich. After some back and forth, Jianqin reluctantly accepted a bag worth over 80,000 yuan. She lowered her head shyly and followed Xia Tian back to the apartment. Jianqin was already prepared for Xia Tian to take advantage of her in some ways. As long as it wasn't too excessive, she could accept simple kisses and hugs. Although the two haven't officially declared their relationship, Jianqin knows in her heart that Xia Tian has feelings for her. Otherwise, no matter how much money Xia Tian has, she wouldn't just give away a bag worth over 80,000 yuan so easily, right? So Xia Tian's interest in her is obvious. And what are her feelings towards Xia Tian? He's handsome, rich, a junior at Tsinghua University, and most importantly, he was willing to spend money on her on their first meeting. What more could she ask for? Upon entering, Jianqin felt a little nervous. Although she had already secretly fallen for Xia Tian and her heart was fluttering with affection, she could only accept simple, intimate gestures with her at the moment. She wasn't mentally prepared for anything too extreme. So, she was afraid that Xia Tian might do something too inappropriate. Jianqin blushed, and her mind was racing with all sorts of random thoughts, while Xia Tian didn't think about any of that. Shopping was too time-consuming. He glanced at the time. It was almost 5:30. He figured the school registration was probably finished by now, and his wife, the homeroom teacher Xinwan, should be getting off work soon. He needed to hurry back to school to officially meet his wife. Otherwise, it would be rather ridiculous that they, as a legally married couple, hadn't formally met each other as husband and wife. Senior, let's go. After putting down all the things he bought for the apartment, Xia Tian turned to Jianqin and said, Huh? Let's go. Where to? Jianqin was still fantasizing about how to respond to Xia Tian's flirtatious advances. She couldn't resist too strongly, or her junior would misunderstand. But she also couldn't not resist or take the initiative, or her junior would think she was too frivolous and a promiscuous woman. So Jianqin was mentally imagining how much she should control when her junior cornered her against the wall and kissed her. But when she suddenly heard Xia Tian say, Let's go, she asked in confusion, not quite understanding what was going on. Of course I'm going back to school, Xia Tian said, turning around and opening the door. This summer, I drove a Lamborghini supercar back to school. I didn't prepare many personal items for the dorm, and the front trunk of the supercar could easily hold them all. How could a man not love supercars? Xia Tian was itching to get his hands on one, and since Jianqin had previously expressed her love for supercars, they decided to fulfill their wishes. The supercar roared to life and quickly arrived at the school gate, only to be ruthlessly stopped by the security guards. Even though it was a supercar, it didn't enjoy any special privileges. Outside vehicles were not allowed on the Tsinghua University campus. Students? Not even that. They needed to obtain vehicle entry and exit permits. With no other option, Xia Tian had to park the car in the parking lot outside the school, thinking that he would have to rely on his wife Shunwan's status as a teacher to get a permit for the car to freely enter and exit the school. Tsinghua University's campus is very large, and the distance from the school gate to the dormitory is not short. After telling Jianqin, Xia Tian hurriedly grabbed his daily necessities and rushed to the dormitory. He had to go see his wife after putting his things down. Jianqin watched Xia Tian leave in a hurry, a sense of loss washing over her. Had she been overthinking things? Did her junior not have those kinds of feelings for her? Impossible. He'd even bought her a bag. Besides, after spending the afternoon together, she had definitely felt Xia Tian's watchful gaze. Several times she'd caught him stealing glances at her with intense longing. But why did he suddenly seem to have lost interest in her? After leaving the mall, Xia Tian had been constantly checking the time, paying no further attention to her. This feeling of gain and loss was something Jianqin was experiencing for the first time, making her feel very uneasy and uncomfortable. Jianqin walked to the dormitory building with a sense of gain and loss. She still couldn't figure out what Xia Tian's attitude toward her was. The dorm supervisor downstairs was bursting with gossip again. Zhou Nino had returned early, brought back by one of the boys that morning, but she didn't look too happy. Jianqin, who went out with them, didn't return with them, only coming back now. But why would she be back at this hour? Shouldn't it be prime time for a dinner date? And Jianqin's expression was uncertain, though she was carrying an LV bag. Xiaoqin just got back? Xiaoyu's been back for half a day already. The dormitory supervisor's question brought Jianqin back to her senses. Oh, Auntie, I had to take care of something. I'll go back to find Xiaoyu first. After saying that, Jianqin turned and went upstairs. TSK, 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 an LV bag. The dormitory supervisor couldn't help but exclaim as she watched Jianqin's back. When Jianqin returned to her dorm, only Zhou Nino was there. Her other two roommates had gone out. Facing Zhou Nino's scrutinizing gaze, Jianqin felt inexplicably guilty, especially with her LV bag in her hand. An LV bag. A strange look flashed across Zhou Nino's face. LV's new collection this season is pretty good, isn't it? Jianqin generously showed it off to her best friend. Did you buy this for summer? Zhou Nino couldn't help but asked to confirm. Yes, I didn't want it, but he insisted on buying it for me. Jianqin blushed slightly, but she didn't hide it from Zhou Nino. Hearing Jianqin's answer and seeing the shy expression on her best friend's face, Zhou Nino's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that her best friend had fallen for the guy? Jianqin wasn't one of those naive girls who hadn't seen the world. Xia Tian was the first guy who could make her so shy. You haven't fallen for him, have you? In just a few hours? Zhou Nino asked incredulously. I don't know either, Jianqin said, feeling a little frustrated. She decided to ask Zhou Nino about her question, since she had never been in a relationship before, while Zhou Nino was. So Jianqin stopped hiding anything and told her everything she had seen and heard that afternoon, including that Xia Tian owned an apartment building and 2 luxury cars. After listening to Jianqin's words, Zhou Nino frowned. Xia Tian's situation was much richer than she had imagined, and now that Su Hao had offended the other party, Zhou Nino felt very depressed. Given the relationship between the two families, it would be unreasonable for her to ignore it. Chapter 20 Hee Hee Silly Laughter. Summer returned to her dorm with a huge pile of personal belongings, only to find Su Hao already there. Xia Tan ignored the other party, simply greeted Lin Fan and Yi Chun, and only glanced at Su Hao indifferently, as if he were air. This caused Su Hao, who was already furious because his date with Zhou Nino had failed, to explode instantly. In his self-righteous mind, everything was fine today, and it was all Xia Tian's fault. It was because of him that not only was his date ruined, but he also ended up with nothing. His chance to have dinner with Zhou Nino was also lost, and he blamed all of this on Xia Tian. Don't you think you need to give me a reasonable explanation? Su Hao became angrier the more he thought about it, and suddenly stood up, staring at Xia Tian with an unfriendly expression. I don't think it's necessary to explain to you, but since you asked, I can give you a reasonable reason. My time is precious, and I don't want to waste it on boring waiting and hassle, Xia Tian said, stopping what she was doing. You, haha, you're quite something. This is the first time I've ever heard someone say that following me is a waste of time. Fine, I guess I was blind. Suao suddenly laughed in anger. He didn't say anything harsh, but inwardly he thought Xia Tian was truly a nobody. However, he had already decided that there was still a long future ahead, and he would definitely make Xia Tian understand that money talks. Without money, you're nothing. Lin Fan and Yi Chun watched with interest as Su Hao and Xia Tian had a minor conflict. Since everyone was an adult and capable of taking responsibility for their own actions, no one intervened. Xia Tian shook his head and muttered, "You're really blind, trying to act like a rich kid in front of me. You must be crazy." He really wanted to give the other person a good slap in the face, but he decided against it today He didn't have time. After quickly packing his things, Xia Tian left the dormitory. He had to see his wife. That was the important thing. Because of this, he didn't even bother with Jian Xin, the beautiful senior, let alone Su Hao, that sycophantic second-generation rich kid. Summer has pretty much figured out what's going on in this dorm. It's a miracle if everyone can maintain a semblance of harmony. After putting his things down, Xia Tian left the dormitory to go find his wife, Shenwan. Rushing to the registration point, Xia Tian was annoyed to find it already deserted. He was a step too late. However, he knew Shenwan's address. The spousal information sent to his phone included her current residence, the faculty apartments at Tsinghua University. Summer asked around all the way to the teacher's apartment, and by sheer coincidence, she witnessed Lin Kitchen confessing his love to his wife Shenwan. Shenwan openly and frankly acknowledged and introduced Xia Tian's identity, which shocked her best friend Su Ro and made Lin Kitchen's eyes widen in disbelief. Vanilla. Lin Kitchen looked at Shenwan and Xia Tian in disbelief, and the flowers in his hands fell to the ground. Seemingly in response to Lin Kitchen's confession, or perhaps to reassure Xia Tian, Shenwan took Xia Tian's hand and then ignored Lin Kitchen completely, leading Xia Tian into the teacher's apartment building. Su Ro, after a moment of surprise, immediately followed behind. Lin Kitchen and his group of relatives and friends were left alone at the scene, and for a moment everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Upon entering the teacher's apartment, Shenwan immediately let go of Xia Tian's hand. Her ears were slightly red, and it seemed that Xia Tian was not as calm as she appeared on the surface. When Xia Tian saw a man confessing his love to his wife, he was honestly both angry and nervous. He and Shenwan were able to become husband and wife because of the country's mandatory marriage matching system, and his own godly rich system also played a role in this. His wife Shenwan was indeed very outstanding. Not only did she have a stunningly beautiful face like a fairy descending to earth, but she was also a teacher at Tsinghua University. He was worried that Shenwan might not want to be his wife, since the two seemed quite different, assuming that no gold coins would be generated in the summer. Xia Tian was already considering whether he should proactively show Shenwan his bank account balance, or hand over the weekly allowance of 10 million from the godly rich system to his wife for safekeeping. Shenwan was exactly the kind of wife Xia Tian fantasized about, so Xia Tian decided not to allow any accidents to happen and that he had to hold on to Shenwan tightly. Just as Xia Tian was feeling uneasy, Shenwan took the initiative to stand up and openly acknowledge their marital relationship. She even took his hand and led him back to the teacher's apartment. Summer was secretly delighted. As expected of the perfect wife chosen for her by the system, the more she looked at her, the more she liked her. Especially now, her forced composure, while she was actually incredibly shy inside, created a contrast that made Summer's heart burn with excitement. I wonder what a wonderful scene it would be like to do something even more embarrassing. Summer's mind raced with wild thoughts. Faced with such a beauty, it was hard for a normal man like him to control his wandering thoughts. Summer stared at Shenwan like a lovesick fool. Under his gaze, Shenwan became even more shy. She ran her hand through her hair and glared at Summer. "Don't look at me like that. Be normal," she said, then added, "There are outsiders here." Although Xia Tian was scolded, she was actually very happy inside. When there were no outsiders around, she could look around as she pleased. "Warner, should I excuse myself for a moment?" Su Ro, who had followed behind, asked Shenwan teasingly, her eyes darting back and forth between the two of them. "If I said I needed it, would you avoid it?" Shenwan rolled her eyes at her best friend and asked helplessly. "Of course not. How could I miss something this exciting?" Su Ro chuckled, hooking her arm around Shenwan's, looking like she wouldn't let me shake her off. At this moment, Su Ro finally understood why Shenwan had been so restless and uneasy all day. "When did this happen?" Su Ro asked Shenwan in a low voice. "I received a text message notification first thing this morning," Shenwan replied, knowing what Su Ro was asking. "So that means you started matching 5 days ago? Such an important thing. And you really kept it a secret from me," Su Ro said with a hint of emotion. She believed that the two of them were true best friends who could talk about anything, not the kind of fake sisterhood where they said one thing but meant another. So she was a little dissatisfied that Shenwan had kept such a big thing from her. "I only found out I was married today when I suddenly received a text message saying I was successfully matched," Shenwan explained with a hint of helplessness. Chapter 21. Think about how much face you have. Xiaotian obediently followed Shun Wan all the way to the other party's teacher's apartment. The moment the door closed, Shun Wan seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. She was still a little embarrassed. It was understandable that she was afraid of being found out by her colleagues, acquaintances, and other people. She had successfully matched with one of her students and even got married. Another point is that she doesn't know Xiaotian very well yet, so she needs to get to know her better before discussing anything else. Summer looked up and surveyed the teacher's apartment in front of her. It was a two-bedroom, two-living-room apartment decorated in a very cozy style, clearly in a girl's fashion. There were cute cushions on the sofa and a yoga mat on the floor that hadn't been put away. There was a set of light purple yoga clothes on the sofa armrest. Both bedroom doors were open. One bedroom looked clean and tidy, while the other bedroom was a mess, with clothes and odds and ends scattered all over the bed and floor. Intuitively, Xiaotian judged that the neat and clean bedroom belonged to his wife, Shun Wan, while the messy bedroom belonged to Su Ro. I told you to tidy up a bit, but you were too lazy to do it. Now that others have seen it, they'll laugh at you. Sure enough, Su Ro's room was rather casual and messy, befitting the sexy goddess. Shun Wan complained, but quickly tidied up the living room sofa and said to Xiaotian, "Why don't you sit on the sofa first? Have you eaten?" "Not yet," Xiaotian replied honestly, sitting down on the sofa as instructed. Meanwhile, Su Ro blushed slightly, glancing guiltily at Xiaotian before snapping at him. "We didn't see anything, you know? I'm just still adjusting to my sleep schedule since school started a couple of days ago. I'll be fine in a couple of days." She quickly went into her bedroom and closed the door behind her because the black underwear on the bedside table was incredibly conspicuous. Even with Su Ro's usually outgoing personality, she felt a burning sensation on her face. As a man, Xiaotian couldn't help but be drawn to Su Ro's sexy black lingerie. He could see the alluring black lingerie from the living room and couldn't help but steal a few glances. "Is it pretty?" A cool voice suddenly came from beside him, instantly bringing Xiaotian back to his senses. He was embarrassed. His wife had caught him peeping. "Oomph, you'd better behave yourself. I'm going to take a shower first. There are snacks in the coffee table drawer. You can eat something to tide you over if you're hungry, and then eat dinner later," Shun Wan warned Xiaotian, knowing it was human nature, especially for a hot-blooded boy like him. After giving Xiaotian one last word, she turned and took her change of clothes into the bathroom. In this sweltering heat, feeling sticky and uncomfortable all over was unbearable. Shun Wan's first thing to do when she got home was to take a shower to make herself clean and refreshed. After Shun Wan entered the bathroom and locked the door, Su Ro, who had almost finished tidying up, also opened the door and came out of her bedroom. "Want to take a shower?" Xiaotian couldn't help but secretly comment on Su Ro, Shun Wan's best friend. Big appetite, exaggerated curves, perfect arc. He swallowed hard, feeling a bit pressured in front of the fearless Su Ro. "So, how do you feel about marrying Shun Wan, a beauty who looks like a fairy descended from heaven? Are you already fantasizing about the wonderful things tonight?" Su Ro's words left Xiaotian speechless. "Was this something we should be talking about? By the way, you're still Wanner student, right? Just thinking about marrying your goddess teacher is enough to make anyone tremble with excitement. How do you feel? Aren't you already feeling incredibly thrilled?" Su Ro's second question was still sharp, leaving Xiaotian speechless. "Do you feel like your dream has come true? Tell me your true feelings." Su Ro's question caught Xiaotian off guard. He didn't expect this incredibly sexy and beautiful teacher to start by asking him such provocative questions. "I'm indeed quite excited." Faced with Su Ro's relentless pursuit, Xiaotian had no choice but to give an answer. Clearly, if he didn't, she would not give up easily. "Is it just excitement? Don't you have any strange thoughts popping up?" Su Ro's eager gaze seemed to demand that Xiaotian openly discuss the flaws in human nature, making Xiaotian feel ashamed. Who is this person? When others find out about this, they usually just gossip about it to themselves, letting all sorts of dark and gloomy thoughts circulate, while outwardly maintaining a positive and healthy facade. But Su Ro is completely different. She practically wears her own tainted, lewd thoughts on her sleeve. Miss Su, do you usually eat out or cook for yourselves?" Xiaotian tried to change the subject. "That mainly depends on your wife. If she cooks, we won't eat out. If she doesn't want to cook, we'll eat out. Sigh. To be honest, I'm even a little jealous of you, kid. How did you suddenly manage to marry my Wanner? How am I supposed to live now?" Su Ro suddenly realized that she was lazy and knew nothing about farming. How could she live independently after leaving Shunwan? Well, people always have to learn to face life independently. Xia Tian said something pointless. It's not appropriate for her, as a newcomer, to comment on how the two best friends get along. Hey, why don't you marry me too? That way the three of us can live together, and I won't have to leave Wanner. What do you say? Su Ro's thought process was quite unique. She would come up with something on a whim. Huh? Uh, Su Ro's suggestion made Xia Tian's heart pound wildly, and he stammered, as if his tongue was tied in knots. Was he about to have a double blessing? For a moment, he couldn't help but feel a surge of adrenaline, his blood rushing to his head. Looking at the stunning beauty so close to him, especially her perfect and sexy curves that made his mouth dry, it would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted. But would it be inappropriate for him to be too proactive in this situation? Besides, there was also the opinion of his first wife, Shunwan. How about it? Are you about to go crazy with excitement? Su Ro looked at Xia Tian with an expression that said, I've seen right through you, you little lecher, her eyes filled with disdain. Su Ro's words and contemptuous expression instantly brought Xia Tian back to his senses. Damn it, this vixen is flirting with me. Well, I think I'll go cook. Xia Tian felt that if she continued chatting with Su Ro, she would definitely embarrass herself. This vixen was too dangerous, and it was best for her to stay away from her. You can cook, then I can't give up my suggestion. How about it? Consider marrying me too. That way you'll be marrying the two most beautiful female teachers at Tsinghua University at the same time. Just imagine how prestigious that would be. Su Ro suggested again. Chapter 22, Buying a Spot. The bold and unrestrained Su Ro left Xia Tian completely dumbfounded. Just because I'm lazy, I'm going to ruin myself? It just feels so weird. However, looking at the stunning beauty in front of him, to be honest, it would be a lie to say he wasn't excited. In fact, because of Su Ro's words, Xia Tian's adrenaline surged rapidly, and his breathing involuntarily became heavier. Are you worried about Wanner's opinion? Don't worry, I'll take care of that. Wanner will definitely agree. Su Ro's understanding made Xia Tian secretly happy. Go cook first. I'll go find Wanner now. Su Ro rushed back to her room to get a change of clothes, and then knocked on the bathroom door to Xia Tian's astonishment. Wanner, open the door, it's me. Su Ro said into the bathroom. What are you up to now? I'm taking a shower. Wait a bit. Shunwan's helpless voice came from behind her. Oh dear. I can't wait any longer. I'm all sticky. Let's shower together, and we can scrub each other's backs. Open the door quickly, Su Ro continued. Stop messing around. Just 5 more minutes, and I'll be done washing. Just hang in there a little longer. Shunwan didn't want to open the door. It wouldn't be a problem normally, but with Xia Tian, an outsider at home, the two of them had to be mindful of their behavior. I have something else to tell you, but don't worry, it's very safe. Su Ro was an impatient person, and once she thought of something, she couldn't wait any longer. Helpless, Shunwan had no choice but to open the bathroom door and let Su Ro in. Xia Tian couldn't help but turn around and look towards the bathroom. It was just a human instinct, but his gaze met Su Ro's disdainful look. Ugh, damn it. Summer was a bit awkward. Damn, what bad luck. Honestly, I only turned around out of instinct, not because of any dirty thoughts. Su Ro quickly entered the bathroom and locked the door. Summer has also entered the kitchen, which is a bit awkward, so I'd better find something to do to distract myself. In his previous life, he was a lowly servant, skilled in everything from washing clothes to cooking. He could cook any kind of home-style meal, regardless of how delicious it was. I went into the kitchen, looked around, and rummaged through the refrigerator. Soon I had a better idea of what to do, and I skillfully washed the vegetables, rinsed the rice, and cooked the meal. Summer was planning to cook a few simple home-style dishes, but then she thought today is also her wedding night and her birthday, so she shouldn't just make do with whatever she can. I took out my phone and ordered a few more elaborate dishes from the hotel, along with 2 bottles of high-end red wine. It had to be a bit ceremonial. This, combined with the home-cooked dishes I made myself, is perfect. Summer was busy in the kitchen, while Su Ro and Shunwan were whispering in the bathroom. Su Ro asked first, Wanner, what are your plans? Shunwan knew what Su Ro meant by asking her that question. Let's see how it goes first. Anyway, we can't get divorced within 5 years, and it'll help me keep some annoying flies at my door. This was Shunwan's true thought. She was quite satisfied with Xia Tian. The only thing she couldn't accept was their current relationship. The teacher-student relationship was somewhat awkward and socially awkward. Hey, would you mind if I got a marriage certificate with Xia Tian too? Su Ro's casual remarks stunned Shunwan, who was washing clothes. You, Shenwan looked at Su Ro hesitantly. Don't misunderstand. I just suddenly saw that you were forcibly matched. Who knows when I'll be forcibly matched too? Big data-driven forced marriage matching is a sword hanging over the heads of all young people. Men are afraid of the sea queen, a term for a woman who has cheated on her husband, and women are afraid of the scumbag, a man who cheats on his wife. Everyone is filled with unknown fear about this. I just checked his student profile this summer. His family background is clean, and he's decent looking. I just tried to seduce him, and he seems like a pure and innocent virgin who has the desire but not the courage. After we get a marriage certificate, I won't have to live in fear of forced matching every day anymore. I can just divorce him in 5 years. That way, the three of us can live here together. The important thing is, I don't want to be separated from you. How can I live without you? What do you say? Su Ro's suggestion wasn't impulsive. She had genuinely considered the issue. It was all due to the national policy of forced marriage matching based on big data that she was forced to resort to this drastic measure. Getting a marriage certificate would allow her to escape the fate of forced matching, a way to control her own destiny, a method many in society choose. After hearing her best friend Su Ro's words, Shenwan also fell into deep thought. She and Xia Tian were forced to get married today, and there was no affection between them. No one could say what would happen to them in the future. Although Shenwan was willing to try to get to know Xia Tian, she did not want anything to happen between them now. However, the state has requirements for the couples who are forced to marry and obtain a marriage certificate. They must live together after obtaining the certificate. Either the woman goes to the man's residence, or the man goes to the woman's residence. If neither of them has a residence, the state will provide them with low-rent housing. When a man and a woman are alone in a room, especially when they are both young and full of energy, they are more likely to engage in intimate behavior and have a real married life due to the effects of hormones and dopamine. Upon hearing Su Ro's suggestion, Shenwan couldn't help but feel a surge of interest. If that were the case, it would be a good idea. With the three of them living together, Xia Tian wouldn't dare to act recklessly, which would seem to make things safer. I have no objection, as long as you can handle him, Shenwan said generously. By the way, we also need to prepare a 1 million yuan happiness fund. Xia Tian is still a student and has no source of income. Do you have the money? After marrying Shenwan, Xia Tian had already used up one of his free marriage slots. If he wanted to marry another wife, he would have to pay into the happiness fund to buy more slots. The cost for a second wife was 1 million. Damn it, I forgot about that. 1 million. I don't have it, Su Ro said dejectedly. She had just started working and had only received 1 month's salary. Back when she was a graduate student, she had worked in project groups and labs with her advisor, and the pay was quite substantial, but it was still a long way from 1 million. It seemed her plan was going to be stillborn before it even began. How many do you have? Let's pool our money and see if it's enough to buy you a spot, Shenwan asked. Upon hearing Shenwan's words, Su Ro suddenly looked embarrassed. I just bought a bag, and I still have over 300,000 yuan left. As she spoke, her voice grew softer and softer. You're really something. Shenwan glared at Su Ro. Originally, the two of them could have scraped together 1 million, but now, she had only managed to come up with a total of less than 600,000 yuan from all her savings, which was clearly not enough to cover Su Ro's shortfall. Chapter 23, is he going to marry his second wife? Name, Xia Tan. Gender, male. Age, 20. Hometown, a county in southwest China. Father, Xia Songjiang, employee of a private enterprise. Mother, Wang Minjing, junior high school teacher. This is Xia Tian's profile, a very ordinary family, and apart from being quite handsome, there's nothing particularly outstanding about him. The three of them finally sat down at the dining table together. Did you make all of this? Su Ro asked, pointing to the table full of food, breaking the awkward silence. No, I made these dishes myself. The rest were takeout, Xia Tian said truthfully. These home-style dishes you made are already very good. Ordering takeout is too wasteful, expensive, and unhealthy. You must have spent a lot of money, right? Shenwan first affirmed Xia Tian's hard work, and then pointed out what she thought was unnecessary. Xia Tian smiled silently. He hadn't originally planned to cook himself at all. It was all because of Su Ro's outrageous remarks that he had to find something to do to distract himself and cover up his embarrassment. You're still a student, you don't have a job or a stable income yet, so you need to be careful with your money. Then, Shenwan couldn't continue because Su Ro and Xia Tian were both staring at her. Suddenly remembering that she had just become a married woman, She felt shy and embarrassed, and she couldn't finish the advice she was about to give. However, Xiaotian was still very pleased. The system had indeed chosen the right wife for him. Okay, I'll listen to you from now on, Xiaotian immediately declared. I'll do whatever you say. Su Rou shivered, rubbed off non-existent goosebumps, and rolled her eyes at Xiaotian. So cheesy. She turned to Shenwan and said, Waner, you've adapted to this new identity very quickly. Su Rou remarked, so much delicious food, and you still can't shut up? Hurry up and eat, I'm starving. Shenwan first rolled her eyes at Su Rou, then smiled gently at Xiaotian and said, You heartless bastard. I'm not eating anymore. I'm already full. Su Rou threw a tantrum, expressing her dissatisfaction to Shenwan. Hee, this pork rib dish tastes very good. Does someone really not want to try it? Shenwan didn't take Su Rou's little temper to heart. This grilled fish is also good. You should try it, Xiaotian said, and thoughtfully picked up a piece of the tenderest fish and put it in Shenwan's bowl. Kid, you didn't know Wana never eats barbecue, did you? What are you doing? Typical, thankless work. Saying this, she tried to take the tenderest piece of fish from Shenwan's bowl. Hey, let me eat it for you, Waner. I can't let your efforts go to waste. Su Rou said, reaching her chopsticks into Shenwan's bowl. Unlike Shenwan, who never eats barbecue, Su Rou loves barbecue, especially grilled fish. It's okay to eat it once in a while, Shenwan said with a slight smile, blocking Su Rou's view with her chopsticks. Su Rou rubbed her head, looking at Shenwan with disbelief. Waner, have you really fallen for her? Eat quickly. Shenwan blushed. She just didn't want to refuse Xiaotian's kindness, so she picked up another piece of grilled fish from the plate on the table and put it on Su Rou's plate. Your little husband has bought red wine to celebrate. Are you planning to have a couple of drinks to celebrate too? Su Rou deliberately picked up a bottle of red wine on the table and gestured to Shenwan. Shenwan had actually seen the 2 bottles of red wine Xiaotian had bought earlier. She hesitated for a moment, but considering their current relationship, they had just registered their marriage today, technically their wedding night, and also that it was Xiaotian's 20th birthday today, she figured it wouldn't be unreasonable to celebrate with a drink. If she refused, it would not only spoil the mood, but also hurt Xiaotian's pride. Shenwan had already planned that if Xiaotian suggested a celebratory drink, she would agree to have a small drink with him. If Xiaotian didn't suggest it, she wouldn't drink. But she never expected Su Rou to bring it up. Thinking of this, Shenwan picked up her glass and said, Sure, but only in small amounts. School starts tomorrow, so I can't let it interfere with my business. Su Rou was completely dumbfounded and didn't know what to say. Her best friend Shenwan today was so unfamiliar that she didn't recognize her at all. Xiaotian was overjoyed to hear this. He had only ordered 2 bottles of red wine on the side when he ordered the food, just to be on the safe side, but he never expected that they would actually come in handy. Get the wine, Shenwan asked impatiently as Su Rou stared blankly at her with the red wine in her hand. Su Rou came to her senses and saw that Xiaotian had already opened another bottle of red wine. He quickly opened the wine and, since there was no special decanter, he found a glass bowl, poured the red wine into it to let it breathe, and then used a spoon to fill each of the 3 people's glasses with more than half a glass. Should I say I wish you 2 a long and happy marriage and many children? Su Rou was feeling quite annoyed. Shenwan was acting very strange today, almost like a stranger to her. Do people really change so much after marriage? Thank you. If you'd like, I can lend you money. I don't mind, Shenwan said meaningfully, speaking in a way that only she and Su Rou could understand. Although Xiaotian didn't understand the meaning behind Shenwan's words, he still raised his glass and said, Thank you, to Su Rou, which made Su Rou even more frustrated. Su Rou didn't speak, but tilted her head back and downed most of the glass of red wine in one gulp. Then, she wiped her mouth and transformed back into that fierce woman. She raised an eyebrow at Xiaotian, hooked his chin, and said in a teasing gesture, Waner agrees to let you marry me. Are you willing to marry me? Xiaotian's mind went blank. Was Su Rou a fierce woman or a tiger? Bringing up this kind of topic in front of Shenwan, Xiaotian couldn't help but look towards Shenwan. Don't worry about me. I have no objection. Now it's up to you whether you're willing to marry Xiaorou. Shenwan said to Xiaotian, sipping her red wine while gently swirling the glass. Xiaotian couldn't help but swallow hard. Su Rou was such a stunningly sexy woman. What man could resist her infinite charm? Su Rou exuded a fatal attraction to men from head to toe. In this world where there are more women than men, It is encouraged for men to marry multiple wives, and many women completely accept this situation. In an instant, Xia Tian felt a surge of excitement, almost intoxicated, thinking that his charm was too great and he had captured the heart of another goddess teacher. Chapter 24 was somewhat different from what I had imagined. Of course, don't overthink it. I just don't want to be forced into a marriage with a stranger. It just so happens that you and Warner have already been forced into a marriage and registered your marriage. I find you rather pleasing to the eye, so for now, you'll be my tool. Besides, after we get our marriage certificate, I won't have to be separated from Warner anymore, and you won't dare to bully us. Although Su Ro's personality was rather fierce, she was still a girl after all. Facing Xia Tian's young and passionate gaze, she felt somewhat awkward and let go of Xia Tian's chin, while also revealing her true thoughts. This kind of tool person is very popular nowadays. Many people, in order to avoid being forced into marriage, will find someone of the opposite sex who they find agreeable in advance, make things clear to each other beforehand, and act as a tool to avoid forced marriage. So when Su Ro said that, Xia Tian understood immediately. He had been overthinking things. Su Ro was just using him as a tool. It wasn't that he was so charming that the goddess teacher would throw herself at him. My surging emotions gradually calmed down. However, once you marry me, there's no way I'll let you escape my grasp. Putting everything else aside, just having another wife means I'll get an extra 10 million in living expenses from the system every week. For that 10 million every week, I'll do anything to make Su Ro my real wife. Besides, she's such a sexy beauty, a goddess teacher. I have even less reason to let her go. He'd gained another goddess-like teacher. Only a fool wouldn't want that. He also used the system to check Su Ro's information. Name, Su Ro. Age, 25. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Appearance, 93. Length, 98. Purity, 100%. Favorability, 51. Occupation, computer science lecturer at Tsinghua University. As expected, he passed. The system has requirements for Xia Tian's wife. He can't just marry any woman. She must be a girl with a look score over 90. Besides looks, the most important requirement is that she be a girl. No woman will do. They can't get a marriage certificate. Her figure is indeed amazing. Seeing Su Ro's attributes reminded me that I haven't had time to check my wife Shen Wan's attributes yet, so I'll check them out too. Name, Shen Wan. Age, 25. Height, 171 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Appearance, 98. Length, 93. Purity, 100%. Favorability, 60. Occupation, faculty member, School of Economics and Management, Tsinghua University. As expected, my wife's looks are absolutely top tier. No problem, Xia Tian answered readily, and then took out her phone and frantically tapped on it. All right, now we can get our marriage certificate. Obtaining a marriage certificate is very convenient nowadays. You don't need to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a number and wait in line. You only need to upload both parties' ID cards and take a photo of the couple on your mobile phone. The whole process takes less than a minute. Of course, this is an electronic marriage certificate. The paper version of the marriage certificate will be sent to you by Postal Express the next day. I'm still a little short on money right now. I'll borrow some more from a friend tomorrow to buy you a spot to marry a second wife, and then we'll get the second wife. Su Ro was a little annoyed. No wonder the Civil Affairs Department encourages men to marry more wives. A second wife costs 1 million to buy a spot in the so-called happiness fund, which is pure income. I've already bought it. Xia Tian showed his marriage registration page, which was now ready for registration. He had just been doing a series of operations on his phone to buy a marriage quota, but he didn't have to spend any money. The system paid for it for him. You bought a spot? Where did you get so much money? You wouldn't be so stupid as to take out a loan to buy a spot, would you? Shen Wan was surprised at first, then immediately thought of a possibility and put her hand to her forehead. Although it was a question, her tone was one of certainty. Modern online lending platforms are keeping up with the times and are now targeting men, offering unsecured loans to men who want to marry multiple wives. You can even apply for a loan on a marriage registration website and receive the funds immediately without delaying your marriage registration. Who told you to take out a loan to buy a spot? Warner and I will only be short 100,000 or 200,000 yuan. We can borrow some more from our colleagues tomorrow. Why did you take out a loan? Su Ro didn't expect Xia Tian to act so quickly, and a strange feeling flashed through her mind. Su Ro and Shen Wan both misunderstood. Although he had bought a spot, he hadn't taken out a loan, and the spot was completely free for him. The system paid for it all. He was just thinking about whether to explain to the two women when Shun Wan spoke up before he could. I just told you not to spend money recklessly, and you've already spent so much in the blink of an eye. Shun Wan was a little angry. Her husband, a freshman in college with no income, acted impulsively and was causing her so much worry. I'll let it go this time, but you can't be so impulsive in the future, understand? Looking at Shun Wan, whose anger was filled with intellectual elegance, Xia Tian opened his mouth. His wife, who was like a fairy, did not fly into a rage, but her eyes, which seemed to speak volumes, looked at him with disappointment, making him feel like he had committed a heinous crime. This was more unpleasant than being scolded, and he dared not provoke her. In the end, he could only obediently reply, I know. Now that the spot has been purchased, to avoid any unforeseen complications, Xiaoro, you should hurry up and get your marriage certificate. Seeing that Xia Tian's attitude in admitting her mistake was acceptable, Shenwan finally let Xia Tian off the hook. Since things had already come to this, she decided to let the two of them get their marriage certificate first. In fact, she had already started calculating in her mind how to help Xia Tian pay off her loan. Little man, considering you took out $1 million loan from me without hesitation, I might consider making you my official wife in the future. Su Ro teased Xia Tian, then went back to her room to get her ID card. Su Ro found her ID card and operated it on her phone. Xia Tian's ID card was with her, so she just needed to take a picture and upload it. The two of them took a photo together, and with all the information complete, they clicked to register and get married. The phone screen switched, and the electronic marriage certificate was immediately created. From then on, Su Ro and Xia Tian became a legally married couple. It really didn't take a single minute from start to finish. Looking at his new electronic marriage certificate on his phone, with a photo of himself and the sexy beauty Su Ro, Xia Tian felt a surge of excitement. These two top-tier female teachers had both become his wives. At this moment, he suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction, as if life had become so perfect. Seeing that the two had already registered and received their electronic marriage certificates, and were still looking at their physical marriage certificates, Shenwan said to them, All right, you can admire them slowly later. Now let's talk about serious matters. Xia Tian put away her phone, looking slightly embarrassed. She and Shun Wan had just gotten married and registered their marriage this morning. But tonight, she also registered her marriage with Shun Wan's best friend, Su Ro. Getting 2 marriage certificates in one day made her seem like a scumbag. Chapter 25, so, they've already started living together? Ding! It has been detected that the host has registered for marriage again. The spouse, Su Ro, meets the system requirements. 10 million yuan will be issued as living expenses for this week. The money has been successfully transferred to the host's UnionPay account, ending in 8888. Please check your account. The Godly Rich system was very straightforward and didn't drag things out at all. As soon as Xia Tian and Su Ro completed their marriage registration, the first notification sound rang in Xia Tian's ears. 10 million yuan in living expenses will be credited to your account immediately, and another 10 million yuan will be added to your living expenses every week in the future. Looking at the huge sum of 10 million, even though Xia Tian was already very rich, he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. After all, who would complain about having too much money? Come on, now it's my turn to congratulate you two on your happy marriage. Shenwan's face showed no sign of anything amiss. Her smile remained radiant. Congratulations to you both. Xia Tian's mouth was practically splitting open in a wide grin. He couldn't contain his excitement and joy at having 2 goddess teachers as his wives. Aren't you super excited now? The blessing of having 2 women. What a dream so many men have to live for their whole lives. Especially since it's 2 of us, such stunning beauties. It must be very exciting, right? Aren't you already fantasizing about sleeping together tonight? Su Ro's words were still bold and vigorous. Cough, cough. No, I didn't. Xia Tian coughed twice to cover up his guilt, a fleeting look of unease crossing his face. Anyone could see his guilty conscience and the embarrassment of having his thoughts guessed. She thought to herself, this teacher Su always likes to speak people's innermost thoughts out loud. Doesn't she know that this can easily make people feel awkward? Hey, you little man, your filthy thoughts are written all over your face. Su Ro gave him a disdainful look, as if to say, your little schemes can't escape my eyes. Shenwan chuckled and stopped Su Ro from teasing Xia Tian. Although we are already legally married, We don't know each other very well yet. We need to get to know each other better first. Do you understand what I mean? Shunwan didn't look down on Xia Tian at all. It was perfectly normal for him to have this kind of reaction and thought. Otherwise, she would have suspected his health. Shunwan's words indicated that she was willing to try dating Xia Tian, but she would not consider any intimate behavior with Xia Tian for the time being, let alone a marital relationship. This is a common phenomenon in society today. Two complete strangers are forcibly matched as husband and wife by big data, and it's only natural that they need a process of getting to know each other. Humans are not animals. They have feelings, especially women, who tend to be more reserved in this regard, except for gold diggers, of course. Xia Tian nodded, indicating that she knew and agreed. The low-rent housing is quite far away, and the environment isn't very good. I'm sorry to trouble you to sleep on the sofa tonight. Tomorrow I'll tidy up and move in with Xiaoro. You can stay in my room from now on, okay? Intellectual, elegant, generous, and proper. Shunwan's words left Xia Tian with nothing but nods. Our identities are rather special. I am your homeroom teacher, Xiaoro is also your teacher, and you are both our students. Therefore, the true marital relationship between the three of us needs to be kept secret for the time being. Can you understand this? Shunwan asked the questions she had already prepared one by one. Faced with Shunwan's well-reasoned argument, Xia Tian could only nod again. You're only a freshman now, so you need to focus more on your studies. As for relationships, you have plenty of time and opportunities. Besides, neither Xiaoro nor I like boys who don't study. I'm your homeroom teacher, so you should study even harder. I'll be keeping an eye on your studies all the time, okay? Shunwan continued, while Xia Tian was already sweating a little. The downsides of having your wife as your homeroom teacher are starting to show. She'll keep a close eye on your studies, and you won't be able to slack off even if you want to. The school is under her watchful eye, and, at home, she'll provide one-on-one tutoring. Little man, do you feel like crying now? Su Ro teased Xia Tian, looking at his dejected expression. Marrying your own teacher as your wife in your freshman year, the more exciting it is before, the more painful it will be afterward. Xiaoro, stop messing around and talking nonsense. We're talking about serious matters. Shunwan gave her best friend, Su Ro, a helpless glare. By the way, you have to transfer your loan and allowance to Xia Tian on time every month. Remember, don't transfer more than that. Your allowance is 500 yuan a month. Just transfer it to him in the same month. Boys will go astray if they have money. All right, oh well, what can I do? You're the first wife, and I'm just a lowly concubine. From now on, I'll listen to you, big sister. Suro joked. Little man, is 500 yuan enough? I'm sweating buckets in the summer, and you only want 500 yuan a month for pocket money? Are you kidding me, honey? This is the 21st century, the age of inflation. 500 yuan a month for pocket money? Are you kidding me? Xia Tian had originally planned to surprise his two wives by unexpectedly revealing that he was a super rich man, and even hoped to win them over in one fell swoop. But now he made a decision in his heart. He couldn't reveal it. He absolutely couldn't say that he was very rich. Otherwise, if Shunwan says, I'm afraid you'll go astray, so I'll keep your bank card for you, how can he still have a wild life? No wonder many people say that the first skill a married man must learn is how to hide his secret stash of money. I cover all the household expenses, including your food, clothing, housing, and transportation, so you don't actually spend much money. It's just the occasional small expense like buying a drink. That should be enough, right? Some women are born with the ability to easily manipulate men, and Shunwan is one of those women who makes it impossible for a man to refuse her. Faced with Shunwan's demands, Xia Tian could only nod in agreement and offer no other action or opinion. I'm doing this for your own good. Many people, especially boys, completely let themselves go after entering university. They spend their days indulging in pointless things like smoking, drinking, playing games, and chasing girls, wasting their precious study time. You can't do that, you know? The 4 years of university are actually the most crucial period for truly differentiating yourself from others. You must work even harder. Oh, and one more thing. To outsiders we're cousins. Don't get it wrong, Shunwan reminded her. Warner, you forgot one thing. Not only can he not slack off on his studies, but he also needs to be in good health. After all, he already has 2 wives, the 2 of us. If his health is too weak in the future, then we won't have any sexual happiness. So he can't slack off on strengthening his physical exercise either. I'll take care of this. I'll supervise his exercise every day. Suro added. Chapter 26 System releases daily tasks. Ding! Given the new changes in the host's identity, you have officially become a freshman in college and already have 2 wives. The long-term daily task is now issued. Become a high-quality male tycoon with a strong physique, ambition, knowledge, insight, and taste. I. Become a physically strong tycoon. How can a new generation of tycoon not have a strong physique? A healthy body is the foundation of everything. Starting tomorrow, the host will exercise for 2 hours every day, any activity. Completing the daily exercise task will reward you with 100,000 yuan in cash. The daily exercise rewards are cumulative, and on every integer day, weekly, every 10 days, monthly, and yearly, an additional super mysterious reward will be generated. 2. Become a wealthy tycoon with ambition. How can a new generation of wealthy tycoons be without ambition? On the journey of life, ambition is the driving force for progress. Without ambition, life will fall into confusion and emptiness. Starting tomorrow, the host must consistently wake up at 6 a.m. every day. Completing the early rising task will reward you with 100,000 renminbi in cash. The daily early rising reward is cumulative, and on every integer day, weekly, every 10 days, monthly, and yearly, an additional super mysterious reward will be generated. 3. Become a learned tycoon. How can a new generation of tycoons lack knowledge? Extensive learning and a wealth of knowledge are a person's greatest wealth and capital. Starting tomorrow, the host must diligently study for 2 hours daily. Any major is acceptable. Completing the study task will reward you with 100,000 yuan in cash. Daily study rewards are cumulative, and on every integer day, weekly, every 10 days, monthly, and yearly, an additional super mysterious reward will be generated. 4. Become a knowledgeable tycoon. How can a new generation of tycoons lack knowledge? Broaden your horizons, expand your perspective, and remain calm in any situation. Starting tomorrow, spend no less than 100,000 yuan daily for daily expenses. Upon completion of the task, all spending will be refunded, plus a reward of 100,000 yuan. Daily spending rewards accumulate, and on every integer day, weekly, every 10 days, monthly, and yearly, an additional super mysterious reward will be generated. V. Become a tasteful tycoon. How can a new generation of tycoons lack taste? Taste is a person's ability to appreciate, discern, and select beautiful, elegant, and high-quality things. Starting tomorrow, the host will spend 1 hour each day appreciating beautiful things. Completing this task will reward you with 100,000 yuan in cash. Daily completion of the task will accumulate rewards, and on every integer day, weekly, every 10 days, monthly, and yearly, an additional super mysterious reward will be generated. The sudden system notification in his mind left Xia Tian bewildered for a while. The other 3 tasks were fine, but Xia Tian seriously suspected that the task of exercising for 2 hours and studying for 2 hours every day was because of the requirements that Shan Wan and Su Ro had just made to him. Fortunately, my system doesn't force tasks. Instead, it encourages me to complete them with generous rewards, which is very humane. I hate those stupid systems that threaten to cut off your penis if you don't complete the tasks. With such a simple calculation, this adds at least 500,000 yuan to the daily income. The initial resentment I felt towards Shan Wan and Su Ro for their excessive demands on me had long since vanished. Since everyone agrees and there are no problems, let's start eating now and celebrate our new status. Shan Wan raised her wine glass. She was quite satisfied with her young husband and full of hope for the future. Let's celebrate our happy marriage and officially begin our cohabitation. Su Ro's words still left much to the imagination and were quite bold. Summer looked at the 2 stunningly beautiful women who were now his wives. Ahem. After clearing his throat, he said, I can accept all your requests, but it would be impolite not to reciprocate. Shouldn't I also make some requests of my own? Summer regained some of her confidence thanks to the system's reminders. A woman's beauty is, to a certain extent, a source of her confidence. The more beautiful a woman is, the more confident she is, which unconsciously makes the men around her more accommodating. Similarly, money is a source of confidence for men. Xia Tian's hesitant behavior was entirely because Shan Wan and Su Ro were just too beautiful. In other words, it was because he was used to being a loser and hadn't yet adapted to the fact that he was no longer the same person he used to be. Thanks to the system's notification, Xiaotian realized that he was now rich. Just completing these tasks would earn him 500,000 yuan a day, 500,000 yuan a day. So you have to be firm at home. Hee, little man, are you having some improper thoughts? Suro looked at Xiaotian with a half smile. Yes, that's fair. You can also make your requests, but don't go too far. The first wife, Shun Wan, had a much more upright set of values. We're already a legally married couple, so it wouldn't be right if there wasn't any way to show our special relationship, right? So I think that at home, and when there are no outsiders, you should call me husband, and I should call you wife. Xiaotian also made a request. Huh, you haven't even had a drink yet, and you're already talking nonsense? Suromak Xiaotian, your request is indeed a bit difficult. How about we just call each other by our first names? It'll be more casual. Shinwan also refused with a troubled expression. No way. I agreed to all your requests without hesitation, but you rejected this little request of mine so easily. You're not treating me like an equal. Xiaotian argued, insisting on her point. Our requests are all for your own good and are reasonable. Yours is just making things difficult for you, okay? We are so much older than you. It's too embarrassing to address you like that, Su Ro retorted. These kinds of terms are used when a couple's relationship has reached a certain level of intimacy. Our relationship hasn't reached that point yet, so you should ask for something more realistic, Shinwan tried to reason with. But Summer is here to date them. So how can you reason with him at this time? Then you kiss me every day. We need to have a place where we can show our marital relationship, right? Summer had a flash of inspiration and suddenly remembered a line from a dating guide she had seen somewhere. If you want to be with the girl you love, you have to learn to be shameless and play the rogue. Shinwan and Su Ro exchanged a glance, both surprised that such vulgar words would suddenly come out of Xiaotian's seemingly innocent mouth. Chapter 27 was decided just like that. Summer felt her face flush and her heart race as she was stared at so intently by two stunningly beautiful girls, Shunwan and Su Ro. Having confidence and self-assurance is one thing, but when faced with the direct gaze of two beautiful girls, he should still feel shy. Summer hasn't fully developed the talent to instantly transform into a scumbag after becoming rich. That requires time and real experience. Summer's personality is naturally shy, and he gets more nervous and embarrassed around girls, especially the prettier ones. Little man, what did you just say? A kiss? Every day. Su Ro's mockery was undisguised. Looking at this easily embarrassed little man, Su Ro found it amusing. That's it. What courage did he have to say those requests? Xiaotian wanted to run away, but being stared at by Su Ro with a half-smile made her feel like she was going to die, and her face began to turn red. I understand the restlessness of adolescence, but we are your teachers first, and your legal wives second. Shinwan tried to persuade Xiaotian to listen to reason and not have any improper thoughts for the time being. But Xiaotian interrupted Shinwan. No. First of all, you are my wives, and then my teachers. Xiaotian corrected. Shinwan paused, and Xiaotian continued. Our relationship is now that of husband and wife, which is obviously much closer than a teacher-student relationship, right? Therefore, in our dual roles, the husband-wife relationship should be the first priority, while the teacher-student relationship is merely a social one. Xiaotian argued forcefully, determined to secure his legal rights as a husband today. Otherwise, it would be much more difficult to develop a relationship with these two older single women, especially since they were his teachers. You're right. I admit that the marital relationship is more important, but our marriage is a forced match. We didn't know each other before today. It takes time for two people to get to know each other and then fall in love. They can't just fall in love right away. So your request is a bit beyond our acceptable range right now. Do you understand? Shen Wan, as expected of a teacher, explained the knowledge to Xiaotian in a simple and easy-to-understand way. Su Ro's approach was much simpler. I've already told you beforehand that you're just a tool to me. Don't have any inappropriate thoughts about me, or I'm afraid you'll be heartbroken later. You won't agree. If you don't agree, I'll go out and tell everyone you two are my wives. Anyway, it's a fact. I have an electronic marriage certificate to prove it. Since she'd already resorted to such shamelessness, Xiaotian would stick to it. She absolutely couldn't compromise now. Besides, all I want is proof of our marital relationship. That's not unreasonable, is it? First threaten, then play the victim. Suro couldn't help but roll her eyes at Xiaotian and said, I think you just want to be a pervert. Okay, let's eat first. The food will get cold. Shenwan thought for a moment, and while eating, she continued, there's no single standard for how to address your partner. It's not static. For example, during the honeymoon phase, you might call them darling. In intimate moments, you might call them baby. In formal settings, you might call them Mr. or Mrs. In everyday life, you might call them by their first name or by a special title. In a relationship, how you address your partner depends first on the context and second on the feelings between the two people. As Shunwan launched into her long explanation, Xiaotian knew that her plan was likely doomed. Is it okay for me to call you two wives when we're not around? You can't expect me to call you teachers at home, can you? Unwilling to give up, Xiaotian had no choice but to settle for second best. When Xiaotian made this request, Shunwan and Su Ro exchanged a glance, both seeing helplessness in each other's eyes. This little man was quite persistent. Of course, it's up to you. After all, it's your freedom, Shunwan said with a hint of helplessness, feeling that she couldn't bear to refuse the other party's request any further. Little man, you want to call me wife? Suro looked at Xiaotian with a playful expression. Xiaotian nodded. Only a fool would refuse such a stunning beauty. Fine, don't say I didn't give you a chance. You could do a plank, right? As long as you can beat both of us, I'll agree to let you call me wife. Suro didn't agree to Xiaotian's request as easily as Shunwan did. Instead, she made a condition. Xiaotian had to complete the plan before he could call her wife. That's settled. Xiaotian looked eager to try. How could a grown man like him possibly lose to two delicate women in terms of physical strength? Seeing that Xiaotian seemed ready to start the competition immediately, Shunwan said, eat first, the food is getting cold. You can compete after you finish eating. She glanced at Xiaotian with a slightly sympathetic look. Shunwan shook her head and thought to herself, Xiaotian is still too young. He doesn't know that when someone proposes a condition to challenge you to a competition, it means that they definitely have the ability to beat you. Otherwise, why would they gamble with you on an uncertain condition? Finally, the three of them were able to settle down and start eating. The two girls ate very elegantly, and the three of them shared an open bottle of red wine. They also chatted briefly during the meal. Shun, wife, what are the plans for the start of school tomorrow? Xiaotian asked Shun Wan while eating. It was the first time Xiaotian had called her wife, and she felt a little awkward, but she figured she'd get used to it after a while. Hearing Xiaotian address her, Shunwan paused slightly while eating, but did not object since she had already agreed to the other party's request. Tomorrow is the first day of school. First, we'll go to the classroom and get to know each other, introduce ourselves, and then we'll distribute books, collect military training uniforms, and do other miscellaneous things. Oh, and we also need to elect class officers. Shunwan briefly explained to Xiaotian about tomorrow's schedule. Su Ro suddenly asked Xiaotian, hey, by the way, do you want to be a class monitor and help Wana manage the class? Me? I think I'll pass. I've never been a class officer since I was a child. I don't want to cause trouble for Wana's wife. Xiaotian declined. He was already a super rich man now. How could he have the time and energy to waste in the class? Wouldn't it be better for him to go out and have some fun? You can learn if you don't know how. The main responsibility of a class officer is to cooperate with the teacher to manage the class, communicate and coordinate the relationship between teachers and students, organize various class activities, and so on. These things can improve your comprehensive abilities in all aspects and are also a very good job for personal development. I hope you can act as a bridge between us and help me to do a better job in our class. Is that okay? Chapter 28, The Terrifying Strength of the Two Women. Shunwan's words left Xiaotian unsure how to refuse, and she inwardly groaned, realizing she didn't want to waste her time and energy on the class. But faced with Shunwan's expectant gaze, he didn't know how to refuse. After all, in a sense, this was the first favor his wife had asked him to do, helping her with class management. It seemed unreasonable to refuse. Silly boy, are you really that stupid? You're not going to seize this great opportunity to get to know Warner often? Do you want to watch other male classmates fawn over Warner every day? This is an opportunity that many boys would kill for. Suro couldn't help but remind Xiaotian, who was still hesitating. No. I'm worried that I'm not good with words and won't get elected as a class officer, Xiaotian argued. Don't worry about that. I'll appoint you as the temporary class monitor based on the fact that we know each other before and can communicate better at work. As long as you don't make any major mistakes, it's only a matter of time before you become the official class monitor. Xinhuan said to Xia Tian with satisfaction. So, class officers can operate behind closed doors too? After a moment of surprise, Xia Tian had no choice but to nod in agreement. However, Su Rou was right. He was protecting his wife and preventing other men from having any chance to get close to Xinhuan. Xia Tian comforted himself. After some casual conversation, Xia Tian gained a preliminary understanding of his two stunningly beautiful wives. Xinhuan is a woman of vast knowledge and exceptional memory, possessing extraordinary talent, especially in actuarial science, econometrics, and various data analysis fields. Fluent in 16 languages, she is a true female genius. Su Rou, a super genius in computer science, possesses exceptional talent in fields such as algorithm encryption and artificial intelligence. Fluent in 8 languages, she is also a genuine super female genius. After learning more about the formidable strength of his two wives, Xia Tian truly felt like he had struck gold. The system hadn't provided any detailed information about them, and he hadn't expected them to be so incredibly powerful. Wow, that's a real big shot. Su Rou looked at the shocked Xia Tian with a haughty expression. Now you know how amazing we are, right? Now you know how lucky you are to know us, right? Be more polite to us in the future, or you'll become an internet celebrity in no time. No matter how powerful you are, you still became my wives, didn't you? Doesn't that mean I'm even more powerful? Xia Tian's words were crude, but in a sense, they weren't wrong. We're not telling you this to show off, nor is it for you to show off, nor is it to discuss boring things like who's better. It's to encourage and spur you on, so you can study hard, find your interests, and work diligently. Xinhuan pulled the two guys back on track, who were starting to veer off course, and gave her final summary. After finishing her meal and drinking her last glass of wine, Xinhuan quickly got up and began cleaning up, taking all the leftovers to the kitchen and washing them. Summer felt embarrassed to just sit there, since it was his first day there, and wanted to get up and help, but Xinhuan refused, so he had to go back to the living room. Xia Tian even got up and pretended to eat, while Su Rou, on the other hand, didn't stand on ceremony at all. After finishing her meal, she lay on the sofa and played with her phone. Sit down, don't be too formal. Warner has a mild case of OCD and doesn't trust others to do the housework and cleaning. So just relax and be a happy couch potato like me, Su Rou explained. Xinhuan quickly finished cleaning, and the three of them sat in the living room, staring at each other, still a little unaccustomed to each other. This would take time to adjust. Hey, little man, have you rested enough? Su Rou asked Xia Tian after putting down her phone. She'd gotten so used to calling Xia Tian little man that even though Xia Tian strongly objected, Su Rou persisted in doing as she pleased. All right, after Xia Tian nodded, Su Rou continued. Once you've rested, let's have a playing competition. Since it's a competition, let's make a deal. If you win, we can call you whatever we want when no one's around. But what if you lose? Whatever you say, whatever you say. Xia Tian was very confident after hearing this. How could a grown man like himself lose to two weak women in terms of strength? He thought that doing a plank was no challenge at all. What difficulty could there be in supporting himself on his elbows? All right then. Logically speaking, as a boy, you should be stronger than us girls in terms of physical strength. So if you can't beat us two girls and lose, then first of all, you can't call us wife, and you have to listen to us on how to address us. Also, from now on, you have to listen to us unconditionally, the kind of obedience that comes from the bottom of your heart. Do you dare to do that? Su Rou showed off her boneless waist and slender arms, embodying the delicate beauty of women. Xia Tian didn't think much of what Su Rou said and nodded repeatedly, agreeing with her reasoning. He was a grown man, full of vigor and vitality. How could he possibly lose in terms of physical strength? Although he felt the conditions Su Rou later proposed were a bit excessive, he didn't take them seriously, firmly believing he couldn't possibly lose. No problem, I agree. Xia Tian readily agreed to Su Rou's request without hesitation. When Su Rou saw that Xia Tian had agreed to her conditions, she smiled broadly, a mischievous smirk and smugness hidden in the corner of her eyes. Xinhuan shook her head, thinking to herself that Xia Tian was just a silly boy, but this condition was also advantageous to her, so she didn't remind Xia Tian. The three of them quickly tidied up the living room, and Su Rou took out 2 yoga mats. There are only 2 mats. Do you want to use them in the summer? I don't need them. You two can use them. Xia Tian waved his hand dismissively. How could a grown man like him compete with 2 girls for just 2 mats? All right, let's get started. Su Rou smiled, and Shunwan each took a mat. To avoid cheating and to supervise each other, the three of them formed a triangle, head to head, and began to lie on the ground to do planks. Summer's form was very good, and Shunwan and Su Ro were also quite good. The plank was really not difficult at first and felt very easy. After experiencing the difficulty of the plank in the summer, Xia Tian was secretly delighted, thinking to herself, "This is a sure thing. I'm definitely going to win." Chapter 29, I Got Scammed. Anyone who has tried a plank knows that the longer you hold it, the more difficult it becomes. For the first 30 seconds, Xia Tian felt relaxed. This was something anyone could do, right? She was confident she could easily beat them. Hold on for another 30 seconds. This thing is actually quite tiring. Summer also felt the difficulty of the plank. After a minute passed, every second became an ordeal for Xia Tian. She was no longer as relaxed as she had been at the beginning, and her expression gradually became strained. If it's this difficult for me, it must be even more difficult for girls. Perhaps they were about to give up? With this thought in mind, Xia Tian looked at Shunwan and Su Ro, only to be met with a scene that completely surprised him. The two women were smiling at him, showing no signs of strain and maintaining perfect postures. That can't be right. They must be faking it. Yes, that's right. They're relaxed, and carefree demeanor right now is definitely an act. They're just trying to create this psychological pressure for themselves. Although Xia Tian is young, to be honest, he is a bit weak. How could he have time to exercise in his senior year of high school? He stayed up late for 3 years and lacked exercise, so it would be strange if Xia Tian's health was good. 1 minute and 15 seconds later, Xia Tian started to experience shaking arms and legs. And at this point, she truly understood the unbearable feeling of each second feeling like an eternity. I never realized how long a second could be. No way. Little man, you can't handle this. Su Ro's teasing voice came over. Xia Tian looked up and saw Su Ro looking at him with a smile on her face. There was still no sign of strain on her face, and her movements were still in perfect form. Summer was a little confused. Looking at Shunwan on the other side, she could sense that the other person was very relaxed and at ease. No, I absolutely cannot lose. Otherwise, what will become of the man's dignity? I must grit my teeth and persevere. He stared intently at Su Ro and Shunwan, refusing to believe that they were actually stronger than him. Unfortunately, the two women still looked very relaxed and carefree, while Xia Tian was gritting her teeth and persevering, with sweat pouring down her forehead. At 1 minute and 30 seconds, Xia Tian felt that she had reached her limit, and her waist began to shake violently. 31 seconds, 32 seconds. At 1 minute and 35 seconds, Xia Tian could no longer continue and collapsed to the ground, feeling as if her arms and legs no longer belonged to her. He was panting heavily when he looked up at Shunwan and Su Ro again. The two girls were still standing firmly in perfect posture. Sit up and rub your arms and legs yourself. That will relieve the soreness, Shunwan immediately told Xia Tian. Dumbly, Xia Tian sat up as instructed. At this moment, he understood perfectly well that he had carelessly fallen into Su Ro's trap. The two opponents were clearly trained professionals, while he, a complete novice, had been so confident in his ability to defeat them. With a wry smile on his face, he truly lived up to his reputation as a teacher, giving himself another vivid lesson right there on the spot. Young man, your stamina is terrible. You're so young and already so weak, this won't do. You know you have 2 wives now. How can you manage if you're so frail in the future? Su Ro's words were like a cruel blow to the heart. Men are most afraid of being told they're not good enough by women. But what could Xia Tian say at this moment? After all, the facts were right in front of him, more powerful than any of his eloquence. So, now that you've lost, do you still acknowledge what you promised? Su Ro's smile was bright and sunny, but to Xia Tian, it was full of cunning and treachery. This woman was no good. I admit it. Go ahead and say it. Xia Tian was a little dejected. He thought it was a sure thing, but who knew it would turn out so unexpectedly? Haha, good that you accepted. Su Ro smiled smugly and cleared her throat. First of all, you can't call us whatever you want anymore. I won't make things difficult for you. From now on, you can call us Sister Wanner and Sister Rower respectively. Come on, say it once so we can hear it. Su Ro settled the matter of how to address us. Having lost the bet, Xia Tian had no choice but to call out Sister Wanner, Sister Rower. Not bad. Secondly, you promised that you would unconditionally follow our instructions from now on. Su Ro reminded Xia Tian of this most important condition. Summer felt like slapping herself. Just as Zhang Wuji's mother said, the prettier a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. Gritting her teeth, Xia Tian nodded. She couldn't deny what she had promised herself. He's a man of his word. Su Ro's words were hard to decipher, whether it was a compliment or a jerk. All right, Xiaoro, stop teasing him. Xiaotian, from now on, I'll call you that in private, okay? Shenwan stepped in to stop Su Ro, who was still trying to tease Xia Tian. Xia Tian nodded. Although she would prefer him to call her husband in private, it seemed unlikely at the moment. To be honest, Xiaotian, you really need to work on your health. I understand that you were under a lot of pressure in your senior year of high school and didn't have the time or energy to exercise. Now that you're in college, you need to make up for it because you need to be healthy no matter what you do in the future, Shenwan reminded Xia Tian. Yes, I will. Xia Tian nodded. He was really determined to get in shape. Luckily, his system's daily tasks included exercising for 2 hours every day. The final playing times for the three were: first place, Shenwan, 22 minutes; second place, Su Ro, 20 minutes; and last place, Xia Tian, 1 minute and 35 seconds. Xia Tian felt a little ashamed of his grades, but looking at Shenwan and Su Ro's scores, he didn't even have the thought of seeking revenge. If the difference were only minor, or just a few minutes more, Xia Tian would definitely have made a challenge. But now, faced with the two players' results, Xia Tian didn't say a single word. He had already experienced the difficulty and the feeling of time dragging on just now. It was impossible to hold on for even a second longer. He didn't even dare to think about holding a plank for more than 20 minutes. Next, Shenwan and Su Ro accompanied Xia Tian to the supermarket on the first floor of the teacher's apartment building to buy a whole set of brand new daily necessities, including toothbrush, toothpaste, towel, pajamas, underwear, socks, and other daily necessities. They also bought Xia Tian a brand new set of clothes, pants, and shoes. So, before Xia Tian could even buy his wife any gifts after becoming a super rich man, his wife ended up buying him a whole bunch of things. Chapter 30: Early Morning Exercise. Shenwan got up at 6:30 a.m. according to her own schedule. She quietly pushed open her bedroom door, trying not to make a sound, because she thought Xia Tian should still be sleeping in. But when she opened the door and looked at the sofa in the living room, well, where is she? Summer is long gone from the living room's sofa. Only a messy summer blanket remains as proof that summer once existed. This kid must have gone to the bathroom, right? He got up pretty early. Shenwan didn't think much of it and prepared to go to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Usually, unless there were special circumstances, she would cook breakfast herself. But when she glanced at the bathroom casually, she was stunned. The bathroom door was open and the light was off. Xia Tian wasn't in the bathroom. She stopped and headed towards the bathroom. Upon arriving, she found it empty. Shenwan's heart tightened. No one in the bathroom. Then, Xia Tian. She couldn't help but glance at Su Ro's closed door. Could it be? No way. She knew Su Ro's personality well. She couldn't be that kind of person. My heart skipped a beat, and I thought to myself, oh no, could it be that Xia Tian forced himself on me? Unpleasant images kept flashing through her mind, so Shenwan quickly walked towards Su Ro's room. When she arrived at the door, she didn't knock or push it open immediately. Instead, she pressed her ear against the door and listened, but there was no sound inside. After thinking for a moment, Shenwan decided to open the door herself. She couldn't just stand by and watch Xia Tian make a mistake at such a young age. Although Su Ro and Xia Tian are legally married, if it's not consensual and the woman doesn't consent, it's still considered an illegal act of sexual intercourse within marriage. I tried to turn the doorknob, but it was locked from the inside, so I couldn't open it. Bang, bang, bang. Shenwan knocked on the door and called out, Xiaoro, open the door. Bang, bang, bang. Not long after, Su Ro's door clicked open from the inside. Still sleepy-eyed, Su Ro, wearing pajamas and sporting an afro, looked at Shenwan in the doorway, yawning as she asked, Wanner, even though it's the first day of school, there's still plenty of time. There's no need to be in such a rush, is there? Shenwan nudged Su Ro. Where's Xia Tian? Is she in your room? Without waiting for Su Ro's reply, Shenwan pushed open the door and went inside, but Xia Tian was nowhere to be seen. Startled by Shenwan's outburst, Su Ro finally snapped out of her daze, her face full of confusion and a hint of resentment. What do you mean, Xia Tian isn't in my room? Wanner, what nonsense are you spouting? I just got up and Xia Tian wasn't in the living room, and no one was in the bathroom either, so I thought. I thought. Xiao Tian sneaked into your room. Shunwan was a little embarrassed, but she was also very relieved. You Shunwan, you're judging me by your own petty standards. I'll teach you a lesson. Suro knew perfectly well what kind of nonsense Shunwan was thinking. Although the two girls have always been virtuous and self-disciplined, they're already 25 years old and know everything they should and shouldn't know. The two girls bickered a bit, exchanging insults and saying some rather suggestive things. Even without Xia Tian, they could still playfully fight. Last night, Xia Tian spent a sleepless night alone, staring at his two wives' tightly closed bedroom doors. The worst part was, he could clearly hear them locking themselves. There were two of his legal wives in this room, while he was confined to a tiny sofa. He secretly thought to himself, even with a super-rich system, to end up this badly is probably unique to Scorpion Daddy. It's impossible not to have some filthy thoughts when you're in the same room with two stunningly beautiful girls, especially since they are your legal wives. Unfortunately, it seems that sharing a bed with them is still a long way off. What's even more tragic is that Su Ro tricked him during the plank exercise, and he has to unconditionally agree to all sorts of instructions from Su Ro and Shunwan. This is what's giving Xia Tian the biggest headache. His first wife, Shunwan, is all right. She's gentle and virtuous and shouldn't make things difficult for him. But his second wife, Su Ro, is a different story, although she hasn't made any excessive demands on him yet. I'll be living here in the future. Although I'll have two stunningly beautiful wives to keep me company on the surface, I can only look but not touch them. In reality, I'll be living the life of a bachelor, and I'll be managed by them every day, with all sorts of demands on me. I'm so depressed. Oh, and I mustn't forget the system's daily tasks. Starting tomorrow, I'm going to become a wealthy person with ambition, a love for exercise, a love for learning, knowledge, and good taste. After reviewing the 5 daily tasks in detail and making reasonable time arrangements, a fairly reasonable plan was quickly developed. I get up at 6 a.m. every morning to exercise for an hour and a half, then have half an hour to wash up and eat before class at 8 a.m. The missing half hour of exercise will have to be made up in the evening. Classes are considered learning, so there's no need to set aside separate time for academic tasks. It costs over 100,000 yuan daily to complete the experience task, which I haven't figured out yet. I'll go out and see what happens tomorrow. The final task requires appreciating beautiful things for an hour, which is a bit vague. What constitutes beautiful things? Does a beautiful woman count as a beautiful thing? If so, completing this task shouldn't be too difficult. Anyway, I'll try it tomorrow and see. All right, set an alarm for myself. The task requires me to get up at 6 o'clock, so setting the alarm for 5:55 is just right. Fortunately, I drank some red wine with dinner, which helped me fall asleep. After thinking about random things for a while, I don't know when I fell asleep. Summer woke up as soon as his phone alarm rang in the morning. Having experienced 3 dark years of senior high school, getting up before 6 o'clock wasn't too difficult for him. He knew he would have to get up this early every day from now on, but then he thought about how getting 100,000 yuan for doing so would make all his resentment disappear. Ding! Daily task 2 has been completed. The reward of 100,000 yuan in cash has been deposited into the host's Union Pay account, ending in 8888. Please check it yourself. The system notification in his mind made Xia Tian slightly more alert, but the 100,000 yuan no longer had any impact on him. Trying not to make a sound, Xia Tian washed up in the bathroom and then quietly opened the door and left the teacher's apartment. Arriving at the playground, it was exactly 5 minutes past 6 o'clock. In the summer, there were already quite a few people exercising at this time, and even more students were memorizing their lessons. As expected of the top university in the country, there are so many hardworking people here. Chapter 31. Leg cramps on the first day of running. On his way to the playground in the summer, he had already thought about it. He wasn't really enthusiastic about sports, so he had already considered what exercise to do in the morning. Running. This is an exercise that has no barriers to entry and can provide a full body workout. The key is that it's not like the plank exercise, which, although it can also provide a full body workout, only lasts for a minute or two and is too short. Many need to last a long time. Even physical exercise is no exception, especially since there are time limits for system tasks. You have to exercise for at least 2 hours every day in the summer. Therefore, running is the most cost-effective exercise option. Although Xia Tian hadn't prepared in advance, since the system task was only suddenly released last night. He was wearing a tracksuit and sneakers that his wife Shun Wan had bought for him last night. Although he can't get close to her yet, Xiao Tian is very satisfied with Shin Wan. She is elegant, generous, gentle, and virtuous. No wonder the system chose her as a wife. There are gains and losses. It's perfectly acceptable to spend some time winning over such an excellent wife. Thinking about it this way, the anger I felt last night from sleeping alone on the sofa dissipated. Although he had never eaten pork, he had seen pigs run. In the summer, he haphazardly tried to stretch his arms and legs like others, and then started running. He tried to control his speed and slow down his pace a little because he was different from others. Others might aim to run a certain number of laps or kilometers, but his goal was to run for an hour and a half. In addition, he was a beginner, so he chose a slower pace. There were quite a few people running on the playground, men and women, young and old. Summer's arrival didn't cause any stir. Everyone was running their own thing, and no one was chatting while running. Everyone was just running quietly. Running is also a very physically demanding sport. Although the speed is not fast in summer, it is still running. After 2 laps, that is after running 800 meters, he was already panting heavily, breathing like a cow panting. After the 3rd lap, Xiao Tian felt that she was having difficulty breathing and had to stop to rest. Running was not so easy, and the key was that Xiao Tian could not keep up for very long. I glanced at the time. Damn, less than 10 minutes had passed. This is clearly an overestimation of my athletic ability. How am I going to survive an hour and a half? Thinking about the system task and the mysterious reward that would follow, Xiao Tian gritted his teeth, took a break, and started running again. After running 1 or 2 laps, Xiao Tian started to feel nauseous. He tried to run 1 more lap, but he just couldn't run anymore. He felt like he was going to die if he ran any further. He couldn't take it anymore and collapsed to the ground. You can't sit down and rest right after running. Stand up and walk around for a bit. A pleasant female voice suddenly reminded Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian knew this common sense, but he simply couldn't get up. He had no strength left and needed to rest for a while. Summer was panting heavily, her heart pounding rapidly in her chest. She waved to the woman who was talking to her, indicating that she really couldn't go on. Summer was so busy that she couldn't even speak. Her mouth could only breathe heavily, like a fish about to drown. Seeing Xiao Tian's appearance, the woman couldn't help but shake her head. She knew from his condition that this was Xiao Tian's first time running. To be able to finish 6 laps, a distance of more than 2,000 meters, on his first try could be considered as achieving the purpose of exercising. However, the fact that he sat down on the ground immediately after finishing the run was very bad. When Xiao Tian first started running on the playground in the summer, the woman noticed his arrival. It wasn't that she was infatuated with him. She just paid extra attention to handsome guys because Xiao Tian was good-looking. It was her profession that made her habitually notice everyone who came to exercise early in the morning on the entire playground. The woman's name was Cheng Qian. She was a former Olympic champion and is now a teacher at Tsinghua University's Department of Education. Seeing Xiao Tian, a complete novice, she couldn't help but kindly offer some advice. Seeing that the other person was still panting so heavily and clearly couldn't stand up, Cheng Qian's professional ethics made her decide to go over and teach this novice student a lesson. It's dangerous for you to sit down immediately after running like that. The blood rushing back to the heart will put a lot of strain on your heart. Get up and move around a bit, Cheng Qian said, pulling Xiao Tian up by one of her arms. Ouch, it hurts. Xiao Tian cried out in pain as she was forced to stand up. Before he could take a single step, he collapsed back to the ground. In the summer, I feel my left calf muscles writhing violently, and my leg muscles are in intense pain, tightness, and soreness. People who haven't experienced it can't understand the kind of discomfort. In the summer, he wanted to move his hands but dared not, and the pain in his left calf made him grimace. Your leg is cramping. Cheng Qian was experienced and could tell from Xiao Tian's unconscious trembling left leg that he was cramping. This kid was too out of shape. Cheng Qian stepped forward and grabbed Xiao Tian's trembling left leg. Ouch, phew, it hurts. Xiao Tian was already having difficulty breathing, and now the intense pain from the muscles in her left calf made her want to express her pain, but all she could do when she opened her mouth was gasp for breath. She felt like she wanted to die. Don't move, you have a leg cramp. If you don't want to keep hurting, just bear with it. After saying that, Cheng Qian started to stretch Xiao Tian's left leg on her own. At the same time, she began to massage the muscles of Xiao Tian's left calf with both hands. At first, Xia Tian was in so much pain that she was dying. Slowly, he endured the initial soreness and discomfort. As Cheng Qian continued to massage him, the twitching of his left calf muscles began to stop, and the excruciating pain gradually subsided. In those few minutes, summer felt like an eternity, and I was completely soaked in sweat. My breathing has gradually calmed down, and I still feel a slight soreness and discomfort in my calf muscles, but the pain has finally subsided. Are you feeling any better? Cheng Qian asked Xia Tian without stopping her massage. Okay, I feel a bit better, Xia Tian said with gratitude. You didn't stretch properly before running, so your leg muscles weren't fully stretched. Plus, you sat down to rest immediately after running without getting up and moving around. Most importantly, your body is severely lacking in exercise, which is why you got leg cramps. Cheng Qian stopped what she was doing and watched Xia Tian earnestly explain the relevant information to him. Chapter 32, The First Day of School. Xia Tian looked at the woman who had offered to help him. She had a delicate and beautiful face. Her hair was simply tied back in a high ponytail, and she had a perfectly proportioned figure. At this moment, because of her exercise, sweat was flowing down her forehead and neck, and a patch of her clothes on her chest was also wet with sweat. After the excruciating pain from the leg cramp subsided slightly, Xia Tian finally had the mind to examine the beautiful woman in front of him. Seeing that she had shed her youthful appearance and possessed an intellectual air somewhat similar to his two wives, he wondered if she was also a teacher. Is this your first time running? Cheng Qian asked, looking at the handsome boy in front of her. Yes, that's right. Xia Tian nodded. No wonder. You have no technique at all. You'll easily hurt yourself like that. You need to learn properly. Cheng Qian reminded Xia Tian. Goodbye, she said, then turned and left. Before Xia Tian could even ask her any questions or express her gratitude, she watched the woman's departing figure with a sense of loss. This beautiful and kind-hearted woman, whose name she didn't even know, gave Xia Tian a strong urge to get to know her. I glanced at the time. After all this fuss, it was just before 6:40. I dare not run anymore. I walk slowly and do some stretching exercises. The system stipulates 2 hours of physical exercise time, which is not limited to any type of exercise. As long as you move, it counts as exercise. So even stretching your arms and legs in place in the summer counts as exercise. Summer was doing some simple exercises when her eyes scanned the playground, and she saw the beautiful and kind girl from earlier also running. The way she ran was exceptionally graceful. Beautiful people look good no matter what they do. She ran very fast, and her figure quickly passed by Summer's eyes. Summer's eyes followed the other person's movements, while her body spun around in place, doing simple exercises. Around 7:30, Cheng Qian stopped running, picked up her things, and left the playground. Xia Tian also came back to his senses, looking lost. Summer raised her wrist to check the time and realized it was already 7:30. It was time to end her first morning exercise session. In the summer, I calmed myself down and felt the muscles in my left leg that had cramped up. There was still a faint soreness, but it didn't affect my walking anymore, and I was fine. That's all for his training today. He should go back and wash up around 7:30. That should be enough. It's the first day of school, and he can't be late. First, she went to the cafeteria and bought 3 breakfasts. Then she returned to the apartment. Hearing a knock on the door, Su Ro opened it and saw Xia Tian returning with breakfast. Oh, you even brought us breakfast? I didn't know what you guys like to eat, so I just bought 2 breakfasts at random. Xia Tian waved the fried dough sticks, steamed buns, and soy milk in her hand. Juana has already prepared breakfast. What did you do so early in the morning? Su Ro pointed to the breakfast on the table and asked Xia Tian went out for so long so early in the morning. I woke up early this morning and was afraid of disturbing your rest, so I went out to the playground to exercise, Xia Tian explained. You need to work out more with your small frame. Su Ro teased. I'm going to take a shower. Xia Tian didn't want to discuss this with Su Ro. Although he had only run for a short time, he had sweated a lot. Shen Wan came out of the kitchen and urged Xia Tian, come and eat. Class is about to start. Sister Wanner, I'll take a shower first. I'll be right back. I'm all sweaty from running. Xia Tian was indeed a little rushed when she saw the time, but the sticky feeling on her body was very uncomfortable. Then hurry up, Shen Wan urged. Without further ado, Xia Tian quickly went into the bathroom for a quick shower. Boys shower very fast, and Xia Tian, in a hurry, showered even faster, finishing in just 3 minutes. He then dried his hair with a towel and walked out of the bathroom. That little man, you finished so quickly. Su Ro was surprised by Xia Tian's speed. Was it enough time to get her body soaked? Shenwan was speechless. She was also a bit exasperated by her best friend, who would always say something that was easy to misunderstand. And the worst part was that her friend could understand it instantly. Xia Tian was speechless, giving Su Ro a helpless glare. She was utterly exasperated by the implication in Su Ro's words. Ever since Su Ro embarrassed herself with the plank last night, she'd been constantly bringing up her physical limitations. Xia Tian secretly vowed, "Just you wait. One day I'll make you beg for mercy on your knees." Breakfast is on the table. Hurry up and eat. We need to leave for the classroom as soon as we finish. Xiao, you should also hurry up and pack your things, Shenwan urged. In summer, I see a bowl of congee with preserved egg and lean pork, a boiled egg, and a pancake on the dining table. It looks much tastier than the fried dough sticks and steamed buns I buy. Summer doesn't hold back either, devouring the food in front of it in a whirlwind. After the three of them finished getting ready and left, it was exactly 7:48, which was enough time to get to the classroom. The three separated halfway through their journey. Shenwan and Xia Tian went one way, while Su Ro went the other. "Sai, you two really are the true love. Are you going to be inseparable? You just abandoned me so heartlessly. I guess I'm the one who's superfluous. Oh well, it was all just wishful thinking on my part." Su Ro put on her acting act. Shenwan pulled Xia Tian away from this lunatic as quickly as possible, unable to bear it any longer. Xia Tian was secretly pleased. Looking at Shenwan's hand, which she was holding, she chuckled to herself, thinking that this was a step forward in their relationship. Before he could even feel happy, Shenwan immediately let go of his hand, then ran her fingers through her hair. Just now, because she couldn't stand Su Ro's antics, she had grabbed Xia Tian's hand and run away without thinking. Only after leaving Su Ro did she realize that she had actually taken Xia Tian's hand on her own initiative, and her face felt slightly hot. That's just how Xiao is. She likes to joke around in front of her own people, and sometimes she acts like a lunatic. You'll get used to it, Shenwan explained to Xia Tian. After the two arrived at the classroom one after the other, they automatically reverted to their respective identities. Shenwan resumed her teacher demeanor, walked up to the podium, and looked at her students sitting below with a radiant smile, while Xia Tian obediently went into the classroom and found a seat at the back, reverting to her student identity. Almost all the students in the class had arrived. There were a total of 35 students in the class. Xia Tian glanced around and saw that the ratio of boys to girls was about 3-1. She counted and found that there were only 11 boys and 24 girls in the class, a situation where there were more girls than boys. In addition, I also saw a familiar face in class during the summer, who was my roommate Su Hao, that idiot. Chapter 33 Election of Class Monitor. Before Shenwan could even speak, whispers began to ripple through the classroom. The students' eyes lit up when they saw their beautiful, fairy-like teacher, and the male students were especially excited, their hearts pounding. Beautiful things are always loved, and who wouldn't like a beautiful female teacher? Just looking at her is pleasing to the eye. Hello everyone, my name is Shenwan, and I will be your homeroom teacher for the next 4 years. I hope that in the future, let's work together. Shenwan began to speak, and the whispers below immediately stopped. Shenwan first gave a brief self-introduction, and then expressed her expectations for the students' studies and life over the next 4 years. Shenwan didn't give a long speech. She spoke for less than 5 minutes before asking the students to come up one by one to introduce themselves. Although Shenwan had already memorized the information and basic details of all the students in the class, some of them looked quite different from their photos, so it would be more intuitive to have everyone introduce themselves. It would also allow the students in the class to get to know each other. Shenwan originally wanted to say that we should go up on stage to introduce ourselves from front to back, but when she glanced at Xia Tian sitting in the last row, she changed her mind and said, "Let's go up from back to front to introduce ourselves, starting from the far left of the last row." Summer paused, realizing that his first wife was paying close attention to him. I was the only one in the last row, and I had to come up from the far left. Despite silently cursing his wife a couple of times in his mind, Xia Tian still obediently went on stage to introduce himself. Now, their roles were teacher and student, and as the student, he had to listen to his wife's orders. "Hello everyone, my name is Xia Tian. I'm male, and I like women. I hope to spend the next 4 years with you all happily." Xia Tian's handsome appearance was quite appealing, and his self-introduction was also quite interesting, so the students below especially the girls, gave him enthusiastic applause. The girls looked at the confident and poised Xiaotian on the stage and started whispering among themselves. In this society, there are more women than men, so men receive the same treatment as women did in the past, especially handsome men who are even more popular with women. After all, scarcity makes things valuable. Hearing Xiaotian's self-introduction, Shunwan's smile remained unchanged, but her eyes flickered twice as she glanced at Xiaotian without saying anything. Next, the students took turns going up on stage to introduce themselves, and Xiaotian began to get to know her classmates. Zhou Kai, Zhang Yang, Li Fei. Well, Suhao also went on stage to introduce himself. Although the two were roommates, after yesterday's incident, they didn't seem to acknowledge each other today. Most of the 11 boys were in the back, and Xiaotian quickly got a general idea of the boys in the class. Among the girls in the class, there was one named Wang Nan who caught Xiaotian's special attention, mainly because this girl was really beautiful. Judging by her appearance, she was at least 1.75 meters tall, and her legs were at least 1.7 meters long. Her long, straight legs were particularly eye-catching. She had a simple high ponytail, her skin was so smooth and delicate, and she had a pure and beautiful face that looked like it had been generated by AI. When she spoke, her voice was sweet and could make anyone feel lightheaded. Hello everyone, my name is Wang Nan. I'm very happy to meet you all. Fate has brought us together as classmates. I hope to work hard and make progress together with you in the next 4 years. Thank you. Summer's eyes were naturally fixed on Wang Nan. He hadn't expected there to be such a stunning beauty in his class. Summer took a few extra glances at this girl named Wang Nan. After all, who doesn't love to look at a beautiful woman? Didn't you see all the boys in the class with their eyes shining? There's a saying that men aren't lustful, but what are they lustful about? Do they really have any lustful desires? After the self-introductions, the next topic was the selection of temporary class officers. Although they were temporary, they would generally continue to serve in their positions unless something unexpected happened. After Shan talked about running for class monitor, she asked the students who were interested in running for class monitor to come on stage and give their campaign speeches, which is commonly known as campaigning. Surprisingly, quite a few students wanted to be class officers. 5 or 6 people, both boys and girls, stood up to compete for the position of class monitor. Each of them gave a campaign speech. Basically, all of these students who participated in the election had many years of experience as class monitor. Xiaotian really didn't want to stand up and compete for the class officer position, but after Shan reminded him twice, "Is there anyone else who wants to run for class monitor?" Xiaotian had no choice but to obediently stand up. He had to bow his head when he was under someone else's roof. After all, he had promised his wife, Shenwan. On the other side, Su Hao looked disdainful. He hadn't originally intended to run for class monitor. As a rich second generation, he had no sense of service to others. But when he saw Xiaotian stand up to run for class monitor, he couldn't help but stand up as well. Shenwan then stood up, and Su Hao went on stage to deliver his campaign manifesto. After taking the stage, Su Hao waved his hand arrogantly and said, "If you elect me as class monitor, you won't have to worry about the class expenses anymore. I will take full responsibility for them. In addition, I will fully support all kinds of activity funds." Su Hao knew that his biggest advantage over his classmates was his money. In order to defeat Xiaotian in the class monitor election, he brought out his biggest advantage. Compared with the others, he had no advantage at all in the class monitor election except for his money. Therefore, he ignored his family's advice to keep a low profile. Su Hao's extravagant remarks on stage immediately drew whispers. Many students below looked at Su Hao with strange eyes. Is this what they call a rich second-generation tycoon? People had different reactions to Su Hao's behavior of throwing money around. Some were disgusted, while others were delighted. Xiaotian was overjoyed upon hearing Su Hao's blunt statement. This meant he was out of the running, right? Haha, who would turn down money? Besides, Su Hao was quite good-looking, somewhat handsome, and rich. Girls would probably like that kind of guy, right? The higher the chances of him being elected class monitor, the better his chances of avoiding this dreadful position. Xinwan, the homeroom teacher, looked serious and frowned as she stared at the male student named Su Hao on the stage. Su Hao hadn't been so flamboyant during his self-introduction earlier. How did he suddenly become so arrogant? But no matter who he was, she wouldn't tolerate such a bad atmosphere in her class. Thinking of this, Shenwan said very seriously to Su Hao on the stage, "Su Hao, I don't think you are suitable to be a class officer at the moment. I'm disqualifying you from the election. Come to my office in a moment. Chapter 34, he's already become the class monitor. Xia Tian ultimately couldn't escape the fate of becoming class monitor. After Su Hao's candidacy was disqualified by Shan Wan's intervention, he bluntly stated that he and Xia Tian would communicate more smoothly and suggested that Xia Tian be the temporary class monitor. The lingering influence of her recent role as homeroom teacher was still strong, and the class almost unanimously voted to elect Xia Tian as class monitor in response to her proposal. Although Xia Tian was elected class monitor, she felt no joy whatsoever. She sighed and lamented, "Oh, what a miserable life." Next, Xia Tian suggested that Wang Nan be chosen as the vice class monitor, which would facilitate the future class work. After all, there are many girls in the class, and without a girl to assist in carrying out the work, many things would be inconvenient to do. Shenwan raised an eyebrow slightly, a playful glint in her eyes. Her little man was being a bit unruly. Wang Nan was very beautiful, and not just ordinary beautiful. It was normal for most guys to have feelings for her, but Xia Tian was different because he already had her and Su Ro as his legal wives. However, since it was a class meeting, Shenwan thought she would settle the score with him when they got home. She was already planning how to deal with the unruly Xia Tian. The selection of other class officers finally got on track, and the election for each class committee began. However, there were very few candidates left for each class committee, and even the sports committee member and the arts committee member were not even nominated. After thinking for a moment, Shanwan directly appointed Xia Tian as the sports committee member and Wang Nan as the arts committee member. It's worth mentioning that Xia Tian was the only boy on the entire class committee. All the other committee members were girls. Xia Tian's face looked even more miserable. She cursed Su Hao in her heart for being such a useless person. If he could stand up for himself and snatch this hot potato of class monitor position, how much trouble could she save? Now that I'm holding both positions, how can I possibly have time to relax and enjoy myself? Next, it was time for the class officers to step up and collect the textbooks and books. Xia Tian called on all the boys in the class to help carry the textbooks. Fortunately, most of the boys gave Xia Tian face. Otherwise, it would have taken Xia Tian and a group of female class officers a long time to carry so many textbooks. Su Hao didn't help move the textbooks. He wanted to help find them, but Shenwan called him aside into the corridor. This student's thinking was somewhat dangerous, and as the homeroom teacher, she had a responsibility to correct his misconceptions. Once outside, Xia Tian addressed the boys who had come to help and all the class committee members. "I'm treating everyone to lunch today. Thank you all for coming to help. I won't waste any more words. We can't lose a single one of us." "So you're rich too, class monitor?" The discipline committee member, Zhang Yanling, was a lively and cheerful girl who struck up a conversation. I forgot to mention where I'm treating everyone at dinner. It's in the cafeteria. Remember to bring your meal cards. Otherwise, it's not my fault if the cook doesn't serve you." Xia Tian added. It wasn't that he was stingy or unwilling to spend money. How much could a meal cost for just 10 or so people? It was just that Su Hao had already given us a bad example of acting like a big spender, and Xia Tian didn't want to become as annoying as him. He was just joking to break the awkward atmosphere of the initial meeting. TCH, class monitor, if you don't have the ability, don't show off. You're making us easily upset with you and affecting your prestige as class monitor. A boy joked with Xia Tian, which immediately drew laughter and agreement. "You're really something, class monitor. At first, I really thought we'd found a great class monitor, but I never expected you to pull such a stunt." The voices condemning Summer were incessant, with both boys and girls unanimously targeting her. No one really took it seriously or got angry. They all laughed and joked as they verbally attacked Xia Tian, the class monitor. Since everyone was in the same class, they quickly became friends and started making friends. Jokes can quickly bring people closer and make them familiar with each other. Since everyone is a relatively simple young person, there aren't many hidden agendas, so it's easy to get along with them. Upon arriving at the designated location, they began moving the textbooks. Having just played around, everyone started helping each other. The boys took the initiative to shoulder the heavier burdens, while the girls, being more meticulous, helped with tasks such as counting and registering. The group of people who had just met worked together seamlessly and quickly brought their class's belongings back to the classroom. Then came the miscellaneous tasks such as distributing books and creating a class group. By the time all these were finished, it was almost lunchtime and school was about to end. After announcing the start time for afternoon classes, Shunwan announced that school was over. Let's go. The class monitor is treating everyone to dinner today. Everyone here has to come. A boy deliberately imitated Xia Tian's antics as the teacher left. Where should we eat? Others chimed in. The cafeteria. Seeing that someone was cooperating, the man continued his antics. Ah, the cafeteria? That's fine too. The cooperating person spoke up again. Oh, right, everyone, don't forget to bring your meal cards. Otherwise, don't blame the class monitor if the cafeteria staff doesn't serve you food. The person finally revealed their last secret, which immediately drew another burst of laughter. In this atmosphere, everyone felt closer to each other without realizing it. Summer watched everyone playing around with a smile, not minding that her classmates were making fun of her. There was no malice in their playful banter. They just thought it was fun. Suhao left the classroom with a gloomy face. He hadn't expected that not only would he fail to stop Xia Tian from becoming class monitor, but he would also leave a bad impression on the beautiful homeroom teacher. However, he didn't remain completely uninvolved after revealing his identity as a rich second generation. Several female classmates privately added him on WeChat, but when they saw that Wang Nin wasn't among them, he lost interest. Xinwan and Su Ro also eat at the cafeteria during working hours, but they don't have enough time, so the three of them talked about this yesterday, and Xia Tian will eat at the cafeteria by herself. The students dispersed after making a fuss for a while. Young people get hungry quickly. After the students left the classroom in twos and threes, Xia Tian tidied up and then walked out of the classroom alone, carrying a pile of textbooks. He planned to go back to the teacher's apartment to put his things down before going to eat. Shunwan had already given Xia Tian a key to the house this morning. She opened the door, put the textbooks in the living room, went to the bathroom, and then leisurely walked towards the school gate. That's right, he didn't plan to eat in the cafeteria. He hadn't finished his daily tasks for the day yet. Xia Tian planned to go out at noon to complete his knowledge-sharing mission, which would cost 100,000 yuan. He still hadn't figured out how to spend the money. Chapter 35. Wang Nan's thoughtful expression. Summer needs to hurry up and complete her daily tasks. Halfway through the day, she's only finished the get up at 6 a.m. task. She turned off the system notifications because she found them annoying. Now, looking at the task progress bar again. When did she finish the tasteful task? After thinking it over, Xia Tian guessed that this tasteful task must involve looking at beautiful women, and he had also calculated the time for it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have looked at anything else besides the beautiful women he had looked at several times today. That's great. As long as I look at pretty girls, I've accomplished my mission. I like it. Arriving at his Lamborghini supercar parked in a spot not far from the school gate, he pressed the key to unlock, opened the door, and got it all in one smooth motion. Xia Tian was preoccupied with checking his system tasks and thinking about where to spend the 100,000 yuan, so he didn't notice that Wang Nan, the vice class monitor, who was not far away, had seen the entire process from when Xia Tian left the school to when he drove away in his Lamborghini. With her mouth slightly open, Wang Nan wore an expression of disbelief on her stunning face. Her mind was a little blank, and she only had time to take a picture of a luxury car. Even if she knew nothing about cars and car brands, she would recognize that it was a luxury supercar. So the class monitor was really rich. Watching Xia Tian drive away in his Lamborghini, roaring away, Wang Nan was deep in thought. She went out to run some errands, but unexpectedly discovered the class monitor's big secret. Judging from the luxury car Xia Tian was driving, she could guess that he must be quite wealthy. On a whim, I took out the photo of the sports car I had just taken and searched it online. Wow, a Lamborghini Veneno Roadster supercar, worth tens of millions? That must be a lie, right? But after checking more information about this luxury car, wow, it's actually true. And the news is saying that this car is becoming increasingly valuable. Just a few days ago, a used Lamborghini Veneno Roadster supercar sold for a whopping 9 million euros. That's a fortune. Upon seeing this information online, Wang Nan's pupils constricted sharply. She didn't know how much money Su Hao, who had just been showing off in class, had, but she was certain he wasn't as rich as Xia Tian. Wang Nan returned to school with a thoughtful expression, completely forgetting the things she needed to do. Although Wang Nan comes from an ordinary family, she has enjoyed privileges in many things since childhood because of her exceptionally beautiful appearance. Beautiful women are always given preferential treatment. This made Wang Nan understand from a young age that her greatest asset was her beautiful face and charming figure, which was also her only chance to achieve upward social mobility. Marry a rich man and become a wealthy socialite. Don't think she's materialistic or vulgar. Everyone yearns for a better life, and there's nothing wrong with that. Who doesn't? The beautiful Wang, Nan has never lacked suitors since she was a child. Among them are honest and well-behaved top students, handsome school heartthrobs, rich second-generation heirs, powerful second-generation officials, and infatuated simps, and so on. Wang Nan has always maintained a clean reputation and has never easily chosen to be with any of her suitors, not even having any ambiguous or unclear relationships. Wang Nan is not only beautiful, but also very smart. She understands that only in the most outstanding places can she meet the best men. She wants more than just a partner with excellent material conditions. She also wants a partner who is stylish, tasteful, ambitious, and preferably handsome, a talented young man, not the nouveau riche type. She would never consider such a person. Back in her dorm, Wang Nan lay on her bed, thinking more and more that Xia Tian perfectly matched her criteria for a partner. First of all, students who could get into Tsinghua University were all considered to be among the more outstanding people, and at the very least, they were very intelligent. This is also an important reason why Wang Nan worked hard to get into Tsinghua University. Summer is very handsome. When Wang Nan first saw his handsome face in the classroom, she thought to herself, "I wish my future husband could be this handsome." That's right. Wang Nan's plan from childhood to adulthood has always been to find a husband directly. In her mind, the concept of a boyfriend doesn't exist. She deeply understands the principle that the cleaner a woman is, the more valuable she is. Therefore, her plan has always been to stay with one man for life, which is why she has never had a boyfriend all these years, and she doesn't even have any close friends. Because once you become her friend, there will always be some strange guy who will inexplicably join in when she asks you to go out. When you ask, he will say that he is her good friend. Since you're all friends, of course you should hang out together. If you don't want to, then Wang Nan will be bombarded with all sorts of attacks, such as being pretentious or hypocritical and all sorts of unpleasant things. Or there's another type of friend who sells all sorts of information about herself to the guys who are pursuing her and speaks well of her on their behalf. This annoyed Wang Nan so much that she eventually stopped making friends altogether and just stayed home alone, finding peace and quiet. After much deliberation, Wang Nan suddenly jumped up, changed into a pretty outfit, and headed to a dessert shop near the school gate. From there, she could see right through the gate. She sat by the window, watching the people and cars coming and going. Before making a decision, she needed to be sure of one thing. Summer drove alone for a while, thinking about how to spend 100,000 yuan. 100,000 yuan is not a lot, but it is not a small amount either. The problem is that he's currently living in his wife Shen Wan and Su Ro's apartment, and buying anything too expensive or luxurious will definitely get him noticed. He hasn't figured out how to tell Shen Wan and Su Ro that he's actually quite wealthy. 10,000 yuan? Forget it. I'll just buy a luxury item and store it there. At worst, I'll put it in the trunk of my sports car and take it out whenever I need it. Use your phone to search for the nearest luxury store, step on the gas, and head straight to the mall. After parking the car, we went into the mall. There were international brand stores one after another. In order to save time, Xia Tian randomly walked into a store. No matter which store it was, the goods were not cheap. Xia Tian hadn't decided what to buy, so she just went with the flow. Coincidentally, Xia Tian entered a watch store, and a male salesperson quickly greeted her, saying, "Welcome to the Jaeger-LeCoultre boutique." Chapter 36 Class Monitor. What a coincidence. Hello. Could you recommend a few women's watches around 100,000 yuan in your store? Xia Tian got straight to the point. He didn't come in to shop. He was simply there to complete a task. A fleeting look of delight crossed the male salesperson's face. These kinds of customers who directly state their needs are the most straightforward. As long as the recommendations he makes are generally good and there are no problems, the deal is practically guaranteed. Okay, sir, please have a seat here. I'll recommend one for you right away. The male salesperson didn't rush to find a suitable watch for Xia Tian. Instead, he first led Xia Tian to sit on the sofa, brought her a bottle of mineral water, and then quickly left to choose a watch for her. A short while later, the male salesman came over carrying a tray with 5 watches of different colors and shapes. "Hello, sir," he said. "These watches are all priced around 100,000 yuan, which meets your requirements. Let me introduce them to you in detail." Xia Tian glanced at the watches on the tray. "No need. I'll take the gold one in the middle." "How much is it?" Buying things depends on first impressions. Xia Tian immediately took a liking to the watch in the middle. He was short on time, and his lunch break was already quite short. "Sir, you have excellent taste. This rose gold watch is specially designed for young ladies, and the price of 109,800 is quite reasonable." The male salesperson praised Xiaotian's good taste, and it seems that now no matter which watch Xiaotian mentions, the other party will praise it. "Pay me, and then wrap it up for me," Xiaotian said. The male salesperson was overjoyed. This customer was so decisive. If every customer could be as decisive as Xiaotian, wouldn't that be wonderful? "Okay, sir, please wait a moment." The male salesman hurriedly went over and packaged the watch that Xiaotian had her eye on, then brought over a POS machine and a QR code. "Sir, will you be paying by card or by scanning the code?" Xiaotian took out her phone and scanned the code to pay. Seeing the successful deduction notification on her phone, she glanced at the daily tasks on the system, which showed that she had completed today's knowledge task. "In the summer, I bought a rendezvous watch at the Jaeger-LeCoultre boutique and quickly left." Summer put the watch in her pocket, glanced at the time, and decided to have lunch in the mall. She ate a seafood rice dish and then left the mall to return to school. She had classes in the afternoon, and as the class monitor, she had to set a good example. The thought of this makes Xiaotian very depressed, because what can she do when her wife is her homeroom teacher? So frustrating. Driving back to school was a tight schedule, and the round trip wasted a lot of time. In between, Shenwan even sent a message asking why Xiaotian hadn't gone back to rest. Xiaotian lied and said that she had gone back to her dormitory to rest to avoid trouble. Driving a supercar was quite eye-catching. In the mall parking lot, Xiaotian refused several girls' requests for a ride and drove all the way back to school. After parking the car, Xiaotian had just gotten out when she heard a pleasant girl's voice filled with surprise. "Class monitor?" Xiaotian looked up at the sound. "Wang Nan? What are you doing here?" The one who called her was Wang Nan, the vice class monitor. At this moment, Wang Nan was looking at her with a surprised and shocked expression, her mouth slightly open. She seemed to be shocked by her Lamborghini. "Squad leader, is this your car?" Wang Nan controlled her expression well, feigning shock. "Yeah, that's right. Class is about to start. What are you doing here?" Xiaotian didn't deny it. If she was found out, so be it. There was no point in hiding it. "I came out to take care of some things and was just heading back." "Squad leader, you've been hiding your true abilities all along. So you're the one who's been discovered," Wang Nan said with a look that said, "I've finally discovered your secret. Hey, keep it low-key, keep it low-key. Just keep it to yourself. Don't tell anyone else." Xiaotian reminded Wang Nan. "Let's go, we two class monitors can't be late." The two traveled together. In a place unseen in the summer, Wang Nan pouted slightly, revealing a smug look, but quickly concealed it. "Fine, I don't want you to tell anyone, but what will you use to shut me up?" Wang Nan turned her head to look at Xiaotian with a smile. "Ouch, that head tilt is irresistible. What? You're trying to take advantage of the chaos. I call this robbing the rich to help the poor." Wang Nan emphasized. "I never expected you to be like this, Wang Nan. I misjudged you. Can I treat you to dinner tomorrow?" Xiaotian replied. "Let's make this clear first. It can't be the cafeteria." Wang Nan joked. "Next up is military training. Where else can you eat if not in the cafeteria?" This afternoon, they should be distributing military training uniforms and preparing for the various tasks of military training. The thought of military training coming up soon gave Xiaotian a headache. He really didn't want to participate, but when he mentioned to his wife Shun Wan that he could skip the training, she immediately rejected it. In Shun Wan's words, "Your health is already so poor. You should exercise more. How can you avoid this opportunity to train?" Xiaotian wanted to refute, but didn't know where to begin. It was already a consensus between his two wives, Shun Wan and Su Ro, that he was in poor health. Why did I have to agree to a plank competition with Su Ro yesterday? I really regret what I did. Isn't that a bit insincere? Who invites someone to dinner and then just takes them to the cafeteria? That's so perfunctory. Wang Nan complained. "Hey, you're lucky you even have food to eat. Why are you being so picky? The cafeteria is fine too, but you have to treat me to meals for at least a month." Wang Nan's purpose was clear. She wanted to spend more time with Xiaotian, and ideally, she could spend every day with Xiaotian in the future. Throughout the journey, Wang Nan was clearly very interested in Xiaotian, and her attitude was very proactive and enthusiastic. This was all thanks to the sports car, or rather, the change brought about by her strength. Xiaotian was also pleased with this, and the two had a very pleasant conversation. Xiaotian once again experienced the true joy of being a super rich person through Wang Nan. After the supercar was unveiled, Wang Nan's attitude towards herself was clearly different. "System, please check Wang Nan's information for me." He silently called out to the system in his mind. Ding. Name, Wang Nan. Age, 18. Height, 176 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Appearance, 92. Length, 91. Purity, 100%. Favorability, 70. A freshman at the School of Economics and Management, Tsinghua University. With both looks and physique scoring over 90, perfectly meeting the system's requirements. Cough, cough, you're overthinking it. If you're already married, you must obtain the consent of your previous wife before you can marry another wife. This is the relevant regulation regarding multiple marriages. Wang Nan and Xia Tian are both very good-looking, and they are quite eye-catching when they walk together. In particular, Wang Nan's charming smile makes Xia Tian feel a flutter in her heart. Chapter 37. Black stockings are the highest form of etiquette when meeting your boyfriend. Xia Tian, you're off tomorrow. Can you come shopping with me and buy some things? Wang Nan asked Xia Tian in her uniquely sweet voice. The 21-day military training has finally come to an end. Xia Tian got a whole shade darker. Not only him, but almost all the students who participated in the military training got a whole shade darker. After spending so much time together and working together on their jobs, the two are now quite familiar with each other. "I won't go if there's no benefit to it." Xia Tian teased Wang Nan intentionally, something he had done frequently over the past 20 days. "How about I treat you to a movie?" Wang Nan looked at Xia Tian expectantly. "What's so great about movies?" "I'm not going." "Don't play dumb. You know what I mean by benefits." Xia Tian's words made Wang Nan blush. For the past 20-odd days, the two of them have been eating together in the cafeteria almost every day. Ever since Wang Nan discovered that Xia Tian was actually a rich guy, she has been unusually proactive towards him. Whether it's eating or participating in various class activities, she likes to stick to Xia Tian, calling it a hush money. Summer didn't refuse. Why not have such a beautiful girl by his side to please him? It's a way to give myself a little treat during my boring military training. Summer is not a saint, spending every day with beautiful women. She's not exactly a saint herself. She's been flirting with them, secretly holding their hands, and taking advantage of them. Summer has done quite a few of these things lately. Knowing that Wang Nan was after his money, Xia Tian became even bolder in his actions. But that was all. If he tried to go any further, Wang Nan would avoid him and refuse. Xia Tianchao's demand for benefits from Wang Nan means that he wants to take things further and doesn't want to be limited to just holding hands. Wang Nan blushed. Why are all boys so lecherous? Are their heads always filled with such dirty thoughts? They want to take advantage of girls whenever they see them. Summer looked at Wang Nan with an expression that said, "I won't go unless you agree." Wang Nan pouted, trying to act cute, but Summer had become immune to this over the past few days and remained unmoved. "Okay, fine, but you can't go too far." Wang Nan compromised because after spending more than 20 days together, Xia Tian had completely fulfilled her fantasy of a partner. The reason she asked Xia Tian out tomorrow was to take advantage of the date to confirm their relationship. Xia Tian was overjoyed upon hearing Wang Nan's words and chuckled. "Hee hee. Okay, I'll wait for your call tomorrow." Wang Nan blushed as she looked at Xia Tian's lewd smile. "What a jerk!" She glared at Xia Tian before quickly leaving. She needed to go back to her dorm to take a shower. She had just finished a military training performance and felt sticky and sweaty all over, so she had to hurry back and take a shower. Watching Wang Nan's long, enviable legs disappear into the distance, Xia Tian swallowed hard, glared at her back one last time, and then turned and walked towards the teacher's apartment. He had been staying in the dormitory during military training because the instructors required them to check on him at any time. He had already fallen out with Su Hao, so staying in the dormitory was a bit awkward. Now that military training was over, Xia Tian naturally chose to go back to his wife's apartment as soon as possible. It had been many days since he had seen Su Ro. He saw Shan Wan every day since she was the homeroom teacher, and he could chat with her whenever he had a spare moment, under the pretense of discussing class affairs. As Xia Tian walked into the teacher's apartment building, she saw Shan Wan talking to a man on the roadside from a distance. A Ferrari sports car was parked not far away, and it looked somewhat familiar. He remembered now. Wasn't this the young master, surnamed Lin, who had confessed his feelings to Shan Wan when he first came to see her? Was he here to bother his wife again? Xia Tian frowned. She hadn't been here for more than 20 days, and she didn't even know when this guy would come to bother Shan Wan again. Summer lifted her foot and headed over there. Today, the other party didn't go through the usual confession routine, nor did he have any friends cheering him on. He was the only one talking to Shunwan. Xiaotian was about to loudly call Shunwan wife, but he happened to see a scene that shocked him. Shunwan took the initiative to move closer to the other person and lightly patted his arm. From a distance, it looked like they were flirting because he and Wang Nan had been doing this often lately. Summer paused for a moment, her brows furrowing. Had the two of them become so intimate without her knowledge? No, even though they haven't known each other for long. Shunwan shouldn't be that kind of person. But soon Xiaotian's eyes narrowed again, and his heart skipped a beat because he saw that Shunwan actually followed the other man into his Ferrari sports car. The man opened the passenger door for Shunwan, and she got in without hesitation. Then the man ran to the driver's seat, and the Ferrari roared away towards the school gate. Xiaotian frowned. Although they were far apart, it was definitely Shunwan, his nominal wife. And the man driving the Ferrari was definitely the rich young man who had confessed to Shunwan last time. Did this mean that Shunwan had agreed to be with him? The thought popped into Xiaotian's mind involuntarily, startling her. No, Shunwan would never be that kind of person. She was the wife chosen for her by the system. How could she possibly be? Damn it, system, get out here. Ding, does the host have any questions? System, will the wife you chose for me fall in love with someone else? There's no need to hide anything from your own system. You could just ask very directly. Ding, this mainly depends on the relationship between the host and the other party, as well as their feelings for each other. Humans are very complex beings, and this system cannot judge their behavior. Anything is possible. The system's answer was equally straightforward, telling Xiaotian directly that it was entirely possible. Summer's mind went blank for a moment. Damn it, doesn't your system have a function that can make the other party absolutely loyal and never betray you? Ding, this system does not have this function. Summer arrived at the apartment door somewhat absent-mindedly, thinking that she might have been mistaken and that Shunwan might be inside if she opened the door. Summer, somewhat self-deceiving, opened the door and went inside, but no surprise appeared. No one was home. Not only was Shunwan not there, but Su-ro was also not there. Summer sat on the sofa, looking at this home, where she had only stayed for one night, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. After all, it wasn't her own home. As Xiaotian was deep in thought, her phone suddenly beeped with a message notification. She took out her phone and opened it to find that there were already many messages in the Shui Mu family group chat. She hadn't noticed them before because she was thinking about Shunwan. This group chat is between Shunwan, Su-ro, and Xiaotian. The first message was sent by Shunwan, and judging from the time, it should have been sent just after she left with that young Master Lin. Shunwan, I'm going to an economics seminar organized by the school tonight, so I'll be back a little late. Don't wait for me to eat. You two can take care of dinner yourselves. Xiaotian just finished military training today, so Xiao-ro, take him out for a nice meal to help him recover. Su-ro, haha, what a coincidence. This princess won't be home tonight either. I'm going to attend a technical exchange meeting, and I probably won't be back until quite late. My little man, you'll be all alone at home, so be good, okay? I'll pamper you when I get back. Shunwan, oh, Xiao-ro, you're not home either? Then Xiaotian, you can go to the cafeteria to eat something by yourself and get some rest early tonight. I've already cleaned up your old room and replaced all your things with new ones. You can move in without worry tonight. You've been working so hard these past few days, so get some rest early tonight. I'll take you out for a good time tomorrow. Su-ro, maybe the little man prefers the old bedding you didn't change? Who told you to change it? Shunwan, I roll JPG Xiao-ro, don't talk nonsense and corrupt the children. Su-ro, even though he's young, he's already your husband. Can't he hold you in his arms to sleep at night? Can't he even smell the bedding that smells like you? You're such a heartless woman. Shunwan, speechless. Xiao-ro, you're disgusting. Su-ro, where's your little man? Come out here and tell me if I've hit a nerve. Shunwan, Xiao-ro, stop talking nonsense. By the way, where's your technical exchange meeting being held? Su-ro, you're at our old rival's place next door. Where are you? Shunwan, we're right here in our school. The latest message is, Shunwan, Xiaotian, haven't you gone back yet? Why haven't you replied for so long? After reading the message, Xiaotian breathed a sigh of relief. So they had gone to attend an academic conference. Although she was still a little uneasy, she wasn't as overthinking as before. Maybe she had been worrying too much. Reply to a message in the group chat. Summer, I just got home. thinking I was going to have a delicious dinner, but instead I found a cold stove and empty air, and everyone's gone. Crying emoji. Shenwan. I'm sorry, Xiao Tian. The school assigned me some work today. I'll make you something delicious tomorrow to make it up to you. Suro. Little man, you have to get used to this life of being alone in your empty room. Who told you to marry two such excellent wives? Xiao Tian chatted briefly with the two of them for a bit. Then there were no more messages from them, meaning they had probably already started working. So the three of them stopped chatting. He took a shower in the bathroom in the summer and changed into some dry clothes. He wondered what he was doing by himself. The past 21 days have been exactly 3 weeks. Xiao Tian has completed her 5 daily tasks without interruption. Because of military training, she no longer needs to do the 2-hour daily exercise task. Military training is a constant exercise. Before going to bed, Xiao Tian also insists on reading for 2 hours in the dormitory every day, which can be considered as completing the task of increasing knowledge. Staring at the pretty girls around her for an hour every day is more than enough. And she has maintained the habit of getting up at 6 o'clock every morning very well. As for spending 100,000 yuan, online shopping is very developed now. He bought some valuable items online, but they were all sent to his Bauhinia apartment building. He called the property manager to ask him to keep these things safe. It's worth mentioning that after Xiao Tian diligently completed his daily tasks for a week, the system still gave him a huge surprise. The basic body strengthening pills are a reward for Xiao Tian's week of consistent exercise. As the name suggests, these pills enhance physical fitness and have no side effects. After accumulating rewards over 3 weeks, Xiao Tian has taken 3 body strengthening pills, and his physical fitness is now vastly different from before. He is absolutely confident that he can beat Su Ro in a plank competition. The system rewarded Xiao Tian for completing the task of studying for 2 hours every day to enhance her knowledge after she persisted for a week. Improved eyesight. Xiao Tian, who was originally nearsighted with a prescription of over 300 degrees, now has her eyesight restored to its strongest level after 3 weeks of system rewards. She can see things clearly at night and can basically distinguish microscopic water. The reward for consistently waking up at 6 a.m. every day after a week was rather bizarre. It gave me 0.1 points of self-control, though I have no idea what it was for. He spent 100,000 yuan a day to broaden his horizons on this task. After persisting for a week in the summer, he rewarded himself with 1% of the shares of a top luxury goods company. Although it was not much, it has now reached 3% after 3 weeks. According to this calculation, he only needs to spend 2 years to own a top luxury goods company. The reward for completing the task of looking at beautiful women for a week is that he gains a mysterious 6th sense, but it's very weak right now and almost useless. He can't sense anything, and it will probably take a long time to accumulate it before it becomes useful. Summer is now very motivated to complete daily tasks, and the system doesn't need to urge her at all. This is the reward from daily tasks. In addition, the system gave me 60 million in living expenses over 3 weeks. 1 wife gives me 10 million per week, so 2 wives over 3 weeks would give me exactly 60 million. For the past 3 weeks, due to military training, Xiao Tian has barely left the school gates. Every day after the training, he was too exhausted to even walk, leaving him with no time or energy to go out and have fun. While others become more listless as the day progresses, Xiao Tian becomes more energetic as the day goes on, because of the effects of the body-strengthening pills he takes, which makes his physical condition stronger and stronger. After taking a shower, Xiao Tian was very satisfied with all his achievements over the past 3 weeks. Since neither of his wives was home tonight, and he had been eating at the cafeteria for 21 days, he was indeed tired of it. He decided to go out and have a good meal to reward himself, taking advantage of Shunwan and Su Ro's absence. This is a good idea. I'm such a clever little devil, but I'm a little bored by myself. Who should I ask to go out with me? The first person I thought of was Wang Nan. But forget it. The girl probably doesn't have the energy to go out with me tonight. The military training has exhausted everyone. She probably just wants to lie in bed and get a good night's sleep. Besides Wang Nan, which girl should he choose? When you go out to spend money, of course you want to find a pretty girl to accompany you. Who knows, something exciting might even happen. In fact, Xiao Tian didn't have much of a choice. Besides Wang Nan, the only person he was still in contact with was Jian Qin, a sophomore. Knowing that Xiao Tian was undergoing military training during this time, the two would occasionally chat briefly on Green Bubble. Jian Qin had participated in military training herself, and knew how tough it was, so she would send Xia Tian a few words of comfort. This girl is probably the only one in the school who knows that Xia Tian is a super rich man, and she knows more about him than Wang Nen does. Moreover, Xia Tian gave her a bag last time, and there were some unfinished things that she didn't have time to do because she was in a hurry to see Xinwan last time. It's been a long time since we last contacted each other, so I'll treat myself to a big meal tonight and make up for the things we didn't get to do last time. Just do it if you think of it. Send the other person a green bubble. Summer, do you have time? Come out for a meal with me. I don't want to eat alone. The message was sent and received a reply almost instantly. Jin Qin, you still have the energy to go out for dinner? You must not be tired. Where to go? Summer, go outside. The car is at the school gate. Jin Qin, 10 minutes. Summer, okay. Put away your phone, tidy up a bit, and it's time to head out in the summer. He strolled leisurely to the school gate and walked towards his sports car, which had been wronged by being stuck on the side of the road for 3 whole weeks, gathering dust. Looking at the layer of dust on the outside, Xia Tian thought to herself that she should wash the car in the next few days. She unlocked the door and got in the car. She had only been sitting for 2 minutes when there was a knock on the window. She turned her head and saw that Jin Qin had already come over. Xia Tian nodded to signal the other person to get in the car, and Jin Qin walked around the front of the car and got in from the other side. Today, Jin Qin wore a skirt suit, looking very ladylike. Summer lingered for a few more seconds on her long, straight legs, wearing black stockings, the legendary highest etiquette for girls when meeting their boyfriends. Jin Qin saw that Xia Tian's gaze was indeed fixed on her legs. She felt a mix of shyness and secret joy. Sure enough, what they said online was true. No guy could resist the charm of black stockings. Last time, Xia Tian's behavior was a great humiliation to Jin Qin. She had already prepared herself mentally, but Xia Tian, that blockhead, actually pulled her away without looking back. This made her feel resentful for several days. So this time, as soon as she heard that Xia Tian had asked for meat, she took out the equipment she had prepared long ago. Chapter 38, An Unexpected Encounter at the Hotel. Let's drive. Don't look around, Jin Qin said shyly, smoothing her hair with her hand to ease her embarrassment. Although she was secretly delighted that her black stockings had successfully attracted Xia Tian's attention, she was still a little embarrassed by his blatant stare. Oh, Xia Tian couldn't help but blush when Jin Qin said that. To be honest, he had never been so close to black stockings before. He swallowed hard. Black stockings truly lived up to their reputation as a male-slaying artifact. With the engine started, the Lamborghini roared off, attracting envious glances along the way with its distinctive supercar engine roar. Junior, where shall we go for dinner? Jin Qin was no longer shy when she saw Xia Tian's cute blushing face. People have this mentality: when you retreat, I advance. When you are strong, I am weak. Seeing Xia Tian being shy, Jin Qin immediately stopped being shy and boldly looked at Xia Tian. Ahem, you know I'm not familiar with Beijing. Do you have any good places to recommend, senior? Xia Tian was just having a sudden whim and hadn't really decided where to eat. I actually know a really good private restaurant that specializes in imperial cuisine. I've heard the food is quite delicious and the dishes are very exquisite. Would you like to try it, Junior? Jin Qin knew that Xia Tian wasn't short of money, so she only considered whether the food was good when recommending places. I've never tried imperial cuisine before. Is this a private restaurant? Lead the way. Xia Tian was quite interested in the so-called imperial cuisine and immediately decided to go there. Jin Qin herself wasn't very familiar with the roads. I'll give you my phone's navigation. I only know the restaurant's name. As she spoke, she took out her phone, searched for Sue's private kitchen, and started the navigation. Looking at the distance, the restaurant called Su Ji Private Kitchen was about 13 kilometers away from where they were, which wasn't too far. It was just a pity that they were going in the wrong direction. In the summer, they would need to turn around. The two drove away from Tsinghua University and followed the navigation on their phones to circle around the university before turning around. Just as Xia Tian was about to drive onto the main road, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar red sports car leaving Tsinghua University. Huh, isn't that the Ferrari sports car that the man surnamed Lin drives? In a flash, Xia Tian looked towards the passenger seat. Although it was only a split second, Xia Tian's eyesight, enhanced by the system, still accurately spotted a familiar figure. The person in the passenger seat was none other than the very familiar Shunwan. Summer was stunned for a moment. Then her heart was in turmoil. Suddenly, as if possessed, she turned the steering wheel, and the Lamborghini immediately caught up with the red Ferrari in front of her. Hey, Junior, You've gone the wrong way again. We just came this way, and it took us a long time to turn around. Jianqin reminded Xiaotian when she saw that he was not following the navigation instructions, but was going in the opposite direction. Yeah, I know. I just saw a familiar face. I'm just checking to see what she's up to. Xiaotian replied to Jianqin with a gloomy expression, and then fell silent, his eyes fixed on the smiling figure on the red convertible Ferrari in front of him. Jianqin glanced at Xiaotian, whose expression had suddenly turned extremely cold, and then followed Xiaotian's gaze to the Ferrari in front of her. She seemed to be deep in thought, but the clever girl didn't say anything more, and she also wisely turned off the navigation on her phone. Xiaotian ignored Jianqin and just followed the Ferrari in front of him. His anger reached its peak at this moment, and only one thought remained in his mind. Everything Shan Wan said in the group was just an excuse to deceive himself. An economic seminar? Right inside Tsinghua University. Haha, I was so stupid to believe her nonsense, and I didn't even think much about her being with that guy surnamed Lin, assuming it was just a university enterprise cooperation project. The disappointment I felt at that moment was indescribable. I blame myself for being too naive. I had seen Shan Wan reject Lin's confession to my face once before, and I thought that it was absolutely impossible for Shan Wan to get involved with Lin. But now, the scene in front of me was a slap in the face. I was too naive and didn't have a deep enough understanding of human nature. How could a woman not like money? I naively thought that Shan Wan and Su Ro were respected university teachers, and that I shouldn't vulgarly use money to solidify this marriage. That would be an insult to their character. I should use sincerity to exchange for sincerity. The relationship obtained in this way is more solid and pure than money. Unfortunately, because military training started the next day, Xiaotian's plan to win over his wife was aborted before it could even begin, as he moved back to the dormitory. However, Xiaotian was never worried about this. Just like Shenwan herself said, there is still a long way to go in matters of the heart, and there is no need to rush. But what Xiaotian saw at home almost made him grind his teeth to dust. Was this the gentle and dignified wife he knew? She tricked him into going on a date with a rich young man. A murderous glint appeared in her eyes. Xiaotian grew angrier the more she thought about it. Did he really think he could seduce her with just a Ferrari? So you're that cheap. If you knew that the Lamborghini you're sitting in right now could be exchanged for several Ferraris like that, I wonder what your expression would be? Lin, no matter who you are, I can declare you finished right now. You dare to touch my Xiaotian's woman. No matter who you are or how powerful you are, I will make sure your family is destroyed. Xiaotian, who possesses the godly rich system, has no doubt that he can do this. If he can't even do this, then does he deserve to be called a godly rich? Summer, lost in thought, suddenly saw a Ferrari swerve ahead and drive straight toward a high-end hotel. Xiaotian's already furious gaze turned even colder and more ruthless. He drove after them, but the Lamborghini's windows were tinted so that no one could see inside from the outside, and Xiaotian wasn't worried about being discovered. The Lamborghini accelerated and almost brushed past the Ferrari, which was slowing down. This startled Lin Kitchen, who was driving, and Shan Wan, who was sitting in the passenger seat. The two were chatting and laughing, seemingly having a good time, when they were suddenly startled by the car. Lin Kitchen was about to yell at the driver for being blind, but when he turned his head and saw that it was a Lamborghini supercar, he swallowed his words. Seeing that Lin Kitchen had managed to refrain from swearing after being provoked like that, Shenwan gave him a satisfied and approving look. You've really changed a lot. You didn't swear because of this. Keep it up. Shenwan's words made Lin Kitchen blush, but he was secretly delighted. He hadn't swore earlier only because he saw that she was driving a Lamborghini supercar. People who drive such cars are not to be trifled with, so he forcibly held back his curses. Who knew that this would cause Shan Wan to misunderstand him? Thinking that he had really become more refined. He hoped there would be as many misunderstandings as possible. He had already had someone investigate, and Shan Wan was simply forced into marriage. This kind of forced marriage policy might be welcomed by ordinary people, but it is not really accepted by various social elites. Lin Kitchen had already investigated and found out that Shan Wan's match was with one of her own students. Based on his understanding of Shan Wan, he knew that she would never choose to be with her own student. In Shen Wan's mind, that was a bit unconventional. Therefore, Lin Kitchen did not give up pursuing Shen Wan, because at most 5 years, Shen Wan would be single again, or maybe it wouldn't even take 5 years. Summer parked the Lamborghini at the hotel entrance, brazenly blocking the entrance and exit. The hotel greeters immediately waited by the car door upon seeing such a luxurious vehicle. Summer ignored the greeters, his eyes still fixed on the Ferrari behind him. As he got closer, he saw Shunwan's satisfied and admiring expression towards the man surnamed Lin. Summer heard the sound of his heart shattering completely. "Senior, could you please do me a favor?" Xiaotian stared at the Ferrari behind them with bloodshot eyes, asking Jianqin in the passenger seat without turning her head. Jianqin was very smart. She had already figured out from Xiaotian's gritted teeth and ever-changing expressions that things were not simple. There was a man and a woman in the Ferrari behind them. They looked quite well matched. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. She wondered why the two of them made Xiaotian so angry. The most likely reason for such intense anger in a man is a woman. After glancing at the woman in the Ferrari, Jianqin secretly wondered about the relationship and entanglement between her and Xiaotian. Upon hearing Xiaotian's question, Jianqin replied without hesitation, "Tell me what you need me to do. Go keep an eye on things in the hotel lobby and see what the man and woman in the Ferrari are up to after they go into the hotel," Xiaotian said to Jianqin in a cold voice. "Okay, I will keep an eye on their movements." Jianqin didn't ask any questions, just said a few words, then opened the car door, got out, and entered the hotel lobby. Upon seeing the guest step out of the Lamborghini supercar, the hotel's lobby manager immediately went to greet her. However, after Jianqin exchanged a few words with the lobby manager, he left. Jianqin stood in the lobby, between the hotel reception and the elevator, waiting for the man and woman in the Ferrari to enter the hotel. When Xiaotian and Jianqin entered the hotel, the car didn't move for a while. It just stood there blocking the entrance. The hotel greeters didn't dare to go up and urge it. They couldn't afford to offend someone who could drive such a luxury car. Seeing that the Lamborghini had been blocking the hotel entrance for a long time, Lin Kitchen, who was in the Ferrari behind them, had no choice but to drive the car to the parking lot himself. After parking the car, he and Shun Wan walked towards the hotel. Summer's eyes remained fixed on the two, watching them walk into the hotel lobby like a couple, chatting and laughing. Several times in the summer, she couldn't help but want to rush out of the car and confront Shun Wan. As a university teacher who should be a role model, how could she secretly run off to a hotel with another man behind her husband's back? Hate. Never before had I hated a woman so much, and a crazy desire for revenge arose in my heart. So Xiaotian forcibly held back at this moment. "Aren't you vain and greedy for money? I wonder what your expression will be when you find out you possess endless wealth. I wonder how interesting your expression will be then. Will you regret it?" So Xiaotian instructed Jianqin to help her confirm whether Shun Wan had really betrayed her. Once she confirmed this, Xiaotian could take revenge on her without any scruples. I watched as the two entered the hotel lobby, went to the front desk, and apparently booked a room together before heading to the elevator. Jianqin, who was already prepared, also entered the elevator. Shun Wan looked at Jianqin, who followed her into the elevator, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She had seen this girl before. Although she did not know the girl's name, she was certain that the girl was a student at her school. Shun Wan's extensive knowledge and excellent memory are no joke. She can recognize any person or thing she has ever seen. However, since the other party was a college student, and it was during her break time, and Shinwan was not the other party's teacher, the girl probably didn't even know her, so Shinwan didn't say anything and just acted like a stranger. After entering the elevator, Lin Kitchen glanced at Jianqin, a stunningly beautiful woman, and felt that he was lucky today. However, with Shun Wan in front of him, he maintained his image as a devoted lover, only glancing at Jianqin out of the corner of his eye, while outwardly appearing as a gentleman, keeping his eyes straight ahead. Perhaps because of Jianqin's presence, Lin Kitchen's attempt to flatter Shun Wan went unanswered, so he stopped speaking. The elevator soon stopped on the 28th floor. Shun Wan and Lin Kitchen stepped out of the elevator together, and Jianqin followed them out after they left. Shun Wan seemed to sense something and turned around to see Jianqin also walking out of the elevator. A look of doubt flashed in her eyes, but she didn't think much of it, even though it felt a bit too coincidental. Jianqin walked slowly, pretending to look at the signs as if she were looking for her room. She noticed that the woman kept turning back to look at her, which made Jianqin, who was already feeling guilty, even more uneasy. Shun Wan and Lin Kitchen stopped at the door of a room. Jianqin perked up. Had they finally arrived? Shun Wan turned to look at Jianqin again. Jianqin pretended to look at her phone while glancing at the sign on the wall, looking like she was looking for her room. Looking up again, she saw Lin Kitchen and Shun Wan entering the hotel room. Jianxin quickly took out her phone to take a short video and then took several photos of the room number before taking the elevator away. Just after she entered the hotel, the door to the room she had just been in opened again, and Shun Wan walked out of the room, looking thoughtfully at the empty corridor. Chapitre 39 Jian Kines Initiative. Jianxin had returned to the passenger seat of a Lamborghini and was showing Xia Tian the videos and photos she had just taken. His eyes were bloodshot and his face was contorted with rage. Xia Tian's appearance startled Jianxin, who involuntarily shrank back. Xia Tian was too frightening at this moment, making Jianxin a little scared, as if he might suddenly attack and hurt her at any moment. Summer's anger truly reached its peak at this moment. Thinking back to the ecstatic joy she felt when she learned that the system had matched her with her fairy-like homeroom teacher, Shun Wan, as her wife, it all felt like it was just yesterday. The happier she was then, the angrier and more ironic she was now. Once unfaithful, always unfaithful. Although Xia Tian was naive, she understood this principle. Shun Wan not only possesses an exquisitely beautiful face, but also a heart as venomous as a snake. The other party is not a fairy, but a venomous beauty. How ridiculous that I was so naive and foolish before thinking that I had met a fairy. Seeing the scene on his phone screen where Lin Kitchen practically embraced Shun Wan and eagerly entered the hotel room, Xia Tian's forehead veins bulged. "Junior, are you all right? Don't scare me." Suddenly a worried voice came, and then a soft, boneless hand grasped Xia Tian's palm, bringing Xia Tian back to his senses from his rage. With a wry smile, Xia Tian exhaled a breath of stale air. Turning back, Xia Tian had regained his composure. At least on his face, he had suppressed his ferocious expression and returned to his sunny and handsome appearance. "Sorry, senior. I didn't scare you, did I? I ran into something rather upsetting, but it's over now. Let's go eat." Xia Tian's face showed no sign of distress, as if she truly meant what she said and had already moved on from what had just happened. Indeed, first-hand experience is the fastest catalyst for personal growth. Although Xia Tian didn't explain anything, Jianxin had already figured out the whole story. The woman who went to a hotel with another man was probably Xia Tian's woman or girlfriend. Unfortunately, Xia Tian discovered all of this, and the evidence she took completely revealed the woman's true colors to Xia Tian, almost making him lose his temper. Jianxin couldn't understand what that woman, whose appearance even made her feel inferior, was thinking. Why would she turn down Xia Tian, a super rich man who could drive a Lamborghini with one hand, and instead be with a nouveau riche who could drive a Ferrari with one hand? Had she been kicked in the head by a donkey? Or had her brain damaged by a door? What were you thinking? She couldn't understand it, but a faint sense of joy and excitement welled up inside her. The other party's blindness had given her a golden opportunity. If she could pass up Xia Tian, this young, handsome, and wealthy tycoon, then she wouldn't be polite. Jianxin once again thanked the blind woman from before, thanking her for being blind. Although Jianxin and Xia Tian have had less contact recently, they still chat with each other on Green Bubble every day, so Jianxin is no longer unfamiliar with Xia Tian. If she didn't seize this great opportunity and take advantage of it to win over Xia Tian, Jianxin would despise herself. Jianxin is also a decisive girl. She made a decision in her heart in an instant, and boldly took Xia Tian's hand, wanting to use her tenderness to soothe Xia Tian's wounded heart. "Okay, I'll do whatever you say tonight." Jianxin's soft voice was filled with tenderness. "Oh, senior, you really want to listen to me tonight?" Xia Tian suddenly revealed a lewd expression, but because he was handsome, it just looked like a bad smile. He deliberately looked at Jianxin's legs in black stockings, revealing a lewd and bad expression. Jianxin couldn't help but blush, but she didn't back down. Instead, she gritted her teeth and made a seemingly crazy and bold move. Suddenly, she grabbed Xia Tian's hand and placed it on her thigh, which was covered in black stockings. Xia Tian paused for a moment, feeling a little embarrassed by Jianxin's sudden action. Feeling the soft, silky, and incredibly elastic texture on his palm, Xia Tian couldn't help but rub it a few times, a subconscious reaction for a man. Then Xia Tian immediately realized what was happening and coughed. He felt a little embarrassed. In his previous life, he was a single man. Although he had 2 legal wives in this life, he had never touched either of them. So he was still incredibly naive. His intimate behavior with girls was basically just holding Wang Nan's hand. How does it feel? Does it feel good, Junior? The more embarrassed Xia Tian was, the bolder Jianqin became, and she even directly teased Xia Tian. Senior, do you know you're playing with fire? Xia Tian put on a fierce expression to cover up her guilty conscience. Why are you playing with fire, Junior? Jianqin blinked innocently, staring straight at Xia Tian. Summer felt a surge of heat rush to his head. How could this innocent young virgin withstand it? He had already forgotten about Shunwan's mess and was now staring at Jianqin with burning eyes. Now that things have come to this, even if Xia Tian is a blockhead and has never dated a girl before, he knows what he has to do. Especially Jianqin's last coquettish junior with its drawn-out ending made Xia Tian completely lose his mind. Looking at Jianqin, who was in front of him with a face full of spring blossoms, she seemed ready to be picked at will. Ignoring everything else, Xia Tian leaned down and kissed Jianqin fiercely. Her lips immediately felt a soft, tender touch and a sweet, fragrant taste. After a while, until Jianqin was breathing rapidly and felt a little breathless, Xia Tian finally let her go. Summer, still wanting more, licked his lips, his eyes still burning, and he even felt his anger intensify. He wanted to go further, but then he heard a honking sound outside. Summer turned around and saw that several cars were already lined up behind him. Finally, one of the cars couldn't help but honk its horn to urge him on. Senior, let's go eat first. Xia Tian had no choice but to start the car and drive outside. As he left, Xia Tian couldn't help but glance at the hotel again, a mocking look flashing across his face. Looking back at Jianqin, who was sitting in the passenger seat with a sweet and shy expression, the Lamborghini sped away. Our destination was still Sue's private kitchen, the restaurant Jianqin had recommended. We couldn't let other people's affairs affect our plans. Although it was a little late, as the old saying goes, good food is worth the wait. Chapter 40 Su Ro is also on a date. The sky is no big deal, but eating is the most important thing. Even if the sky falls, you have to eat first. Besides, after Jianqin's comforting words, Xia Tian's anger had begun to shift towards Jianqin's alluring figure. The Lamborghini sped along, leaving behind a trail of engine roars on the road. The distance of over 10 kilometers was quickly covered by the Lamborghini, and we arrived at our destination, Sue's private kitchen. After finding a spot to park the car, Xia Tian didn't rush to get out. Instead, while Jianqin stared in disbelief, he kissed her again, leaving her dizzy and disoriented. Jianqin's bold teasing seemed to have completely turned on Xia Tian's switch in a certain aspect, making him domineering and greedy. Just when Jianqin felt like she was about to suffocate, Xia Tian finally let her go. Jianqin's legs were a little weak when she got out of the car. She hadn't expected her junior to be so domineering and greedy. You brat, all you do is bully me. Jianqin said coquettishly. Does the senior like being bullied by me, the junior? Xia Tian asked with a mischievous smile. You're so naughty. Jianqin blushed. How could she answer that? She didn't feel any resistance to kissing Xia Tian, but rather felt very sweet. Moreover, it was her first time kissing, and she didn't expect it to feel so good. Women love bad boys. Senior, do you want me to be naughty with you? As if she had no formal training, Xia Tian and Jianqin flirted as they walked toward the private restaurant. As soon as the two entered the restaurant, a waiter came forward to guide them to a private room. When ordering, Xia Tian generously asked the waiter to bring out all the restaurant's signature dishes, acting as if she didn't care about money. Unfortunately, the restaurant didn't accept orders. You just needed to tell them how many people were dining, if they had any dietary restrictions, and whether they preferred mild or strong flavors. The kitchen would then prepare all the dishes, and you could tell them your preferences in advance. This unusual way of ordering food broadened Xia Tian's horizons, and she inexplicably felt a sense of anticipation for the dishes to come. How about it? Pretty novel, right? It was my first time eating here, and I was also quite intrigued by their ordering system. But after the dishes were served, I was filled with admiration. The chef at this private restaurant is a real talent. You'll see once you taste his cooking. Jianqin's words are full of praise for the chef. We'll find out if it's delicious in a bit. No rush. I want to keep enjoying your delicious dish, senior. Xia Tian said, pulling Jianqin into her arms. Jianqin looked helpless in Xia Tian's embrace, but she was actually quite happy that Xia Tian was so greedy. You're such a greedy person, Mom, all right? Be a good girl and wait to enjoy your food. I'm going to the bathroom first. Jianqin gave Xia Tian a kiss before letting her go. After Jianqin left, Xiaotian felt like she needed to use the restroom, so she got up and left the private room. But just as Xiaotian was about to step out of the private room, she quickly pulled one foot back because he heard a familiar voice, Su Ro. Looking sideways at the door of the private room, Xiaotian indeed saw Su Ro walking into the restaurant with a middle-aged man wearing glasses and with a refined appearance. Su Ro's charming laughter came over, but it sounded particularly grating to Xiaotian's ears. Xiaotian stared in disbelief as Su Ro chatted and laughed with another man outside. Wasn't this situation a bit too sci-fi? Didn't Su Ro say she was attending a technical exchange meeting at the school next door? How come she's suddenly dating another man at a private restaurant? I just saw my first wife, Shun Wan, cheating on me with a man surnamed Lin and go to a hotel with him. Then I saw my second wife, Su Ro, chatting and laughing with another man, having a meal and a date at a private restaurant. Sometimes the world really is a small place. Xiaotian watched coldly as Su Ro and that man disappeared into the doorway of a private room. Her face turned green with rage. Just then, Jianqin returned from the restroom. Seeing Xiaotian standing at the door with a dark expression, Jianqin was completely confused and went up to him, asking, "Junior, what's wrong? Go to that private room and see how many people are in there. It would be best if you could take a picture for me," Xiaotian said to Jianqin, pointing to the door of a private room. Huh? Jianqin was completely confused. What was her junior up to now? She looked at Xiaotian with a puzzled expression, but Xiaotian had a dark face and looked like he was filled with bitter hatred and gritted his teeth. Why does that junior's expression look so familiar? It's like I've seen it before. Isn't that the same expression Xiaotian had when he saw that woman sitting in the Ferrari at the hotel? Could that woman have also come to this restaurant? Could it be such a coincidence? He couldn't help but glance at his watch. Considering the travel time, wasn't her arrival time a bit too short? She sighed and felt sorry for her junior for 3 seconds. She could understand the blow to a man after such an incident. Xiaotian was still rational and did not fight on the spot, but chose to preserve the evidence. Without saying a word, Jianqin immediately turned around, took out her phone, and headed towards the private room. Even though the other party had already seen her, Jianqin did not hesitate at all in order to preserve evidence for her junior. They should be the ones who are afraid. What is there to be afraid of when you are doing something upright and above board? With her phone's recording function turned on beforehand, and in her hand, Jianqin suddenly pushed open the door to the private room. As soon as the door to the private room was pushed open, Jianqin was stunned. She wasn't pretending. She was genuinely stunned. The couple inside the room wasn't the one she had seen before, but a couple she didn't know. The man was kneeling on one knee, presumably confessing his love to the woman. As the door was pushed open, the three people looked at each other in surprise. When Jianqin saw that it was a stranger, she hurriedly apologized and left the private room. She also thoughtfully closed the door for the couple who were confessing their love inside the room. Phew, looks like the junior got it wrong this time. Although the woman in the private room was also very beautiful, she was a completely different style from the previous woman. Even if the other party were fast, it couldn't be this fast. Jianqin returned to the private room and said, "Junior, you've got it wrong this time. Although there is a couple inside, they're not the same couple from the hotel. Did you take a picture?" Xiaotian didn't know whether to answer or not, since they weren't the same couple. "I did manage to get a picture, but the guy was proposing in the private room, and I almost ruined it," Jianqin said, waving her phone. "Give me the phone." Xiaotian gritted his teeth, offering no explanation, but simply took Jianqin's phone to check. Looking at the video on the screen, a surge of anger rushed to his head. Chapter 41, Both Wives Betrayed. Jianqin was dumbfounded as she watched Xiaotian forward the proposal video from her phone to him and save it. Wasn't there a mistake? Why save someone else's proposal video? Jianqin wanted to remind Xiaotian that she had made a mistake, but she happened to see the change in Xiaotian's expression. What kind of expression was that? Anger flashed by. Sadness was immediately suppressed. Hatred and gritted teeth were also hidden. And finally it turned into helplessness, then into indifference. And finally she let out a long breath, as if she had figured everything out at this moment. The question that was about to come out of her mouth was swallowed back down by Jianqin. This situation didn't seem quite right with what she had imagined. Could it be? Another seemingly impossible possibility popped into her mind. Could it be that ridiculous? Just thinking about this possibility made Jianqin feel too shocked, and she dared not think any further. She also looked at Xia Tian with a very strange gaze. Could it be that Xia Tian, her junior, has some kind of problem? Otherwise, there's no reason why he would encounter such things one after another. Her originally joyful and sweet emotions gradually calmed down. She needed to seriously consider her relationship with her junior. That's just how people are. The key is that this kind of thing is too coincidental, which makes Jianqin wonder and suspicious. Xia Tian handed the phone back to Jianqin, clearly sensing that the atmosphere between the two had become somewhat strange. Moreover, from Jianqin's hesitant expression, it was clear that the other party had probably already guessed something. A flash of annoyance crossed Xia Tian's face. Why did it seem like she was the one with the problem? The two women I asked to take photos for me are both my wives, legally married. The first one was someone I forced into a matchmaking arrangement, and the second is her best friend. We agreed to use me as a tool to prevent her from being forced into matchmaking herself. But they don't know that I actually end. Rather than letting Jianqin speculate wildly, Xia Tian frankly explained her relationship with Shen Wan and Su Rou. As for how the other party would think after she told them, that was beyond Xia Tian's control. After venting her frustrations, she felt a little better. Fortunately, Xia Tian's time with Shen Wan and Su Rou was still short, as there was a 21-day military training period in between. Therefore, the three of them had very little contact and had not developed any real feelings for each other. Xia Tian had not even held their hands. Her liking for them was mainly due to their exceptionally beautiful appearance. Although she was very unwilling to let it end like this, things often don't go as planned. Just then, the waiter started bringing the dishes to the table. Xia Tian channeled her resentment and anger into her appetite, eating and drinking heartily. She didn't even acknowledge Jianqin, who was struggling to process the information she had just said, letting her think it through herself. After tonight's events, Xia Tian's attitude towards women will change. The Xia Tian who was innocent and easily moved by genuine feelings will never return. The moment Jianqin hesitated and doubted herself, Xia Tian had already given her a very low opinion of her. Although she was attracted to Jianqin's beauty and long legs and black stockings, Xia Tian had become much more open-minded about her. The reason I explained those things to Jianqin was mainly because I felt so frustrated and unwilling to accept it, and I wanted to confide in someone. Also, it was because Jianqin had helped me. If it weren't for her help, I really wouldn't have been able to get this kind of evidence. In addition, I didn't want her to misunderstand me. In general, forced marriages do not allow divorce within 5 years, except in special circumstances, such as when one party commits adultery, domestic violence, or other crimes. In such cases, divorce is permitted if there is sufficient evidence. The evidence Jianqin gave herself was enough to be leverage in her divorce. I was too naive before. Now, all I want to do in the summer is finish my meal quickly, send Jianqin back to school, and then enjoy the happiness of being rich tonight. Jianqin finally came to her senses. She didn't doubt the truth of Xia Tian's words, because all three parties involved were from Tsinghua University. Jianqin had already checked the information of the two female teachers on the school's official website and confirmed that they were real people. She was initially taken aback by the fact that such a melodramatic plot was unfolding right before her eyes, and she was also shocked by the way the two beautiful female teachers, Shui Mu and Mu Shi, acted. From Xia Tian's account, we know that the two female teachers were unaware that Xia Tian was actually a very wealthy man. This is likely the reason they chose other men. After all, in their minds, Xia Tian was just a poor freshman in college, and their choice of a man they perceived as richer and more powerful is understandable. Who doesn't want a better life? Summer is really stupid. Why hide your money if you have it? Two perfectly legitimate and beautiful wives were snatched away by a man who is clearly not as rich as him. Now look what happened. He secretly rejoiced. At this moment, Jianqin became even more determined to win over Xia Tian, this young, wealthy junior who also longed for romance. Just now, Xia Tian had inadvertently revealed that he had a huge amount of savings of several 100 million yuan, which made Jianqin's heart pound wildly. Junior, how do these dishes taste? I didn't lie to you, did I? Jianqin ran her hand through her hair and said to Xia Tian in a casual manner. The taste is really good, especially this black velvet abalone and sea cucumber soup. It's so delicious. Senior, you should eat too. I'll take you back to school after you finish. Xia Tian looked up and replied to Jianqin before continuing to eat and drink heartily. The food at this private restaurant was indeed delicious, giving Xia Tian's taste buds a real treat. After hearing Xia Tian's words, Jianqin lost all appetite. She could clearly sense the distance in Xia Tian's words. Everything had been fine before, and Jianqin could also feel Xia Tian's affection for her body. The only thing missing between them was going to a hotel and having sex. But what does it mean that Xia Tian said he would take her back to school after dinner? Jianqin felt a pang of panic. She must have upset her junior because of her hesitant and indecisive expression earlier. "Junior, are you angry with me?" Jianqin stopped eating, took a step forward and squatted down, looking up at Xia Tian pitifully. From this angle, Xia Tian, who was sitting and eating, could see her delicate and pretty face and some faint traces of fair and delicate skin. Chapter 42, getting started. The next morning, Xia Tian opened her eyes at around 10 a.m. Luckily, she had a day off and didn't have to go to school. Otherwise, by the time she got to school, it would probably be almost lunchtime. Inside the luxurious presidential suite of the Four Seasons Hotel Beijing, where Xia Tian rested last night, she felt two menacing eyes staring at her as soon as she opened her eyes. Summer, with her smooth skin, couldn't help but shrink back. Looking up, she saw two alluring and stunningly beautiful figures, both of whom looked rather embarrassed and angry. The woman on the left has a full face, well-proportioned cheekbones, and beautiful eyebrows and eyes. Her eyes seemed to speak volumes, and at this moment, they clearly revealed dissatisfaction. She has a straight nose, rosy lips, and a round chin. She is a classic oval-faced beauty with an innate noble and elegant temperament. Standing there without saying a word, she makes Xia Tian feel a sense of oppression. The woman on the right has a classic oval face with delicate eyebrows, bright and lively eyes, and a small cherry-like mouth beneath her petite nose. She is equally exquisite and charming. Xia Tian couldn't help but compare the two women in front of her with Shen Wan and Su Ro in her mind. Although those two women had long been labeled as scumbags in Xia Tian's mind, it was undeniable that they were indeed very beautiful. After comparing the two women in front of her with them, she could only say that each of them had their own merits. Looking at the two women before him, both possessing stunning beauty, Xia Tian recalled some scenes from last night. Last night, Xia Tian ultimately took Jianqin back to school. Firstly, the suspicious look Jianqin gave him earlier made Xia Tian uncomfortable and hurt his pride. Secondly, Xia Tian didn't want to talk about feelings with a woman tonight, but Jianqin clearly wanted to talk about feelings with him, so they could only postpone it another day. The Lamborghini was quite fast, and Xia Tian quickly dropped Jianqin off at the school gate, while he sped away amidst Jianqin's reluctant gaze. Jianqin was so frustrated she felt like she was about to vomit blood. Tonight was supposed to be such a perfect opportunity. The innocent young virgin was heartbroken by two women at the same time. The perfect chance for her to take advantage of his vulnerability. Unfortunately, everything was ruined by that inexplicable moment of doubt she had. She regretted it so much. She should have used her generous heart to comfort her junior's wounded soul. Then everything would have fallen into place naturally. Unfortunately, there's no going back. Xia Tian decided to stop listening to the system's prompts, because, judging from the lessons of Shen Wan and Su Ro, sometimes listening to the system was simply jumping into a fire pit. Summer originally planned to go to a bar. It's like a rich man showing off in the dark if he doesn't go to a bar. But then he remembered that right after he got the system, he went to a bar, the really hottest kind. It turned out to be the hottest nightclub, with the craziest and wildest women. The system kept warning Summer that the women he saw were either poisonous, promiscuous, had inflammation, or hemorrhoids. In the end, Summer gave up. On a sweltering summer day, I parked my car near a park not far from the school and decided to take a walk there to clear my head and distract myself. This park is very close to Tsinghua University and not far from the neighboring Imperial University. The environment is SOSO. It's just a place for leisurely walks and strolling with kids. Summer was strolling around when she ran into two women who were drinking in the park. These are the same two women who were now standing by the bed, glaring at her angrily. As luck would have it, the two women were both teachers at Imperial University. When Xia Tian learned this, he was secretly surprised. It seemed that he had a deep connection with his teachers. At first, Xia Tian saw that the two women were sexy and beautiful, and their looks were in no way inferior to Shen Wan and Su Ro, so he couldn't help but take a few more glances. Little did he know that their fate would begin from those few glances. The woman with the oval face is named Guya, and the woman with the heart-shaped face is named Lu Xian. The relationship between the two women is just like that between Shun Wan and Su Ro. They are both colleagues and best friends. Having nothing to do today, Lu Xian insisted on dragging Guya to the park to relax and have a drink together. Before meeting Guya, Lu Xian enjoyed going to bars for a drink. However, Guya disliked those smoky and chaotic entertainment venues. Coupled with her current professional identity, Lu Xian gradually gave up her love of going to bars and now occasionally goes to the park for a drink. Guya knew her best friend's hobby and had no objection to having a drink in the park. The two enjoyed snacks and drinks while admiring the beautiful scenery, feeling incredibly content. Most of the people coming and going in the park are elderly. Young people rarely come to the park at night. So although the two women were incredibly beautiful, they were not bothered. This is why they often come to the park to have a drink. Among a group of elderly people, a young man suddenly appeared. He looked very handsome and dashing. So Lu Xian couldn't help but invite him to sit down with her. And that's how the three of them met. At first, Xia Tian didn't think anything would happen between the three of them. He was just bored by himself. And when the beautiful girl invited him to have a drink together, it seemed like a good idea. Drinking, especially between men and women, can make people more excited and bolder the more they drink. No one knows how the three of them ended up talking about their love lives. As they talked, they somehow made a bet. Then, Xia Tian booked the presidential suite at the Four Seasons Hotel. After losing the bet, Lu Xian and Guya accompanied Xia Tian to the presidential suite at the Four Seasons Hotel to continue drinking. Then, no one knows how the three of them ended up in the same bed. Everything happened so naturally. Before Xia Tian woke up, Guya and Lu Xian had already woken up. When the two women saw the messy scene in the room and recalled what happened last night, they were filled with shame and indignation. But who could they blame for this? Moreover, it seems that the two of them who were drunk last night were the ones who took the initiative. Before Xia Tian woke up, the two hurriedly dressed themselves, intending to take the opportunity to leave. Whether they considered last night a mistake or a beautiful encounter, neither of them could face it. But looking at the bed sheets stained in two places, the bright and eye-catching color made the two hesitate again. Recalling the details of last night, Xia Tian seemed to be a novice as well, and all three of them were novice drivers. Looking at his young and handsome face, and the fact that he casually booked a presidential suite, it's clear he has considerable financial resources. Based on my own experience, his physical strength is also excellent. Chapter 43, Honest Confession. It seems that having someone else become your husband isn't such an unacceptable thing. Once the idea emerged, it took root and sprouted uncontrollably in the minds of Guya and Lu Xian. It feels a little strange that two best friends marry the same man, but it's not unacceptable. After all, that's the reality in our country, and it's commonplace for capable men to have multiple wives. I'm willing to take responsibility, Xia Tian said timidly first. Two dark red stains on the bedsheet made Xia Tian realize that she had won the lottery last night. Although Xia Tian had planned to become a heartless scumbag after being hurt by Shun Wan and Su Ro yesterday, he wasn't cut out to be one. Seeing the situation before him, he immediately offered to take responsibility. After Xia Tian revealed his attitude, Guya and Lu Xian breathed a sigh of relief. They were secretly glad that he wasn't a scumbag and didn't do anything like going back on his word. You wish. You think you can get your hands on two of us stunning beauties so easily. Although she was quite satisfied with Xia Tian's attitude, Lu Xian still said arrogantly, "Tell me about your situation first. I wasn't paying much attention yesterday while drinking." "Well, how about you wait until I put my clothes on before we talk?" Xia Tian said somewhat awkwardly. Although they had already been completely honest with each other last night and had a deep conversation, the two of them were already fully clothed. It made Xia Tian feel embarrassed to talk to them while they were naked. The two girls blushed, and Lu Xian pouted arrogantly. "Who cares to look at you? It's not like we haven't seen you before." However, the two women turned around and walked out of the bedroom. The presidential suite was large, with 2 bedrooms and a large living room outside. After the two women left, Xia Tian immediately got up and put on his clothes. He then went to the bathroom to wash up quickly before leaving the bedroom. Seeing the two women already sitting on the living room sofa, Xia Tian suggested, "Why don't we eat something first to fill our stomachs and chat while we eat?" Last night was quite a commotion, and Xia Tian is already quite hungry by now. I imagine the two girls are hungry too. After hearing Xia Tian say this, Lu Xian, who was already hungry, immediately nodded in agreement. Firstly, she was really hungry, and Secondly, she had heard about the breakfast service in the presidential suite and was also looking forward to it. Seeing that Lu Xian, the little foodie, had already agreed, Guya couldn't refuse anymore, so she acquiesced to Xia Tian's request. Presidential suites are usually equipped with a dedicated room butler, but last night I was so busy drinking that I didn't remember the room butler's contact information. So Xia Tian picked up the room phone and called the front desk to explain that she needed breakfast service. Soon, the presidential suite's butler pushed a food cart and knocked on the door. After the three of them enjoyed a delicious, almost excessively lavish breakfast, they sat down again and began to get down to business. Next, Xia Tian briefly explained his situation to the two women. This time, learning from his previous experience with Shen Wan and the others, he did not choose to keep a low profile, but instead immediately revealed his strong financial strength. When Guya and Lu Xian saw the long string of numbers in Xia Tian's bank account balance, they were speechless with astonishment, their mouths slightly agape. What a tycoon! And not just any tycoon, but someone with over 500 million yuan in bank account balance. How many people can do that? Guya was all right. Although she was also shocked, she managed to remain composed and didn't lose her composure or act exaggeratedly. Lu Xian, on the other hand, had already become very alert, her breathing rapid, and her face flushed. Xia Tian continued to introduce his situation without stopping, mentioning that he owned 2 Bentley Mulsanne cars and a Lamborghini supercar, as well as an apartment building next door, and so on. Finally, he said again, "However, there is a special situation. I don't know if you mind." Xia Tian hesitated for a moment, but decided to tell the truth. Guya and Lu Xian exchanged a glance. Sure enough, even a high-quality man like this couldn't be without flaws. Now, it was time to start talking about them. Go on. Guya gestured for Xia Tian to continue. Well, I'm already married, and I have 2 wives. This kind of thing can't be hidden. The other party will find out when we get the marriage certificate later, so it's better to explain it clearly now to avoid misunderstandings. Upon hearing Xia Tian's words, Guya and Lu Xian sighed inwardly. It was indeed a common problem for wealthy men. They tended to have many women around them. While they could enjoy a high-quality material life with one of them, they couldn't exclusively enjoy the other's love. However, one of my 2 marriage partners was a forced match, and the other was someone I agreed to be just a tool for her to avoid being forced into a match before we even got our marriage certificate. Xia Tian continued to explain. Xia Tian's explanation brought smiles back to Guya and Lu Xian's faces. Not bad. Although he's rich, he's not a scumbag. He's responsible and honest. And you can tell from his words that he's sincere. He's not a smooth talker. This was Guya's internal assessment of Xia Tian after hearing his self-introduction. What does your family do? They must have requirements for your marriage, right? Why would they force you into a marriage match? Guya suddenly asked. Judging from Xia Tian's apparent financial strength, his family must be quite wealthy. Such a family should have already chosen a partner for him. So why would they force him into a marriage match? Well, I believe in fate. My family doesn't interfere with my love life. They let me make all the decisions. Xia Tian didn't explain further. Given his enormous wealth, he couldn't explain it clearly at the moment. So it was best to maintain his mysterious family background. Well, let's introduce ourselves. Xiaoxian and I both graduated from Imperial University this year with our master's degrees and stayed on as teachers. I'm from the mathematics department, and Xiaoxian is from the literature department. We're both 25 years old this year. Guya also briefly introduced their basic information, which was really very simple. Fortunately, Lu Xian was there to supplement the information. After listening to Lu Xian's more detailed explanation, Xia Tian could only exclaim inwardly, "Holy crap!" He thought to himself, "Women these days are all too amazing. They're so outstanding that it's beyond words." Gu Yachuan is a leading figure in mathematical theory, having published countless papers in mathematics journals and is an authority in the field. Lu Xian also achieved remarkable success in literature, producing a large number of short stories. These 2 women in front of me are absolutely outstanding, and they are in no way inferior to Shen Wan and Su Ro. Chapter 44, Buying 2 Spots. System, please check their attributes for me. Xia Tian instructed the system in his mind to check the basic information of the 2 people. The system's data in this regard was quite accurate. Ding name, Guya. Age, 25. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Appearance, 95. Length, 90. Purity, 99%. Favorability, 70. Occupation: mathematics professor at Imperial University. Ding name: Lu Xian. Age: 25. Height: 173 centimeters. Weight: 51 kilograms. Appearance: 92. Length: 95. Purity: 99%. Favorability: 75. Occupation: lecturer at the Faculty of Letters, Imperial Capital University. The two women's stats were indeed impressive, and their purity was beyond question, as Xia Tian had personally experienced. All three parties were quite satisfied with each other, and Xia Tian immediately chose to buy the marriage quota. There was no need to hesitate, as everything that needed to be done had already been done, and the evidence was still in bed and hadn't been destroyed yet. As a man, I should take responsibility for what I've done. To be honest, Xia Tian is very satisfied with both Guya and Lu Xian in terms of appearance, figure, and profession. Last night was not only the time when two girls turned into women, but also the time when Xia Tian turned from a boy into a man. Therefore, Xia Tian's special feelings for these two girls made it impossible for him to give up on them. Xia Tian took out her ID card and her phone. Shen Wan and Su Ro had both called her last night, and feeling annoyed, Xia Tian had turned off her phone last night. Upon turning on my phone, I was bombarded with text message notifications, all of which were about missed calls. I glanced at them and saw that almost all of them were calls and texts from Shen Wan and Su Ro, plus one call from Jianxin and two calls from Wang Nan. The green bubble icon showed 99 plus messages, but Xia Tian was busy getting her marriage certificate, so she ignored all of them, crossed them out, and directly opened the National Marriage Online Registration Center app to proceed. The two girls weren't shy at all. Since they had made up their minds, they registered their marriage on their phones. Xia Tian first registered her marriage with Guya. After registering with Guya, before she could even check their electronic marriage certificate, Xia Tian registered her marriage with Lu Xian again. Meanwhile, Guya, filled with endless emotions, opened her electronic marriage certificate to check it. She had been married off so quietly and without any explanation in just one night. For a moment, she didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Spouse: Xia Tian, gender: male. Note: your spouse is on her third marriage. Family members include Xia Tian, Shen Wan, Su Ro, Guya. Rumble. Guya felt a buzzing sound in her head. Thinking her eyes were playing tricks on her, she rubbed them again and stared at the name in the notes below the electronic marriage certificate. Shen Wan. Yes, it was her. The person you registered your marriage with is Shen Wan. Guya asked Xia Tian, looking completely bewildered. Xia Tian, who had just received her marriage certificate with Lu Xian, unexpectedly turned around and looked at Guya. Although she didn't know how Guya knew that Shen Wan was her wife, she still explained, well, she was the person I was forced to marry, but she won't be my wife for long. Meanwhile, in the faculty apartment at Tsinghua University, Shen Wan and Su Ro had only slept for a short time the night before and got up early in the morning. Xia Tian, who was supposed to return to the apartment, hadn't come back all night, and Shen Wan was certain that Xia Tian hadn't gone back to the boys' dormitory. The two of them were sitting on the living room sofa, staring at each other. They had planned to go shopping together today, and they were even preparing to buy Xia Tian some clothes and other everyday items. But now Xia Tian had completely disappeared. Xinjiang, Xinjiang. Two consecutive text message notifications prompted Shen Wan and Su Ro to immediately pick up their phones to check, fearing they might have missed a reply from Xia Tian. Dear Ms. Shen Wan / Su Ro, your husband Xia Tian purchased a third marriage registration slot. As a spouse, you have the right to know. If you have any objections, you can file a review through the online marriage registration center app or go to the offline marriage registration center. The text messages received on both of their phones were the same, sent by the National Marriage Registration Center. After reading the message, Shen Wan and Su Ro looked up at each other in surprise. Before they could express their opinions or accuse Xia Tian, another notification message rang. Dear Ms. Shen Wan / Su Ro, your husband Xia Tian purchased the fourth marriage quota. As a spouse, you have a right to know. If you have any objections, you can report them through the online marriage registration center app or go to the offline marriage registration center to file a review. Hiss. He just bought his third marriage quota, and immediately after that, he bought his fourth. What on earth is Xia Tian up to? Is he planning to become a stud? Buying a second marriage slot costs 1 million yuan, a third costs 2 million yuan, and a fourth costs a whopping 3 million yuan. What on earth is Xia Tian up to? Is this some kind of scheme? Borrowing so much money. Has this guy lost his mind? Warner, did you receive any text message notifications? Su Ro asked Shun Wan incredulously, wondering if she had received a scam message. Received it. Xia Tian bought 2 more marriage slots. Shun Wan gritted her teeth, having lost her usual calm and composure. Then it's not a scam text message. Holy crap. Is this kid out of his mind? Doesn't he know his own situation? We haven't even had a new house of our own since we got married. We're still here, working hard to earn money to buy him a car and a house. And here he is, bewitched by some vixen this time? He bought 2 spots at once. It's one thing if he has money, but he hasn't even finished paying off his previous loans, and now he's saddled with so much more debt. Su Ro was furious. If Xia Tian were in front of her now, she would definitely teach him a lesson. She would never let him off easily. Shun Wan's originally beautiful eyebrows were now furrowed. Su Ro was angry, so of course she couldn't be happy either. Before Shun Wan, with her delicate brows slightly furrowed, could even express her opinion, the two of them simultaneously received a notification text message from the National Marriage Registration Center. This time, the notification text message left the two of them even more astonished. It was a notification that Xia Tian had registered her marriage with someone. Chapter 45, Fated Rivals. Dear Ms. Shun Wan / Su Ro, your husband Xia Tian used the 3rd marriage registration quota to register his marriage with another woman. As a spouse, you have the right to know this and can view the other party's information on your electronic marriage certificate page. If you have any objections, you can report them through the online Marriage Registration Center app or go to the offline Marriage Registration Center to file a review. Dear Ms. Shun Wan / Su Ro, your husband Xia Tian used the 4th marriage registration slot to register his marriage with another woman. As a spouse, you have the right to know this and can view the other party's information on your electronic marriage certificate page. If you have any objections, you can report them through the online Marriage Registration Center app or go to the offline Marriage Registration Center to file a review. 2 notification text messages were sent to Shun Wan and Su Ro's phones in quick succession, and the anger that they hadn't had a chance to vent before all came out at once. This is outrageous. He's gone too far. The usually loud and boisterous Su Ro didn't yell or curse at Xia Tian this time, which showed that Su Ro was really angry. Find him first and get a reasonable explanation from him. Otherwise, the unspoken part was divorce. Shun Wan's chest heaved rapidly, showing that she was also very unsettled. Thinking of this, Shun Wan was about to take out her phone to call Xia Tian again, but she saw the information on the electronic marriage certificate page that she had just clicked on but hadn't had time to check yet. Heyuya. The name, especially those 2 characters, gave Shun Wan a jolt. Her eyes narrowed involuntarily, and her heart was filled with a turbulent, emotional turmoil. Guya had another name that made Shun Wan's gaze sharpen, Lu Xian. Tsinghua University and Beijing University are both top-tier universities in China, and their relationship is quite complex, as they are both competitors and partners. As the brightest rising stars in their respective schools, both are gifted young women, both are talented and gentle beauties, and Shun Wan, Su Ro, Guya, and Lu Xian are inevitably compared to each other. This is a competitive relationship at work, but there's another layer of insider relationship that no one knows about. Shun Wan and Guya are actually childhood friends. The two met when they were still wearing diapers, and then went to the same kindergarten, the same primary school, the same junior high school, and the same high school. They were both considered the pride of their teachers and classmates, and were the key students that the school was focusing on developing. The key point is that the two are very similar. It's not that they both have stunningly beautiful faces, but rather that their personalities and styles are very similar. They are both calm and composed, intellectual and elegant, gentle and virtuous. Even twins can have different personalities, but apart from their appearances, these two are extremely similar in other aspects. 2 girls like these in the same school and the same class will inevitably be compared along the way. Teachers, classmates, parents, relatives, and friends will always compare the 2 of them as soon as possible. They were constantly being compared, especially with the unintentional encouragement from both sets of parents. Subconsciously, the 2 of them couldn't help but secretly compete with each other. As a result, their relationship gradually drifted apart starting from the 4th grade of elementary school. The 2 were once inseparable and could talk about anything, gradually became estranged and were no longer as close as before. The older they got, the fiercer the competition became. They were both determined to defeat each other completely. They became rivals purely due to external factors. Everyone hoped the two would become rivals, to see the two women fight it out. There was a strange sense of exhilaration and anticipation. Deep down, neither of the two women is the competitive type. They would rather the other remain a partner to move forward together, rather than an opponent who is constantly being compared to them. However, all of this was somewhat beyond their control. Over the years, their relationship had faded, and they had become accustomed to competition, always seeing each other as each other's strongest rivals. This situation didn't change until college. When they were filling out their college applications, the two of them sat down together for the first time in many years and chatted like ordinary friends. Next, Shenwan was admitted to Tsinghua University, and Guya was admitted to Beijing University. The competition between these two peerless beauties seemed to have been temporarily put to an end at this moment. This left many onlookers who were still hoping for continued competition between the two somewhat disappointed, as they would no longer be able to witness the most direct and intense rivalry between them. However, both of them attended the top-tier universities in the country. And coincidentally, these two universities have always been in constant competition, with each vying to prove which is the best university in the country. Unsurprisingly, after they went to university, although the opportunities for direct competition decreased, they were still compared from time to time. Who received the top scholarship, who completed their credits ahead of schedule, who chose a second major, who was admitted to graduate school, who produced research results during their graduate studies, who produced the most research results, whose research results were the most important, and who ultimately stayed on at the university. As a result, the two have been compared without anyone noticing for so many years. Fortunately, they're in different majors, otherwise the situation would have been even more intense. Shenwan felt a sense of disorientation when she looked at the name. Was it really fate that the two of them were destined to be entangled like this for the rest of their lives? Just in case, I looked at Guya's detailed information, a teacher in the mathematics department of Imperial University. As expected, it was Guya, the one I knew, the old rival I'd been competing with for so many years. How could Guya be involved in something as simple as getting married? What's going on? Is she trying to steal my husband? No matter how sexy, elegant, and poised Rin Shenwan was, she couldn't help but feel a surge of anger upon seeing Guya's name. Originally, upon learning of Xia Tian's remarriage, Shenwan had already considered divorcing Xia Tian. This was because Xia Tian's situation was a special case, exempt from the 5-year protection period for forced marriages. As long as Shenwan expressed her disapproval of Xia Tian's remarriage, she could file for divorce at the Civil Affairs Department at any time. But now Shenwan completely suppressed this thought in her heart. Her subconscious habit of competing with Guya when she met her did not allow her to back down in the slightest. If she chooses to divorce Xia Tian now, wouldn't that prove that she has lost to Guya in the battle for her husband? Chapter 46. You want a divorce? Explain yourself. As Shenwan looked at the name Guya, she was lost in endless memories, which also fueled her anger and fighting spirit. Coincidentally, Guya on the other side was also lost in endless memories and sighs when she saw the name Shenwan. The two women were very familiar with each other's names, and had practically been each other's companions throughout their lives. You've been forced to marry Shenwan? The same Shenwan who stayed on as a teacher at your school this year. Guya asked Xia Tian again, her face full of disbelief. Xia Tian was puzzled, but she figured they were all young and beautiful female university teachers, and they probably knew each other's names. Yes, that's her, Xia Tian answered confidently. But I'll divorce her soon, she said resolutely. Why'd you get a divorce? Did she break up with you? Guya glanced at Xia Tian, feeling a pang of emotion, but pressed for an answer. No, it's that I want to divorce her. Xia Tian originally wanted to explain the reason for the divorce to Guya, but unfortunately, his phone rang at the most inopportune moment. Xia Tian picked up his phone and saw that, well, just like the saying goes, speak of the devil. It was Shenwan calling. I originally wanted to hang up, but then I thought that avoiding each other like this wasn't a solution. I had to make things clear, cut the Gordian knot, and get a divorce. That way, we could both let each other off the hook. He never thought of forgiving Shenwan and Su Ro. He had always been rather naive when it came to relationships. But precisely because of this naivety, he was even more intolerant of any imperfections. In his dictionary, the word forgiveness had never existed in matters of the heart. He believes in the adage, once unfaithful, never trusted again, and betrayal is either 0 times or countless times. After thinking about this, Xia Tian swiped her finger to the right and answered Shenwan's call. When are you coming back? Shenwan didn't immediately question Xia Tian about how he could marry another woman without her and Su Ro's consent, his two original wives. Besides, it would be too late to ask now, and this kind of thing couldn't be explained in a few words. She'd rather meet Xia Tian in person to find out the truth. Shenwan's voice was as gentle as ever, warming anyone who heard it. But at this moment, that gentle voice of hers sounded particularly jarring to Xia Tian. Go back. Or maybe not. I'm afraid it wouldn't be appropriate for me to stay at your place any longer, and it might upset someone. Xia Tian said meaningfully. What do you mean someone is unhappy? Besides, Xiaoro is your legal wife now, and your room has already been furnished. Shenwan sensed the hidden meaning in Xia Tian's words, but she didn't understand what Xia Tian meant at the moment. All right, we're all adults here. Let's stop acting. Aren't you tired? Let's be frank. I admit you two are very beautiful, and I did have inappropriate thoughts about you before. Neither you nor Su Ro are interested in me, so just say so. As long as you're honest, I definitely won't pester you or do something as tasteless as clinging to you. But you insisted on doing it so secretly. Do you like playing with fire? In the end, it makes everyone look so ugly. Why bother? Tell Su Ro on Monday that we should go to the Civil Affairs Bureau together and get a divorce. That way, you won't have to live like this anymore, and we can part amicably. Xia Tian didn't like beating around the bush. Although he was still angry about Shenwan and Su Ro's betrayal, looking at his two wives, Guya and Lu Xian, who were in no way inferior to Shenwan and Su Ro in terms of beauty, temperament, and figure, Xia Tian chose to calmly and directly state his thoughts. Xia Tian felt that she had both made things clear and hadn't said anything too harsh, which was a way of saving face for Shenwan and Su Ro. Any normal person would have stopped there and parted amicably. This kind of forced marriage was inherently unstable, and they weren't the first couple to end things this way, nor would they be the last. Xia Tian had this idea, but Shenwan was completely confused by what Xia Tian had just said. What did she mean by sneaking around? What did she mean by parting amicably? What did she mean by getting a divorce on Monday? Summer, what do you mean by that? If we refused you, do you think we would let a strange man live under the same roof as us? What do we do secretly? It's just because our identities are a bit special. I'm your homeroom teacher, and Xiaoro is your teacher too, that we're temporarily keeping our relationship private to avoid gossip. How did that become secretly in your mouth? Shenwan was also a little angry. Xia Tian had become somewhat unreasonable at this moment, which made her very angry. Xia Tian realized that Shenwan was still dodging the issue and rambling on about other things, even after he had already gone this far. Didn't Shenwan know what he was really talking about? Did she only admit it when he explicitly used insulting words like cheating or adultery? Playing dumb? You won't give up until you see the truth? Do I have to spell out for you? Telling you what you did, when, where, and with whom? We're all adults. Can't we leave each other some dignity? After being comforted by Guya and Lu Xian last night, Xia Tian's anger had subsided considerably. She had also come to understand that although this kind of thing was immoral, it was their own choice, and she had no power to interfere. Everyone is free, and all she could do was stay away from them. Shenwan's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. The more Xia Tian said, the more she felt something was off. An honest person doesn't do things in secret. Explain yourself clearly. What's going on with this ambiguity? Even if you want a divorce, you should explain things clearly. As expected, what they said online was right. Women would never admit to something like this, but you didn't expect it, did you? I saw it with my own eyes, and I even have evidence. What do you call that? Heaven has eyes and doesn't want me to be a sucker like this without knowing the truth. Or should I remind you? Think carefully about who you went with, where you went, and what you did last night. Then think about what I mean. Do you still want me to release the evidence? Since the other party is so ungrateful and won't give up until they see the truth, Xia Tian decided to stop hiding it for his own benefit. Chapter 47 Shenwan is not that kind of person. Xia Tian's words caused everyone's expression to change drastically. Anyone who wasn't a fool could understand what Xia Tian meant. Not only did Shenwan and Su Ro on the other end of the phone change their expressions, but Guya and Lu Xian, who were sitting on the side listening, were also dumbfounded and looked at each other. Xia Tian, I never thought you were such a despicable person. We sisters were blind to have such a heartless and treacherous person. You want a divorce, right? Fine, you'd better explain yourself clearly, or I'm not finished with you. Su Ro's voice suddenly came from a phone. Because Shenwan's expression turned pale after hearing Xia Tian's question, Su Ro took the phone. You're not done with me yet? You should be grateful I didn't expose you too. And Su-ro, don't yell at me like that. Do you think I don't have evidence against you? You were all so romantic at the restaurant last night, weren't you? You even proposed during your date. Xiaotian was no longer going to show them any mercy. So she ruthlessly revealed the details of the video Jianqin had taken for her. After saying that, Xiaotian hung up the phone. This disgusting incident ruined his good mood, which was originally about getting married to Guya and Lu Xian. I realized that my self-cultivation is still insufficient. Guya looked thoughtful, while Lu Xian wore an expression of curiosity and gossip-filled anticipation, practically screaming, "I'm going to eat this gossip." This was definitely big news. The young and beautiful goddess teacher at Tsinghua University was having an affair. Just thinking about it made one's eyes light up, and their anticipation was palpable. But then I thought about it, and Xia Tian is my husband now. If he loses face, it's the same as me losing face, right? No, I can't be so gloating. Can you tell me about what happened between you and those two, including the so-called evidence you gave me last night? Guya asked Xia Tian calmly. Others might not know Shanwan well, but she knew Shanwan too well as she knew herself. She didn't believe Shanwan would do anything excessive, let alone be the kind of person Xia Tian described. There must be some misunderstanding. It was surprising that she and Shanwan were entangled again because of Xia Tian, her husband, and the two of them were like an inseparable pair of enemies. Guya didn't want anyone to wrong Shanwan. Along the way, the two had been rivals and also the windows through which she could find solace. However, the relationship between the two was something that others couldn't understand. When his wife asked, Xia Tian didn't hide anything and told Guya everything about how he, Shenwan, and Su-ro became husband and wife, how the three of them got along, and what he had witnessed last night. When Xia Tian talked about how he saw Shenwan go to a hotel with another man last night, he still felt a heartbreaking, suffocating feeling. However, when he talked about Su-ro being proposed to by another man, although he was also angry, he was not as sad. As the saying goes, the deeper the love, the harsher the criticism. Xia Tian wasn't sure if he had fallen in love with Shenwan and Su-ro, but there was no doubt he really liked them both. That's obvious. Who doesn't love beautiful women? Especially such stunning beauties, unless Xia Tian wasn't a man. As they talked, Xia Tian himself realized that something was amiss, but because he was extremely angry at the moment, he didn't pay much attention to it. You've completely misunderstood Shenwan. She wouldn't stoop to such a despicable act. My guess is that you've concealed your wealthy background and only interacted with Shenwan and the others as a poor student. Shenwan attended this economic seminar because she wanted to make money, and she's very likely doing so because of you. She figured you're still a student and don't have any income, and after the three of you get married, you can't live in the school's faculty apartments forever. You'll need a house and a car in the capital. As for what you saw about Shenwan and that man surnamed Lin going to a hotel, there's probably more to it than meets the eye. It's highly likely that their economic seminar last night was held at that hotel. After listening to Xia Tian's story, Guya immediately analyzed it. Although she used speculation, her confident expression and tone made people completely believe that what she said was the truth. But she clearly said the seminar was at the school, and I didn't see anyone else there, Xia Tian argued. The reason for changing the location of the seminar at the last minute was probably suggested by that guy, surnamed Lin, who is pursuing Shenwan. He probably really wants to have a chance to be alone with Shenwan. Guya gave her reason without thinking. But the two of them looked quite intimate. Xia Tian continued to think about the flaws in Shenwan's behavior last night. As the saying goes, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, but similarly, lovers also can't stand seeing their loved ones with other people of the opposite sex. Even the slightest bit of closeness will be exaggerated. You're just overly concerned. In your eyes, it's wrong for Shenwan and that Lin guy to be together. You're looking at them with prejudice. What you perceive as intimacy might just be a matter of perspective, Guya explained. If it weren't for the fact that you've been with me since I got off work last night, Xiaoya, I would have suspected that you were at the scene too. You had that Sherlock Holmes-like detective vibe. Lu Xian couldn't help but sigh. Guya shook her head. This matter was really easy for her to analyze. She just needed to put herself in Shenwan's shoes and think about what she would do in Shenwan's situation. This is my analysis of what happened to Shenwan last night. As for the other Su-ro, I don't know much more about her situation yet, but I think there's a high probability that you've misunderstood. I suggest you go back right now and have a face-to-face discussion to clarify things. After all, Reputation is extremely important to a girl, especially since you and those two are now legally married. Even for the sake of your own reputation, you should get to the bottom of things. Sometimes what you see isn't necessarily the truth. Now, Xiaotian was dumbfounded. After witnessing Shun Wan and Su Ro's actions last night, he was certain that they had both betrayed him and their marriage. But after hearing Guya's analysis, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Had he really misunderstood them? Chapter 48, The Omitted System Rewards. Seeing Xiaotian's conflicted and doubtful expression after Guya's analysis, Lu Xian said, "Why are you so conflicted? If you don't want to confront them, why not just go to the hotel and ask?" Guya's words were like a wake-up call. Yes, why don't I just go to the hotel and verify the truth? A faint hope lingered in his heart, a hope that Guya's analysis was correct. He would rather be wrong in this matter and apologize to Shun Wan and Su Ro himself. But what if things were as Guya analyzed, and he really had misunderstood the two of them? His sports car was still parked in the parking lot near the park. The sports car could only seat 2 people, so after some discussion, the 3 of them took a taxi to the hotel and restaurant where they had stayed the previous night to investigate the truth of the matter. Feeling uneasy, Xiaotian first brought his 2 wives to the hotel to check if his other wife was cheating. Something felt off about it. Xiaotian's mind was a bit confused. One moment, he was convinced that what he saw with his own eyes was absolutely true, and the next he thought that Guya's analysis made sense. He also recalled the details of the 3 of them getting along. Although he hadn't known Shin Wan and Su Ro for very long, the 2 of them didn't seem like the kind of hypocritical people who said one thing and meant another. The more I thought about it, the more agitated I became, and the more anxious I felt. I wished I had God's perspective so I could see the whole truth of what happened last night. All right, don't I have a cheat system for getting rich? I wonder if it can provide that service and help me uncover the truth. Thinking of this, Xiaotian disregarded the fact that he was still in the taxi and mentally summoned the system to ask, "System, can you help me uncover the truth of this matter?" Ding! The system does not currently support this type of query service. The system's reply was ruthless and cold. Although Xiaotian was somewhat disappointed, it was not entirely unexpected. By the way, although the system can't check things, it can check people's attributes. Su Ro and Shun Wan's relevant attributes have already been recorded in the system. It can be viewed in real time. Thinking of this, I immediately checked the 2 people's attributes on the system. I figured their purity level couldn't fool the system either. Because of what happened between Shun Wan and Su Ro last night, Xiaotian thought that the system was a complete rip-off, dragging him into a pit of fire. After all, Shun Wan was the wife that the system had carefully selected and matched for him. But after what happened, seeing Shun Wan go to a hotel with another man, it was inevitable that Xiaotian would misunderstand and lose trust in the system. It's possible that all of this is a misunderstanding. Although it hasn't been fully confirmed yet, it's reasonable to assume that no matter how unreliable the system is, these personal attributes shouldn't be wrong. System, check the attributes of Shun Wan and Su Ro. He instructed the system in his mind. Ding, name, Shun Wan. Age, 25. Height, 171 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Appearance, 98. Length, 93. Purity, 100%. Favorability, 59. Occupation, faculty member, School of Economics and Management, Tsinghua University. Name, Su Ro. Age, 25. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Appearance, 93. Length, 98. Purity, 100%. Favorability, 59. Occupation, computer science lecturer at Tsinghua University. As Xiaotian requested, the system immediately displayed the personal information of the 2 women. Xiaotian looked at the purity level of the 2 women's attribute panels and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was probably possible that he had really misunderstood them. Honestly, I'm so uncalm in the face of trouble. Why didn't I check the system first? However, as a normal man, if faced with a situation like last night, probably not many people could remain calm and composed and even discover the potential problems in the process. He could easily remain indifferent if it didn't concern him, but it was his wife. It would be abnormal if he wasn't shocked or angry. After checking Shun Wan and Su Ro's attributes, Xiaotian was not completely free of all doubts, but he was no longer as uneasy as before. He basically believed that Guya's analysis was correct. However, as a man, He would not be able to completely relax until he saw the truth. While these thoughts were swirling in his mind, the system hadn't yet shut down. Suddenly, the system flashed, ding. Congratulations to the host for growing from a boy into a real man, undergoing a transformation in both identity and physiology. The host is now rewarded with 100% ownership of the Emperor Hotel and 100% ownership of Sue's private kitchen. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully consummating the marriage with his third wife, Guya, last night. You are now rewarded with a 328 square meter duplex apartment in Building 8, Chunfeng Community, plus an underground parking space. A top-of-the-line Maybach S900 luxury sedan is parked in the underground parking space of Chunfeng Residential Complex. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully consummating the marriage with his fourth wife, Lu Xian, last night. You are now rewarded with a 208 square meter penthouse apartment in Building 8, Xingfuli Community, plus an underground parking space. A top-of-the-line Ferrari LaFerrari luxury sports car is parked in the underground parking space of the Xingfuli residential complex. Xia Tian froze, taken aback by the sudden 3 reward notifications from the system, completely unprepared. However, I was still very happy inside. Last night, I completed the step from a virgin to a man, and the system gave me such a big surprise. What is this? A coming-of-age ceremony? Not bad. In addition, both Guya and Lu Xian were rewarded with a house and a super luxury car, which could be considered a consummation gift. Hee. Ding! The host currently has 4 registered wives. The standard for distributing living expenses will be increased next week to 40 million yuan per week. Hey, these good things just keep happening one after another. These system rewards should have been distributed much earlier, but because the system's automatic function was turned off last summer, these system rewards were delayed. The Emperor Hotel's 100% ownership seems to be the same Hotel Shun one visited last night, right? Could it be that the system knew I was going to investigate last night's events at the hotel, so it gave me the entire hotel beforehand? Sue's private kitchen is also the restaurant where Sue Ro ate last night. If it weren't for the system's deliberate arrangement, there wouldn't be such a coincidence, right? However, I like this kind of reward. Chapter 49, The New Boss Arrives. Summer was filled with remorse. How could she have so casually questioned her adorable, yet domineering system? It was so wrong of her. If it weren't for Tongzi, I'd probably still be agonizing over whether to eat beef noodles to stave off hunger or knife-cut noodles to fill me up. But now I can choose to eat crab roe noodles and black abalone noodles, and I'm even going to have both of them in a lavish way. Xia Tian was filled with anxiety and uncertainty ever since he got into the car. His expression kept changing, sometimes showing confusion and sometimes relief. Lu Xian and Guya looked at Xia Tian sitting next to them and knew what kind of struggle he was going through. Without hesitation, Guya reached out and took Xia Tian's left hand, wanting to offer him some comfort. Guya was just like that, generous and open-minded like Shenwan. Having already chosen Xia Tian, she wouldn't hesitate to show him her care. Lu Xian, who was initially hesitant due to shyness, saw Guya, who was always elegant and poised, actually take the initiative to reach out and hold the hand of Xia Tian, a man she had only known for less than a day. Originally somewhat arrogant, she gritted her teeth, suppressed her shyness, and chose to reach out and hold Xia Tian's other hand. Summer was slightly taken aback when the 2 women took her hands so readily, one on each side. She quickly came to her senses, savoring the soft touch on her palms. She grinned and gripped the women's hands even tighter in return. The reason his expression changed so drastically just now was mainly because of the system's reward information. Another major reason was that he was a person who wore his heart on his sleeve, with no guile, and everything he felt was written all over his face. Don't be so nervous, it's okay. Guya comforted Xia Tian. Xia Tian nodded vigorously, feeling an inexplicable sense of trust in his wife. It's probably not easy to find these things at the hotel. They probably won't tell us easily, Lu Xian interjected, offering a reminder. Guya frowned slightly upon hearing this. It was indeed possible. High-end hotels generally wouldn't easily leak customer information or whereabouts. It would be best to have a police officer friend involved. That would simplify things considerably and prevent the matter from becoming public knowledge. Oh, right. Doesn't Xiaoxian have a relative who works in the public security system? Thinking of this, Guya turned her head to look at Lu Xian and saw that she had a slight upturn of her lips and a proud look on her face that said, "Ask me quickly." Unexpectedly, Lu Xian didn't hear Xiao Tian's plea for help. Instead, she heard Xiao Tian confidently say, "Don't worry about that. I have a way. Just watch me." Guya and Lu Xian were both stunned for a moment, with Lu Xian looking completely bewildered. That morning, Xiao Tian had already explained his situation to them in detail. They knew that although Xiao Tian owned an apartment building in the capital, he was essentially an outsider with no real connections there. He was just relatively wealthy. However, sometimes money can't solve all problems. For example, when it comes to investigating hotel surveillance footage, even if you're rich, you might not be able to get information and data that leaks customer privacy from the hotel. Looking at Xiao Tian's confident expression, Guya and Lu Xian couldn't help but feel the same way. They were still too young and naive and hadn't experienced the trials of society yet. However, neither of them chose to remind Xiao Tian of these things. As teachers, they knew that some things could not be understood simply by being told them. Only those who had experienced them firsthand could truly comprehend them. After making up their minds, the two women stopped bringing up the issue and instead talked about other unimportant things to distract Xiao Tian. The hotel wasn't far away, and the taxi soon arrived at the Emperor Hotel, which was also a luxury hotel with a huge area and many different room types. Amidst the envious and jealous gazes of the taxi driver, Xiao Tian entered the hotel, accompanied by two stunningly beautiful women of noble and elegant demeanor on either side of her. He spat hard on the ground, cursing inwardly. Good cabbages are all being eaten by pigs, to vent his jealousy. Summer confidently led the two women toward the hotel. After entering the hotel lobby manager quickly came to greet them. These three outstanding men and women immediately caught her attention, especially the two exceptionally beautiful women, who made her, as a woman herself, secretly envious. Although it was a group of two women and one man, this situation is not surprising in today's society. "Are the three of you going to check into the hotel? Do you have a reservation?" The hotel lobby manager was a beautiful woman with a snake-like face. After all, the Emperor Hotel is a 5-star hotel, and the lobby manager, as the face of the hotel, must have an outstanding image. Of course, the other party was no match for Guya and Lu Xian beside him. Whether it was appearance, figure, or temperament, they were far inferior. "Yes, hello. Could you please find your general manager? I need to speak with him about something," Xiao Tian said politely to the lobby manager. Guya and Lu Xian remained silent after entering the hotel, wanting to see how their young husband, Xiao Tian, would handle the situation. Sir, what can I do for you to see our general manager? Perhaps I can help you." The lobby manager couldn't possibly agree to Xiao Tian's strange request immediately. Otherwise, if everyone wanted to do what Xiao Tian did, what would their general manager do? Not bad. Although he heard that his request was excessive, the lobby manager's attitude did not change. He still appeared polite. Xiao Tian nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that his hotel had a good service attitude. "Okay, just tell him that the new boss has arrived and ask him to come over as soon as possible. By the way, I am Xiao Tian, the new boss of this hotel." Xiao Tian had a friendly expression and did not act arrogantly towards others just because he was the new boss. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, the lobby manager paused, and her expression finally changed. Although she had always been very polite, it was just a habit formed by her professional requirements. She really wanted to make sure this young man, who called himself Summer, wasn't awake yet. Was he sleepwalking here? And the new owner of her own hotel? How dare he spout such nonsense? Did he even know the value of her hotel? She saw it clearly just now. These three people arrived at the hotel by taxi. Who can afford to own a 5-star hotel and travel by taxi? Chapter 50. The hotel really has a new owner. The lobby manager looked at the handsome guy in front of him, speechlessly. Was he still drunk from last night and hadn't woken up yet? Just as she was about to politely tell the other person to get lost, her phone suddenly beeped with a barrage of message notifications. Normally, she would never check her phone in front of customers, but for some reason, she couldn't resist taking it out and looking at the bunch of messages on her phone. Perhaps she subconsciously thought that the three people in front of her were there to cause trouble, so she lost the professional demeanor she usually displayed when dealing with customers. The message on the green bubble was from the hotel's internal staff group, and in just a short time, it showed that there were already dozens of unread messages. Clicking on the unread message bar immediately displays the earliest unread message on the page. Assistant General Manager Songjia, I have some big news to share with you all. Our hotel has a new owner. The new owner is a handsome and promising young man, only 20 years old this year, named Xia Tian. I've already told you the news. Whether you can seize the opportunity is up to you. You know what I mean. General Manager Yilan. You big mouth? Did you try to keep this a secret? You can't be allowed to know anything, or the whole world will know in no time. Angrily slaps head. It turns out that Song Jia, that little gossip, was spreading rumors again, and unsurprisingly, she got scolded by President Yi again. The lobby manager chuckled slightly upon seeing this. Such things happened frequently, and they were all used to it. Rooms manager Zhong Yanhua. Xiao Jia. Where did you get this rumor from? But this time, the news is definitely big. VIP client manager Wang Jieli. Wow. Didn't you guys notice that President Yi neither refuted nor denied the news about Song Jia this time? Could it be true, President Yi? The lobby manager, Li Na, belatedly realized that it seemed President Yi had not denied the rumor about Song Jia, so the rumor must be true. In an instant, lobby manager Li Na's heart skipped a beat. If she remembered correctly, the handsome man in front of her was the hotel's new owner, whose name was Xia Tian. Wow, the person I'm serving really is the new boss. Li Na is now extremely grateful that she glanced at the message in the group at this critical juncture. Otherwise, she probably would have been packing her bags and leaving. Scrolling down quickly, I saw another message from General Manager Yi in the group. General Manager Yilan. Since our big-mouth classmate Song Jia has already told everyone, then I won't keep it a secret either. Our Emperor Hotel has indeed changed owners, and this time the new owner is wholly owned. The new boss might be coming to inspect the hotel in the next couple of days, so everyone needs to be alert and pay attention to make a good impression. If anyone is caught slacking off or not working diligently by the new boss, I won't be responsible. New boss, Xiaotan, male, 20 years old, other details unknown. Yilan was very happy. This was the best news she had received in a long time. So she wasn't really angry that Song Jia, the big mouth, had leaked the news. Instead, she took this opportunity to officially announce it. Hee, Sister Lan. Suddenly, the tightly closed office door opened a crack, and a small head peeked in, smiling ingratiatingly at Yilan. What? Yilan rolled her eyes at the other girl, feeling quite helpless with this mischievous little girl. Although they were nominally superior and subordinate, they were actually good sisters who lived and ate together. Hee, I specially hand-ground and brewed this coffee. Would you like to try it? The girl outside came out, holding a cup of freshly brewed coffee in her hand, and cautiously looked at the stunningly beautiful woman behind the boss's chair. Bring it over here, Yilan said irritably to Song Jia, who now seemed cautious and timid. Okay, here you go. Try it. Be careful not to burn yourself. Song Jia is a girl with a charming and adorable appearance, and you can tell that she has a lively, cheerful, and optimistic personality. Yilan took the coffee from Song Jia and took a sip. To be honest, the coffee made by Song Jia, this little foodie, tasted just right for her. Perhaps it was because she was in a good mood at the moment, but her mood, which had been gloomy recently, also improved. Sister Lan, you're not angry with me anymore, are you? I really didn't mean to this time. It's because that old bastard surnamed Ma finally got out of here. You no longer have to be threatened or harassed by him, and you don't have to leave the hotel. I got so excited that I accidentally sent the message to the group chat. I promise, I will never do it again. Song Jia raised her palm as if to swear an oath, but was interrupted by Yilan. All right, you promised me 800 times a day, but when have you ever kept your word? I'll let it go this time. Besides, even if you hadn't said anything, I would have announced it anyway. After all, it's a big deal for our hotel. We don't know if the new boss will make any personnel changes, so it's good to inform everyone so that we can all be mentally prepared and not be caught off guard if we are actually reassigned. Yilan interrupted Song Jia's promise and said this. Huh? The new boss might make personnel changes? Why don't you talk to him and tell him not to make those changes? All the employees in our hotel are so good. Everyone is so hardworking and responsible. And besides, jobs are so hard to find these days. Song Jia's voice was interrupted by Yilan once again. You're already working and you're still so naive. What can I say to you? It's my fault for protecting you too much. He's the boss. What good would it do for me to say anything? Besides, I can't even guarantee I can keep working here. But even if I have to leave, I'll try my best to persuade the boss not to replace so many people. Yilan looked at Song Jia, who was still very naive even though she had been working for half a year with a headache. What? Sister Lan, you might be replaced too? That won't do. Our hotel can do without anyone. but we absolutely cannot do without you, Sister Lan. Song Jia said urgently. That's not something you or I can decide. They're the boss. Despite the possibility of losing her job, Yilan was still in a good mood. This time, however, Song Jia interrupted her, saying, although he is the boss, he bought the hotel to make money, right? He can't possibly let a hotel he spent a huge sum of money to buy be in a loss-making state. Can he? It's not like I'm the only one who can do this. Maybe others can do it even better. Yilan explained to the somewhat stubborn girl. Chapter 51. Having money doesn't guarantee success, but having a lot of money can make things happen. Lina didn't have time to think much. She only had time to tag Yilan in the group chat and type a message quickly. President Yi, a young man named Xia Tian has come to the lobby. He claims to be the new owner of our hotel and says he wants you to come to the lobby to see him. Lina sent this message in the group chat, immediately revealing the gentlest, kindest, and most humble smile she had ever given in her professional career. She bowed slightly to Xia Tian, saying, Mr. Xia, please have a seat here for a moment. Our general manager, you will be down shortly. Lina gently gestured with her right hand toward the sofa lounge area in the hotel lobby. What a stroke of luck. Before speaking, I was fortunate enough to glance at the information on the green bubble, which saved me from disaster. Lina secretly rejoiced. Xia Tian remained non-committal, looking at the surprised expressions on Lu Xian's face, especially Lu Xian, whose mouth was slightly open in shock. She chuckled and pulled Guya and Lu Xian towards the sofa area. Summer was quite satisfied with Lina's performance. There wasn't any dramatic scene of her looking down on someone and then showing off and then contradicting herself. After the three sat down on the sofa, Lina immediately excused herself to make tea for them and left. As soon as she left, she hurriedly made tea while taking out her phone to call General Manager Yilan. However, she couldn't get through to Yilan no matter what she tried. At that moment, Yilan and Song Jia were in the elevator, and the signal was not very good. You're the hotel owner? Really? Lu Xian was a little skeptical. Even the hotel's lobby manager doesn't recognize you. I forgot to tell you, I had my people buy out this hotel while we were there, so it'll be easier to check the security footage. Xia Tian rarely showed off in front of his two wives. Actually, he wasn't wrong to say that, since the system could be considered his tool after all. Besides, the system probably rewarded me with this hotel so that it would be easier for me to investigate Shen Wan's matter last night. Otherwise, it wouldn't be such a coincidence that I would be rewarded with this hotel. You acquired this 5-star hotel just to make it easier to investigate what happened to Shen Wan at the hotel last night. Lu Xian was shocked. If this were a lie, it would be easy to expose. The hotel's general manager would immediately see through it. So, it's highly likely that Xia Tian wasn't lying. It must be true. Yes, not only this 5-star Emperor Hotel, but also the Su Ji private kitchen restaurant where Su Ro ate last night. I've had it acquired too. At times like these, one must appear nonchalant. Looking at the two women's shocked expressions, Xia Tian felt secretly delighted. This shocked Lu Xian and Guya even more. To simply buy up the entire hotel and restaurant for their own convenience, turning it into their own property. What kind of arrogant act was this? It was far too simplistic and brutal. Guya was also momentarily stunned. The young husband she had married so casually seemed to be quite extraordinary. Although she was shocked, she did not lose her composure. Lu Xian, on the other hand, was not so calm and composed. Her expression had completely spiraled out of control. The two women exchanged a glance, a fleeting look of embarrassment crossing their faces. They recalled their thoughts on the way to the hotel. Having money doesn't necessarily guarantee success. They thought that although Xia Tian had some money, asking a 5-star hotel to provide information involving customer privacy would likely be refused. Guya and Lu Xian had even planned that after Xia Tian was turned away, Lu Xian would ask her relative in the public security system to help him obtain the surveillance footage and information he needed. They intended to use this to teach Xia Tian a lesson, a vivid and practical social experience. This will help him understand, while learning to be humble and cautious, that money is not everything, and that he shouldn't act recklessly or arrogantly just because he has some money. It can only be said that Guya has put in a lot of effort to educate her rich second-generation husband in reverse. But all of this turned into a joke the moment Xia Tian revealed that someone had bought the hotel and another restaurant that Shen Wan and Su Ro had visited the previous night. For a fleeting moment, Guya and Lu Xian both felt a sense of confusion and doubt. can money really solve all problems? If it can't, it just means you don't have enough money. Originally, it's illegal for someone to go to a hotel in the summer to investigate other people's information and surveillance footage. Putting aside whether they could actually get the information for money, the fact that someone would do this on their own is illegal and constitutes an invasion of privacy. Summer's actions don't involve any legal or regulatory issues whatsoever. Checking surveillance footage and related information in my own hotel isn't an invasion of privacy. It's just normal work. At most, it's just an inspection. Mr. Xia, ladies, please have some tea. Mr. Yi will be here shortly. Lina brought over 3 cups of tea on a tray, serving them to the 3 of them while reporting to Xia Tian in a slightly apologetic tone. It's completely confirmed that the other party is her new boss, which is why Lina behaved so respectfully. Why is it confirmed? Because Yilan just sent Lina a photo of the new boss, Xia Tian, to her Green Bubble account, asking her to verify if he was indeed the new boss. And it turned out to be none other than the handsome young man sitting on the sofa right now. The photo and the person themselves both possess an air of extraordinary presence and distinction. Like the brightest star in the night sky, their uniqueness is immediately apparent. Oh, by the way, is the hotel general manager male or female? What's their name? How old are they? Xia Tian casually asked a few questions. Our hotel's general manager is named Yilan. She is a successful businesswoman who returned from overseas and is 28 years old this year. Lina respectfully answered Xia Tian's questions one by one. As they were talking, a woman with a capable demeanor, stunning beauty, and a slender figure, dressed in a black fitted suit, stepped out of the elevator next to them. Her powerful aura could be felt from afar. The person who arrived was Yilan, the general manager of the Emperor Hotel. Behind her was a pure and lovely young girl, who was her assistant, Song Jia. As soon as the two stepped out of the elevator, they glanced around and immediately locked their gaze on the sofa area, then turned and quickly walked towards it. Lina promptly introduced the 2 people walking towards them to Xia Tian, who were none other than the hotel's general manager, Yilan, and assistant general manager, Song Jia. Hello, Mr. Xia. My name is Yilan. I am currently the general manager of the hotel and am responsible for the management of the hotel. As soon as Yilan came over, she took the initiative to extend her hand to Xia Tian on the sofa and introduced herself in a simple and clear manner. She even nodded slightly to Guya and Lu Xian, who were accompanying Xia Tian. The women around the boss should not be neglected, but before the boss introduces the 2 women's identities, it is enough to express goodwill. Yilan showed no contempt for Xia Tian just because she looked younger and behaved with politeness and decorum. Hello, Mr. Yi. You should already know my identity, right? Xia Tian was equally polite. Understand. If it's convenient for you, Mr. Xia, shall we go to the hotel conference room or my office? I'd like to report to you on the relevant work at the hotel. Yilan asked for instructions. Chapter 52, Deep Regret. Xia Tian had no time or inclination to listen to these things. Although he felt much more at ease now, because the system showed that Shen Wan and Su Ro's purity had not changed, and they were still 100% pure. He was still uneasy until he saw the final truth. Don't rush that. I have another urgent matter that I need you to handle right away. Xia Tian waved his hand, deciding to first investigate the truth about his first wife, Shen Wan, and Lin Kitchen coming to the hotel together. Yilan was somewhat puzzled. Xia Tian, the new boss, didn't bother to understand the current situation of the hotel right away. Instead, he asked her to investigate the situation of her room in the hotel last night. Although she had many doubts and questions since he was the boss, Yilan still arranged for him to investigate immediately. If Yilan knew that Xia Tian simply wanted to investigate the truth behind his wife's visit to the hotel last night, I wonder what he would think. Soon, Xia Tian obtained all the relevant information and all the surveillance videos about the hotel room Shen Wan went to last night. First of all, the hotel room last night was a high-end business suite with a relatively large living room. Before Shen Wan and Lin Kitchen entered the room, several people, both men and women, had already entered. The information of the person who registered the room was a woman named Zhou Zito. Moreover, according to the surveillance video, after Jianqin left, Shen Wan came out again and left the room door open without closing it. The situation is quite clear. The likely truth is pretty much what Guya analyzed. Shen Wan didn't come to a hotel with that man surnamed Lin to do anything improper. Damn it, I misunderstood my wife. Suddenly, everything became clear, and Xia Tian's thought process returned to normal. With the truth about Shen Wan's situation revealed, Su Ro was probably just being harassed by another man. After all, Su Ro's attraction to men was incredibly potent. Faced with such a sexy beauty, any normal man would probably be unable to resist having inappropriate thoughts. That's only human nature. Guya and Lu Xian accompanied Xia Tian to watch the hotel surveillance video. They were not surprised by the result at all. Guya looked up at Xia Tian as if to say, "See? I told you so." Xia Tian looked regretful and extremely embarrassed. Summer felt like slapping herself. What was she thinking all day long? How could she suspect her wife of infidelity? Looking back, she realized she must have been out of her mind. Summer's facial changes were almost visible to the naked eye. Not only could Guya and Lu Xian notice it, but Yilan, Song Jia, and Li Na, who was waiting to serve tea and water, could also see it. Song Jia looked curious, secretly wondering if the new boss had studied Sichuan opera face-changing. The richness and variety of facial expressions he displayed were truly breathtaking. Summer felt increasingly guilty and filled with remorse. "Mr. Yi, could you help us find a quiet place? We have some personal matters to discuss," Guya said to Yilan. "Okay, Miss Gu, please follow me." The group had already introduced themselves to each other, so Yilan didn't waste any more words and immediately agreed, getting up to lead the way. There were plenty of quiet spots in the hotel. Guya got up, pulled Xia Tian along, and followed Yilan into a room with Lu Xian. After Yilan left, Guya looked at Xia Tian, who still looked full of regret, and suddenly stepped forward to give him a big hug. Xia Tian was stunned, looking at Guya, who had suddenly become so proactive, feeling the gentle touch on his body, especially since Guya was such a noble, elegant, and intellectual beauty. Although the two had been intimate the night before, it was all because they were drunk, and to be honest, Xia Tian didn't remember it very well. Now, in a completely sober state, this was his first physical contact with Guya, so his young body couldn't resist the temptation, and he immediately reacted, putting his worries behind him. Just as Xia Tian was getting a little restless, Guya took the initiative to release her arms from Xia Tian and stepped back. "Are you feeling better now?" Guya gracefully ran her hand through her hair, her noble and elegant demeanor almost making Xia Tian lose herself again. Summer nodded blankly. "Let's get down to business. Now that you know the truth, what are you planning to do?" Guya asked Xia Tian. "You've wronged Shenwan and Su Ro. You hurt them quite badly this morning." Lu Xian added at the opportune moment. "By the way, we haven't checked the restaurant security footage from last night's meal for Su Ro yet." Xia Tian smiled bitterly. "No need to investigate anymore. I was being petty and out of my mind, suspecting my own wife so easily." Xia Tian was criticizing himself. "All right, your two wives aren't here. Why are you reflecting on yourself in front of us? Or are you trying to show us how deep your feelings are for each other?" Guya interrupted Xia Tian's self-criticism. "No, it's not I." Xia Tian tried to explain, but was interrupted by Guya again. "All right, the misunderstanding between you and your two other good wives has been cleared up. Why don't you go and apologize to them? Do you really want to divorce them?" Guya looked at Xia Tian, who seemed a bit dazed, and suddenly said in a slightly annoyed tone, Yes, I should apologize." Xia Tian seemed to wake from a dream, but he was also a little uneasy. He didn't know what to do in this situation, and besides, he wasn't sure if Shan Wan and Su Ro would forgive him. How should I apologize?" Before Guya could even voice her dissatisfaction, Lu Xian glared at her and interjected with discontent. "You're asking your own wife how to appease your other two wives?" Xia Tian couldn't help but blush, inwardly cursing herself for being so foolish. After Lu Xian's words, it seemed somewhat inappropriate. But she'd never been in a relationship before and had no idea how to charm a girl. "You really shouldn't have asked us this. You should handle your own affairs. We've done our best to help you this far. Don't expect us to help you please your other two wives. All right, you can handle your own affairs. We'll head back now, and we'll talk about our things after you've dealt with yours." Guya said, then she and Su Ro got up and left the room together. Xia Tian stared blankly at Guya and Lu Xian as they left, not understanding why Guya, who was originally a gentle and refined lady, seemed to have suddenly become a different person. What had she done to offend her? Chapter 53, Strategizing. "Xiaoya, are we really leaving like this?" Lu Xian was pulled out of the hotel lobby by Guya, and once outside the hotel, she finally couldn't help but ask, "What? You can't bear to part with him? If you can't bear to part with him, then go back. Anyway, you're his legal wife now. Guya suddenly felt inexplicably irritable and had a bad feeling in her heart. She had given herself away in a daze and had a little husband, only to find out in the end that she had stolen Shun Wan's husband. How could she be so? She didn't know how to describe her feelings. She didn't regret helping Xia Tian analyze and prove, or rather, clear Shen Wan's name. Her personality, like her own, was pure, upright, and honest. Unlike others, she wouldn't think that since Xia Tian had misunderstood Shen Wan, she would rather the misunderstanding between the two deepen and Xia Tian divorce them, which would obviously be more beneficial to her. Guya had never considered it, or rather, she disdained to compete with Shen Wan in this way. If you're going to compete, you have to be fair and square. This has always been her style of doing things. And even when it comes to competing for a husband, she will choose to do it in the same way, rather than resorting to underhanded tactics to achieve her goals. There's another layer to the story. Her initiative in clarifying things for Shen Wan stemmed from a sense of compensation. After all, Xia Tian married Shen Wan first, while she herself was a confused newcomer, essentially stealing Shen Wan's husband in a way. Now that I've helped her this time, I feel that we're even now, and I won't feel any guilt when I see Shen Wan again. She chose to leave at this time because she would definitely have to apologize to Shen Wan and Su Ro in the summer. No matter what the final outcome was for the three of them, it would have nothing to do with her anymore, and she had a clear conscience. Furthermore, given her relationship with Shen Wan, it's not really appropriate for them to meet right now, and whether they'll meet in the future depends on the situation. As for living together or under the same roof, that's absolutely impossible. So Guya simply pulled Lu Xian away on her own initiative, giving Xia Tian enough space and time to think. There was still a long time ahead, so there was no need to rush. Guya and Lu Xian, the two best friends, left very decisively, which left Xia Tian feeling quite lost for a while. However, he didn't have time to think about Guya and Lu Xian's departure at the moment, as he had more important things to consider. How should I apologize to Shen Wan and Su Ro? What if they refuse to forgive me? Headache. However, Xia Tian also knew that this kind of thing had to be resolved as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would become more and more serious, and the longer it went on, the worse it would be for him. If you don't understand, you can ask someone else. As Xia Tian walked out of the room, Yilan and Song Jia were still waiting on the side. When they saw Xia Tian come out, the two women came to greet her. Yilan is very well-mannered and doesn't show her emotions, while Song Jia next to her has gossip written all over her face. It's understandable that Song Jia was curious. Xia Tian's actions after arriving at the hotel sparked endless speculation. People are naturally imaginative and curious. Since Xia Tian was the new boss, this curiosity had to be suppressed. Xia Tian glanced at Yilan, the general manager of her hotel, and her heart stirred. Yilan was dignified and elegant, and a stunningly beautiful woman with a friendly demeanor. Both of them were beautiful, and Yilan was a knowledgeable and experienced manager. She should be able to offer some help and advice, right? Xia Tian was just wondering whether he should ask Jin Qin or Wang Nan for advice. Among the girls he knew, besides his 4 wives, he was only somewhat familiar with these 2. But after seeing Yilan, he changed his mind. Perhaps the other party could give him better advice. Mr. Yi, are you free now? Can you come out with me? Xia Tian asked. Yilan was taken aback, but she immediately replied, Okay, President Xia, is there anything I need to prepare? She didn't know what this new boss was up to, but being a meticulous person, she thought it best to ask. No need. It's a personal matter I need your help with. Let's go then. Xia Tian waved his hand, speaking the truth. Hearing Xia Tian's words, Yilan nodded, indicating that she understood. Song Jia's eyes gleamed with even more gossip. Does Mr. Xia need me to have a car prepared? Yilan had already heard from Lina that Xia Tian, the new boss, had arrived by taxi. Okay, let someone take us to the park near Tsinghua University first. My car is parked there. Xia Tian thought that not having a car would indeed be a bit inconvenient for getting around. Soon, amid Song Jia's gossipy expression, the two boarded the hotel shuttle bus and left the hotel. Because there were outsiders present, Xia Tian was too embarrassed to bring up the matter of asking Yilan for help. Yilan also didn't ask. On the way, to avoid an awkward atmosphere, Yilan took the initiative to give Xia Tian a brief introduction to the situation in the hotel. Well, you'll still be in full charge of the hotel from now on. I won't interfere with the hotel's operations, but I will have someone oversee the financial aspects. Xia Tian said casually. He could tell that Yilan was testing him, the new boss, to see if he would arrange for someone to take over the hotel's operations and if he would bring about a major overhaul. Xiao didn't mince words and directly stated his plans. This hotel was a temporary reward from the system, and he still had to go to school, so he definitely didn't have the energy to manage it. Besides, he didn't know anything about running a hotel. The best solution, of course, was to let the original staff run the hotel, while he only needed to keep an eye on the hotel's finances. Hearing Xiao say that, Yilan's smile became even brighter, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that she didn't have to worry about being laid off for the time being. Soon, the driver took the two of them to the parking lot where Xiao had parked his Lamborghini. Looking at the ultra-luxury sports car in front of them, Yilan and the driver's perception of Xiao's capabilities rose even higher. Once only Xiao and Yilan were sitting in the sports car, Xiao finally revealed why he had asked Yilan for help. Of course, Xiao wasn't foolish enough to tell Yilan the real reason. He only said that he had accidentally offended his wife due to a misunderstanding, and now his wife was very angry. He asked how he could get his wife's forgiveness, and what gifts he should buy to apologize and win her forgiveness. Upon hearing Xiao's words, Yilan's eyes narrowed. Combining Xiao's actions since arriving at the hotel, she instantly guessed something. She couldn't help but think to herself, somewhat speechless, with your wealth and power, what woman are you trying to win over? What woman can't you win over? Unless that woman is a fool, she won't forgive you. Chapter 54 Unexpected Turn of Events. Yilan really wanted to say to Xiao, a super rich person like you doesn't need to apologize at all. You only need to beckon with your finger to make a woman obediently bow her head and admit her mistake. Besides, with your status, which woman would really be willing to give you up or get really angry? Was that Ms. Gu who just left? She seemed a little unhappy when she left the hotel, but you should be able to appease her with a little coaxing. Ms. Gu seems quite reasonable, so she shouldn't be difficult to talk to. Yilan was wondering why the two ladies left first when the three of them came together. Oh, it turns out they had a disagreement. It's not those two, it's my other wife, Xiao explained. Yilan was taken aback. Guya and Lucian seemed to have a close relationship with Xiao before, and she thought that the wife Xiao mentioned was one of them. It seems that rich people really do have a lot of tricks up their sleeves. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. President Xia, although I'm not married, I believe the most important thing between husband and wife is trust. Sincere and open communication should show your sincerity. There's no such thing as a grudge that lasts overnight between husband and wife. It's just a misunderstanding. Just talk it out. Yilan thought for a moment and gave a general answer. Xiao frowned. What she said made sense, but her relationship with Shunwan and Su Ro was somewhat special. How could she explain this to Yilan without revealing more details? My wife and I were forced into a marriage, so I haven't had a chance to tell her that I'm relatively wealthy. And today I misunderstood her again, a pretty big misunderstanding, the kind that's hard to forgive easily. So you know what I need to do to get their forgiveness? Xiao organized his thoughts and explained the situation in more detail. Looking at Xiao's handsome face, which was filled with tension and regret, Yilan felt a surge of envy, jealousy, and resentment towards this unseen landlady. They were both women, so why was she forced to be matched with such a young, wealthy, handsome, and devoted man like Xiao? At that moment, she really wanted to say to Xiao, it's okay, if she doesn't forgive you, come find me, I want you. So, are you prepared to let the other person know that you are actually very rich? It's one thing to think about it, but what you say out loud can't be what you really think. Yes, I'm going to tell her. The reason this misunderstanding arose was because I had concealed the fact that I was actually a wealthy person from Shunwan and Su Ro. This made them want to earn more money to supplement their household income, and I happened to run into them, which led to the misunderstanding. So Xiao has now figured it out. If Shunwan and Su Ro can forgive him this time, he will take the initiative to hand over all his 500 million yuan savings to Shunwan for safekeeping, which can be regarded as a way of showing his attitude. In that case, it's actually quite simple. Buy some high-end gifts like designer bags, clothes, cosmetics, or other luxury items. Then, sincerely apologize to her. Since you say it's just a misunderstanding, I think the boss lady will forgive you. Yilan Yin offered Xiao advice insincerely. I don't know much about women's products either, so could you help me go to the mall and give me some advice? Xiao sighed inwardly. He had been hoping that Yilan could help him come up with a better way to express his sincerity, but it seemed that he could only resort to the very tacky method of buying luxury goods with money. Under Yilan's guidance, the two went to a high-end shopping mall and bought a bunch of luxury goods, including bags and cosmetics from luxury brands such as Hermes, LV, Chanel, Dior, and Lancome. They bought each item in pairs, which made the sales staff of these luxury stores very happy. This summer spending earned them a lot of commission. Yilan was a little puzzled. The items in these luxury stores were not cheap, and Xia Tian had chosen all the more expensive products. When you add it all up, the cost is quite considerable. Even if you have money in the summer, there's absolutely no need to buy two of everything, right? It's clearly not a cost-effective or high-value purchase. President Xia, I suggest you choose a few more styles. There's no need to buy two of the same style. It's not very cost-effective. Yilan, as a subordinate and advisor, couldn't stand it anymore and suggested to Xia Tian. Oh, I have two wives? Each gets the same portion, Xia Tian replied without looking up as he made his selection. Yilan was taken aback, then suddenly realized why the other person chose two of the same thing. He had forgotten that the other person was a rich second generation, and naturally, his feelings couldn't be so simple. Before leaving the mall, Xia Tian gave Yilan a set of luxury handbags and cosmetics as a thank you for her help that day. Yilan initially refused outright, but Xia Tian had given it to her after she had already bought it. Under Xia Tian's threat that she would throw it away if Yilan didn't want it, Yilan had no choice but to accept the boss's kindness. They had chosen quite a lot of things, and it took the two of them a lot of effort to get them into the car. Just as they were about to get in, Xia Tian's phone rang. Xia Tian picked up his phone and saw it was Wang Nan. He suddenly slapped his forehead, remembering that he had promised to go shopping with her today. But who would have thought that so much had happened since last night? And he even had two more wives. If he hadn't received Wang Nan's call around noon, he probably wouldn't have remembered their agreement. It seemed he would have to break his promise today. He had no interest in going shopping with her now, even though Wang Nan was a rare beauty. Hey, Xia Tian, where are you? Do you know about Teacher Shun and another teacher, Teacher Su, at the school? Wang Nan's anxious voice came through the phone as soon as it was answered. Xia Tian was still thinking about how to explain her broken promise to the other party when Wang Nan's words made her pause for a moment, and her heart skipped a beat. An ominous premonition instantly appeared in her heart. What happened to Teacher Shun and the others? Without wasting any time, Xia Tian immediately asked Wang Nan. Well, I can't really explain the specifics, but everyone's saying that Ms. Shun and another Ms. Su from our school both married the same man and have already registered their marriages, but they're both unfaithful and have cheated on each other with other men. The video of their affair is still circulating on the school forum and in various green bubble groups. The whole school is in an uproar. I glanced at the video, and our teacher, Ms. Shun, did indeed go into a hotel room with a man. Chapter 55, someone is maliciously spreading rumors. Wang Nan's words made Xia Tian's mind go blank for a moment. Then his heart skipped a beat, followed by an instant burst of anger. Almost gritting his teeth, Xia Tian said to Wang Nan, "Send me the video." After hanging up with Wang Nan, Xia Tian checked her phone and realized she had completely wasted her time, as the video was already circulating wildly in several of the school's green bubble groups. With a furious expression, Xia Tian quickly opened the video in the group chat. He wasn't there to see the content of the video, but to make a comparison. After watching just a short clip, Xia Tian was already certain that the video was indeed one of the two videos that Jianqin had filmed. I blame myself for being careless. Why didn't I remember to delete the original video from Jianqin's phone after sending it to myself yesterday? That being said, Xia Tian's understanding of the phrase, the wickedness of human nature, is not very profound. In his previous life, he transmigrated to this world when he was a sophomore in college, and then he was carefully protected during his childhood, adolescence, and now he has been admitted to college. Although he has lived two lives, he has never truly experienced the harsh realities of society or the hypocrisy and unpredictability of human nature. Outrage. Xia Tian had never hated anyone as much as she had at this moment. Yes, hate. Not just dislike, but utter hatred, even though the other person was a beautiful girl. Without a doubt, the video and the rumors were spread by that bitch Jianqin. Last night, Xia Tian had a momentary intention to be with her, but because of her sudden hesitation, Xia Tian changed her mind and insisted on sending her away. Summer is truly grateful for her last-minute decision last night. Not only did it bring her two stunningly beautiful wives, Guya and Lu Xian, both professors at Imperial University, but Guya's calm and insightful analysis and help also prevented a huge misunderstanding between her wife Xinwan, and Su Ro from escalating further, effectively saving her marriage. More importantly, it also allowed her to successfully avoid Jian Qin, that vicious and ruthless woman. Meanwhile, as Xia Tian saw the video and rumors, Shun Wan and Su Ro on the other side also learned about the rumors and so-called evidence about them at school. The two men were sitting on the sofa, their faces ashen with rage, their chests heaving rapidly. Could it be that heartless little bastard Xia Tian spreading rumors? Su Ro asked angrily, her voice trembling slightly, perhaps because of her anger. No, Xia Tian is a very simple and kind person. He wouldn't do something so vicious. Even if he misunderstands us, he would only think about divorcing us, not using such despicable means to deal with us. Shun Wan's face was also pale with anger, but after hearing Su Ro's doubts about Xia Tian, she still analyzed the situation rationally. Anger did not cloud her judgment. Su Ro thought about it and realized that it made sense. Although she hadn't known Xia Tian for long, she could tell that Xia Tian was simple-minded and had a sunny disposition, rather than the kind of person who was deep and gloomy. The evidence that heartless little bastard mentioned this morning is probably this video. But who spread these rumors and videos? The key is that he knows we both married the same man. Others shouldn't know about this. Suro Kamnianilas. I don't know the specifics, but this information must have been revealed by Xia Tian unintentionally. Currently, apart from Guya and Lu Xian, who just got married to Xia Tian this morning, only the three of them at Tsinghua University know about their relationship. They had made an agreement about this beforehand. Now, this information has been revealed in the rumors. Xinwan guesses that Xia Tian probably said something she shouldn't have in a moment of anger after seeing this so-called evidence. Xinwan doesn't really care about this information being revealed. At worst, she can just make the true relationship between the three of them public. Although there's a little bit of awkwardness and embarrassment about their identities, the three of them are legally married with a marriage certificate issued by the state, so no one can interfere. Should we call that heartless bastard and explain? Su Ro was also kind-hearted. Although she was very angry about Xia Tian's bastard behavior in the morning, she couldn't help but feel the urge to explain after seeing the evidence. Don't rush to explain to him now. We can't prove our innocence yet, so it won't help. Our priority now is to prove our innocence first, and then we can explain things to him clearly. Xinwan was very helpless. The two of them were just going to attend some normal work activities. Who knew it would cause such a commotion? After calming down from her initial anger, Su Ro immediately grabbed her computer and started working on it. Her computer skills were excellent. Instead of guessing, as Shun Wan said, the most urgent thing now was to get evidence to prove their innocence. The hotel and restaurant they went to last night were both monitored. As long as we get the complete surveillance video, all the rumors will be dispelled. This was the simplest, most direct, and convenient method that Su Ro, a tech enthusiast, immediately thought of. After seeing Su Ro's actions, Shenwan covered her head with her hand. She knew without even thinking what Su Ro was doing. This girl always acted so impulsively. They say women with big breasts have no brains, and it's true. Just download and save the surveillance video. Don't release it casually, Shenwan told Su Ro helplessly. Oh, why? Aren't we supposed to prove our innocence? How can we not release the complete surveillance video? Su Ro hadn't even reacted yet. You arbitrarily entered someone else's hotel and restaurant and used technical means to access surveillance videos, which is illegal. After you prove your innocence, do you want to spend a couple of days in jail? No wonder the hotel and restaurant sued you. Shenwan rolled her eyes at Su Ro, then continued. We are the victims. Now we just need to call the police. The police will handle everything. You don't need to lift a finger. Besides, I already roughly know who released this video, but I don't know if the rumors were also spread by them. Shenwan recalled the schoolgirl she met at the hotel last night. Now that she thought about it carefully, she realized that the girl had been holding her phone the whole time. She was recording a video. Upon hearing Shenwan's words, Su Ro paused instantly, her expression brightening. Ooh, a girl from our school, quite pretty. I bumped into her at the hotel last night, and she was the only one who followed Lin Kitchen and me to our room, Shenwan recalled. After Shenwan's reminder, Su Ro immediately recalled. Oh, now that you mention it, I remember too. My video was also filmed by a girl. At the time, a girl suddenly barged in while Yang Junkai was bothering me, and she was holding a phone. After saying that, Su Ro quickly operated the computer and pulled up the hotel surveillance video. She narrowed her eyes and said, is that her? It's her on my end. Shunwan looked at the surveillance video that Su Ro had retrieved, and it was the same girl who had followed and secretly filmed her last night. It's her. Chapter 56, An Unexpected Phone Call. Soon, Shunwan and Su Ro had already identified the suspect, Jianqin. They even used their positions as teachers to thoroughly investigate Jianqin's name, class, and other basic information in the school student system. After their actions, the two of them could have taken Jianqin's information to the police, but just then, Shunwan's phone rang first, and then Su Ro's phone rang at the same time. The call came from a school's faculty affairs department. Given the significant negative news surrounding a female teacher, the department couldn't ignore it and immediately called to understand the situation, preparing for a timely and efficient response from the school. The faculty affairs department was deeply impressed by Shunwan and Su Ro, two outstanding female teachers who had just stayed on to teach at the school this year. After all, being beautiful naturally leaves a deep impression, let alone being a stunning beauty like Shunwan and Su Ro, who are even more unforgettable. Faced with the investigation and questioning from the Teachers' Affairs Department, Shunwan and Su Ro had a clear conscience and gave a detailed explanation of the situation. Inevitably, their marital relationship with Xia Tian was made public. However, since things had already come to this point, the two knew what was important and would not try to hide it anymore, nor was there any need to. The incident involving Shunwan and Su Ro last night was actually easy to investigate. Not only were there surveillance cameras in the hotel and restaurant, but there were also other teachers who were with them and other participants in the event. Therefore, after a thorough investigation, the Teacher Affairs Department immediately determined that Shunwan and Su Ro had been framed with fabricated rumors. The investigation and inquiry by the Teachers Affairs Department are not due to distrust of Shunwan and Su Ro, nor are they an investigation into two outstanding female teachers of our school. Rather, they're to find out the truth, clear the names of the two teachers in the school, and resolutely punish the perpetrators. We will not tolerate those who spread rumors. Under the instructions of the school leaders and the concern of the department leaders, the Faculty Affairs Department quickly took measures to delete the two videos about Shunwan and Su Ro that were circulating on the school forum and issued a relevant investigation announcement. The announcement asked everyone not to believe or spread rumors and to immediately stop spreading various false information and related videos about the two female teachers on Green Bubble. It then explained the relevant situation found in the investigation, the reasons why the two female teachers appeared in the hotel and restaurant yesterday, and even published the names and positions of other people who participated in the event last night. The final announcement strongly condemned this malicious act of taking things out of context, trying to attract attention, and spreading rumors. It also stated that the school had reported the matter to the police and that the school would not tolerate the rumor mongers and would punish them severely. The school's internal announcement immediately brought the rumors that were spreading wildly within the school to a temporary halt. The students of Tsinghua University still have their own judgment. Since the school's announcement was so detailed and specific, and even included a list of other people who were with the students, it was basically impossible for the story to be true, and the two female teachers could not have gone out on an affair. However, some people quickly noticed the suspicious points. The announcement only stated that Shunwan and Su Ro had not cheated, but did not explain the news that the two of them married the same person. Since this news was not refuted or explained, it means that the news is true. This has broken the hearts of many male students and teachers at the school. They're goddesses, and two goddesses at that. Who's the lucky guy who married both? Which bastard got such a great deal? Why wasn't it them? They wish they could take their place. So even though the school's internal announcement had been made, the two videos of Shunwan and Su Ro didn't stop spreading immediately, especially on Green Bubble, a Chinese social networking site. Instead, they spread at an even more frantic pace. Everyone was discussing the two female teachers' stunning looks and perfect figures, and some male otaku were practically drooling over their phone screens. Everyone was rushing to save the videos so they could secretly enjoy them later. While everyone was praising Shunwan and Su Ro's stunning beauty, they were also condemning the scumbag who married both goddesses at the same time. So the situation took another unexpected turn. Moreover, the rumors spread uncontrollably outside the school, including that Shunwan and Su Ro had both married the same man and were having extramarital affairs. As one of the top universities in China, Tsinghua University is a place where any little thing can cause a huge uproar, especially since the people involved in this incident are two stunning beauties. As a result, the incident instantly went viral and became a hot topic. Tsinghua University, two stunningly beautiful female teachers with contrasting styles, a love triangle involving two women and one man, infidelity, adultery. When these tags come together and all of them work together, the resulting uproar is unimaginable. Now nobody cares about the facts or the truth. Everyone is just enjoying the show and expressing what they believe to be the right opinions and engaging in discussions. The moment this news broke, it went viral. People are naturally curious and eager to see what's going on. At the very least, they could at least see photos of the beautiful teacher from Shimu, BBS, right? Shun Wan and Su Ro were shocked and at a loss when they saw that the matter, which they thought had been explained away and would soon be settled, had escalated so much that it had now spread online. The impact and consequences of the story spreading within a small school versus becoming a trending topic on social media are on completely different levels. The irrational and uninformed trolls on the internet were instantly enraged. Opportunities to attack a beautiful female teacher at a top university are rare. So how could they pass up such an opportunity? Various so-called internet celebrities, deliberately trying to ride the wave, also came out to offer their opinions from a moral high ground, causing the incident to explode in an instant. This is how cyberbullying unfolds. The Faculty Affairs Department of Tsinghua University urgently issued a statement on the university's official website and even forwarded a screenshot of the announcement previously posted on the university's forum to the official website. The results were minimal. Many people online just parrot what others say, and nobody cares whether the story is true or false. Just then, Shenwan's phone rang again. When she picked up the phone, Shenwan was slightly taken aback. Why would she call her? Although the two of them had all of each other's contact information, including phone numbers, social media platforms like Green Bubble and Douyin, and even email addresses. However, the two of them never spoke a word to each other, nor did they ever contact each other once. What did she want when she called at this time? Did she know about what happened online and then mocked her? That's impossible. She wouldn't be that bored. Chapter 57A Battle Through the Phone. Guya and Lu Xian returned to their faculty apartments at Imperial University. Coincidentally, they also lived together in a two-bedroom apartment of about 100 square meters. This kind of situation where two best friends live in the same apartment is actually quite common in this society. They keep each other company and can look after each other. After all, in a society where there are more women than men, many women are destined to have to keep each other company. As soon as they got home, Guya and Lu Xian both took a shower. After all, they had been in an embarrassing situation that morning and hadn't had a chance to clean themselves. Now that they were home, they naturally wanted to take care of themselves as soon as possible. The two finally sat comfortably in the living room again, but Lu Xian still felt a sense of unreality. Are we both married women now? Can't you feel the changes in yourself? Guya rolled her eyes at Lu Xian, annoyed. It was all that brat's fault. Last night, she insisted on dragging her to the park for a drink, and look what happened. The two young women went out and came back looking like two young wives. What's worse, she even stole her old rival Shun, Wan's young husband. Although she was quite satisfied with Xia Tian in many ways, but this relationship, what a mess. To be honest, I drank a bit too much last night. I was so dizzy that I didn't have a chance to really enjoy it. All I remember is that it hurts a little. Lu Xian shifted her buttocks, still feeling a slight discomfort there. Then why don't you invite Xia Tian over tonight and let him experience it properly? I think he'd be happy to do it for you. Guya glanced at Lu Xian. Let's skip it today. It still hurts a bit there. Let's do it another day. Lu Xian's double entendre made Guya roll her eyes. After a woman transforms from a girl into a real woman, her courage and boldness increased dramatically. Hey, Wanner, speaking of which, you're actually our husband's first woman. Although our husband, Shun Wan, and Su Ro have registered their marriage, they haven't had a chance to live together yet. So, in that sense, I'm our husband's second woman. Although I was a step later than you, I got married earlier than the other two. So by that logic, we should be the first wives. Lu Xian said with a little excitement when she thought of this. Can't you be a little more rational? What's the point of arguing about this? What good will it do? Are you planning to move to Shuemu and live with them? Guya said this, but her heart was racing. That's right. She was the first woman who made Xia Tian a man. In that respect, she was ahead of Su Ro. A slight smile involuntarily appeared on her lips. Although she wasn't the first woman to get a marriage certificate with Xia Tian, being Xia Tian's first woman in the true sense seems pretty good too. How is it meaningless? I've heard that men all have this first-time complex. The first kiss, the first love, the first time becoming a man. Men remember these things vividly. They'll never forget them. Lu Xian spoke with conviction, spouting nonsense she'd picked up from who knows where. When two best friends are together and there are no outsiders, they naturally have a more relaxed conversation. And their husbands, Xia Tian, are undoubtedly the focus of their discussion. Xiaoya, look at your phone. Something's happened to those two from Shuimu. Lu Xian picked up her phone and scrolled through it haphazardly. She had been thinking about whether to chat with Xia Tian, but then she accidentally saw 2 news notifications. Shocking. 2 beautiful female teachers from Tsinghua University married the same man, and then conspired to have affairs together. Is it a decline in morality or a distortion of human nature? 2 married female teachers from Tsinghua University have chosen to have affairs with the same man. Upon hearing this, Guya immediately picked up her phone to check the news. What she saw shocked her. The internet was a complete mess, filled with profanity and personal attacks. Guya's beautiful brows furrowed slightly. How could things have turned out this way? I clicked on and read several so-called reports, and the videos circulating online were exactly the same as the 2 original videos on Xia Tian's phone. Since Xia Tian has already confirmed the truth, it's impossible that he spread rumors. Judging from his regretful expression just now, he's too busy regretting it to do something so self-humiliating. Unless he's an idiot. That's the girl who secretly filmed the video for Xia Tian. Guya almost immediately identified the person who spread the rumors attacking Shan Wan and Su Ro. News spreads rapidly online. Guya read it and became increasingly angry. Even she, an outsider, found it hard to bear, let alone Shan Wan and Su Ro, the 2 people involved. Suddenly, she felt a surge of urge to comfort her old rival. Being subjected to such malicious rumors and cyberbullying was incredibly damaging to a woman. She was also worried that her foolish husband hadn't yet explained things clearly to Shan Wan and the other woman. And now the rumors had erupted so suddenly. What if the misunderstanding between the 3 of them deepened? Wouldn't all her previous efforts have been for nothing? Once the thought crossed her mind, she couldn't suppress it. Guya wasn't one to hesitate, so she picked up the phone, found the number she had saved in her phone's contact a long time ago, but had never dialed, and dialed it. Shan Wan stared blankly at the phone for a moment. The name on the caller ID was Guya, her childhood friend, old classmate, and also her old rival. It seems that the 2 of them haven't spoken since the 3rd grade of elementary school, except for a brief exchange of a few words when filling out college applications. This was the first time the 2 had communicated in many years, even though it was through a mobile phone. Hey, did the sun rise in the west? What made you suddenly decide to call me? Shan Wan answered the phone with an ambiguous expression. I was worried you might do something rash. Are you all right? Guya's gentle and pleasant voice came from the other end. Which aspect are you referring to? Apart from marriage, everything else is fine. Shan Wan snorted, her words carrying a hidden meaning. Hee, if the marriage is bad, why not get a divorce? Guya chuckled lightly, relieved, forgetting that Shan Wan's inner strength was even greater than her own. Then you're probably going to be disappointed. The word divorce doesn't even exist in my dictionary. No one can take what's mine away from me, including my husband. You're just parroting what others have said. Shan Wan's answer was exactly what Guya expected. I'm afraid you'll be the one disappointed. My husband? No, I should say our husband, but that doesn't feel right. Let's just call him Xia Tian. That Xia Tian kid is really strong, as big as an ox. He's just a bit inexperienced, but you shouldn't mind, right? Guya's words made Shan Wan's face turn completely dark. You bastard. In the end, Shan Wan couldn't take it anymore, cursed, and hung up the phone. Her chest heaved violently with anger, even more violently than before. Chapter 58, Rich and Willful. Guya looked at the phone that had been hung up on with a smug look on her face. She didn't care at all. The fact that Shan Wan, who was always noble, elegant, intellectual, and generous, had broken down her defenses and cursed at her made her extremely happy. This was even happier than winning the lottery. Although using such underhanded tactics to attack Shan Wan might seem a bit vulgar and thuggish, it doesn't matter. Their statuses have changed now. They're both wives of that rascal Xia Tian. Competing in this area is perfectly acceptable, necessary, and not shameful at all. Since Shan Wan had no intention of divorcing Xia Tian, Guya was too lazy to offer any explanation she had prepared. She knew that Shan Wan couldn't possibly be blind to the situation she could see through. With Shan Wan's intelligence and tenacious character, this matter though troublesome, wouldn't make her give up easily. For the first 20 years, the two competed with each other in terms of academics and personal abilities. Then they competed with each other in terms of work. Now, they share the same husband, and in the future, they will start competing with each other in terms of their husbands. Jealousy and rivalry over a husband? Haha, I never thought that two people as proud as them would have this day. Since it's destined that the two of you will be lifelong rivals and entangled for life, then let's face it bravely. Shenwan isn't afraid. So why would I, Guya, be afraid? Shao, what a joke. Right now, they've each won one round. Shenwan is Xia Tian's first wife in the legal sense, while I am Xia Tian's first wife in the practical sense. It's a draw. The future is long, and this battle for a husband has only just begun. However, the only slightly unfavorable situation for him is that he and Xia Tian are not in the same school, while Shenwan has a natural advantage and is also Xia Tian's homeroom teacher. He needs to think carefully about how to get Xia Tian to come to his school. All right, I have a helper too. Xiaoxian, have you texted your husband yet? Is he coming over tonight? Today is our big day to get our marriage certificate. Are you really just going to leave us like this? You want to compete, huh? Guya, I've never submitted to anyone. Huh? Didn't you say it would be in a couple of days? I'm a little afraid of the pain. Besides, my husband is probably busy dealing with those two people on Shuimu's website right now, so he probably won't be in the mood to come over, right? Lu Xian was completely bewildered. Wasn't Xiaoya previously saying that she was considering the neighbor's needs and that her husband should go and handle things there first, and then contact her later? How come she changed her mind so quickly? Guya looked at Lu Xian, her teammate, with a look of utter disappointment. You, Xiao Xian, you're such a useless piece of trash. All show and no substance. If you can't do it, I'll take your place. You're always the loudest, but you always let us down when it really matters. You just keep calling people back and forth. What does Shui Mu have to do with us? It's only noon now. They've already finished dealing with it by the end of the afternoon. Besides, what does it matter to us whether they've finished or not? It won't affect their coming here for dinner and rest tonight. Lu Xian couldn't help but blush. She was the type who was bad at the game but had a strong addiction to it, and she was still arrogant and unwilling to admit defeat. Well, let's make it clear first, we'll still be together. I'm afraid I can't handle it. After hanging up the phone, Shenwan felt a tightness in her chest from Guya's words. She never expected Guya to become so frivolous and shameless. She actually flaunted such a thing with her. She was simply a bastard and shameless. However, she couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. After she and Su Ro married Xiatian, they had never had any intimate relations because of the various reasons of the two sisters, so they were husband and wife in name only. She hadn't thought much of it before. In Shenwan's mind, those kinds of things required a specific opportunity or a natural, spontaneous feeling when emotions ran deep. But after Guya bragged about that kind of thing to her, Shenwan felt a strange sense of urgency. Perhaps her previous thoughts were too conservative and selfish. She only cared about her own feelings and forgot that Xiatian, her legal husband, was just a young man full of vigor, and his expectations and thoughts about that kind of thing must be very strong. As a teacher, she certainly knew that teenage boys, under the dual influence of hormones and dopamine, naturally had a yearning and passion for certain things. It was their nature. No, I absolutely cannot let Guya steal my husband away. This is something I absolutely cannot tolerate. Isn't it just that kind of thing? We can take this opportunity to explain and call Xia Tian back tonight. We'll give it to him tonight. That ungrateful brat suspects us, doesn't he? Is there a better way to prove our purity and innocence than this? Shenwan made a decision in her heart. They were husband and wife, and there was nothing shameful about their intimate moments, given the natural order of things. Thinking this, she took out her phone and sent Xia Tian a message. When I get home tonight, I have a way to prove my innocence. Before Shenwan could receive a reply from Xia Tian, Su Ro outside was already calling her to come out. Hey, Wander, come quick. Someone has helped us post the full video online. Su Ro's voice was full of joy. Upon hearing this, Shenwan didn't have time to wait for Xia Tian's reply and quickly came out to check the latest developments online with Su Ro. Of course, it was Xia Tian who posted the complete video of Shenwan and Su Ro online. Xia Tian was furious, watching helplessly as the rumors spread across the internet in a very short time. Seeing the vulgar words people were spewing at Shenwan and Su Ro online, her hatred for Jianqin surged like a raging sea. But the most important thing right now was to solve the problem. It's not too late to settle accounts with Jianxin after the storm has passed. Yilan, standing beside him, witnessed almost the entire process. The Lamborghini's interior wasn't large, so she heard everything Xia Tian and Wang Nin said, and she also clearly saw the video Xia Tian was watching. Combined with the surveillance footage, Xia Tian had rushed to the hotel that morning to investigate. Yilan was now basically certain that her new boss, Xia Tian, had misunderstood the misunderstanding he was referring to. It was highly likely that Xia Tian had mistakenly believed his wife was cheating on him. Yilan suddenly remembered something. Last night, that guy surnamed Ma was threatening and harassing her to either submit or leave the hotel. But this morning, the hotel suddenly changed hands and was quickly bought out by the new boss, Xia Tian. Could it be that Xia Tian bought this five-star hotel just to facilitate his investigation into his wife's infidelity? Although it seems absurd, it seems to be the truth of the matter. When you're rich, you can do whatever you want. Chapter 59 still dares to call first? Yilan reached out to stop Xia Tian, who was about to release the more complete surveillance video from the hotel last night online. Releasing this video would be the biggest counterattack against the rumors spread online against Shen Wan and Su Ro. However, Yilan, who had seen the news, already knew that both of Xia Tian's wives were caught up in this storm and rumors. If Xia Tian only released one clarification video, what about the other one? That one would suffer even greater online bullying. Mr. Xia, why don't you wait until you get your hands on the other surveillance video before releasing it together? Would that be better? Yilan suggested. Xia Tian thought about it and realized it made sense. If he only released Shen Wan's video, it would make Su Ro the target of online criticism, so there was no need to rush it. With a tap of the accelerator, the Lamborghini made a turn and headed straight for Su's private kitchen restaurant. Su's private kitchen is currently run by twin sisters, Su Qingqing and Su Yuyu. They are the granddaughters of Su Difu, the founder of Su's private kitchen. This morning, after receiving news that their restaurant had been sold to a young man named Xia Tian, the sisters have not opened for business. That bastard surnamed Ren dared to sell our restaurant to someone else so easily. I'm going to confront him. Su Yuyu, the younger sister, had a furious expression on her pretty face. Yuyu, what's the point of you going to argue with him? We can't accept the conditions that the man surnamed Run has proposed. He can sell the restaurant to whomever he wants. And what reason do we have to stop him? Su Qingqing stopped her sister, but she herself was also at a loss, her brows furrowed. The two sisters look exactly alike, and even those who know them best cannot easily tell who is the older sister and who is the younger sister. Both sisters possess stunning beauty, and when they stand together, the double visual impact is simply captivating. Just as the two sisters were at their wits' end, a Lamborghini suddenly appeared at the restaurant entrance. A man and a woman got out of the car. They were Xia Tian and Yilan. They glanced at the closed sign hanging at the restaurant entrance, but didn't pay any attention to it. They weren't there to eat, so they walked into the restaurant. "Excuse me, guests. The restaurant is temporarily closed today." Su Yu stood up immediately and politely explained to Xia Tian and the other person as soon as she saw them enter the restaurant. "We're not here to eat. Call your restaurant manager over here." Because of the foul language people had used online, Xia Tian was also holding back her anger, and her words unconsciously carried a hint of irritation. However, when Xia Tian looked up and saw the two identical twin sisters in front of her, especially since they both had the same stunning beauty, she was momentarily stunned, and her tone unconsciously became more amiable. "Hello, my name is Xia Tian. I'm here to see the restaurant manager. What do you want?" Su Yuyu asked coldly. Su Qingqing was slightly taken aback when she heard the other person say that her name was Xia Tian. She thought to herself, they came really fast. Were they impatient? "You're the one who bought our restaurant, right? You can tell me your purpose now." Su Qingqing's attitude wasn't exactly friendly either. "I need to speak with the manager of your restaurant. I really have something urgent to discuss." Xia Tian thought the two sisters in front of him were pretty, but he didn't have time to flirt with them right now. He was in a hurry to get the surveillance footage. "We are the managers of this restaurant. Just tell us what you need." Su Yuyu interrupted Xia Tian and said bluntly, "Oh, that's good. I need to view and copy the restaurant surveillance video from last night." Since the two of them were the restaurant managers, that was perfect. Xia Tian immediately offered to come to the restaurant herself. The two Su sisters were stunned when they heard Xia Tian's request. What kind of request was this? "We mean, what is your purpose in buying our restaurant?" Su Qingqing said again. It's for easy viewing and copying of the restaurant surveillance footage, Xia Tian confirmed again. The Su sisters were dumbfounded. What was going on? Yilan, who had been silent all along, had a strange look in her eyes and thought to herself, just as I thought. Su Yu pointed blankly to the restaurant's server room. The monitoring host is over there. You can check or copy whatever you want. Upon hearing this, Xia Tian immediately went to the server room. He needed to quickly obtain the complete video and then post it online to clear his two wives' names. Seeing this, Yilan immediately followed. The Su sisters exchanged a glance as Xia Tian headed straight for the server room, neither of them understanding what the other was up to. Acquiring a restaurant just to check surveillance footage? Even a child wouldn't believe such a lie. Xia Tian and Yilan found the restaurant surveillance footage from the previous night and quickly discovered footage of Su Ro and a man entering a private room while chatting and laughing. Then, they saw Jianqin appear and push open the door. After Jianqin left, several men and women entered the private room together. Not long after, Su Ro left with a woman. Phew! Although Xia Tian had long believed that Su Ro hadn't gone on a date with another man, she finally felt completely relieved after seeing the surveillance footage. After copying the complete surveillance video to his phone, Xia Tian immediately posted both videos online to clear his two wives' names. His two wives have been the target of fabricated rumors and are now suffering from a large number of online attacks. This whole thing was a farce that he created himself. Now, Xia Tian wishes he could slap himself twice. As the instigator, Xia Tian felt that he had to stand up and explain the matter clearly online, so that his two wives could no longer suffer such an injustice because of him. So after posting the surveillance video online to prove his two wives' innocence, Xia Tian immediately started editing the text again. He was prepared to write down the whole story in detail. Since he was the one who caused the mistake, he had to stand up like a man and bear the consequences. Just as he started typing on his phone, it suddenly rang. The name on the caller ID made Xia Tian's eyes turn cold, a chill running through them. Jianqin, I haven't even settled accounts with you yet, and you dare to call me on your own initiative? I really want to tear this vicious and despicable person to pieces to vent my anger. After the call connected and Xia Tian heard Jianqin's words, he was not only speechless, but also dumbfounded. Chapter 60 Jianqin's Explanation 1. With a somber voice, Jianqin hurriedly explained to Xia Tian the whole story and what had happened while crying and whimpering. Jianqin, who was sent back to school by Xia Tian last night, was filled with regret. How could she have been so stupid? She had a rich and handsome junior right in front of her. All she had to do was obediently accompany him, and she could have made it official with him. She could have gone to his luxurious duplex apartment with him that night and made it happen. But everything is gone. Somewhat dejected, Jianqin walked alone towards her dormitory. Xia Tian didn't escort her back to her dormitory, nor did he even enter the school. He simply dropped her off at the school gate and then quickly disappeared in his Lamborghini. What's the junior rushing off to? He can't be going to see other girls, right? Definitely not. He's so naive, and besides, he's not familiar with the capital outside of school. He definitely isn't going to see girls. Jianqin reassured herself. Xiaoqin, that's great, you're finally back. Why didn't you reply to my calls and messages? A surprised voice interrupted Jianqin's thoughts. It was Zhou Ningyo, Jianqin's best friend. Oh, Xiaoyu. Sorry, my phone was accidentally on silent, so I didn't hear you. Jianqin explained apologetically to Zhou Ningyo. Her phone wasn't accidentally on silent. She had deliberately silenced it to avoid any unexpected situations disturbing her date with her junior, Xia Tian. It was just a pity she couldn't use it. It's good that you came back in time. Come on, come with me to a friend's gathering. Without waiting for a reply, Zhou Ningyo pulled Jianqin and headed out of the school. Xiaoyu, I'm not feeling well today, so I won't go out with you. I want to go back to my dorm and rest first. Jianqin said apologetically to Zhou Ningyo, stopping her walk. She was in no mood to go out and play at all. Feeling utterly dejected, she had no interest in doing anything, so she decided to go back to her dorm alone and take a nap. Sis, something's off. What happened? Tell me. The two were very familiar with each other, and Zhou Ningyo immediately noticed that something was wrong with Jianqin. By the way, why did you dress up all by yourself earlier? Did you secretly go on a date by yourself? Zhou Ningyo recalled Jianqin's behavior earlier. No, don't talk nonsense. I just went for a walk alone because I was feeling down. Jianqin panicked a little and immediately explained. But it would have been better if he hadn't explained it. Once he did, Zhou Ningyo immediately realized something was wrong. No way. I guessed right. You really went on a date. Tell me quickly, who was it with? Do I know them? Zhou Nino asked repeatedly. Oh dear, I already said no, don't talk nonsense. Jian Xin retorted, but she herself was unsure of her own words. Keep pretending. You can fool others, but do you think you can fool me? Zhou Nino's confident expression made Jian Xin even more guilty. No, really? If I were on a date, how could I possibly be back at this time? Jian Xin tried to continue explaining. TCH sis, that's not nice of you. You were practically grinning from ear to ear when you went out, and you even dressed up specially. You rarely dress up, you know. I checked after you left, and you brought your ID and charger. With each sentence Zhou Nino spoke, Jian Xin's face turned redder. I treat you like a sister. I never complain about anything you say. If you feel uncomfortable saying it, then forget it, pretend I didn't ask. Zhou Nino's feigned retreat instantly put Jian Xin in a difficult position. Indeed, Zhou Nino usually complained about everything she did, including everything between her and Su Hao, which she would tell Jian Xin in detail. Okay, I'll tell you, all right? Jian Xin finally gave in, feeling helpless. Tell me quickly. Tell me, who are you with? Do I know you? Zhou Nino asked curiously. It's Xia Tian, the junior you've met. Jian Xin went all out and told Zhou Nino Xia Tian's name. Xiao Yu, hurry up. We're waiting for you. Suddenly, another female voice came from ahead, urging Zhou Nino. Zhou Nino, who had originally wanted to ask Jian Xin about the specifics, had to suppress her curiosity. She first called out to the front, I know, coming right away. We have another sister now. Turning back, she pulled Jian Xin and said, Come on, let's talk as we walk. Why are you going back to your dorm at this time? You'll come with me. To be honest, I can't refuse this invitation from my hometown. They insist on dragging me there. As a sister, if you don't come with me, who will? Since Zhou Nino had said so, even if Jian Xin was unwilling, she had no choice but to go along with it. Soon the group arrived at a villa. Today's gathering was organized by a senior female student and a senior male student, both from the same circle. The purpose was to help everyone make more friends. So, instead of going to noisy bars or similar places, they chose a quiet place like a villa. Another purpose of this kind of event is to serve as a disguised matchmaking event. Since everyone is in the same social circle, it's impossible for them to actually wait for the government to force them to marry. So, people usually have their families introduce them or find someone within their own social circle, which at least ensures that they are well matched. Hey, your fiancé is here too. Jian Xin whispered in Zhou Nino's ear. Zhou Nino frowned, and sure enough, she saw Su Hao and the group of boys grinning at her. Ignore him. If it weren't for my family situation, I would have dumped him long ago. Zhou Nino hasn't spoken to Su Hao since they parted ways last time. The group first sat together to drink, chat, and play games. The boys looked for suitable targets, and some of the bolder girls took the initiative. Fortunately, since everyone was someone of some standing, there was no situation where anyone would pester the girls. For example, Zhou Nino and Jian Xin became the target of almost all the boys in the room because of their outstanding appearance. Almost all the boys would come up to chat with them, and after the two clearly refused, the boys would leave awkwardly and politely. Finally, this round is over. Next, everyone will pair up and chat privately. Those who successfully pair up can chat privately on their own, and those who don't can just chat however they want. Zhou Nino, who was already getting impatient, pulled Jian Xin to the rooftop next door. There were fewer people there. She had been so curious all the way there that she had a deep impression of Xia Tian, who was so domineering and handsome. She was also secretly envious that her best friend Jian Xin had made progress with him. Chapter 61 Rage blinded the mind. Zhou Nino pulled Jian Xin to the rooftop, where it was quiet and less crowded. The two sisters found a corner seat between two walls, where no one was around, so they could talk freely. Zhou Nino couldn't wait to ask Jian Xin and Xia Tian what exactly had happened. Girls are very gossipy, especially about gossip involving their best friends and sisters. Jian Xin stopped hiding anything and told Zhou Nino everything about her and Xia Tian, focusing on what had happened that night. Feeling distressed, she desperately needed someone to confide in and vent her emotions. And her best friend Zhou Nino is clearly the best person to confide in. Huh? Junior Xia repeated a year of high school for 2 years. What? Xia Tian is already married? 2 wives? Huh? His wives are all female teachers at schools. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. That's explosive. Did they catch them cheating? TSK, TSK, TSK. This Xiatian Jr. is so pitiful, isn't he? What? You two actually kissed? Zhou Nino exclaimed in surprise, and her voice was quite loud. Are you kidding me? Keep your voice down. What if someone hears us? Jianqin's face turned bright red. Tell me quickly, what does kissing really feel like? Is it really sweet? Zhou Nino ignored all of that and asked Jianqin about her kissing experience with shining eyes. Oh, why ask someone else about something like this? If you want to know what it's like, why don't you find a man and try it yourself? Besides, don't you have a boyfriend? Jianqin blushed. Oh dear, you know my situation. If it weren't for what happened last time, maybe he and I would have just made do because of the relationship between our families. But now, well, I guess I'll just have to wait 5 years. Okay, Xiaoqin, stop talking about me. Tell me what kissing feels like. I really want to know. Zhou Nino wouldn't let Jianqin off the hook, pestering her to tell her what kissing felt like. The two sisters were talking about some shameless topics, but unbeknownst to them, just behind them and separated by only a wall, Suhao had a truly disgusting look on his face, as if he had eaten dog shit. Suhao's mental journey was quite dramatic. First, when he heard that Xiaotan, that bastard, was already married, and to Shan Wan, his goddess-like homeroom teacher, he was shocked and jealous to the point of being speechless. Then, when he heard that both of Xiaotian's wives had cheated on him with other men, he almost laughed out loud. Then, when he heard that Jianqin, this beautiful woman, had actually taken the initiative to throw herself into Xiaotian's arms, he became insanely jealous. All of this happened when Jianqin, a close friend of Zhou Nino, suddenly heard Zhou Nino's curiosity about kissing and advised her to try kissing her. Jianqin was just about to be overjoyed when she heard Zhou Nino's next words. It was as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over her head, and her heart turned cold. His face was filled with dejection. He couldn't understand what he was lacking. He considered himself to be top-notch in terms of wealth, looks, financial status, and abilities. What did he do that made him unworthy of Zhou Nino? Similarly, within the same villa, there was a room that was not open to the people attending the gathering. It happened to be another room in the corner where Zhou Nino and Jianqin were. This room is said to be the private bedroom of the house's owner and is not open to the public. This villa is just rented by these people for their parties. It's not anyone's private property. Meanwhile, in the dimly lit room, a figure was stealthily emerging from another hidden spot. Upon entering, he immediately went to the only bright spot in the room, a row of monitors displaying images of various areas within the villa. A rough count of these surveillance videos reveals that there are at least dozens, if not hundreds, of them. They include footage from the living room, various bedrooms, the dining room, the rooftop, and even, most disgustingly, footage from the bathrooms. The figure sitting in front of the screen had an expression of excitement mixed with a morbid agitation. His monitor screen constantly showed various surveillance feeds, and the satisfaction of his voyeuristic desires made him tremble with excitement. After switching the surveillance camera in one of the restrooms, he immediately focused his attention on the two most beautiful women of the night, Zhou Nino and Jianqin, who were sitting in the corner. He glanced at Jianqin several times with a look of surprise. Somewhat regrettably, the two of them didn't drink much water. He picked up the earphones that were placed aside and suddenly wanted to listen to what the two girls were talking about. All the surveillance cameras he installed in the villa were equipped with high-definition audio recording capabilities. They were extremely powerful. But as soon as he put on his headphones, after hearing what Jianqin and Zhou Nino were talking about, he suddenly froze because he heard a very familiar name, Su Ro. Then the figure stopped paying attention to the other surveillance footage and began to listen attentively to Jianqin's story. But the more he listened, the stranger and more enigmatic the man's expression became. No wonder this girl barged into the private room in the restaurant earlier. I just thought she had gone to the wrong place, but now I find the situation is getting interesting. Su Ro is already married, and to a student no less. This newly received news twisted the man's already gloomy expression even more. You slut, you slut. Why? What have I done to deserve you? Why would you rather marry a student than accept my love? The man's eyes gleamed with madness. Since your husband has misunderstood that you're cheating, then I'll give you a hand. A crazed and malicious look appeared on the man's face. A brilliant plan had already formed in his mind. He, Su Ro, you are mine. No one else deserves to have someone as perfect as you. You are mine, and only mine. You can't escape my grasp. The man's expression was twisted and perverse. The man took out a mobile phone and sent several messages on Green Bubble. Soon after, the surveillance footage showed three alluring figures walking towards the location of Zhou Nino and Jianxin. The three girls each held a wine glass, and naturally, it was time for a girls' gathering. Zhou Nino and Jianxin were able to calmly and confidently refuse any advances or toasts from the man. But facing the female senior students, the two of them had no choice but to bite the bullet and drink several glasses with the three of them. They were all in the same circle, including the senior student who organized the party tonight. She took the initiative to come over and chat with them and make new friends. Could you really not give her that much face? Chapter 62, The Crazy Plan. In fact, Zhou Nino and Jianxin were not bad drinkers either. Faced with the warm hospitality of the three senior students, the two of them did not show any timidity. After all, they were second-generation rich kids who had been influenced by their surroundings, and they were very thoughtful in this regard. Hey, Junior, we hit it off today? We should keep in touch. Let's add each other on WeChat first. The senior student pretended to be enthusiastic and took out her phone to add Jianxin as a friend. Upon hearing this, Jianxin didn't think much of it and immediately took out her phone to add him as a friend. Oh dear, my phone's dead. These crappy phones really don't last long. Junior, give me your phone. I'll enter my number for you. Remember to add me on Green Bubble later. The senior's enthusiasm remained undiminished. Jianxin didn't take it seriously and handed her phone to her senior as instructed, letting her enter her phone number. The two sat facing each other, and Jianxin didn't feel that there was any risk or inappropriateness in her actions. As soon as the senior student took Jianxin's phone, two other girls next to her immediately clinked glasses with Zhou Nino and Jianxin. The two of them tossed their glasses back and drank their drinks in one gulp. The senior student had just finished entering her phone number and returned the phone to Jianxin. After the group had another drink, the three senior students got up and left, not lingering for the two to drink anymore, which relieved Zhou Nino and Jianxin. After having a few more drinks with the others, the two realized it was almost time and said goodbye. They were among the first to leave the party. Su Hao simply watched them leave without trying to follow them as he usually did, which surprised Zhou Nino. Tonight, Su Hao only bothered Zhou Nino for a while at the beginning, but after the two sisters chatted about private topics, Su Hao did not bother Zhou Nino again until the two left. Although surprised by this, Zhou Nino was more than happy to see Su Hao away from her. The two sisters took a taxi back to their dormitory after leaving the villa, which we won't go into detail about. Meanwhile, in the villa's room with the door tightly closed and covered by various surveillance cameras, the man with a crazed and perverted expression was extremely smug. Because the two videos of catching and raping women that Xia Tian had asked her to film on Jianxin's phone had already appeared on the man's computer in the villa. He had never even been in contact with Jianxin, nor had he ever touched her phone. So why were those two videos about Shan Wan and Su Ro on the man's computer? This brings us to the man's identity. Yang Junkai, Vice Dean of the School of Computer Science at Beijing University and head of the Artificial Intelligence Laboratory, is very accomplished in computer technology. He was also the organizer of the Computer Technology Exchange meeting that Su Ro attended last night. He was also the male protagonist in the restaurant video Jianxin filmed, where Su Ro was proposed to. And he was also the true owner of this villa. On the surface, Yang Junkai is a respectable and well-regarded university professor, but in reality, he is a dark and sinister devil hiding in the shadows. On the surface, he is a respectable and virtuous professor and scholar, but in reality, he is an extremely perverted voyeur. He uses this as a means of coercion, secretly threatening and intimidating the women he secretly photographs for his own sexual pleasure. The villa was his tool for committing crimes, which he rented out to these young people to hold parties. The senior female student who was one of the organizers was one of those coerced by Yang Junkai and became one of his henchmen. After getting Jianxin's phone, the senior student quickly scanned a pre-prepared QR code with Jianxin's phone while her two accomplices were drinking with the other party. Silently, she planted a Trojan horse into Jianxin's phone. Then, Yang Junkai only needed to activate the Trojan horse, and the two videos were copied silently in the background of the phone. Whose account should be used to post these two videos? Of course, it's impossible to use his own account. Posting such a thing would be considered spreading rumors, and if the matter blows up, it will definitely be investigated in the end. Why not use the identities of those women he coerced to make the announcement? Anyway, he's already tired of playing with those women. However, this also carries risks. If the investigation traces back to these women, It could easily implicate me. If any of them succumbs to Uncle Hat's interrogation and accidentally reveals the secrets of my villa, I could be doomed. Therefore, for safety's sake, I cannot use these women's identities to release information. So whose identity should we use? Yang Juankai's gaze involuntarily turned to the surveillance screen, and he suddenly saw Su Hao's gloomy expression. Yang Juankai's eyes lit up, and he had a good idea. That's right. I'll use this guy's identity to release the information. He just saw it clearly through the surveillance footage. Not only did he eavesdrop on the conversation between those two pretty girls through his listening device, but this guy on the screen was also eavesdropping on them from behind the wall. Since you overheard their conversation and know about it, aren't you the perfect scapegoat? That'll be that this guy got jealous and posted the information online. As for the video source, just send a video to this guy's phone via Trojan horse on Jianqin's phone, right? Whether it's plausible or not, couldn't it be that this guy stole the girl's phone and sent her the video? Who knows? Anyway, it won't be your problem then. Yang Junkai immediately had an idea. Su Hao was really unlucky. He hadn't even recovered from the blow Zhou Nino had given Jianqin when he was targeted by that devil Yang Junkai. Next, the senior female student took the stage again and took the initiative to approach Su Hao, the handsome young man. With the senior student's intentional approach, Su Hao's own inner turmoil, and Zhou Nino's departure, Su Hao no longer needed to pretend and revealed his true nature as a rich second generation. Soon, the two were playing together with their arms around each other. All of Su Hao's information quickly reached Yang Juankai's hands. At the same time, a Trojan horse was added to Su Hao's phone. Next, Yang Junkai controlled the Trojan horse in Jianqin's phone to transfer the two videos of catching women in the act to Su Hao's phone. All of this was done without anyone knowing. Next, Yang Junkai used Su Hao's identity to log into the SMTH forum, where he edited and posted a short essay about Shen Wan and Su Rou, as well as the two videos of catching women in bed that Jianqin had filmed. After doing all this, Yang Junkai originally planned to hack into the restaurant and hotel surveillance systems to delete the complete surveillance footage of Su Rou and Shen Wan from tonight. However, since the party inside the villa had ended, everyone was planning to leave, including the three girls who had been controlled by Yang Junkai. Already a bit irritated from spying all night, Yang Junkai saw the three women preparing to leave the villa and didn't have time to worry about the surveillance anymore. He immediately sent instructions to the three women to stay. Although the three girls looked unwilling, they had no choice but to stay and let Yang Junkai, this devil, play with them. Chapter 63 issued a clarification statement. Jianqin slept in late this morning. After returning to her dormitory last night, she tossed and turned in bed for several hours and could not fall asleep until dawn. Fortunately, she had a day off today, so when she opened her eyes again, it was almost noon. On the other side, Zhou Nino was also lazing in bed, but she had already been awake for a while and was reading a novel. Holy crap, ladies, you're still asleep? Did you know something big happened at school? Big news. Jianqin's other roommate opened the door and came into the dormitory, shouting as she saw Jianqin and Zhou Nino still lying in bed. What news? Jianqin asked casually, and Zhou Nino looked over at her. The news about our school's female teacher having an affair is huge. It's an explosive story. You'll find out if you go online or check the school forum, my roommate replied. Upon hearing this, Jianqin's heart skipped a beat. What a coincidence. She opened a news website to see what big news had happened at school, but what she saw left her dumbfounded. She then sat bolt upright in bed in shock. Xia Tian was already convinced that Jianqin was the one who spread the news, and she didn't know what her mindset was in releasing it. It's also my fault for telling Shen Wan and Su Rou last night that they are my legally married wives, and for asking her to take photos as evidence, which ultimately led to this uncontrollable situation. While hating herself, she also hated Jianqin to death. But in Jianqin's explanation, she did not leak the information. She did not post any related information online or on Green Bubble. She only talked about this with her best friend Zhou Nino, mainly about herself and Xia Tian, and did not discuss Shen Wan and Su Rou in depth. Junior, you can trust me. I definitely didn't leak the information, nor did I release it. Xiaoyu has been with me the whole time and also guarantees that she absolutely did not leak or release any related information, Jianqin assured Xia Tian. Where did the news on the internet come from? The videos are the two clips you filmed. If they weren't leaked by you, then did I leak them? Although Jianqin tearfully assured Xia Tian that she absolutely did not leak them, Xia Tian did not believe her. Besides, it wasn't that she hadn't leaked them. Hadn't she already leaked them to her best friend, Zhou Nino, last night? Xia Tian didn't listen to Jian Qin's weak explanation anymore. Instead, he hung up the phone. Then, Xia Tian posted the whole story he had edited about the cause and effect of this farce on the internet and the school forum. He also attached the 2 complete videos of Shen Wan and Su Ro in the hotel and restaurant. He chose to stand up for Shen Wan and Su Ro to clarify the rumors and take responsibility. Things have developed to this point, and as a man and husband, he should definitely take the initiative to stand up. Moreover, the whole thing was caused by his distrust of his 2 wives, so the responsibility lies with him. Even if he is being cyberbullied, he deserves it, and his 2 innocent wives should not have to suffer all of this. But now this incident is too hot, and the related discussions and topics are growing wildly every minute. Xia Tian's information was like a mud ox sinking into the sea after it was released, instantly drowned by other people's information, without even causing a ripple. Summer isn't a celebrity or a big influencer. Although the information he posts is sensational, it will take time for it to gain traction and achieve the desired effect. Xia Tian was completely bewildered. He had originally thought that as long as he released his clarification statement, he could clear his wife's name and shift the blame onto himself. But he was completely overthinking it. Just after Xia Tian released the clarification statement, Su Ro, who was checking information online, immediately discovered Xia Tian's statement. That's because Su Ro followed Xia Tian's school forum account, so she discovered Xia Tian's post immediately. Wanner, come and see. Su Ro immediately showed Shen Wan Xia's clarification statement. So all of this was caused by this heartless little rascal, and he was the first to spread these rumors about the 2 of us. Su Ro was indignant, even gritting her teeth. If Xia Tian were in front of her right now, she would definitely bite him hard to vent her anger. Shen Wan was completely bewildered and surprised after reading Xia Tian's clarification and apology statement. She hadn't expected that the root of the problem was here. No wonder Xia Tian had been so resolute before. It's not entirely Xia Tian's fault. Besides, any man would overthink if he saw his wife with another man. It's also our fault for not being careful enough last night and getting too close to someone else, which led to this misunderstanding, Shen Wan said fairly and objectively. We were just doing normal work. Even if we're married, it doesn't mean we can't work with other men, right? Su Ro was just being stubborn. She knew that what happened last night couldn't be entirely blamed on Xia Tian alone. Shen Wan knew Su Ro was just being stubborn. All right, don't be angry. We were just thinking about how to clear up the misunderstanding with Xia Tian. Isn't this great? It's cleared up the misunderstanding between the 3 of us. We should be happy. But where did this kid get the complete video that helped us clear things up? Did he secretly get it like you did? Shen Wan, who was originally all smiles, suddenly became a little anxious after thinking about this. She said she was about to call Xia Tian to ask about the specific situation. You're just spoiling him. We've suffered so much, and he hasn't even apologized in person yet. And you're already worried about him? Su Ro rolled her eyes, feeling a sense of disappointment and frustration at Shen Wan for forgiving Xia Tian so easily. Of course, Su Ro didn't necessarily want to do anything. It was just a girl's natural reserve. Xia Tian apologized to both of them first, then said a few nice words to coax her, and that was the end of it. Haven't you heard the old saying, husbands and wives should never hold grudges overnight? Or the old saying, a quarrel at the head of the bed is made up at the foot of the bed? Why argue so much with your husband? Home is a place for love, not for logic. Shen Wan has very sound values, and Su Ro was just saying it casually. Both of them are girls with very sound values. Otherwise, they wouldn't be such good friends. Let's put that aside for now. What about his marriage to those 2 women from the neighboring school? Are we just going to let him off so easily? Su Ro brought up another thing that made her very angry. That heartless little bastard Xia Tian remarried without even consulting them. This can't be let off so easily. Shen Wan's pretty face turned angry upon hearing this. Speaking of which, she was also very angry. The key question was, why did she have to choose to marry her old rival of all people? Thinking of this, Shen Wan felt a surge of anger. Send him a message. Tell him to come back and explain. Chapter 64. Choosing between eating meat and apologizing. Honey, we've made sea cucumber and abalone congee for dinner. After you've finished dealing with things over there this afternoon, could you come over and get acquainted with us tonight? After all, today is our big day of getting our marriage certificate, and Xiaoya and I live together. Xiao Tian looked at the message Lu Xian had just sent her on her green bubble app, swallowed hard, and felt a sudden surge of warmth in her heart. Although the three of them had only registered their marriage today, everything that was supposed to happen last night had already happened, and they had already performed the rites of marriage, albeit in a drunken and hazy state. So if he went there tonight, there was a very high chance he would still be able to eat meat. His young body suddenly felt a surge of heat. At his age, he was at the age where he was quite gluttonous. Once he had tasted the sweetness, he could even be said to be insatiable when it came to that kind of thing. Without thinking twice, Xiao Tian was about to reply with an okay when another green bubble message popped up. You have half an hour to come back and explain. Although Su Ro's message was just a short sentence, Xiao Tian felt a surge of excitement, and a huge weight was lifted from his heart. However, looking at the two messages, especially the one about Lu Xian, Xiao Tian hesitated. It was only right for her to go back and apologize to Shen Wan and Su Ro. She had been worried about whether they would forgive her, but now that Su Ro had sent her a message, she figured they should forgive her. Is it appropriate for me to apologize and leave right away? What am I supposed to say then? I want to spend the night with my other two wives? That's ridiculous. Moreover, she remarried without consulting either of them. She didn't think much of it before because of the misunderstanding, but now that the misunderstanding has been cleared up, she has to give them an explanation. Otherwise, they could apply for a divorce at any time. Once I'm back on SMTH, it'll be difficult to go to Beijing University again tonight. But on SMTH, I'll be sleeping alone all night. While in Beijing, at least I won't have to sleep alone. To eat meat or to apologize? That is the question. After hesitating for 3 seconds, Xiao Tian immediately replied to Su Ro, I'll be right back. Then he replied to Lu Xian, it depends on the situation. Things have gotten too big now, and it's quite complicated to handle. This is indeed the case. The internet is in an uproar, and Shen Wan and Su Ro have become the center of the storm. It's all because of the trouble they caused, and apologizing is their top priority. As for having meat, a euphemism for sex, there's still plenty of time in the future, and there will be plenty of opportunities later. After giving Yilan some instructions, Xiao Tian immediately got up to go back. Fortunately, I had already prepared an apology gift beforehand, so I didn't have to rush to prepare it now. But his departure was stopped by two delicate figures, the Su sisters, Su Qingqing and Su Yuyu. The two sisters were also completely confused. This guy just bought the restaurant, checked the surveillance footage, and now he was rushing to leave. What was he up to? Explain yourself before you leave. Why do you want to acquire my restaurant? What are your motives? Su Yuyu stopped Xiao Tian and questioned him again. I just wanted to make it easier to check last night's surveillance footage. I really didn't have any other purpose. You can continue to manage the restaurant. That's all. I have some very important things to take care of now. Let's talk another day. Without waiting for the two sisters' reply, Xiao Tian went out, got into her car, and drove off, leaving the two Su sisters bewildered in the wind. Seeing the two sisters' bewildered state, Yilan kindly stepped forward and chatted with them for a bit, sharing what she knew about Xiao Tian. They were both working under the same boss, so they might have to deal with each other again in the future. When the Su sisters learned that Xiao Tian had not only acquired their family restaurant, but also a 5-star hotel, all to clear their wives' names, they felt a sense of unreality. Could someone really be so extravagant as to spend a fortune on their woman? Xiao Tian, carrying bags of luxury goods, returned to the faculty apartment at Tsinghua University with an embarrassed expression. Facing Shen Wan and Su Ro, she smiled ingratiatingly. Su Ro didn't give him a good look. When she saw him come in, she snorted coldly and turned around. You're back. Where are all these things you brought? Shen Wan stood up to greet her, taking the bags from Xiao Tian's hands. She had already composed herself and was ready to have a calm and peaceful talk with Xiao Tian. These are gifts I bought for you, as a token of my apology. Xiao Tian hurriedly handed the gifts to Shen Wan with a fawning expression. Oh, you've learned to buy gifts after just one day? You're really different after remarrying, aren't you? Su Ro said sarcastically. Shen Wan took the things and put them aside, then gestured for Xiao Tian to sit on the stool, and said, We need to talk about what happened last night. A look of shame flashed across Xiao Tian's face, and she hurriedly said before Shen Wan could finish, It's all my fault. I was narrow-minded and thoughtless. Xiao Tian quickly admitted her mistake. Don't rush to admit your mistakes, Shen Wan interrupted Xiao Tian, pausing before continuing. First, we both need to apologize to you for what happened last night, and we also need to give you a reasonable explanation. As your wives, Our actions last night caused you harm and trouble, and we were wrong in that regard, so we need to apologize to you. Shenwan began to explain why the economics seminar, which was originally supposed to be held on the Tsinghua University campus, ended up in a five-star hotel, and why she even rode in the car of Lin Kitchen, the rich young man who was pursuing her, to the hotel. The matter was quite simple. This economics seminar was originally an event of cooperation between the university and the enterprise. The company invited a well-known expert in the field of economics at the last minute. However, the expert's time was very tight. In order to accommodate the expert's schedule, the seminar was simply moved to a hotel. Fortunately, the business suite of the five-star hotel was perfectly capable of accommodating a small academic exchange meeting. Lin Kitchen was the representative of the company. The other two school teachers had already gone to the hotel. Lin Kitchen personally drove to pick up Shenwan, and Shenwan couldn't refuse. So that's what Xia Tian saw. As for Su Ro, Yang Junkai, who was also the initiator of the technical exchange meeting, suddenly invited everyone to have a meal at Su Ji private kitchen restaurant so they could exchange ideas while eating. Everyone agreed to go, and Su Ro couldn't refuse. Everyone else was called away to help by another female teacher, leaving only Su Ro and Yang Junkai. So, the two of them went to the restaurant to order food for everyone in advance. Of course, all of this was arranged in advance by Yang Junkai, who asked the female teacher to find other people to help him, leaving the two of them alone. Upon arriving at the restaurant, before everyone else had arrived, Yang Junkai suddenly and unexpectedly confessed his feelings to Su Ro. Chapter 65, Honest Confession and Heart-to-Heart Talk, Part 2. That's the situation between us last night. To be honest, women are often more passive in the workplace, and some men might have ulterior motives. We'll be more careful about this in the future and try to avoid situations like last night that could lead to misunderstandings. After summarizing, Shenwan looked at Xia Tian and continued, "The most important thing between husband and wife is trust, and they should be honest with each other. Can you tell us what happened between last night and today? Especially what's the deal with the two wives you suddenly have?" Faced with the gentle and virtuous Shenwan, Xia Tian couldn't help but blush. There was no escaping it. Thinking about it, he really was a bastard. His two wives were caught in the eye of the storm because of him, suffering misunderstandings and even cyberbullying from the entire internet. Not only did he cause all of this, but he also casually married two more wives. Was this something a human being could do? Although it was all a misunderstanding and a coincidence, it was a coincidence that was incomprehensible and unacceptable. He immediately told her everything that had happened from last night until today. Shenwan and Su Ro's mouths remained half open in shock. Xia Tian had given them such a shock. Xia Tian thoroughly explained his problems this time, and he also deeply understood the consequences of one spouse hiding things from the other. Misunderstandings are inevitable. The best way to avoid all of this is for the couple to be honest with each other. If Shenwan and Su Ro had known from the beginning that their husbands were actually rich second-generation heirs, they wouldn't have participated in these activities in order to earn more money to support their family and buy a house and a car in the future. This would have prevented such a big misunderstanding and upheaval. So you've actually always been very rich, and you've just been keeping a secret from us, right? Shenwan suddenly turned pale and asked calmly, Are you afraid we'll embezzle your money? You're keeping an eye on the two of us. Su Ro said with a mocking expression, but she couldn't help feeling a little sad and doubting whether her choice was right or wrong. Misunderstandings and conflicts between couples are inevitable, and both can understand that. But Xia Tian's deliberate concealment and guarded behavior towards them suddenly made them feel disheartened. Xia Tian's heart suddenly tightened. She knew that the more Shenwan and Su Ro acted this way, the bigger the problem was. If she didn't handle it well, it could really cause a rift in their relationship, leading to mutual distrust and alienation. Next, Xia Tian fabricated a story in which he saved an old man a few years ago, and the old man suddenly passed away a few days ago, leaving all his inheritance to him. This story was roughly about portraying the system as this old man. To prove her point, Xia Tian made a video call to her parents back in their hometown in front of the two of them. This made Shenwan and Su Ro forget about being angry and doubtful. Instead, they became flustered. After all, this was their first meeting with their in-laws. It would be strange if they weren't nervous. Although Xia Tian's action surprised and caught both parties off guard, they successfully dispelled Shenwan and Su Ro's doubts as the video revealed Xia Tian's ordinary family situation. From the conversation between Xia Tian's parents, it was clear that Xia Tian's family was just an ordinary family. At the end, Xia Tian's mother gritted her teeth and transferred 20,000 yuan to Xia Tian, saying it was a gift for her two daughters-in-law. This was the biggest support Xia Tian's mother could give her son in his efforts to win over two beautiful and excellent daughters-in-law. She couldn't do anything more. As for whether these two angelic daughters-in-law can ultimately marry their son, that depends entirely on Xia Tian's own abilities. After this incident, Shen Wan and Su Rou were finally able to let go of their grudges and clear up the matter of Xia Tian having money and keeping it from them. That one mistake almost made Xia Tian break out in a cold sweat. She was filled with remorse, wondering how she could have been so blinded by greed and concealed the fact that she was rich from the two of them. She vowed never to do such a stupid thing again. Having covered this point, let's return to the main topic and address other issues. Of course, Xia Tian said what should be said, but she wasn't stupid enough to reveal everything. For example, when introducing Jianqin, she only mentioned that Jianqin had helped her when she registered and that she was also her roommate's girlfriend's roommate. So, out of gratitude, she planned to treat her to dinner that night. Although this reason was barely acceptable, it still made Shen Wan and Su Rou frown. However, upon hearing that Xia Tian had taken Jianqin back to school after dinner, both of them visibly relaxed. Next, and inevitably, the story unfolds with the unexpected encounter between Guya and Lu Xian in the park near the school. And what happened next? Xia Tian spoke with trepidation, and Shen Wan and Su Rou, who were listening, were also filled with turbulent emotions. Their faces were gloomy and their bodies exuded an extremely cold aura. Even Shen Wan, who was usually gentle and never showed her emotions, had an icy expression this time. Didn't I misunderstand you too before? So getting a marriage certificate was really just to spite you two. I didn't think much of it and just got married to them without thinking. Taking a deep breath, Xia Tian planned to gloss over this briefly. The key issue was that he really couldn't bring himself to tell Shen Wan and Su Rou about his intimate relationship with Guya and Lu Xian. How could he say it? He genuinely didn't know how to bring it up. So, you got married to them just to spite us? Now that our misunderstanding is cleared up, what do you want? Anyway, you didn't discuss it with us before getting married, and you didn't get our consent. Either you divorce them, or you divorce us. Su Rou didn't know that Xia Tian had already slept with Guya and Lu Xian last night. When Shen Wan answered Guya's call, she went to the bedroom and didn't answer the phone in front of Su Rou. Faced with the choice Su Rou presented him with, Xia Tian was completely dumbfounded. So the three of you actually slept together last night, right? Shen Wan suddenly spoke up. Though it was a question, her tone was one of certainty. Although she and Guya didn't get along very well, she knew that Guya, like herself, would never lie, especially about things like this. She would only argue, not lie to deceive her. This is the point that bothers her the most. Guya used to brag about it to her before, which made her so angry that she felt like her breasts were being squeezed for a long time. Xia Tian was tormented, but faced with Shen Wan's wise and confident expression, he knew that no matter how much he made up stories, he couldn't get away with it. So he simply stopped trying to figure out how to cover it up. The truth was just as Shen Wan had said, and besides, he couldn't abandon Guya and Lu Xian, so he could only tell the truth. We were drunk, weren't we? So, in a daze, everything that should have happened and shouldn't have happened happened. Xia Tian tried to put it as tactfully as possible, but no matter how tactful she was, it seemed she couldn't avoid hurting Shen Wan and Su Rou. All three are adults, so they can all understand what this means. What? You two have already slept together? Together? Su Rou's face was filled with shock and disbelief. Now that she had spoken, Xia Tian calmed down and stopped trying to hide it. Since the incident had already happened, there was no point in trying to cover it up anymore. Yes, all three of us drank too much, but it seems like everything that was supposed to happen has happened. Although she was uneasy, Xia Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Su Rou stared blankly at Xia Tian, still not recovered from the shock. On the contrary, Shen Wan, who already knew all this, was not surprised at all. She didn't know whether to be angry or happy that Xia Tian was able to admit it. Xia Tian seemed to have a sudden realization, and before the two women could ask any more questions, he began to recount what happened next. After Shen Wan learned that Guya had actually helped her prove her innocence, her feelings became even more complex and difficult to describe. Her husband didn't trust her and even doubted her, while her old rival trusted her completely without hesitation. This feeling was too strange. It is said that the person who understands you best is always your opponent, and this is absolutely true for her and Guya. The two of them do indeed understand each other very well. However, Shenwan also knew that Xia Tian couldn't be entirely blamed. After all, although they were already married, they didn't really know each other very well, especially since they hadn't had any intimate contact yet. Plus, what happened last night was just too coincidental, so it was inevitable that misunderstandings would arise. Then, Xia Tian recounted everything that had happened that day without stammering, including how he had directly acquired the hotel and restaurant where the incident occurred last night in order to find out the truth, just to facilitate his investigation of the surveillance footage. Stunned by Xia Tian's audacious behavior, Shen Wan and Su Rou were immediately shocked and stopped dwelling on the matter between Guya and Lu Xian. Just to check the surveillance footage, you spent money to buy the hotel Wanner went to last night and the restaurant I ate at? Su Rou felt a little dizzy and couldn't help but swallow hard, her mouth dry. Shen Wan was so shocked by Xia Tian's outrageous actions that her jaw almost dropped. What a spendthrift. He's such a spendthrift. No way. He absolutely can't be allowed to handle any of the family's money from now on. I was afraid they wouldn't give it to me if I checked the surveillance footage, and I was worried about the trouble. Also, I was too anxious at the time. If I could confirm that I had misunderstood you, I would be willing to pay any price. I just happened to see that both companies were listed for sale online, so I bought them both in a hurry. Xia Tian wasn't stupid. Of course, at this moment, she knew how to make herself look good. She could make the system's reward sound like she was spending a lot of money to urgently verify the truth. And, in turn, she could say that she cared about the two of them so much that she was willing to spend a lot of money for them. As expected, this incident softened the expressions of both Shen Wan and Su Rou. There are many ways to solve problems. Don't be so reckless in the future. Shen Wan regained her gentle and virtuous demeanor, and even Su Rou's gaze towards Xia Tian became affectionate. Hee, I'll listen to you from now on. Xia Tian looked at Shen Wan and chuckled foolishly. You heartless little thing. You only listen to Wanner, don't you? You treat me like I'm invisible. You think I'm superfluous, don't you? Su Rou became inexplicably jealous. No. I'll listen to both of you, Xia Tian quickly said. That's more like it. Besides, you lost the bet on the plank, and we agreed that you would listen to both of us. Su Rou was just trying to make her presence known and flirt a little. She wasn't really jealous of Shen Wan. I was worried before that you obtained the 2 complete surveillance videos that you posted online through some other means, but now I don't have to worry about that anymore. Shen Wan also breathed a sigh of relief. Then things are clear now. It must have been Jian Qin who leaked the whole thing online for some reason. Her purpose was probably to help someone get revenge, and she secretly had feelings for someone, right? Su Rou said, glancing at Xia Tian. After a moment's thought, Shen Wan agreed with Su Rou's reasoning. Xia Tian was very handsome and extremely wealthy, so it was not surprising that Jian Qin fell in love with him at first sight. In order to take advantage of the situation, she deliberately made a big scene and ruined their reputations so that she could use this opportunity to rise to power. Unexpectedly, before she could even take advantage of the situation, she inadvertently helped Guya and Lu Xian get together with Xia Tian. I also suspect that it might be that woman Jian Qin who did all this, because only she and I knew about it. And the videos circulating online that are spreading rumors about the two of you were the 2 videos that Jian Qin filmed. I even have backups on my phone. She must have leaked the information or posted it online. But just before I got back, I received a call from her. On the phone, she said. Xia Tian recounted Jian Qin's explanation to the 2 of them. Jian Qin said she's willing to call the police and let them thoroughly investigate the source of this matter to prove her innocence. Now I'm a bit confused too. Xia Tian took out his phone and looked at the message Jian Qin had just sent him on Green Bubble. He was indeed somewhat puzzled, and his initially unwavering belief was wavering because of Jian Qin's attitude. Could there really be something else going on? Shen Wan thought for a moment, then frowned and pondered. Since Jian Qin dared to say that, there must be something else going on. At the very least, she probably didn't leak the information intentionally. Let's leave it to the police to handle. We were worried that this was something you heartless little devil, did on a whim. Su Rou rolled her eyes at Xia Tian. The 2 of them had indeed had such concerns before, but they were relieved after seeing Xia Tian's clarification statement online. Chapter 66 Feelings Heat Up. Speaking of this, aren't you a little fool? Shunwan poked Xia Tian's chest with some resentment. Why did you issue such a clarification statement? You could have just released the complete surveillance video. Why did you have to go and explain the whole thing in such detail online, deliberately drawing trouble for yourself? Did you want to experience what it's like to be cyberbullied? In Shunwan's heart, she really didn't want Xia Tian to suffer the same kind of harm as the two of them. So, while she was relieved by Xia Tian's reckless behavior, she was also very worried. Exactly, you're so stupid. Why don't you discuss things with us first? But thankfully, I've already deleted your text version of the clarification statement. We can keep it to ourselves. There's no need to explain those things to people online. Doing so will only subject you to another wave of cyberbullying and won't do anything effective. On the contrary, it will only make the matter even more sensational. So Ro explained. After discovering Xia Tian's clarification statement article as soon as it was published, Su Ro immediately judged from the content that it was Xia Tian's work. After discussing it with Shunwan, they immediately decided to delete Xia Tian's text version of the statement. Su Ro's unintentional remark deepened Xia Tian's sense of guilt. How awful he had been to doubt two women who cared so deeply for him. I was deeply moved and wanted to reach out and hug them both tightly to express how touched I was at that moment, but I was too shy to actually do so. The three have not had any close contact so far, not even holding hands. Out of respect for the two of them, Xia Tian truly dared not cross the line even slightly. It's a pity that Shunwan and Su Ro are both great in every way, but in this respect, perhaps because of their concerns about their status as teachers, or perhaps because they are too shy and thin-skinned, the current relationship between the three of them is somewhat awkward. Just as Xia Tian was filled with regret at not being able to embrace the two beauties, a soft, fragrant body suddenly took the initiative to hug him, which startled Xia Tian. Shunwan suppressed her shyness and secretly cheered herself up. This is her husband. If he hugged her, so be it. If she didn't hug him, would she wait for Guya to hug him? After thinking about it this way, she suddenly felt less embarrassed to hug him and even felt more at ease. Xia Tian was stunned at first, but then quickly realized what was happening and was overjoyed. Shunwan had hugged her. This was definitely a huge breakthrough in their relationship since their marriage. At this moment, there was no need for any more worries or hesitations. He immediately turned around and hugged the other person tightly. Shunwan took the initiative to hug Xia Tian because she clearly sensed Xia Tian's heightened emotions and her awkwardness at wanting to express herself but not daring to. Thinking of how that shameless Guya dared to sleep with her husband, if she continued to be reserved, her husband might really be stolen away by the other party. So she took the initiative to throw herself into her arms. Damn it, Wanner, you actually stole food right in front of me. I want some too, I want a hug too. Su Ro was surprised when she saw Shunwan actually throwing herself into Xia Tian's arms. Then she thought to herself, wait a minute, why do I feel like an outsider? Doesn't it feel like I'm being excluded by the two of them? No, I can't fall behind. Su Ro's words abruptly ruined the atmosphere between the two who had just felt a touch of tenderness. Even Shunwan, who was usually generous and proper, blushed at this moment. She loosened her grip on Xia Tian, signaling Xia Tian to let go as well, intending to stop there, or rather, to let Su Ro hold Xia Tian instead, as she was still too shy. But Xia Tian was not about to let go so easily. To be honest, he had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. From the first day he met Shunwan, he had been fantasizing about holding her in his arms. Now that his dream had finally come true, how could he let go so easily just because of Su Ro's words? Not only did he not let go, but he held Shunwan tightly with one hand, while freeing up the other arm to indicate that Su Ro could come over if she wanted a hug. At this moment, Xia Tian seemed like a child who had suddenly been allowed to eat candy, appearing somewhat greedy and audacious. Seeing that Xia Tian was so greedy, Su Ro couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. She gritted her teeth and leaned in, throwing herself into his arms. A blush crept up her face, and even her ears turned pink. Shunwan, who was originally in a shy state, was at a loss for what to do because of Xia Tian and Su Ro's shameless and bold behavior. Helpless, she couldn't help but glare at the two of them, but being restrained by Xia Tian, she could only adjust her body and turn her body slightly to give the other half of Xia Tian's embrace to Su Ro. The three of them enjoyed this rare moment of warm and sweet embrace, seemingly forgetting the tumultuous events outside and online. At this moment, the three of them felt closer together, and their feelings for each other were growing stronger. Xia Tian held these two beautiful and charming bodies and couldn't help but start thinking in her mind whether she should take a step further, such as kissing or something. The girl has already taken the first step, so it's impossible for me to always wait for her to take the initiative. That would make me seem too passive and useless, wouldn't it? The only problem was that now that the three of them were hugging, who should he kiss first? Which one should he kiss first, and which one should he kiss later? That was the question. But before he could figure out, he lost his chance. Because there's always someone who spoils the atmosphere at such crucial moments. The sudden ringing of the phone ruined the chance for the three of them to continue getting closer. Shunwan's phone rang. Xia Tian reluctantly let go of Shunwan's arm and let her answer the phone. He wanted to continue holding Su Ro, but almost at the same time, Su Ro's phone also rang on the other end. Regret, frustration. Why did I hesitate for so long? Now look what happened. I didn't get to kiss a single one. The call came from the school's Faculty Affairs Department. The situation has now completely exceeded everyone's expectations. It's no longer just a matter of Shunwan and Su Ro's reputations. It has also affected the school's reputation. There's a barrage of online attacks, practically indiscriminate attacks, and even the two girls' workplace, Tsinghua University, has been targeted. Therefore, the call from the Teachers' Affairs Department was to inform the two that the Public Security Bureau was also taking this rumor-mongering incident very seriously and had officially and expedited the investigation process. Next, a special person from the Public Security Bureau will come to liaise with the two of them, which can be described as questioning and investigating the situation. Both of them are asked to keep their phones on and actively cooperate with the Public Security Bureau's investigation in order to restore their innocence and the school's reputation as soon as possible. Chapter 67, Naked Seduction. After the two finished their phone calls, Xia Tian wanted to go over and further develop their relationship, but was rejected by both Xinwan and Su Ro. Stay away from me. Did you shower this morning? Xinwan suddenly remembered that her stinky husband and her old rival Gu Ye had slept together last night, and according to his own confession, he hadn't showered since waking up this morning. Damn it. Doesn't that mean this stinky man still has Gu Ye's bodily fluids on him? Ugh. Ugh. Just thinking about it makes me sick. Take a shower? Why take a shower so early in the morning? Xia Tian, who was still happy about the warming relationship between the two of them, hadn't thought about this at all and asked in a somewhat confused manner. Xia Tian didn't understand what Shunwan meant, but her best friend, Su Ro, understood immediately. Damn it. That's why I smelled something weird and stinky when I hugged you earlier. Turns out you didn't shower after sleeping with another woman? Damn, how disgusting. You're not allowed to hug me again. Su Ro disgustedly patted herself, as if she had suddenly gotten something dirty on her. Upon hearing this, Xia Tian suddenly realized that it was true. He really hadn't showered. He couldn't quite remember if he had showered last night, but this morning he had been interrogated shirtless by Gu Ye and Lu Xian, and he had only given a quick wash. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but blush, a fleeting look of embarrassment crossing his face, his expression a mixture of awkwardness and mortification. Go take a shower right now, and don't come out until you've showered for at least half an hour. No, an hour. Shunwan's eyebrows shot up, giving Xia Tian a taste of the authority of a female college class teacher. Summer obediently took his toiletries into the bathroom and took a shower for an hour. This was going to kill him. He usually only took 3 to 5 minutes to shower, but now his wife Wanner made him take a full hour. He wasn't allowed to leave until he had showered for the required time. Wasn't this going to kill him? Summer was sent into the bathroom to take a shower by Shunwan. She was a little resentful and prepared to go to the kitchen to make lunch for the three of them. It was already past 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and none of the three of them had eaten lunch yet. Although she was angry at Xia Tian's misdeeds, she couldn't let him go hungry. Xinwan had just entered the kitchen, still considering what ingredients to use and what dishes to make, when her phone rang again. Hello, is this Miss Xinwan? A clear, melodious, and incredibly pleasant female voice came from the phone. Hello, this is Shunwan. May I ask who you are? Xinwan's heart skipped a beat. She was receiving a call from an unknown number. It must be the police that the school had just mentioned. As expected, hello, Teacher Shun, I'm Wenlan, a police officer from the Public Security Bureau of the Central District of the capital. The school should have already informed you, right? I have some things I need to verify with you. Is now a convenient time? The woman on the other end of the phone identified herself. She was actually a policewoman, and she was very quick. The school had only just notified the two of them that the police might need to verify some relevant information, and the call had only been going on for a few minutes when the policewoman called. Very efficient. Oh, Officer 1, hello. The school has already notified us. It's convenient for us now. Please let us know how you need our cooperation. Shenwan replied very politely. Since this case involves online rumor-mongering, we will have a cyber police officer, Zhang Wei, working with me to handle it. We need to go to your location to verify and understand some specific details about last night. Is it convenient for us to go now? Also, does teacher Su Ro live with you? Should I notify teacher Su separately? Wenlan explained the relevant details of the case and the purpose of her call to Shenwan. It's convenient. Su Ro lives with me, so there's no need to notify her again. It's just that I feel bad for troubling you to come all this way. Shenwan immediately agreed to have the police come to her door. Okay, we're already at your school gate. We'll be there in about 10 minutes. See you later. Wenlan politely mentioned the approximate arrival time, implying that they should prepare themselves and wait at home. Okay, we'll be at home. Shenwan hung up the phone, glanced at the groceries in her hand, and realized that since the police were coming over, it was clearly too late to cook. She put the groceries back in the refrigerator. She and Su Ro could skip a meal. They could treat it as a diet. But there was a strong young man in the house, and he probably couldn't skip lunch. After thinking for a moment, she told Su Ro that the police were coming to the door soon and asked Su Ro to call Xia Tian, who was still taking a shower in the bathroom, out. Then she quickly found a cup of instant noodles, cracked an egg, and added a ham to Xia Tian and prepared the instant noodles. Summer was sitting on the toilet seat, letting the water from the shower head wash over the floor. If he really washed for an hour, he figured he'd be skinned alive. No rush. Let's wait patiently. He took out his phone and checked the messages. There were several unread messages on the green bubble. The first thing that struck Xia Tian was the message Lu Xian sent him. After he mentioned that he might not be able to get there, Lu Xian sent him several private photos in a row. There were photos of her with long legs and stockings, low-cut dresses, yoga clothes, and even a candid photo of Guya's profile. Her perfect waist-to-hip ratio made Xia Tian gasp several times. This was really killing him. Lu Xian, honey, are you really not coming to be with us tonight? Tonight is our big day, the day we get our marriage certificate. Are you really going to be so heartless as to leave us all alone on our wedding night? Crying emoji, so sad and heartbroken emoji. Temptation, blatant seduction. Who could resist that? When I saw this in the summer, to be honest, it would be a lie to say I wasn't tempted. After all, I just got my hands on it and was really into it. My body was also very honest and immediately gave me a reaction. As his body underwent changes, his thoughts also became intense. Xia Tian had a fierce internal struggle and sighed inwardly. He had only just returned, and his relationship with Shenwan and Su Ro had only just begun to improve. At the same time, he saw hope for the three of them to take their relationship to the next level. If he left now, he would probably anger the two of them, and they might even break up with him in a fit of anger. On the other hand, Guya and Lu Xian at Imperial University were indeed just as Lu Xian had just sent in her message. Logically speaking, tonight should have been a joyous occasion for the three of them to get their marriage certificate. It was really inappropriate for him to just leave the two girls alone and not even go over to keep them company tonight. What should I do? This is so difficult. At Tsinghua University, he was the one spending his nights alone with Shenwan and Su Ro, while at Beijing University, he could eat meat with Guya and Lu Xian, and it was very likely that he would even get a rice bowl. Chapter 68, Tracing the Culprit. Summer was endlessly torn, wondering whether to spend the night with the two beauties from Shuaimu who were currently developing a relationship, or with the two beauties from the capital with whom he had been honest and open. It was a question. Should he follow his heart's desires? No, his instincts? Or should he remain steadfast in his choice of emotional companionship? Bang, bang, bang. There was a sudden knock on the bathroom door. Xia Tian was startled and hurriedly put away his phone. Feeling a little guilty, he glanced at his body, which was completely dry. The police are coming soon. Hurry up and finish washing up. Su Ro knocked on the door and said to Xia Tian inside the bathroom. Xia Tian breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, finally relieved that he wouldn't have to pretend to shower for an hour. Okay, almost done, he replied, and immediately resumed his normal showering pace, finishing in 2 minutes and 18 seconds before drying his hair and leaving the bathroom. Just have some instant noodles for lunch today. The police will be here soon, and they won't have time to cook for you. Shenwan pushed a bowl of instant noodles in front of Xia Tian. So what are you two going to eat? Xia Tian frowned. Even if the police were coming, they couldn't just not eat. You eat quickly and don't worry about us. We'll just eat some bread or something, consider it a diet. Shenwan told Xia Tian to eat quickly and not worry about her. Xia Tian stared speechlessly at the two of them, whose bodies were completely free of any excess fat. With bodies like that, why do they need to lose weight? Xia Tian stopped trying to dissuade her. With the police coming, it was indeed too late to cook at home. So, at Shenwan's urging, she finished the whole bucket of instant noodles in a few bites. Then Xia Tian went back to her room to change clothes, and while she was at it, she ordered a hearty and nutritious lunch for her two wives online. Dieting? That's impossible. How could she let her wives lose weight when she's around? Besides, what's the point of dieting in the middle of the day? If they want to lose weight, that's something for the evening. Skipping lunch is not an option. Knock, knock, knock. There was a sudden knock on the door. Shenwan and Su Ro exchange a glance. The police must have arrived. As soon as the door opened, two smart and capable policewomen stood there, their crisp uniforms making them look incredibly dashing. Are you Officer Wen and Officer Zhang? Please come in. Shenwan quickly invited them into her home. Hello, Teacher Shun. I'm sorry to bother you. Wen Lan Gvit Shenwan Poli Di Li. This is Su Ro, another party involved. Shenwan introduced Su Ro. Thank you for your help, officers. Su Ro was equally polite. Hearing the noise outside, Xia Tian also came out of the room, guessing that the police officers had arrived. Sure enough, when she came out, she saw two figures in police uniforms, but they were not male police officers, but two beautiful and cool female police officers. As expected of the capital city, the heart of the country, the configuration here is ridiculously high. Even the ordinary police officers in the Public Security Bureau who handle cases are two such beautiful goddess-level beauties. This shows just how high the status is. Xia Tian looked at the two policewomen and sighed inwardly. Oh, this is our husband, Xia Tian. And these are Officer Wen and Officer Zhang. Shenwan introduced the two police officers to each other again, seeing that they were looking at Xia Tian with curiosity as he came out of the room. Now, Shenwan can calmly and naturally introduce Xia Tian and their respective identities. After this whole commotion, everyone will know what they should and shouldn't know, so it's better to just be open and honest about it. Hello, officers. Xia Tian greeted the two policewomen. Hello. The two police officers nodded and greeted Xia Tian. The group took their seats, and the investigation and evidence collection phase of the case was about to begin. However, after a series of questions and answers, both police officers, Wen Lan and Zhang Wei, were a little confused. This matter was somewhat complicated and required some brain power. What does this mean? The incident started when Shenwan and Su Ro's husbands, the handsome young man sitting next to them, suspected them of cheating on him. He had another woman record a video as evidence, but it turned out to be a misunderstanding. However, rumors about the women appeared online and spread widely, causing serious negative social impact. The matter should be simple enough. The woman who spread the rumors should be the one who did it. But Xia Tian said that the woman denied spreading them and showed them the message Jianqin sent him on Green Bubble. Based on their investigative intuition, the two judged that someone else was likely the one spreading the rumors. Having roughly figured out the situation, Wen Lan and Zhang Wei glanced at Shenwan and Su Ro, two beautiful and elegant teachers, with some sympathy. They thought to themselves, what a waste of such stunning beauties, having such an unreliable and suspicious husband like Xia Tian. As fellow super beauties, they felt a strange sense of kinship with Shenwan and Su Ro and couldn't help but feel sorry for them. Next came the investigation. Since it was an online rumor, the investigation was easy. Zhang Wei, the cyber police officer, immediately took out a specially supplied laptop from her backpack and started working on the spot. The rumors first circulated on the Tsinghua University campus forum. The internet has a long memory, especially now that the internet is all registered with real names. It's not difficult for the cyber police to investigate the source of an event, except for taking some time. Moreover, with some software and tools, it doesn't even take much time. The first person to post rumors and videos about Teacher Shun and Teacher Su online was this Xunmu forum account called Jiangdong Salong. Zhang Wei stopped amidst the sound of typing and pointed to an account on the webpage, saying to the group. Xia Tian, Shenwan, and Su Ro all shook their heads, indicating that they had no recollection of the name. Zhang Wei typed on the keyboard again, Jiangdong Su Lang, formerly known as Su Hao, male, 18 years old, a freshman in the Department of Finance, School of Economics and Management, Tsinghua University. Zhang Wei quickly found Jiangdong, Su Lang's registration information. As Zhang Wei spoke, Shun Wan, Xia Tian, and Su Rou, who were present, were all stunned. Shun Wan and Su Rou also knew that Su Hao was Xia Tian's roommate. After all, Shun Wan was their class teacher, so it was not surprising that she knew this. Su Rou had also heard the two of them mention it. Unlike Shun Wan and Su Rou, who, despite knowing Su Hao and being Xia Tian's roommate, still couldn't figure out where he got the relevant information, especially the two videos about them. Could he have stolen Xia Tian's phone? But Xia Tian didn't return to the dorm last night, did he? Or did Xia Tian have a computer in the dorm that could connect to the phone? Or did he know Xia Tian's cloud storage account or something? Nowadays, photos, videos, and other information on phones are automatically uploaded and stored in the cloud. Upon hearing the name Su Hao, Xia Tian suddenly felt a sense of realization. Everything made sense. Everything was reasonable. I understand. Jian Qin, the girl who filmed those two videos last night, is Su Hao's girlfriend's best friend. And Jian Qin also mentioned that she talked about this with her best friend, who is Su Hao's girlfriend. Xia Tian immediately explained the relationship between Su Hao and Jian Qin. Whether it was Shan Wan and Su Rou, the two parties involved, or if Wenlan and Zhang Wei, the two policewomen, they all immediately realized what Xia Tian meant after hearing his words, and everything made sense. Chapter 69 Policewomen are human too. The matter became clear, and all that remained was to summon several suspects for interrogation and investigation, and finally draw a conclusion and close the case. The matter seems to have caused quite a stir, but it doesn't actually seem that complicated now. The roommate, a student, committed the crime, probably out of a desire for revenge, jealousy, or to expose the truth. After all, being able to marry two such beautiful and high-quality women as Shun Wan and Su Rou at the same time certainly gives people reason to be jealous and seek revenge. Is this student named Su Hao a student in your class, teacher Shun, or Xia, your classmate and roommate? Do you two have any conflict with him? Wenlan asked the two of them out of professional habit. Shun Wan shook her head in disbelief. This was her first year as a homeroom teacher, and she had feelings for every student in the class and had put a lot of effort into all aspects of the class's work. How could something so heartbreaking happen? How ridiculous and pathetic it is to finally discover that the person spreading rumors about you online was actually your own student. Upon hearing Wenlan's question, Xia Tian nodded. He and I had some unpleasantness before, and our relationship isn't very harmonious right now. Wenlan turned her head. Oh, so there was a conflict between Xia Tian and him. That makes it even easier to explain. Jealousy is the biggest reason for it. Shun Wan and Su Rou also frowned. Xia Tian had never mentioned this to them before, and this was the first time they had heard about the situation. That means there's a motive, and the evidence is conclusive. So what's next? Wenlan's words were interrupted by a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Xia Tian knew that her takeout had probably arrived, so she got up and went to open the door. As soon as the door opened, a delivery man appeared. Are you Mr. Xiao? Your delivery is here. Oh, thank you, you've worked hard, Xia Tian said as she took the large and small bags and boxes from the other person's hands. You ordered takeout, and so much of it? Shun Wan reached out and took some of the bags. The packaging clearly showed food items. I ordered some takeout for you too, since you didn't eat lunch. Now that things have come to light, there's no need for us to get worked up. You should eat something, or I'll feel bad for you, Xia Tian said as she placed the boxes on the table. Some sudden and slightly cheesy words of concern made Shun Wan and Su Rou blush. This rascal, they're outsiders here, and he suddenly says such embarrassing things. Su Rou got up and went to the dining table to help. When did you order so much food? Didn't we say we wouldn't eat it to lose weight? Su Rou was still happy inside. It felt good to be cared for by her man. Xia Tian didn't stop what she was doing. Instead, she continued plating the food while saying, It's okay. Let's eat and chat together. Eating is the most important thing. Officers, why don't you join us for a bite? I bet you haven't eaten yet either, have you? Oh, no need, no need. You guys eat your food. We don't need it. Well, the matter is basically clear now, and we will definitely find out the truth as soon as possible and clear your names. You guys eat first. We won't bother you any longer. Wenlan and Zhang Wei stood up at the same time, intending to say goodbye and leave. The situation is now basically clear, and the suspect has been identified. The rest is up to the police. The three parties involved just need to wait at home for the results and news. Shin Wan stopped the two officers who were about to leave, saying, "Officers, you must sit down and have a bite to eat with us. You've worked so hard for us. It's past mealtime. You can't go hungry. It's just some simple home-cooked food. Please don't mind, just have a bite together." Shun Wan had come to stop Wenlan and Zhang Wei from getting up, so she didn't see the food that Xia Tian had already placed on the table. While they were talking, Xia Tian had already quickly opened all the takeout boxes, and a dozen or so beautifully prepared and fragrant dishes were laid out on the table. This wasn't just ordinary takeout. It was a meal specially ordered from a top-tier restaurant in the summer, meticulously prepared by a renowned chef. So, both the presentation and the taste were exceptional. Of course, due to time constraints, there weren't any particularly complex dishes like Buddha jumps over the wall. Instead, there were simpler dishes such as black abalone and lobster rice, and crab roe, and ham-fried rice. Although the preparation was relatively simple, the ingredients were all top quality, ensuring maximum flavor and nutrition. Now that he had revealed to his wife his immense wealth, he no longer needed to hide his spending on food and drink. Whatever he gave his wife, it had to be the very best. Wenlan and Zhang Wei exchanged a glance. They could see the exquisitely prepared, delicious-looking dishes on the table and couldn't help but think to themselves, "Is this just ordinary home cooking? Do you two have some kind of misunderstanding about ordinary home cooking?" Although they were just ordinary police officers, their work gave them a lot of experience and insight, and they could tell at a glance that the food on the table was definitely not cheap. After Shan Wan finished speaking, she turned to look at the dining table. To be honest, the takeout she ordered this summer tasted pretty good. Just the smell alone made her feel very hungry. Looking at the sumptuous meal on the table, not only Shin Wan and Su Ro, but even Wenlan and Zhang Wei, who had already stood up to say goodbye and leave, couldn't help but swallow their saliva because of the tempting aroma and appearance of the food. Xia Tian guessed correctly. Wenlan and Zhang Wei hadn't had lunch yet. They had been busy all this time and were already starving. The sight and smell of the delicious food in front of them made them even hungrier, and their stomachs started rumbling with hunger. Shin Wan, who was closer to the two, heard it clearly. Even Xia Tian, who was busy setting the table, vaguely heard the sound. You should know that Xia Tian's physical fitness has been enhanced by the system, making him more sensitive to sound. Their stomachs rumbled uncontrollably, causing Wenlan and Zhang Wei to blush. How embarrassing, but the food did smell so delicious. After all, policewomen are human too, and it's normal for their stomachs to rumble when they're hungry. As a police officer, one must never forget iron discipline. This really won't do. We have discipline, and serving the people is our duty. You don't need to be so polite. Wenlan and Zhang Wei insisted on leaving, while Shun Wan and Su Ro, who were very hospitable, sincerely wanted the two policewomen to stay and have dinner at their home. "Oh dear, it's mealtime. We're just having a simple meal at home. It's nothing to worry about. Please take your seats." Shen Wan stopped the two of them and pulled them to their seats. "Officer Zhang, now that we're acquainted, I'm actually planning to become friends with you. Shall we eat and chat?" Su Ro invited the two to sit down. In the summer, the plates are already laid out. You have to eat no matter where you go. If you happen to run into someone, you can have a bite together if you don't mind. It's just some takeout. Unable to refuse their kind invitation, Wenlan and Zhang Wei sat down and had a meal together. Chapter 70, My First Time Riding in a Police Car. Although Xia Tian had already eaten a bowl of instant noodles made by Shen Wan, his physical condition had greatly improved with the system's support, and his appetite had also increased significantly. So he ate with the four beautiful women again. Shen Wan and Su Ro didn't eat much and ate slowly, while Wenlan and Zhang Wei ate much faster and had larger portions than Shen Wan and Su Ro, so they stopped eating at the same time. After putting down their chopsticks, the four women went to the sofa on the other side and started chatting intimately. Sometimes female friendships can develop so quickly. As it turned out, Xia Tian, who was accompanying them, was the one who ate the most, basically finishing all the leftovers from the four women's meal. After Xia Tian finished eating and drank a glass of water, Wenlan and Zhang Wei got up to say goodbye. The next part of the case investigation was still waiting for them to handle. However, as a key figure, Xia Tian needed to accompany them to the Public Security Bureau. The Public Security Bureau would definitely summon Jianqin and the others, and Xia Tian would have to go with them to testify. On the contrary, Shan Wan and Su Ro, who were the parties involved, did not need to go to the police station because they were simply victims in the whole incident and had nothing to do with these people. It could be said that the whole thing was caused by a series of troubles due to a misunderstanding by their husband, Xia Tian. However, upon learning that Xia Tian was going to the police station, Shen Wan and Su Ro couldn't sit still and volunteered to accompany him. Wen Lan quickly advised the two not to go out yet, because before the whole matter was clarified, the two of them would have to endure a lot of criticism and strange looks if they went out now. There are many talented people online, and now that the matter has become so widely discussed, some people have already found the photos of the two people on the school's official website and posted them online. After all, both of them are public employees of Tsinghua University, and their information and photos are published on the school's official website. Finally, after Wen Lan and Zhang Wei repeatedly assured Xia Tian that she would be fine, Xia Tian followed them to the police station alone. As for Jian Qin, Zhou Yinyo, and Su Hao, other colleagues from the bureau have already summoned them to the bureau to report for duty. The crime of spreading rumors can be serious or minor, depending on the social impact it causes. Obviously, the negative social impact of this rumor is not small, so the person who spread the rumor online will definitely not be guilty of a minor crime in the end. Walking with the two policewomen, Xia Tian felt prickly under the strange looks from passersby. Especially after the scene of the three of them getting into the police car at the school gate was seen by many students in the school, some people began to suspect that the boy who was taken away by the police was probably related to the uproar on the internet today. Someone filmed the scene of Xia Tian being taken away in a police car, and rumors about Xia Tian being taken away by the police reappeared on the school forum. As soon as Xia Tian sat in the back of the police car, he was still marveling at how this was the first time he had ever ridden in a police car, considering both his past and present lives. But before he could finish his thought, his phone rang urgently. Xia Tian took out his phone and saw it was Wang Nan calling. "Is this girl still waiting to go on a date with me?" Feeling somewhat apologetic, he answered the phone. As soon as the call connected, Wang Nan's anxious voice came through. "Hello? Xia Tian, where are you? Are you all right?" Her voice was full of worry. Xia Tian was taken aback, and he could hear the anxiety in Wang Nan's voice. "I'm fine. I'm perfectly fine. What's wrong?" "Phew, I'm so glad you're all right. There were rumors on the school forum that you were arrested by the police and taken away in a police car. I was so scared. I thought something had happened to you." Wang Nan breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Xia Tian say that she was all right. Because of Xin Wan, Wang Nan was keeping a close eye on the latest news on the school forum when she came across a photo of Xia Tian being taken away in a police car by two policemen. Wang Nan was immediately shocked and called Xia Tian to inquire about the situation. Summer was completely bewildered and exasperated. Damn, do rumors spread this fast these days? She immediately opened the school forum, and sure enough, there was a photo of herself sitting in a police car posted there. However, there was only a photo and no accompanying text, but the discussion below was lively, with all sorts of opinions being expressed. Damn it, who the hell is so wicked? Xia Tian's face turned green. He quickly explained a few words to Wang Nan and hung up the phone. Now he finally understands why no one wants to hitch a ride with a police officer. "My reputation is ruined this time. No, Officer 1, please stop the car. I want to get out and drive myself. I want to ride in your police car. People at the school are already saying that you arrested me." Xia Tian was speechless. TSK. Does your school spread rumors this fast? Wen Lan was also surprised. "Let me see." Zhang Wei took out her phone and logged into the Tsinghua University campus forum, using her identity as a cyber police officer. Sure enough, there was a photo of Xia Tian sitting in a police car. With her and Wen Lan, both police officers in uniform, standing next to the car, Xia Tian really looked like a suspect. It seems the rumors about Teacher Shun and Teacher Su at school have been making headlines today. Everyone's misunderstood you because the police are involved. Don't worry, I'll clarify things for you, and then I'll get the other party to delete the post. Zhang Wei immediately took action. Her verified identity as a cyber police officer was quite useful. She personally clarified the rumors for Xia Tian under the post and left a message demanding that the poster delete the post immediately. Otherwise, it would constitute defamation. After Zhang Wei stepped in using her identity as a cyber police officer, the post on the forum was deleted almost instantly. It's unclear whether the poster deleted it themselves or the forum administrator deleted it. "It's been deleted," Zhang Wei said to Xia Tian after seeing that the post had been deleted. "Now I know why nobody wants to ride in your police cars. I was so stupid. I was just happy that it was my first time riding in a police car." Xia Tian's words made Wen Lan and Zhang Wei burst out laughing at the same time. How does it feel to ride in a police car for the first time?" Wen Lan laughed even harder. It's a really bad feeling. I think I'll just drive there myself. I really don't dare ride in a police car again. Xia Tian still decided to drive there herself. Otherwise, who knows what kind of rumors would spread. Didn't I already debunk the rumors for you? Besides, you're the one who caused all of this. Don't be so suspicious anymore. Also, I suggest you stick to taking our car. Parking is a huge problem for us there, and the Bureau doesn't allow outside vehicles to enter. If you drive there now, you'll probably have to park several kilometers away. Wen Lan kindly reminded her. Xia Tian felt helpless upon hearing this, but she could only choose to continue riding in the police car. After what had just happened, the three of them chatted casually. Beep, beep, beep. Summer's phone suddenly rang again. As soon as she answered, a gentle and pleasant female voice came from the other end. Hello, honey, what are you doing? Wen Lan and Zhang Wei exchanged a glance. This voice did not belong to either Shen Wan or Su Ro, whom they had just parted ways with. Chapter 71, Scumbag Summer. The call was made by Lu Xian, and it was Guya who urged Lu Xian to make the call. When his wife called, Xia Tian naturally answered the phone immediately. I was in the police car on my way to the police station. Xia Tian told the truth. Huh? What happened? Why did they arrest you? Which police station are they from? We're coming right away. Lu Xian asked anxiously. It's not an arrest. Don't overthink it. I went there to testify. My roommate was the one spreading rumors online, and I went to testify, Xia Tian quickly explained. Oh, you should speak more clearly. You scared me. Lu Xian said coquettishly. Now that the suspect has been identified, the case should be closed soon, right? Come over here directly after you leave the police station. Tonight, your wife Xiaoya showed off her culinary skills and made several delicious and nourishing dishes. Lu Xian's voice was very distinctive, a uniquely charming and coquettish one. Lu Xian's voice and the meaning behind her words made Xia Tian's heart flutter and his body react immediately. Luckily, he was sitting alone in the back of the police car. If there had been someone else next to him, he would have been embarrassed today. Okay, I'll see how it goes. If I can get there, I'll head over. Xia Tian, a little carried away, almost blurted out his agreement. But thankfully, his last bit of reason reminded him that Shen Wan and Su Ro had suffered so much injustice today, and ultimately, it was his fault. He should be the one to comfort them, both emotionally and logically. What do you mean, depending on the situation? Today is our big day. Are you really going to be so heartless? We won't say anything if you spend the whole day with the neighbors, but you're not coming to keep us company tonight? Ask around. Which family leaves their wife alone on their wedding night? Lu Xian's voice was thick with nasal tone, as if Xia Tian would burst into tears if she didn't agree at any moment. Summer was covered in cold sweat. Wen Lan and Zhang Wei, who were in front of her, were no longer hiding their curiosity and kept turning around to look at Summer. It's just that the quality of mobile phones these days is too good. Although Xia Tian didn't put the phone on speaker, the police car is so small that Wen Lan and Zhang Wei, who were sitting in the front, could hear Lu Xian's voice clearly on the phone. The two police women had already conjured up many images in their minds, and their gazes towards Xia Tian carried a strange and subtle hint of disdain. Okay, I'll be there in a bit. Xia Tian reluctantly agreed, thinking he couldn't really let her cry on the phone. Besides, he was feeling a bit uncomfortable with Zhang Wei's frequent glances back, so he wanted to end the call with Lu Xian as soon as possible. That's what a good husband is like. Xiaoya and I will take a bath and wait for you. After Xia Tian agreed, Lu Xian immediately beamed with joy. After finally hanging up the phone, Xia Tian smiled bitterly, wondering what she would do that night. However, this can only be considered a happy trouble, since he has 4 stunningly beautiful wives. That being said, it's already a blessing that the 4 wives didn't split into 4 separate households. For people only mean 2 households, so one should be content. Otherwise, one would feel like they'd be split into 4 pieces. Xia Tian, what's going on with you? Besides Teacher Shun and Teacher Su, do you have other wives? Wen Lan finally couldn't help but ask Xia Tian with a frown. She had a good impression of both Shen Wan and Su Ro and intended to befriend them. Hearing Xia Tian's phone conversation, she couldn't help but ask. Yes, that's right. I have 2 other wives. Xia Tian answered very readily. There was nothing to hide, and it would only take the police a few minutes to find out this information. Does Teacher Shun and Teacher Su agree to your remarriage? Zhang Wei also looked at Xia Tian with a scrutinizing gaze. There are some twists and turns in this matter, but they all know about it. Is the police station almost here? Xia Tian said vaguely, then changed the subject. We'll be there soon. Wen Lan and Zhang Wei exchanged another glance, knowing that Xia Tian was changing the subject, so they naturally stopped talking about it. That's just how society is. It's not uncommon for men to have multiple wives. However, it's quite rare for a man like Xia Tian to marry 4 wives right after starting university, especially since 2 of his wives are Shun Wan and Su Ro, whom they've already met. Both are considered very outstanding and excellent women. Considering Xia Tian's previous ambiguous relationship with Wang Nan, Wen Lan and Zhang Wei had already labeled Xia Tian a scumbag in their minds. But they had to admit one thing. This guy was really handsome, and very rich too. The 3 remained silent for the rest of the journey, and none of them spoke again. The police car soon drove into the police station's compound. Yang Junkai finally woke up from his drunken stupor at 3 p.m. He had been too excited and played too hard last night, and only went to sleep after the 3 girls had gone to school. The 3-on-1 experience had left him with a sore and aching lower back as soon as he woke up. Rubbing his slightly dizzy head, he immediately opened the SMTH BBS. As expected, the erotic rumors he posted under the identity of Su Hao about Su Ro and Shun Wan's marital infidelity went viral. Moreover, they unexpectedly went viral beyond the mainstream, causing a huge uproar online. Yang Junkai was stunned when he saw the topic trending so much online, and then he felt a pang of panic. His original intention was to spread some rumors on a small scale, causing Su Ro and her husband to drift apart and deepen their misunderstandings, so that the 2 would eventually divorce, and he could then take advantage of the situation. But things took an unexpected turn that far exceeded his control and imagination, spiraling out of control. Fortunately, he was always cautious and had taken precautions beforehand. He used computer technology to publish information under the identity of that kid named Su Hao. And since he had no connection with him, no matter what, they couldn't trace it back to him. Now that things have escalated to the point where everyone knows about them, there's no way to end things properly. Since we've already gone this far, let's just stir things up even more, leaving you speechless and unable to prove your innocence. A hint of madness flashed in Yang Junkai's eyes. His true nature is that of a person full of dark and crazy factors. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done so many perverted and crazy things. He immediately used his hacking skills to infiltrate the surveillance footage of the hotel and restaurant where the incident occurred last night and deleted the surveillance video directly. He breathed a sigh of relief after doing all this. Now, even if things escalated, it wouldn't be easy to clear things up, especially with so many uninformed people involved. Things definitely wouldn't end easily. Su Ro, I bet your reputation will be ruined by then. How will you still be able to pretend to be high and mighty in front of me? Chapter 72. A big fish was actually caught. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wen Lan and Zhang Wei frowned, as things had taken an unexpected turn. The 3 suspects, who were thought to have been identified, all firmly denied posting any related information or rumors online. Su Hao, in particular, felt wronged and could only cry foul. He wasn't a brainless rich kid, so why would he do something so stupid that he would obviously get caught? Jianqin looked at Xia Tian, who was staring at her with a cold and indifferent gaze, and felt utterly heartbroken. She was filled with regret, but who told her to be so talkative and tell her best friend Zhou Nino about something so private? She was now the first person to spread rumors. Zhou Nino swore she hadn't revealed any relevant information to Su Hao and produced all her contact information to prove her innocence. Now she was dying of guilt, cursing herself for being so curious. Why'd you been asking around? Now she'd not only gotten herself into trouble, but also put her best friend Jianqin in a bad light. After a thorough technical investigation, Zhang Wei indeed discovered that Zhou Nino and Su Hao had not communicated at all. Even if information could be conveyed verbally, there should still be traces of video transmission. Perhaps the 2 did not use their mobile phones to transmit the video. Then, while using technical means to investigate Su Hao's phone, Zhang Wei unexpectedly discovered a clue. There were hidden deleted video records, and Zhang Wei immediately began to follow the clues to investigate further. It was quickly discovered that the 2 videos were sent to Su Hao's phone by Jianqin's green bubble. Jianqin was stunned. When did she send a video to Su Hao? She hadn't even given him a green bubble, a euphemism for a romantic advance, okay? Su Hao also protested his innocence. In front of Zhou Nino, he swore that he had never added Jianqin's green bubble, a nickname for a friend. The 2 didn't even have each other's phone numbers, So where did the green bubble come from? Yang Junkai's skills are good, but Zhang Wei's computer skills as a cyber police officer are even more impressive. After hearing both parties say the same thing, Zhang Wei quickly realized that something was wrong. Something's wrong. The two videos were transferred to Green Bubble via a Trojan horse, and the transfer history was deleted very discreetly. Zhang Wei quickly tracked down the Trojans on the two phones, but that was the end of it. There were no more clues, and it would be difficult to continue the investigation. Mobile phones are mobile devices, and trying to trace who is operating a Trojan horse is like looking for a needle in a haystack. It's impossible to find out. Just then, Xia Tian's phone rang again. Seeing that it was Yi Lan calling, Xia Tian walked aside to answer it. Hello. Xia Tian didn't know why Yi Lan was calling him. President Xia, I have something special to report to you. Yi Lan's voice came from the phone. What's the matter? Xia Tian asked curiously, thinking that he shouldn't have anything to do with the hotel. Our hotel security cameras have been hacked, and a video clip has been deleted and altered. It just so happens to be the video you were investigating this morning related to last night. Yi Lan's voice was strange. When the hotel's network administrator reported this to her, she was also puzzled, but she quickly realized that although the matter seemed odd, it seemed to be related to the new boss, Xia Tian. Otherwise, why would this happen so soon after the new boss checked the security footage this morning? Out of caution, Yi Lan decided to report it to the boss, Xia Tian, just in case there was something important involved. Better safe than sorry. What? The hotel surveillance system was hacked? And they even deleted the footage from last night. Xia Tian frowned and asked. The deletion of the hotel surveillance video isn't a big problem. He already had the complete video saved, so whether it's deleted or not won't affect him. It just feels a bit strange. Who would be so bored as to hack into a hotel surveillance system? What's the point? No, someone doesn't want this evidence to see the light of day and wants the rumors to continue spreading. Officer Zhang, I have a situation to report. The surveillance cameras at the hotel where teacher Shun visited last night have been hacked and the relevant videos have been deleted. Xia Tian immediately told Zhang Wei this news. As a hotel owner, it's perfectly reasonable for him to report the hacking of his hotel to the police, right? The hotel surveillance system was hacked and the surveillance videos were deleted. Zhang Wei was stunned when she heard this and asked Xia Tian for confirmation. Yes, that's right. The video was hacked and deleted. Xia Tian answered affirmatively. Without hesitation, Zhang Wei used her identity as a cyber police officer to access the hotel surveillance footage. Upon hearing Xia Tian's news, a thought flashed through her mind. It was very likely that the person who controlled Jianqin and Su Hao's phones was behind all of this. She needs to hurry and catch the person behind all this. Yang Junkai's skills are impressive, but he was clearly exposed in front of security expert Zhang Wei. This was mainly because Yang Junkai had left in a hurry, and some traces had not yet been completely eliminated. Zhang Wei was very perceptive in grasping these clues, but it would take her a lot of time to find out the mastermind behind this on her own, and she couldn't track him down quickly. Suddenly remembering that Su Ro was a computer expert, and that this matter was closely related to her, he immediately invited Su Ro to help him, so that the two of them could work together to search for this guy. Su Ro readily accepted Zhang Wei's invitation and immediately went into the hotel surveillance footage together. Why does this technology seem so familiar? Yang Junkai had demonstrated his technical skills to Su Ro without reservation back then in order to impress her. Using some memories in her mind, Su Ro quickly deciphered and tracked down Yang Junkai's hideout. With Su Ro's remote assistance, Yang Junkai's hideout was quickly exposed. Zhang Wei was overjoyed. Finally, this thorny problem was about to be solved. After searching Yang Junkai's computer, Su Ro and Zhang Wei not only found the two videos of Shun Wan and Su Ro, as well as evidence that he had used Su Hao's identity to post information on the Tsinghua University campus forum, but also a large amount of previously unknown evidence of Yang Junkai's illegal filming, as well as indecent threats and coercion to rape women, and many other perverted and heinous videos. Su Ro was shocked by what she saw. She never expected that Yang Junkai was such a monster in human form. He had been pretending to be civilized in front of her, but he turned out to be a scoundrel. Zhang Wei was also surprised. She never expected to actually capture a perverted demon hiding beneath a noble identity. Chapter 73 Methods to Enhance Relationships. Yang Junkai will ultimately face the full force of the law. However, This case involved a great deal of people and has many victims, so a thorough investigation is still needed before a verdict can be reached. However, the online rumors surrounding Shen Wan and Su Ro can now be closed, and an official clarification statement issued to restore the reputation of the two individuals and Shuemu campus. The facts are clear and the evidence is conclusive. Wen Lan and Zhang Wei released this announcement very quickly. After the police issued an official statement online, confirming that the rumors circulating online about two teachers from Tsinghua University were malicious fabrications and false information. The online uproar and trolls suddenly fell silent, like ducks whose throats had been snatched. The internet celebrities who had wanted to ride the wave of popularity also became completely silent. With everything settled, Jian Qin, Zhou Ningyo, and Su Hao, who had been given a verbal reprimand, were finally able to leave the police station. Before leaving, Jian Qin kept looking back at Xia Tian, but Xia Tian had already run off. It's already 5:30 p.m. He needs to hurry and get to Imperial University. He had already made up his mind. Today was the day he, Guya, and Lu Xian were to register their marriage, and it was only right and proper that he went there, at least to have a meal together. So, he planned to first go to Imperial University to comfort Guya and Lu Xian, and then return to Tsinghua University. Although the rumors about what happened today had been quickly clarified, he couldn't ignore the immense harm and injustice he had caused Shen Wan and Su Ro. Summer ran away, quickly leaving under Jian Qin's sorrowful gaze. I hailed a taxi in front of the police station and quickly headed towards Imperial University. On the way, I sent Lu Xian a message saying I would arrive soon. Just as I was about to put my phone away, Su Ro's green bubble message came through. Su Ro, the matter has been resolved. Come back quickly. On your way back, buy some fresh ingredients. Warner is going to show off her culinary skills and cook a big meal tonight. Looking at the message Su Ro sent him, Xia Tian felt a toothache. Did it really have to be such a coincidence? Unless you split yourself in two, how else can you manage? You can't take care of both sides at the same time. After some consideration, Xia Tian concluded that the only reason she could come up with now was to bring up the issues related to the hotel and restaurant. Sister Ro, the hotel just called me again and they need me to come over right now. There are a few documents that I need to sign today. You and Sister Wan can eat first. I'll go back as soon as I finish dealing with the hotel matters. Xia Tian's reason was reasonable enough. It's normal for the owner of such a big hotel to need to sign documents, right? Meanwhile, in the faculty apartment at Tsinghua University, Su Ro handed Shen Wan a message from Xia Tian that she had just received on Green Bubble. The Green Bubble message that Su Ro had just sent to Xia Tian was something the two of them had deliberately sent to ensure that Xia Tian would come back as soon as possible and not run off to the neighboring school. The two of them now also have a sense of urgency that Guya and Lu Xian give them. Their previous reserve and easygoing attitude vanished completely after seeing the threat and the opponent. It's probably true. He impulsively bought the hotel today and hasn't had time to complete the handover yet. It's understandable that he's dealing with some formalities, Su Ro analyzed. Although Shen Wan felt that something was amiss, the reasons seemed plausible. When Xia Tian arrived at Guya and Lu Xian's apartment, it was exactly 6 o'clock. A very sumptuous dinner has been prepared on the table, with delicious colors, aromas, and flavors. Guya is still busy in the kitchen. Lu Xian introduced the apartment to Xia Tian. It had 2 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom. Although it wasn't big, it was decorated very warmly and had a homey feel. The teachers' apartments at Shuemu were similar to those of Shen Wan and Su Ro. While Lu Xian was introducing her room, Xia Tian glanced at Guya, who was still busy in the kitchen, and pulled Lu Xian into the room. "Hey, what are you doing?" Lu Xian exclaimed, looking at Xia Tian, who had suddenly become bold and unrestrained. "Being intimate with my wife." Xia Tian answered matter-of-factly. He couldn't be too reserved or polite with his wife, especially since Lu Xian was calling him husband in a sweet, coquettish way. Xia Tian couldn't wait to tease her again. Besides, the two of them had already been intimate last night, so any further intimacy would just be reliving old memories. After calling out to them for a while without getting a response, Guya couldn't help but leave the kitchen out of curiosity, wanting to see what these two were doing. She had worked so hard to prepare the meal, and no one paid any attention to her when she asked them to bring it. When the results came out, no one was in the living room. Then, looking closer, Lu Xian's bedroom door was tightly shut. His eyes narrowed. and his heart skipped a beat. Could it be? Has that brat Xiao Xian become so audacious now? What kind of good thing could those two be doing, blatantly closing the door behind them? Hey, I've been working so hard cooking for you too, and what do? You're secretly doing bad things behind my back. I'm starting to feel really resentful. Bang, bang, bang. Guya knocked on the door twice and called inside. Come out and eat first. If you want to do anything naughty, wait until after you've eaten. Lu Xian, who was inside the room, was immediately brought back to her senses by the knocking on the door. She quickly stopped Xia Tian's hands, which were about to do something reckless. Fortunately, Guya's knocking woke her up, otherwise she would have lost control. You little rascal, stop it. Eat first. Xiaoya's been busy all afternoon. I'll give it to you later. Although summer was still a bit too hot and she was feeling a bit tipsy, she couldn't just rush into doing something without thinking things through. Good things come to those who wait, and Guya was waiting outside, so she had to consider her feelings. Okay, I'll let you off the hook for now. Let's eat first, and I'll eat you later. Xia Tian kissed Lu Xian again before letting go of her hands. Lu Xian breathed a sigh of relief. She had been a little carried away and had forgotten that she was still in pain down there. Opening the bedroom door, Guya had already returned to the kitchen and came out with a plate of food. She looked at the two people who came out of the room with a half smile and said, Did I interrupt your good time? Eat first. You'll have the energy to do all this when you're full. Go wash your hands and eat. Guya's words made both of them blush. Lu Xian turned around and went to the bathroom. The intimacy with Lu Xian just now had also unconsciously emboldened Xia Tian. Intimacy with his wife was the fastest way to enhance their relationship. Chapter 74, The Triumphant Arrival. With his courage growing, Xia Tian, seeing Guya's surprised expression, went up and hugged Guya's slender waist, then lowered his head and lightly pecked her cherry lips. Thank you for your hard work, my wife. Guya looked at Xia Tian, who had suddenly become more proactive, with surprise, but she did not stop Xia Tian from being intimate with her. Husband and wife should be the closest people in the relationship. It's not hard work. It's only natural for a wife to cook for her husband, Guya said frankly, looking at the big boy who was hugging her. Did I interrupt your good time too? Lu Xian's voice came from behind them. It's all right. The three of us have already been honest with each other. What's there to be embarrassed about? Guya appeared generous in the face of Lu Xian's teasing, but beneath her calm expression, she uttered some rather risque words. Spurred by this, Xia Tian wanted to express his feelings and wanted to kiss her, but Guya blocked his mouth with one hand. All right, enough with the flirting. Let's eat first. The three of them finally sat down at the dining table and began to eat. The meal was very plentiful today, and it was clear that Guya had put a lot of thought into it. Come on, let's raise a glass first and celebrate that we've registered our marriage today and become husband and wife. Guya suggested, raising her glass. The three of them clinked glasses together. Let's raise our glasses again, hoping that we can support each other in the future and have a long and happy life together. Guya raised her glass again. The three of them clinked glasses again. Finally, I wish my husband and I a life of harmony, happiness, and fulfillment. The third cup. Come on, let's raise another glass to thank Xiaoya for preparing such a sumptuous dinner for us. Lu Xian then suggested. Guya smiled and shook her head, and the three of them drank another cup. Guya's cooking was indeed quite good. Although it couldn't compare to the dishes of a head chef at a big hotel, it still had its own unique flavor. The three of them enjoyed their meal, frequently serving each other food and pouring drinks. Indeed, for a couple's relationship to progress rapidly, they must cross certain boundaries. Although the three of them only met last night and got to know each other today, and this is the first time they've sat down to eat together, the harmonious feeling they have is already like that of a real married couple. This atmosphere and camaraderie was something Shen Wan and Su Ro from Shuimu couldn't match. Although he had known Shen Wan and Su Ro longer and had gotten their marriage certificates earlier, their relationship was more of a more than friends, less than lovers state. Their words, actions, and interactions all conveyed a cautious sense of propriety and boundaries. But precisely this sense of propriety and boundaries was the key obstacle preventing their relationship from progressing further. The three of them were enjoying their dinner together intimately, occasionally raising their glasses to drink from each other's mouths. The atmosphere became even more ambiguous and chemistry-filled as Lu Xian took the initiative to sit on Xia Tian's lap. Alcohol is indeed a wonderful thing. It can make people let go of their inhibitions. Things that you wouldn't dare to do normally, things that you feel constrained or embarrassed to do, become bold and confident after drinking, especially when the atmosphere is right. The meal was almost over, and to put it simply, when emotions run high, everything happens naturally. The system assigned me a daily exercise task for summer, which required me to complete 2 hours of exercise every day. Today's exercise time was just enough to finish. Summer was also surprised to find that doing this kind of thing could actually be considered as physical exercise, which surprised and delighted him. While Guya and Lu Xian were resting, he quietly left the bedroom and washed himself in the bathroom. Guya had already prepared brand new toiletries for him. In this respect, Guya's thoughtfulness was no less than Shanwan's. Looking at the dozens of messages and many missed calls Su Ro had sent him on his phone, Xia Tian rubbed his head in exasperation. After much internal struggle and hesitation, she finally gritted her teeth, put on her clothes, and quietly opened the bedroom door to peek inside. She saw that Guya and Lu Xian were not moving, so they must have fallen asleep from exhaustion. After closing the bedroom door in the summer, Guya, who had been completely still, suddenly opened her eyes and listened intently to the sounds outside. When she heard the door open and close, she struggled to sit up, grab her phone, and immediately sent a green bubble message. In the summer, he closed the bedroom door, then quietly opened the door, turned around to make sure it was locked, and then left the faculty apartment of Imperial Capital University. Guya took out her phone, and Su Ro's call came in again immediately. When Su Ro sent Xia Tian her first message, Guya had asked Xia Tian to put her phone on silent. "Hey, Sister Ro, I'll be right back," Xia Tian reported immediately as soon as the call connected. "You few. Okay, come back quickly. We're waiting for you to have dinner together." Su Ro forcefully suppressed the urge to get angry and instead spoke in a reasonable manner. It wasn't that Su Ro's temper had improved, but rather that Shanwan reminded Su Ro. If the two of them don't change their attitude towards Xia Tian now, they're essentially pushing Xia Tian into the arms of Guya and Lu Xian. So, taking advantage of Xia Tian's absence, Shanwan and Su Ro had a good talk. The main topic of discussion was how Su Ro viewed her marriage with Xia Tian. Was she really just using Xia Tian as a tool, as she had said when they got their marriage certificate, or had she changed her mind after getting to know him better and was willing to spend the rest of her life with him and become a real couple? Shanwan took the initiative to express her plans, saying that she wanted to spend the rest of her life with Xia Tian and be a real couple. Faced with Shanwan's question, Su Ro hesitated for 3 seconds before realizing her true feelings. The answer was that she was willing to continue her relationship with Xia Tian. Shanwan breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Su Ro's reply. She was truly afraid that Su Ro wouldn't stand by her side, which would put her at a significant disadvantage when facing Guya and Lu Xian from the capital. Fortunately, although they weren't at an advantage, at least she and Su Ro were no worse than Guya and Lu Xian. In the future battle for her husband, she has all the advantages: timing, location, and people. She refuses to believe she can't beat Guya. Just you wait and see." Just as she was thinking this, Shinwan suddenly felt her phone vibrate. She had received a message on Green Bubble. Upon opening it, Shinwan couldn't help but feel her pretty face turn frosty and her whole body go cold. Su Ro sensed Shinwan's change. "Wanner, what's wrong? He lied to us in the summer. He didn't go to handle any hotel documents or sign any documents. He went to the Imperial University and just left there. They sent us a message from there, showing off their power," Shinwan said coldly. Chapter 75, A Clever Method. Shenwan's pretty face was filled with anger, and Su Ro was also furious after hearing what Shenwan said. "That heartless little bastard dared to lie to us like that? You even cooked such a big table of delicious food, waiting for him to come back." Su Ro gripped her phone tightly with both hands, as if the phone were the summer itself. "When he gets back, I'll make him pay. I'll punish him by making him sleep on the sofa again tonight." Su Ro's personality was just like that, capable of both love and hate. Shenwan quickly suppressed her resentment. She put herself in Guya's shoes and realized that Guya's purpose in sending her this message was definitely not good. Guya's goal was clear: to make her angry, to create a rift between her and Xia Tian, or even to cause arguments and distrust between them. What would be the outcome? The two of them would drift further and further apart from Xia Tian, and it would likely end in divorce due to various suspicions and distrust. Shenwan and Guya have been rivals for over 20 years, and they know each other too well. To put it bluntly, the other can tell exactly whether they're about to poop or pee the moment they lift there, but Don't be angry, don't be angry. I absolutely cannot fall for their tricks. I cannot get caught in their trap. Thinking of this, Shenwan didn't immediately try to calm Su-ro down. Instead, after a moment's thought, she sent a message to Guya first. Today is, after all, the day you two got your marriage certificate. It's only right that he takes the time to come and have a meal with you. Otherwise, he'd be being inconsiderate. I always teach him to be a responsible and dependable man, and Xia Tian does a good job in that regard. Besides, he always makes sure to come home before I ask him to, which shows he has a sense of family responsibility. Shenwan replied to the message, but there was no response from Green Bubble for a long time. She didn't know if Guya was asleep or if she was too angry to reply after seeing her message. After putting down her phone, Shenwan then spoke to comfort Su-ro. You've just fallen right into their trap. The more strained our relationship with Xia Tian is, the happier they are. Guess why she's being so kind as to send us information about Xia Tian's whereabouts. Su-ro was quite clever. The reason she initially fell for Guya's trap was simply because she wasn't familiar with Guya. After Shenwan's reminder, she immediately realized that Guya had ulterior motives. Shenwan explained the pros and cons clearly in just a few words, and Su-ro's emotions were immediately calmed down. What can we do? Although we know that the woman surnamed Gu has ill intentions and is trying to sow discord, it's true that Xia Tian lied to us. If we don't teach this kid a lesson, we won't be able to calm down or think clearly. Although Su-ro saw through the situation, she was still upset and indignant that Xia Tian had lied to the two of them. Xiaoro, there's one thing we need to understand and accept right now. Xia Tian doesn't just have 2 wives, he now has 4 legal wives, including us. Shenwan said this to Su-ro, which was also a way of comforting herself. The other woman is also Xia Tian's legal wife, and she enjoys the same rights and status as us. It's perfectly reasonable and legal for Xia Tian to go there. We both need to keep a calm mindset and not let this create an imbalance in our feelings. Just as Shenwan was explaining these principles to Su-ro, ding dong, she received another message on her green bubble. Guya, hee, Xia Tian is really energetic. He bullied the two of us for almost 2 hours. Ugh, I'm so sleepy and tired that I don't even want to take a shower. My whole body feels like it's falling apart. I'm going to sleep now. Remember to make sure our husband takes a shower before you go to sleep. Take a deep breath. Don't get angry, don't get angry. This was all Guya's doing. Her goal was to make me angry with Xia Tian, to push Xia Tian into her arms. I couldn't fall for it, but, ugh, I'm getting angrier the more I think about it. That bastard Xia Tian, I tolerated him messing around while drunk last night and didn't say anything, but today he did it again. Phew. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Su-ro looked at Shenwan, who had been comforting her, and after reading a message from Green Bubble, her face suddenly turned ashen and she exuded a chilling aura. This brat shouldn't be let off easily, but we need to be mindful of our approach. If someone is already full from a large bowl of noodles, is it a reward or a punishment to make them eat a second bowl of the same size? Shenwan's face had regained its bright smile, but it looked somewhat eerie. Just imagining that scene made Su-ro feel a pang of sympathy for Xia Tian, followed by overwhelming joy. It had to be Wanner. Even her method of punishing someone, done quietly, was so unique. She realized she had been too kind. In this regard, she really needed Wanner. Su-ro became even more curious. What kind of message did Imperial University send to Shun, one that could make the usually gentle and virtuous Wanner so angry? To the point that she went so far as to come up with such a cunning way to punish Xia Tian. What did that little rascal do this time that made you even angrier than before? Su-ro finally couldn't resist her curiosity. Besides, the two of them were now true best friends who were allies, so there was nothing to hide. Look for yourself. Shenwan handed the phone directly to Su-ro, letting her see the message Guya had sent. What? That bastard. Men are all the same. They're all animals who think with their lower bodies. Su-ro understood immediately after reading the message. She was so angry that her breasts ached, and she cursed Xia Tian through gritted teeth. When that little bastard comes back later, let's not mention these things. Let's pretend he doesn't know anything about it. But I've spent so much time preparing this big meal. He can't leave me any leftovers. Shenwan's eyes turned icy as she continued. And then, doesn't he like doing that kind of thing? You just finished dealing with those 2 women from the Imperial University. Let's see how much energy you have left all day. I've decided I'm going to sleep with him tonight. Anyway, this is something that happens between husband and wife sooner or later. I can't let you keep using this to provoke me. Shenwan gritted her teeth. She had already decided to find an opportunity to give herself to Xia Tian soon. But after Guya provoked her again with this matter, Shenwan decided that there was no better time than today. Su Ro was dumbfounded, and Wanner was furious. To punish Xia Tian, she was willing to sacrifice herself. You should know that men are not as good as women when it comes to that kind of thing. That's why there's an old saying, there are only oxen that die from exhaustion, not fields that are ruined from plowing. Under normal circumstances, two women can easily destroy a man. But Shenwan is now willing to become the third woman to deal with Xia Tian. Wow, just thinking about it is exciting. Then I'll join in. How could Su Ro miss out on something so exciting? Chapter 76, I'm so full. Why are you only coming back now? You must be starving. Shenwan's words were full of concern. Of course. I already told Xiaodian that your wife would be cooking a big feast tonight. He'll definitely rush back as soon as he finishes his work, ready to enjoy the loving meal you made for him. Right, Xiaodian? Am I right? Su Ro said slyly, as if she was speaking up for Xia Tian. Shenwan sniffed. Xia Tian had a faint smell of alcohol on him. It was the alcohol he had drunk with Guya and Lu Xian during dinner earlier. Although it had mostly evaporated due to the strenuous exercise in Xia Tian's shower, a faint smell of alcohol could still be detected. However, Shenwan did not point it out. She saw through it, but didn't say anything, and just pretended that she hadn't discovered it. Of course. Xia Tian thought about it and admitted it. Su Ro had indeed greeted him in the afternoon, and he had promised to wait for him to come back before eating. Ugh, aren't you silly? It's so late. Don't you even have a bite to eat first? Hurry up and go wash your hands and eat. Don't starve yourself. Shenwan urged Xia Tian to wash her hands. As soon as Xia Tian entered the door, she was greeted by smiling Shenwan and Su Ro, who were very attentive to her, making her feel a little guilty and ashamed. He went on a fun-filled trip to the university area in Beijing, while his two wives quietly busied themselves at home preparing delicious meals and waiting for him to return. At this moment, Xia Tian felt a sense of guilt and self-consciousness, as if he were a terrible guy. When Xia Tian arrived at the dining table and saw the large table full of delicious food that Shenwan had prepared, her guilt intensified. She could only channel her guilt into the motivation to swallow the food, hoping that Wanner would be happier that way. Sure enough, seeing Xia Tian eating the food she had prepared with gusto, Shenwan's smile became even brighter. He ate with even more gusto in the summer. But after a short while, he couldn't eat anymore. After all, he had already eaten quite a lot at the Imperial University tonight. Guya's cooking skills were excellent, and with Guya and Lu Xian constantly putting food on his plate, he had already eaten quite a bit. Although I did some strenuous exercise there and expended a lot of energy, how much time has passed? I haven't even fully digested the food I ate for dinner yet. So Summer quickly changed from eating and drinking heartily to eating slowly and deliberately. What's wrong? Is the food I made not to your liking? Or do you not like these dishes? Shenwan asked abruptly, watching Xia Tian eat slowly. No, Sister Wanner. The food you made is delicious, and it's all my favorite. It's just that I suddenly remembered that I should eat slowly at night and not eat too much, otherwise it's not good for my health. Xia Tian had a flash of inspiration and finally came up with a good excuse. Are you trying to learn from middle-aged people's health regimen, or are you planning to lose weight like us women? Everyone else has a late-night snack, but you're a grown man at the age when you're still developing. If you're hungry, you should eat properly and fill your stomach. Come on, try the ribs Wanner made. I think they taste amazing. Su Ro immediately retorted to Xia Tian and then put several pieces of ribs into Xia Tian's bowl. This sea cucumber and abalone dish is carefully prepared. Xiaodian, please try it. Shenwan also scooped a large spoonful for Xia Tian. And this mushu pork is also good. Su Ro put another piece of food on Xia Tian's plate. Eating more vegetables is nutritious. Shenwan put a piece of green vegetable on Xia Tian's plate. Young people should eat more meat. Look how thin he is. Su Ro put another big chopstick of meat on Xia Tian's plate. That's enough. That's enough. I'll add more after I finish this. Xia Tian was on the verge of tears, looking at the huge bowl full of food. For the first time, he felt that eating was such a painful thing. Under the eager gazes of Shenwan and Su Ro, Xia Tian felt like crying, but had no tears left. He stuffed the food in his bowl into his mouth. But even if he were given the most delicious food, he wouldn't feel any taste at all. Forcing yourself to eat more after you're already full is an extremely painful experience. In the end, Shenwan softened. Let's have a drink together tonight, and eat and drink at the same time, Shenwan suddenly suggested, taking out a bottle of red wine. Xia Tian was taken aback. Drink more? Why did you want to drink from both sides tonight? But since he could finally skip dinner, he immediately stood up and picked up his wine glass. Why are you standing? Sit down and drink. We're family. No need for such formality. Shenwan gestured for Xia Tian to sit down. Knowing full well why Xia Tian had stood up, she was saying it on purpose. It's okay. I've been sitting all afternoon. I'll just stand for a while. Xia Tian felt that her stomach, which was stretched out while standing, felt a little more comfortable. Let's have this first drink to celebrate that the three of us have withstood this test from heaven. Our little family hasn't fallen apart. Let's celebrate with a drink, Shenwan suggested, raising her glass. Upon hearing Shenwan's words, Xia Tian immediately picked up his wine glass. The thought of this incident only intensified his guilt. It was all a misunderstanding he had created, which led to this whole mess and subjected Shenwan and Su Ro to a barrage of online abuse. Fortunately, with Guya's guidance, thankfully, it didn't escalate into a major disaster. Summer downed her glass of wine in one gulp. Then she poured herself another glass and raised it, saying, Sister Wanner, Sister Ro, I sincerely apologize to both of you. It's all my fault. It was my mistake. Before Xia Tian could finish speaking, Shenwan interrupted him, saying, We already talked about this at noon. This matter can't be entirely blamed on you alone. Let's not talk about it anymore. Xia Tian's attitude softened Shenwan's heart even more. If you can't eat anymore, then don't eat anymore. Can you drink something? Seeing that Xia Tian was having trouble even sitting down, Shenwan said that she was going to let him off the hook. As if granted a pardon, Xia Tian quickly pushed his bowl away. He really couldn't eat anymore. Sister Wanner, Sister Ro, a hiccup. I'll have a good drink with you, Xia Tian said, letting out a burp. Can you still drink? Su Ro asked Xia Tian with a half smile, looking at him like this. A little bit is fine. Although Xia Tian was feeling quite full, she certainly couldn't spoil the fun at this moment. Then, for the second cup, I wish us a harmonious and happy future. Shenwan raised another cup. After all three of them finished, Xia Tian let out another burp. The third toast is to wish us a lifetime of love and that all our dreams come true. Chapter 77 Good Things Come in Pairs. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Xia Tian woke up on time, feeling a little dazed for a moment. Holding a celestial beauty in his arms, her exquisite figure made Xia Tian feel as if he were in a dream, as if it were unreal. Unable to resist pinching Shenwan's round and full breasts, she immediately murmured in her sleep. However, perhaps because she was too tired, after swatting away Xia Tian's mischievous hand, she turned over and fell into a deep sleep again. He didn't go out in the summer to freeze his hands and feet, because such a sensation was something he could only dream of. He quietly got up, ready to get up early and exercise. This aspect absolutely cannot be neglected. If the intensity remains the same as last night, although he almost had a blast, the intensity is simply too much. Even a body of iron would struggle to withstand it. Fortunately, the system had previously enhanced his body, and even last night, he only managed a slight victory due to a minor innate advantage. He almost lost face. Shenwan, a finance professor at Tsinghua University, is a talented woman, a fairy with both beauty and wisdom, who has finally become an angel who has fallen to earth. Su Ro was the same. She had originally agreed that Xia Tian was just a tool, but she didn't expect him to be so enthusiastic. Without any warning or preparation, although I felt that our feelings for each other had warmed up yesterday, I never expected that we would be able to fulfill our desires last night. They had originally planned to teach Xia Tian a lesson he had learned from his exhaustion at the Imperial University, so that he would know that men shouldn't be too greedy in this kind of thing, or they might damage their kidneys. Unfortunately, the two of them miscalculated. Shenwan finally understood that Guya's comment about Xia Tian's good stamina was not a joke. It really was true. Summer, having already exhausted herself at Imperial University, still left the two somewhat defeated. The first reason is that it's the first time the new car is on the road, and all the parts are very sensitive. But the more important reason is that my physical strength is really good now in the summer. The physical strength rewarded by the system every day is not a lie. It's all real. Especially since it was a new week, the weekly reward system for physical exercise gave Xia Tian a kidney-strengthening pill. He didn't know if the system was taking special care of Xia Tian because he now had 4 wives. Anyway, After taking the kidney-strengthening pill, Xia Tian felt that he could easily handle all 4 of them without any problem. This is also a misconception of summer. Although the kidney-strengthening pills rewarded by the system are very useful and powerful, they're not strong enough to take on 4 opponents at once. The reason for this misconception is that Guya and Lu Xian, as well as Shun Wan and Su Ro, are all novices. Their cars are brand new and have never been on the road before, so they are very sensitive in all aspects. They will feel a very strong sensation when the accelerator is turned on even slightly. After the new car has been broken in for a while, Xia Tian's body, which has now taken the kidney-strengthening pill, will be a bit lacking. However, the system's rewards will not stop. There may be even more powerful rewards than the kidney-strengthening pill in the future. In short, Xia Tian will always be able to dominate in bed. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have finally become a real couple with the person matched by the system and completed the hidden mission. You are now rewarded with 100% of the shares of Yunhai Agriculture Company and Yunhai Animal Husbandry Company. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully consummating your marriage with your first wife, Shun Wan, last night. You are now rewarded with a villa in Yunhai No. 8, a 3-story building above ground and 1-story basement. 2 luxury cars were parked in the villa's underground parking space. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully becoming husband and wife with Su Ro last night. You are now rewarded with a 308 square meter duplex apartment in Building 8, Yunhai Community, with 1 underground parking space. A top-of-the-line luxury sedan is parked in the underground parking space of Yunhai Residential Complex. My system is pretty good. Every time I have sex with my wife for the first time, the system gives me a super generous reward, usually a house and a luxury car as standard. The system gave Xia Tian a very generous reward for his time with Guya and Lu Xian, ownership of a 5-star hotel and Su Ji private kitchen. This was because Xia Tian had upgraded from a boy to a man, so the reward was exceptionally generous. The reason the system rewarded Xia Tian's Yunhai Agriculture and Yunhai Animal Husbandry companies this time is because Xia Tian and Shun Wan, who were forcibly matched by the system, became a real couple and completed the hidden task, so the reward was exceptionally generous. Although these 2 companies are not well known to the outside world, they have very large assets and own a large number of high-quality agricultural and livestock products. Today's reward is quite good, and the product is exactly what my hotel and restaurant can use. Summer quietly got up, went into the kitchen, cooked a pot of porridge in the rice cooker, and then went out to exercise. Breathing in the fresh morning air gives one a refreshing and invigorating feeling. After more than 20 days of training, he has gradually gotten used to getting up early. Every morning, he goes for a run and works up a light sweat, which feels very comfortable and makes him feel full of energy for the rest of the day. Good morning. You're more than 10 minutes late today. A beautiful figure ran over from afar, her forehead slightly damp with sweat, clearly indicating she had been running for a while. I've already become quite familiar with Cheng Qian, and now I run with her all summer. I cooked some porridge this morning, so I'm a little late, Xia Tian explained. The 2 started running around the track together with perfect understanding. Cheng Qian was very surprised by Xia Tian, the boy. He had gone from not being able to run at all to being able to keep up with her speed and run with her now. This is quite rare. You should know that Cheng Qian, as an athlete, is not a track and field athlete, but she's very good at running. Most boys simply cannot keep up with her pace. This kid is a sports prodigy whose potential has been wasted. Cheng Qian thought to herself as she looked at Xia Tian, who could easily keep up with her pace. 2 laps, 3 laps. An hour later, both Cheng Qian and Xia Tian were drenched in sweat, their bodies completely soaked. The weather in September was still scorching hot. Wow, you're pretty good, kid. You've improved quite quickly. How about you sign up for the university sports meet? Cheng Qian was full of praise for Xia Tian. With such great progress in such a short time, she believed that with some professional guidance and training, Xia Tian would definitely achieve a good result. Chapter 78, The Way of Man. Then forget it. I only practice in my spare time, mainly to exercise. Xia Tian refused to participate in any sports meet. He only exercised to get system rewards, so there was no need to participate in the sports meet. What a pity. Cheng Qian shook her head regretfully. She really felt it was a pity. In her opinion, Xia Tian definitely had the talent in this area and could have been trained into an athlete. However, he himself had no interest in this, and there was nothing she could do about it. What's there to regret? Athletes need to be able to endure hardship and fight tenaciously. I probably can't manage that, Xiao Tian said frankly. He could probably endure hardship when he didn't have money, but now he felt that he might not be able to do it. So what are your future aspirations? Finance, Cheng Qian asked casually. No, no, no. My ambition is to have professionals help me make money in the future, while I just enjoy a carefree and unrestrained life every day. Xiao Tian spoke the truth. He could already live that kind of life. With a system paying him, he only needed to enjoy life and have fun. How can you have such unambitious thoughts? You are a top student at Tsinghua University. You should have grand goals like changing the world and humanity in the future. Cheng Qian frowned as she looked at Xiao Tian, who should be a spirited young man, but had the mentality of someone who was just waiting to retire. Hey, don't set such lofty goals for yourself in life. My current goal is just to live each day peacefully, healthily, and happily. This really reflects Xiao Tian's current mindset. Having achieved financial freedom, he doesn't want to live such a stressful life. He just wants to do whatever makes him happy. Your thinking is wrong. It's dangerous, you know? If everyone thought like you, how would society develop? How would our country progress? Cheng Qian was about to change Xiao Tian's attitude towards life, but before she could finish speaking, Xiao Tian glanced at her watch and interrupted her, saying, Teacher Cheng, it's time for my workout. I need to go buy breakfast. See you tomorrow. With that, she dashed off, and before Cheng Qian could react, Xiao Tian was already gone. This guy, no. I have to correct his wrong idea. Cheng Qian muttered to herself as she watched Xiao Tian's retreating figure. Xiao Tian had already run away before Cheng Qian could morally blackmail him. He didn't want to go through a moral education class. Xiao Tian wasn't thinking about that now. He was thinking about going to the cafeteria to buy breakfast and going back. By this time, Shun Wan and Su Ro should have already woken up. Carrying a large pile of sumptuous breakfast, Xiao Tian returned to the apartment. Sure enough, Shun Wan and Su Ro were already up. When they saw Xiao Tian return, their expressions changed. Before, their gazes towards Xiao Tian were more concerned and caring, but now their gazes were filled with happiness and love. Women's changes in this regard are very significant. You're up so early, why don't you rest a little longer? Xiao Tian asked with concern. I'm hungry. What did you buy for breakfast? Suru rubit has stomach. It's getting late. You should get up. Didn't you already come back from your workout? I saw they even cooked porridge for us in the kitchen. That's great. Shun Wan praised Xiao Tian for her good performance that morning. You did such a good job. Is there any reward? Xiao Tian looked at Shun Wan's alluring red lips with anticipation and couldn't help but swallow again. What kind of reward do you want? Shun Wan didn't understand what Xiao Tian meant by that. For example, rewarding me with a sweet kiss would motivate me even more, Xiao Tian said as she placed the breakfast she was carrying on the table. I've discovered you're such a womanizer. Huh. Suro couldn't help but retort. You're lustful? Then I'll show you how lustful I can be. Xiao Tian went up and hugged Su Ro, then kissed her on the lips. At first, Su Ro resisted a couple of times, but she quickly went limp in Xiao Tian's arms, kissed so much that she was in a daze and didn't know where she was. After a while, Xiao Tian finally released Su Ro, who was breathing heavily and panting. Hee, haven't you heard the saying, a man's true nature? Besides, who made you two so attractive? It would be abnormal if I didn't have feelings for you. Xiao Tian's words made sense. After last night's pleasure, the two of them were now full of a particularly alluring feminine charm. Are you too hungry? Why don't I eat first and you can continue? Shen Wan had already brought out the porridge and served a bowl to each of the three of them. She was currently peeling a tea egg. Thank you for serving me porridge, my wife. Here's a treat for you, Mom. Xiao Tian couldn't be biased, so he went over and kissed Shen Wan again. Shen Wan acted with grace and without any shyness, responding warmly to Xiao Tian's kiss. However, after a brief kiss, Shen Wan released Xiao Tian, saying, Let's eat first, and then we can think about what we're going to do today. The three of them finally sat down at the table and started eating breakfast. Just as they were eating, Xiao Tian's phone kept beeping with message notifications. Who messaged you so early in the morning? Shen Wan asked, seemingly casually. Let me see. Xiao Tian picked up her phone while eating and checked it. When she saw the message on the green bubble, Xiao Tian's heart skipped a beat. It was a message from Lu Xian, several messages in a row. Lu Xian, honey, where are you? Crying emoji. Lu Xian, honey, when did you leave? Feeling wrong. Lu Xian, honey, I want a hug. When are you coming back? I miss you. Lu Xian, it's your day off today. Xiaoya and I will show you around the capital. Xiaoya said she wanted to buy you some things. When are you coming to pick us up? Lu Xian. Honey, did you see this? Why haven't you replied to my message yet? Lu Xian sent several messages in quick succession. The reason Lu Xian sent messages so early in the morning was because Shun Wan had just messaged Guya. Shun Wan. Sigh. How come Xiao Tian has so much energy and is so clingy? He stayed up until midnight last night, and this morning he was cooking porridge and buying breakfast for us. Even when eating breakfast, he wouldn't sit still. Look, he had to take a bite before he would stop. Attached is a photo of Xiao Tian and Su Ro kissing. Guya looked at the green bubble message Shun Wan sent her, and her pretty face turned ashen with anger. This little rascal. When did she ever ask you to do these things for her? Does he have to be so eager to serve others? Men really are all big pigs. Chapter 79 again. I am dodging. Looking at the messages she received on her green bubble, Xiao Tian felt a headache coming on. This is starting again. Is it never going to end? Shun Wan and Su Ro stared intently at him, while on his other hand, Lu Xian kept sending messages to his phone via the green bubble app without stopping. What to do? Having never had a proper relationship in his entire life, including both past and present lives, Xiao Tian is facing a hellish starting point right from the beginning. This situation is so bad that even a naive newbie like him would have a headache for a while, let alone a scumbag or a playboy. No matter which side I go to today, it seems I'll offend the other. The happiness and sweetness I felt just moments ago have vanished, leaving only a heart full of helplessness. Why do we have to argue like this? Can't we just live in harmony? Don't we know we live in a harmonious society? Xiao Tian's mind raced as he tried to figure out how to deal with the situation, but before he could come up with a perfect solution, his phone rang. He looked at the caller ID, Lu Xian. Oh no, they didn't get a reply and called right after me. What to do? Answer or not? Xiao Tian looked up at Shun Wan and Su Ro, his face showing a troubled expression. He didn't know why the two sides were so at odds, and he was caught in the middle, feeling conflicted. Answer it. Don't worry about the two of us. Just pretend we don't exist. Shun Wan said, but her eyes were fixed on the ringing phone in Xiao Tian's hand. Holding his phone, Xiao Tian thought for a moment and decided to answer the call. He couldn't help it because Shun Wan and Su Ro had already seen the name on his phone's caller ID. Even if they hadn't seen the name, they probably already guessed whose call it was from Xiao Tian's hesitant demeanor. Under the watchful eyes of Shun Wan and Su Ro, Xiao Tian answered the phone. Hey, honey, what are you doing? Why aren't you replying to my messages? Lu Xian's charming voice came through the phone. Vixen, Su Ro muttered under her breath, just loud enough for Xiao Tian and Shun Wan to hear. What could Xiao Tian do? He could only pretend he hadn't heard her. I'm still eating breakfast. Have you finished eating yet? Xiao Tian asked, trying to change the subject. Honey, when did you leave last night? After doing that to her, you just sneaked off by yourself. You're really something. Lu Xian's words made Xiao Tian feel like she was sitting on pins and needles. Well, I have some things to take care of at the company, so I'll have to hang up now. Xiao Tian wanted to end the call as soon as possible. Huh? You're going to work today? We were just saying we'd go shopping with you. Lu Xian said sullenly, then suddenly remembered something. Are you sure you're really going to work? It's absolutely true. I have some time today, so I'll go take a look around. Otherwise, I won't have any time after classes start tomorrow. After thinking about it for a while, Xiao Tian decided that it was better to run away like this, so as not to offend either side. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to split himself in two. Are we going to the Emperor Hotel? Or to Sue's private kitchen? Is it convenient for us to go together? Lu Xian asked again. I'm with a company called Yunhai Agriculture today to handle some handover procedures, so it's not really convenient for you guys to come along. Xiao Tian's explanation became more and more coherent. He really did plan to go to Yunhai Agriculture later. After all, the system had given him a reward, and he should at least go and check things out. Oh, is that so? Then come over for dinner when you're done with your work. I made you a nourishing soup to help you recover. It's Xiaoya's secret recipe. Lu Xian said again. Xiao Tian clearly felt Shun Wan, and Su Ro's gazes sharpened as they both looked at him. I probably won't have time today. Yunhai Agricultural Company, which we're going to today, is quite far away, located in the mountains. I'll probably be back very late, so I won't go over and disturb your rest, Xiao Tian declined. What kind of disturbance is it for you to go back to your own home? You have to come back for class tomorrow, right? It's very convenient for you to come here and go to class tomorrow. It's not that far. Lu Xian persisted. I will see how it goes. I really don't know what the situation will be like then. It's hard to say right now, so don't wait for me. Xia Tian had a headache. Shun Wan and Su Ro were staring at him from the other side. What could he say? Should he agree to go there on the spot? Although he really wanted to go there, especially when he thought about how well Guya and Lu Xian cooperated, it made his heart burn with excitement. He couldn't. Anyway, the door is always open for you. You can come back anytime, no matter how late it is. Don't feel embarrassed if it's too late and you're bothering us. Okay? Husbands and wives shouldn't worry about these things. Although Lu Xian's words warmed Xia Tian's heart, the timing of her words seemed a bit off because Shun Wan and Su Ro's expressions were very cold. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Lu Xian, Xia Tian finally managed to hang up the phone. She felt that answering the phone was more tiring than running 10 kilometers. Come shopping with us today. We need to buy some things, Su Ro said to Xia Tian. Shen Wan and Su Ro were satisfied that Xia Tian had turned down the two women from the capital. Although they disliked his lying, they reasoned that if he could deceive the two women in the capital, he could also deceive them. Although your lie to them was a white lie to keep us company, it's not a good thing. It's better to tell the truth in the future, Shen Wan said to Xia Tian, frowning. Well, I really am going to Yanhai Agricultural Company today to complete the handover procedures. I'm not lying, Xia Tian said weakly. Shen Wan and Su Ro both looked at him with confusion upon hearing this. Wasn't he just making up an excuse to fool the two people next door? Xia Tian took out her phone and saw a text message from Yunhai Agriculture Company inviting her to come and complete the handover procedures. She handed it to Shen Wan, and Su wrote a check. Hey, I'm not lying. They asked me to come over this morning, but I haven't had a chance to tell you guys yet, Xia Tian said, pointing to the text message on her phone. The text message was correct. It was received early this morning from the current general manager of Yunhai Agriculture Company. Besides, it's not really suitable for you two to move around too much today. You should rest properly. After all, you were just last night. You still need to rest more. I've ordered lunch and dinner for you, and someone will deliver them to you. Just stay home and rest for the day. It's important to recover. Xia Tian's words made both of them blush. Although Xia Tian spoke subtly, they certainly knew what she meant, since both of them felt a little strange in certain parts of their bodies. Chapter 80. Wang Nan in a car accident. Summer finally arrived, and he left the teacher's apartment. But this happy trouble left him feeling a little uneasy. If you had to do this to yourself every day, who could stand it? Life is long, and this can't go on forever. I'm having a headache this summer, and trying to figure out how to solve this problem. What should I do? Shaking his head, Xia Tian, at a loss for what to do, took out his phone to search online and see if other netizens had any better solutions. Sure enough, there are plenty of talented people online. There are quite a few netizens who have experience with this issue of summer, and some even claim to have dated 28 girlfriends at the same time, making them top-level time management masters. This online guru usually portrays himself as a busy, high-achieving professional who travels frequently for work. But in reality, he has nothing to do and spends all his time chasing after his 28 girlfriends. He deceives one after another, having breakfast with one in the morning, lunch with another at noon, dinner with yet another, and then changing girlfriends again before going to bed. Summer was engrossed in watching it when his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed Wang Nan. Seeing this name gave Xia Tian a headache. He already had 4 wives, which was already a huge problem for him. He really didn't want to get involved with any other women, but I had already promised Wang Nan that I would go shopping with her. Oh well, what a mess. Hey, Wang Nan. Xia Tian was thinking of finding an excuse to decline Wang Nan's invitation to go shopping. But before he could even say it, he heard Wang Nan crying and shouting on the other end of the phone. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Don't touch me, Xia Tian. I got hit by a car. Come quick, Wan. Wang Nan's crying made Xia Tian's heart clench. Without thinking, she quickly asked for the address. Fortunately, it wasn't far, just on a street outside the school. Xia Tian immediately ran towards it. The fact that she could make phone calls and ask for help meant it shouldn't be too serious. But Xia Tian was still extremely anxious. When Xia Tian arrived at the scene, she saw Wang Nan sitting on the curb with her hands wrapped around her left leg, while a man squatted down next to her, talking incessantly. Xia Tian quickly stepped forward and came to Wang Nan's side. Wang Nan, what happened? Are you all right? Hearing Xia Tian's voice and seeing her rushing over in a panic, Wang Nan burst into tears, pouting, Xia Tian, my leg is broken. It hurts. Xia Tian was shocked. A broken leg? Could it be that serious? That's serious? Then we need to get to the hospital right away. Xia Tian stepped forward and looked down at Wang Nan's left leg, which was covered in bruises. It was smooth and clean, but there was no broken skin or bleeding. Xiao Tian didn't know whether this was serious or not. It wasn't impossible that there was some internal injury. Can you move it? Wait for me to get the car. We'll go to the hospital right away. Your leg will be fine, Xiao Tian comforted her. He stood up to get his car, which was conveniently located in a nearby parking lot. Hello, handsome. Who are you to this beautiful lady? Her leg should be fine. It was just a slight bump from an accident. At this moment, the man who was squatting to the side stood up and spoke to Xiao Tian. Did you hit her? Xiao Tian frowned, asking instead of answering. Yes. I was distracted for a moment, and this beautiful lady rushed out too fast, so I bumped into her. But I wasn't driving fast. Her leg should be fine, the man explained. Your leg is all bruised and battered, and you call that nothing? Does it have to be a broken leg to be considered something serious? Xiao Tian asked, annoyed. Handsome, that's not what I meant. The first thing I did after the incident was to take this beautiful lady to the hospital for a checkup and treatment. But she wouldn't let me touch her and insisted on calling you and waiting for you to come over. The man explained. Wait here, I'll go get the car. Let's go to the hospital for a checkup first. Xiao Tian said to Wang Nan, then stopped arguing with the man. There was no point in saying anything more now. Getting Wang Nan to the hospital was the most important thing. Xiao Tian turned to get into her sports car, but the man next to her immediately said, Handsome, take my car to the hospital. It's right here. The man pointed to a BMW X5 next to them. He was calm and composed, his eyes scanning back and forth between Xiao Tian and Wang Nan, wondering what their relationship was. After hitting someone, he was secretly cursing his bad luck. He wasn't afraid of compensation, since he was driving a nice car and had full insurance. The only problem was that it would be troublesome to deal with the situation. Upon seeing that the woman he had bumped into, Wang Nan, was actually a stunningly young and beautiful woman, the man was secretly overjoyed. He had initially thought it was a big problem, but it turned out to be his lucky break. If you hit a beautiful woman, you'll have to take her to the hospital for checkups and compensation. After all that trouble, the two of you will get to know each other better, and that's when your opportunity will come, right? With his wealth and status, he figured winning her over shouldn't be too difficult. The man pondered his own scheme. He immediately put on what he thought was the best gesture, got out of the car, and tried to help Wang Nan to the hospital, but Wang Nan strongly resisted. She wouldn't even let him get close, let alone help him. Before summer arrived, the man tried to persuade Wang Nan to accept his kindness and good intentions and to take her to the hospital as soon as possible so as not to delay her examination, but Wang Nan ignored him. Okay, then let's go to the hospital in your car. Xiao Tian nodded in agreement. His car could only seat 2 people, and since the man was the one who caused the accident, he also needed to go to the hospital. It's not that Xiao Tian is short of medical expenses, but rather that each matter should be addressed separately, and the man must take responsibility for the expenses he incurred. Upon hearing Xiao Tian agree, the man immediately stepped forward to help Wang Nan up. What are you doing? Don't touch me. Wang Nan shouted at the man. Beautiful. I didn't mean any harm. I just wanted to help you into the car, since you have a leg injury and can't exert yourself. The man was annoyed. He wasn't bad-looking, was he? Why was this beautiful woman so resistant to him? I don't need you to help me, Xiao Tian. My legs hurt, carry me. She showed no kindness to Wang Nan, but turned to Xiao Tian with a frail and tearful expression. The man's expression changed several times, but he didn't say anything. Without thinking too much, Xiao Tian bent down and picked up Wang Nan. Seeing the man still standing there in a daze, Xiao Tian said impatiently, Help me open the car door.